who in their hearts was almost invincible and at the peak of the third rank. At this moment, he was like a chick with its wings pinched, unable to even struggle under that white, slender hand. The shrill howl still echoed in my ears. The crisp sound of bones breaking seemed to still be hitting their eardrums. Superior? Still not going? Reason was screaming madly, ordering them to immediately implement Plan B, encircle and strangle the target. But my body felt like it was filled with lead. My legs seemed to be rooted to the ground. An instinctive fear of higher-level existences, originating from the deepest part of life, strangled their throats and squeezed their hearts. No one dared to move. No one even dared to breathe loudly. The entire hall was eerily quiet except for Wang Tian's increasingly heavy breathing due to the severe pain. Qin Feng's gaze did not even linger on these shadow guards for even a second. As if they were just a bunch of insignificant flies. His eyes, as deep as a cold pond, were still staring with interest at his subordinate's face, which was distorted to the extreme by pain and humiliation. "It seems that your men are not very obedient," he said softly, a hint of a playful sigh in his tone. Then he released his grip on Wang Tian's shoulders. Wang Tian's right arm hung down limply like a puppet with its strings cut. He lost his support and staggered back 2 steps, almost collapsing to the ground. The feeling of relief at surviving the disaster has not yet begun to arise. An even more ferocious evil wind was blowing towards us. Bang! An extremely dull sound, like a siege hammer hitting a giant cowhide drum, suddenly exploded. Qin Feng's seemingly casual punch, which came later but arrived first, hit Wang Tian's lower abdomen heavily without any fireworks. All of Wang Tian's voice was knocked back by this punch. His eyeballs suddenly bulged outwards due to the severe pain, and were covered with bloodshot. His body suddenly arched inward like a cooked shrimp. A stream of sour water mixed with bile overflowed from the corner of his mouth, but he clenched his teeth tightly and could not spit it out. His face turned from pale to purple like liver in an instant. His abdominal muscles, which he was proud of and which were as hard as iron and stone, became as fragile as tofu under that punch. He could clearly feel that his internal organs seemed to have been turned into a paste by that domineering force. Pain. It's not enough to describe how he feels at this moment. But what was even more unbearable than this pain was the burning desire deep within his heart that threatened to burn his sanity to ashes. Tremendous hatred. Why? Why? He, Wang Tian, is a rare talent, a peak third-grade cultivator. He has made tremendous contributions to the Liu family. He silently guarded the eldest lady, admired her, and regarded her as the only light in his life. But that light first chased the wild boy named Yifan. He was unwilling, but he could only endure it. Now, after a long time, the eldest lady finally realized her mistake and gave up Yifan. He thought his chance had come. But this light turned and cast on another a worthless henchman who was even worse than Yifan. Even worse. Even more useless. That waste is Qin Feng. How could he not be angry? How could he not hate? This hatred overwhelmed the fear and pain and became the only fuel. He endured the severe pain that was enough to make an ordinary person faint, raised his head, and his bloodshot eyes were like a knife dipped in poison, staring at Qin Feng. It's useless. Qin Feng. You're done. His voice was like a broken bellows, hoarse and full of malicious pleasure. My sister is right here. He wanted to say, my sister is waiting for you in the basement. She's already a 6th-rank warrior. Your strength is no match for her. You're dead. However, his threat was interrupted again. Qin Feng frowned. That wasn't the anger or fear that came from being threatened. It's a very strange feeling with a hint of absurdity that is both hilarious and ridiculous. Dude is now the biggest villain in the book. Why is it that all day long, there are always these blind little characters threatening me with such cliched lines? Did I get the wrong script? He felt a little bored. So he lifted his foot. Under the bright lights, the shiny, priceless, custom-made leather shoes drew an elegant yet deadly arc. Then he stepped down hard. Snap! There was another crisp sound of bone breaking that made all the shadow guards' eyes twitch wildly. Wang Tian's left knee was bent outward at a strange angle. The white bone stumps even pierced through his combat pants, exposing him to the cold air. This time, the howl was 10 times more miserable than before. Wang Tian could no longer hold on and fell to his knees. No, it's a collapse. Because Qin Feng's feet had not moved away yet. He even took interest in gently crushing it with the tip of his shoe. Then, in Wang Tian's pupils which had begun to blur, Qin Feng raised his other foot. No, don't. Wang Tian finally broke down and uttered a desperate plea. But the foot still fell down mercilessly. Snap! The right knee broke with a sound. 3 of the 4 limbs are disabled. Just when Wang Tian thought he would faint completely from this endless pain, the foot that was stepping on his knee suddenly stopped. He felt that the gaze looking down at him seemed to have undergone some strange change. The bored, cat-playing with a mouse expression on Qin Feng's face slowly faded. Instead, there is a smile with a strong sense of evil humor, as if someone had come up with a brilliant idea. That smile made him feel cold all over. A chill from the depths of his soul, like a maggot in his tarsal bones, instantly crawled up his spine. He saw Qin Feng slowly lower his head. That handsome face that made him jealous and crazy now had an evil smile on it that he could not understand at all. You just said. Qin Feng's voice was very light and soft, like the whisper of a devil. Your sister, in the basement. Boom! It was as if a bomb exploded in Wang Tian's mind. What does he want to do? What does this smile mean? Why would he ask this? In an instant, a premonition that was 10,000 times more terrifying than death surged in Wang Tian's heart. He looked at Qin Feng's smiling face and felt that it was not a smile, but a huge mouth of the abyss that was about to swallow up all the dignity and pride of him and his sister. His instinct was to deny it. But his instinct for survival and the only remaining delusion of wanting to lead Qin Feng into his sister's death trap made him squeeze out a few words from his throat. Here. He roared fiercely but weakly, trying to use his voice to cover up his inner fear. If you have the guts, you can go find her in the basement. Yeah. The smile on Qin Feng's face became even brighter. He showed a row of sharp white teeth that gleamed coldly under the light. Okay. The moment the words fell, he suddenly stretched out his hand. He grabbed Wang Tian's hair, which was covered with cold sweat and blood. Ugh! The severe pain from his scalp made Wang Tian scream again. Then, under the horrified gazes of the 16 shadow guards, Qin Feng grabbed Wang Tian's hair and dragged him step by step across the mirror-smooth marble floor, like dragging a dead dog, towards the heavy steel door that was shining with a cold metallic light. On the ground, there was left a shocking trail of humiliation, a mixture of blood and human tissue. Since you want me to see her so much. Qin Feng's voice, which carried a hint of joy and coldness, slowly echoed in the empty hall. Okay. Let's go together. Chapter 62. Want to deal with me? Impossible. At the same time. Lu Family Manor, underground. It was completely different from the tense and bloody atmosphere on the ground. Here, there is almost absolute silence. The air is cold. The walls are cold. Every inch of the space is filled with a lifeless, laboratory-like chill and solemnity, made of fine steel and concrete. This is the Lu family's dungeon, and also Wang Lan's territory. Wang Lan sat upright on an ergonomically designed metal chair. Her sitting posture was impeccable. Her back was straight, her legs were elegantly together, and her hands were folded and placed flat on her knees. A well-cut black professional suit perfectly outlines her plump and mature curves, but her ascetic temperament locks her tightly, without revealing a single bit of charm. The gold-rimmed glasses on his nose reflected the pale light from the surveillance screen, so cold that there was no trace of human emotion. She closed her eyes, as if dozing off. It's like waiting. Waiting for the end of a boring performance whose ending has already been determined. She was waiting for her brother, Wang Tian, to drag that ignorant boy, Qin Feng, to the cold ground at her feet like a mangy dog with a broken spine. Time passes with the subtle ticking of the second hand. Deep in the ventilation duct, there was a faint commotion on the ground, like an undercurrent rolling beneath the surface of the distant sea. That movement seemed to last a little longer than expected. The corner of Wang Lan's mouth twitched upwards ever so slightly, forming an almost imperceptible arc. There was no worry in that arc, only a hint of condescending indulgence towards a naughty younger brother. She understands Wang Tian. The third-grade peak of qi and blood power is already the best among the younger generation in Zhangcheng. What's more, he took away 16 of the most elite members of the Shadow Guard that the Lu family had spent a huge amount of money to build. Each of them is an evil ghost that crawled out from the sea of corpses and blood. They are proficient in the art of combined attack and are fearless of death. Such power, to crush a useless person whose health value is less than 150 calories? It's like using a massive piece of artillery to kill a fly buzzing around rotten meat. The only explanation is that Wang Tian was just playing. In the most cruel and violent way, he vented the morbid jealousy and ignorant karma that had accumulated in his heart towards Qin Feng. Well, Wang Lan thought indifferently, let him vent enough. The more the flames of anger burned, the easier it would be to pry open that mouth when she started working without having to worry about any unnecessary measures. Wang Lan didn't care about this at all. There was only one thing she cared about. Her gaze slowly turned to a split-screen monitor beside her. On the screen, the luxurious bedroom of the eldest daughter Lu Qinghuan was reflected. The light of the crystal chandelier was adjusted to the softest brightness. Lu Qinghuan lay on the soft velvet bed, her sleeping face quiet and peaceful, her long eyelashes like butterfly wings, trembling gently with her steady breathing. That pretty face, which usually looked a little sick and distorted because of her paranoia about Yi Fan and her obsession with Qin Feng, finally regained the purity and beauty that she should have at her age. Seeing this scene, a hint of warmth finally appeared on Wang Lan's icy face. That's a kind of. It's a mixture of pity, heartache, and the unique sense of satisfaction that the controller feels when he sees his own work. In order to let the young lady have such a good sleep, she had specially added a spiritual liquid to the bowl of top-quality blood swallows that she had stewed herself tonight. By Xin in Xinlu. This was a treasure she had obtained from the black market at a considerable cost. It not only warms the qi and blood, strengthens the body and replenishes the essence, but more importantly, it has an extremely powerful effect that can force the user to calm their mind and fall into a deep sleep. No matter how big the waves in your heart are, or how deep your obsession is. If one drop enters the throat, it will all turn into smoke, and you will sleep peacefully for 12 hours. She doesn't understand. She really doesn't understand. Qin Feng. The guy whose health value was less than 150 calories according to the information and who was judged to be a martial arts waste. The man who has nothing good except a face that brings disaster to the country and the people. What kind of magic was used? What kind of witchcraft was used? How could he be so bewildered as to make his own arrogant and proud eldest daughter so infatuated that she almost lost herself? He is even more deeply trapped than Yi Fan was back then. This is illogical. This doesn't make sense. Wang Lan is a person who strongly believes in logic and data. In her world, everything abnormal has its reasons. She pushed the gold-rimmed glasses on her nose, and her eyes behind the lenses flashed with a rational and inquiring light. She quickly arranged, combined, and screened all the known clues in her mind. Charm? Personal charm? Stop joking. What kind of personal charm can a lackey who depends on the Lu family for survival, a plaything who relies on selling her body to get ahead, have? Hypnosis? Spiritual secrets? Even more impossible. She knew the boy's information by heart, and his mental strength was so mediocre that it could be ignored. So, after eliminating all impossibilities, the remaining one, no matter how bizarre or ridiculous it is, there must be only one truth. Spiritual treasure. These two words, like ice beads falling into a jade plate, rolled silently from Wang Lan's tightly pursed red lips. Boom! A flash of thought suddenly split open all the fog. It illuminates the corner that has been ignored but is the only one that can explain all the abnormalities. Yes. Only Lingbao. Only those props with incredible powers, created by legendary and unfathomable divine mind masters who spent their efforts and even their lives to carefully engrave divine patterns on special carriers. Only then is it possible to bypass the conventional power system and achieve such a strange effect. A terrifying gleam suddenly shot out from Wang Lan's cold eyes, so sharp that it almost penetrated the surveillance screen in front of him. Could it be that that lucky loser had stumbled upon some incredible opportunity? Didn't die after falling off a cliff? Did you accidentally stumble into an ancient ruin? He was favored by a powerful being who had long since been lost in the dust of history, and obtained a special magical treasure that can directly influence, distort, and even completely control other people's minds? Once this idea took shape, it instantly took root in Wang Lan's mind and grew rapidly, explaining all the mysteries. The reason for Lu Qinghuan's sudden change in temperament has been revealed, and the reason for Qin Feng, the loser's sudden audacity, has also been found. That magical treasure is his biggest trump card. However, this moment of sudden enlightenment did not stay on Wang Lan's face for long. After just a few breaths, that cold desire to explore was covered by a thicker, stickier layer of cruel smile. She shook her head slowly and with a hint of pity. That look was like looking down from the clouds at an ant that had luckily picked up a magical weapon, naively thinking that it could shake the sky with it. Ridiculous. Sad. Although the spiritual treasure is powerful, its power ultimately needs to be controlled by the user. Its effectiveness ultimately depends on the opponent. Use it to confuse and manipulate Lu Qinghuan, a young lady whose mind is still immature and who happens to be in an emotionally fragile period? Maybe, it's easy. But want to use it against me, Wan Lan? Impossible. Chapter 63. The game is over. Tick tick tick. Wang Lan's perfectly manicured nails began to tap the metal armrest in a cold and steady rhythm. Each tap was like a precise second hand, sending out a subtle echo in this dead silent space, with an unquestionable sense of rhythm that controlled the overall situation. Her will had long been tempered through countless life and death battles and cruel spiritual trials, becoming harder and colder than 10,000 years of black ice. Her soul was like a core encased in diamond, invulnerable. A mere magical treasure that could deceive the mind. Do you want to shake me even a little? Wishful thinking. Wait, bring your people to me. Wang Lan's voice was as soft as a whisper, but it contained the cold, exploratory excitement before a scalpel cuts through flesh. I'll make you understand. What is true despair? I will use the most professional and precise techniques to peel off your skin layer by layer, pry open your mouth, crush every bone you think is strong, and destroy all your ridiculous defenses. Then, I'll make you willingly reveal all your secrets, along with that interesting little toy, completely and completely, and place them on my lab table. The moment the words fell. Boom! An extremely dull thud came without any warning, like a sledgehammer hitting the ceiling above. The entire underground space seemed to tremble slightly, and fine dust fell to the ground. Wang Lan tapped the armrest with her fingertips and suddenly stopped. She raised her head, and the cold eyes behind her lenses shot towards the ceiling where the sound came from like a searchlight. Finally, a very subtle trace of displeasure at having his train of thought interrupted flashed across his eyes. Then, boom! 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 There were several heavier and more violent collisions. The sound was no longer a simple fall, but more like some violent force hammering the ground continuously and brutally. Every heavy blow caused a clear vibration on the alloy floor under his feet. Wang Lan's delicate brows were furrowed in an almost imperceptible frown. This kid Wang Tian has gone too far. There must be a limit to venting anger. If someone is beaten into a puddle of mud where they are completely unable to communicate, how can she interrogate him about the whereabouts and specific usage of the spiritual treasure? What she needs is a living, thinking, and pain-feeling experimental subject. She was just about to alert her brother through the internal communication. A while. A teeth-grinding, harsh friction sound was heard. The sound was like a heavy sack being dragged with a blunt object. And in that sack, filled with broken bones and rotten flesh. The sound comes from far away. Finally, it stopped right above the heavy steel door leading to the basement. Dead silence. Absolute silence. Wang Lan stood up slowly. She adjusted the hem of her wrinkle-free dress. She adjusted the cold gold-rimmed glasses on her nose. Her face once again wore that formulaic, indifferent expression that kept people at a distance. Here it comes, she thought. Although the script has some twists and turns, it eventually returns to its destined track. The game is over. Now, it's my turn to appear on stage. The slender and straight legs wrapped in black stockings spread out, and the pointed high heels tapped on the mirror-like alloy floor, making a crisp, regular click sound that implied absolute control. Every step taken seemed to announce the end of the prey. She walked towards the cold and heavy steel door leading to the final stage, as if she was walking towards a dissection table that had been prepared long ago. She is ready. Be prepared to face the poor prey who will be played with in her hands and squeezed dry of all value. Be prepared to savor the most desperate expression that will appear on his overly handsome face, a mixture of fear, humiliation, and collapse. She even rehearsed clearly in her mind the first opening line that was as cold as a scalpel. Qin Feng. Are you ready to answer my questions? Chapter 64. What a handsome boy. At this moment, Wang Lan seemed to have seen the young man who was not aware of his own life or death, covered in blood, with broken bones, curled up on the ground like a dead dog. I saw his handsome face filled with fear, humiliation, and collapse. What will be the fate of the confused young lady? No. This is just the beginning. She will let him know what it means to be worse off than dead. She will make him understand what it means to. Those who provoke Wang Lan, the steward of the Lu family, will go to hell. Click. The cold door handle was gently turned under her slender white fingertips. The heavy steel door slowly opened inward with a low mechanical sound. The crack in the door, like a fissure in hell, gradually widened from a ray of light. A fishy sweet smell that was so strong that it was almost sticky, causing one's stomach to churn and one's throat to tighten, mixed with the cold and pungent smell of disinfectant that penetrated deep into the bone marrow of the basement, hit Wang Lan's delicate face like an invisible wave. Wang Lan's triumphant smile, a mixture of contempt and cruelty, which she had imagined countless times in her mind and was about to bloom on her lips, froze in an instant. It was as if the smile had been doused with liquid nitrogen, frozen stiff on her face, every curve becoming cold and eerie. Her brows suddenly locked together, forming a deep Chuan character. This smell of blood is too strong. It's so strong that it can't be dispelled. It was so thick that it felt like being in the middle of a slaughterhouse that had just finished a feast of killing. It was so thick that even she, the housekeeper who was used to seeing the dark side of the Lu family and had dealt with many troubles herself, felt physically suffocated and extremely uneasy. Even if Wang Tian had a bad temper and had treated the kid named Qin Feng well as she instructed, beaten him half to death, or even broken a few bones, it would be impossible for such a terrifying and overwhelming bloody smell to be created. This is simply like the smell of a person being completely crushed and drained of all the blood. What a bastard! Wang Lan felt a strong sense of displeasure and anger in his heart. You hit me so hard. It will be so troublesome to deal with it later. If he really died, what about the young lady? She subconsciously thought about the subsequent troubles and was dissatisfied with Wang Tian's out-of-control behavior. In her opinion, Qin Feng's lesson should be controlled to the point where he is half dead, wailing in pain but still able to clearly feel fear, rather than turning into a pool of completely useless rotten meat. However, this trace of anger towards her brother's incompetence only stayed in her heart for less than half a second. Next second, when she pushed the door open completely and saw the scene in the deep corridor behind the door. Time seemed to have been paused at this moment. The whole world, all the sounds, disappeared in an instant. All the expressions on Wang Lan's face, unhappy, cold, confident, cruel, all faded away. All that's left is a dead silence and blankness. Her pupils shrank rapidly to the size of a needle tip in 0.01 seconds. That one. The mirror-like alloy corridor that she was so familiar with, leading to the core area of the dungeon. Now, It has become a hell on earth flowing with blood and flesh. The scarlet, sticky liquid covered the entire ground. On the wall, there were shocking streaks of blood. And at the end of that pool of blood, right below the heavy steel door leading to the dungeon, lying in a ball, a mass of rotten flesh that no longer resembled a human being. That's not Qin Feng. This thought flashed through Wang Lan's mind instantly. Because the piece of rotten flesh was wearing the latest style of tights that she had personally selected for her brother. That is. No. A dry, hoarse syllable that did not belong to her at all was squeezed out from the depths of Wang Lan's throat with difficulty. She saw it. She finally saw clearly. That puddle of mud. The pool of mud had its limbs twisted strangely at an angle beyond the limits of the human body. Every inch of his bones seemed to have been smashed into powder by a huge hammer. It's her brother. Wang Tian. That peak third-grade cultivator she had high hopes for and regarded as her own brother, her right-hand man. Now, he was just like that, like a discarded bag of garbage. By a hand. A slender and powerful hand, so clean that it was almost too clean, tightly grasped his blood-soaked hair. Abruptly, from the ground. Drag it all the way in front of her. Goo goo. A meaningless sound like a broken bellows came from Wang Tian's throat. Is he dead? No. He is not dead yet. Wan Lan could feel his life force, which was so weak that it was almost extinguished. Alive. But it is 10,000 times more painful than death. Boom. It was as if 10,000 tons of explosives exploded in Wang Lan's mind. All sanity. All logic. All calm and self-control. In that instant, it was blown to pieces. Nothing remained. For the first time, an expression called ferocious appeared on that pretty face like an iceberg. Qin Feng. A roar that seemed to come from the nine nether hell, filled with endless hatred and murderous intent, tore out from her two red lips that were always tightly pursed. You are so brave. You're looking for death. Buzz. A terrifying wave of energy and blood suddenly erupted with her as the center. That power far exceeds the peak of the third level. It even surpassed the ordinary fourth rank. An invisible strong wind raged around her, making her well-tailored black suit rustle. The neatly tied bun on the back of her head fell apart in an instant. A head of black and shiny hair, like a dancing demon snake, flying freely. The pair of gold-rimmed glasses on her nose symbolized rationality and coldness. On the lenses, they reflected her crazy eyes that had completely turned blood red. Kill him. Kill this bastard. Use the most cruel and painful method to cut him into pieces. Grind his bones and scatter his ashes. This thought, like a wildfire, instantly devoured her entire mind. She moved. She was just about to burst out like a female leopard whose reverse scale was touched, and tear the enemy in front of her into pieces. Right at this moment, the figure that had been hiding in the shadows of the corridor moved. He didn't retreat. No preparations were made. He just take a step forward. Step. Just casually, he took a step forward. One step out of the deep darkness. He took a step and walked into the pale yet bright light and shadow of the basement. Good. Well done. The corners of Wang Lan's mouth curled up into a bloodthirsty and crazy arc. It saves me from having to go there again. You walked into the slaughterhouse on your own initiative. Today, I will let you. Wang Lan's action of brewing endless killing moves came to an abrupt halt. Her murderous intent, which was about to burst out like a substance, seemed to be suddenly strangled by an invisible big hand and froze in an instant. All her thoughts, all her ideas, all her madness and hatred. The moment they see the face in front of them clearly, disappeared into thin air. What did she see? That was a young man. He stood there, his figure tall and straight, like a lone spear piercing the sky. The simple casual clothes he was wearing, spotless, formed the most extreme and absurd contrast with the bloody purgatory behind him. A few drops of crimson blood that did not belong to him splashed onto his handsome cheeks that were not like those of an ordinary person. Not only did it not destroy the perfection. On the contrary, it seemed to add a bit of weird and deadly demonic nature to a god walking among the human world. His eyes. Profound. Indifferent. It is like the darkness that encompasses the entire starry sky, and also like the abyss that can swallow all light. He just looked at her quietly. There was no pity, no fear, not even a trace of emotion in his eyes. It was as if her murderous intent, which was enough to tremble the heart and tremble the fear of an ordinary fourth-grade warrior, was nothing more than a tiny, gentle breeze. Time, at this moment, becomes extremely slow. Wang Lan's breathing stopped. Her heart skipped a beat, and then it started beating violently again at an unprecedented crazy speed. Bang! 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 The sound hurt her eardrums and made her whole body go weak. In my mind, the image of my brother who was torn into pieces was rapidly fading away. The overwhelming hatred and murderous intent, like ice and snow under the sun, melted away at an incredible speed. Everything is going away. In her world. In her field of vision. Deep in her soul. Only. The perfect face before my eyes was so handsome that it exceeded the limits of human imagination. An absurd, yet extremely clear thought that made her soul tremble was like the most overbearing brand, deeply engraved into the deepest part of her mind. Good. What a handsome boy. Chapter 65 Conquering Wang Lan. Wang Lan felt like her world was collapsing. No. Not a collapse. It's reshaping. The man in front of her is the only true God, the only core of her worldview, and the only fulcrum of her life. My brother's miserable condition? What is that? It was just a blurry, rapidly receding, insignificant bloody background. A murderous intent? What is that? It's just a ridiculous, childish thought that shouldn't exist. Her blood, which had just been boiling and roaring with extreme anger and hatred, now became docile and submissive in an instant, like a soldier meeting a king, flowing quietly through her limbs and bones, and even with a hint of joy and flattery. Her eyes, bloodshot due to madness, were losing their color at a speed visible to the naked eye. Instead, it's a kind of a light that she herself had never imagined would appear on her face, almost obsessive, fanatical, filled with endless admiration and possessiveness. You. Wang Lan's red lips opened slightly, as if she wanted to say something. But he found that his throat was as dry as a desert burned by fire. I couldn't utter a single word. She saw it. The man moved. His abyss-like eyes finally showed an imperceptible ripple. That's a kind of. It was like admiring the creation of a perfect work of art, revealing a faint, playful smile. He stepped forward and took another step. This step. It was as if he was stepping on Wang Lan's heart. Bang. Her tall and explosive body trembled violently. The last bit of strength that supported her standing seemed to be drained away in an instant. My legs went limp. Uncontrollably, he knelt down on the cold, blood-stained ground. She didn't even feel the pain of her knees hitting the ground. Because all the senses and all the mind have been completely taken away by the godlike figure that is slowly approaching. She knelt there. Like a most devout believer waiting for God's mercy. 5 hours later. It was still this cold basement filled with the mixed smell of blood and disinfectant. However, there seemed to be a hint of faint, decadent sweetness in the air. In the corner. The piece of rotten meat called Wang Tian had long since died, like a pile of industrial waste discarded at random, with no one paying attention to it. And on the only relatively clean interrogation chair in the middle of the basement, Qin Feng sat lazily, legs crossed, and in a casual posture. Nestled in his arms was a graceful figure that was totally out of place in this hellish environment. It was Wang Lan. Her well-tailored black professional suit was now wrinkled, and even a few buttons had broken off at some point, revealing a breathtaking white underneath. The black hair that was once tied into a meticulous bun now cascaded over his shoulders and chest like the smoothest black satin. That pretty face that was once as cold as an iceberg, now looked like a docile kitten, gently rubbing Qin Feng's neck. Her arms were tightly wrapped around Qin Feng's waist, as if she wanted to completely rub herself into this man's body and was unwilling to separate for a moment. The pair of bright eyes that once wore cold gold-rimmed glasses were now misty, and the corners of the eyes and eyebrows were filled with an obsession and attachment that was so thick that it seemed like water was about to drip out. He. Qin Feng's fingertips gently stroked Wang Lan's jade-smooth back, feeling the slight trembling coming from her body, and he couldn't help but sneer in his heart. How ironic. Before we met, I could feel the murderous aura from a long distance away, as if he wanted to eat me alive. What's the result? I fell in love with you at first sight. She loved him so much that she didn't even bother to look at the corpse of her own brother. He loved her so much that even his dignity and pride as the Lu family's chief steward were thrown away in an instant. I love him so much that I wish I could turn into a bone in his body. Succubus aura. It's really unreasonable and domineering. Qin Feng felt emotional. No matter if you are a fourth-grade warrior, no matter how vigorous your blood is, or how firm your will is. No matter how cold-blooded, rational, or unattainable you have been. As long as you are of the opposite sex. Just, look at me. Well, from that moment on, everything you have will belong to me. Your mind, your body, your soul. All, grasp it. Qin Feng's gaze fell on Wang Lan's extremely slender waist, which was tightly wrapped in her professional suit. His hand slid down and squeezed gently. The bones are clearly visible. Qin Feng's brows wrinkled slightly. Too thin. He spoke lightly, his voice was not loud, but it was like a thunder, exploding in Wang Lan's ears. Master. Wang Lan's body suddenly stiffened, and she raised her head cautiously. Her beautiful eyes were instantly filled with grievance and fear. Did she do something wrong? Is it something she did that displeased her master? It doesn't feel good. Qin Feng's voice was still calm, as if he was stating a very simple fact. These 4 words hurt Wang Lan more than the most vicious curse in the world. Her eyes suddenly turned red. Crystal clear tears were rolling in the eyes, but they stubbornly refused to fall, for fear of dirtying their owner's clothes. I'm sorry, master. Her voice was nasal and full of self-blame and regret. It's because Lanner practiced too hard in order to better protect the madam and the eldest daughter. In pursuit of ultimate speed and explosive power, I've always kept my body fat very low. I'm sorry, master, it's Lanner's fault I made master's hand feel uncomfortable. She explained incoherently, like a child who had done something wrong and was eager to prove herself to her parents. Seeing that look, Qin Feng laughed inwardly. Is this still the Lu family's steward who is decisive and ruthless and who makes the entire Jiancheng underground forces tremble in fear? This is simply. It's just a little kitten that is disliked by its owner and is about to cry. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth curled up in a playful arc. He stretched out his finger, gently lifted Wang Lan's pointed chin, and forced her to look at him. That. His voice had a magical power that could bewitch people. What should you do? Wang Lan's breathing suddenly stopped. She looked at Qin Feng's deep eyes that seemed to be able to swallow everything, and her mind went blank. How to do it? The master is asking me what I should do? This is the master giving me a chance. Give me a chance to make amends and please my master. This thought, like a flash of lightning, cut through her confused thoughts. Wang Lan's eyes suddenly lit up. That is a kind of brilliant light that comes from finding the ultimate goal of life. Lanner understands. She spoke hurriedly, her voice sounding a little anxious due to excitement, but extremely firm. Lanner, you must eat more from now on. Eat lots of nutritious food. Lanner will change her training methods. After training, she will seriously stretch and shape her body. Make her muscle lines softer and more beautiful. Lanner will make her body become plump. Become graceful. Make every time the master touches her, you will have the most perfect experience. She finished speaking in one breath, straightening her upper body, and the amazing curve of her chest seemed even more firm because of her movement. Her eyes are so burning and sincere. Master, please believe Lanner.
For the sake of the master's touch, Lana is willing to undergo any special training. As long as the master likes the look, Lana will definitely become that look. This moment.
In her world, there is no longer the Liu family, no eldest daughter, no responsibilities, and no past. The only creed is to please the man in front of me. The only meaning is to become the person this man likes the most. Looking at her fanatical and pious look, a satisfied smile finally appeared on Qin Feng's face.
Adjusted it.
Now, it's completely and thoroughly adjusted. From body to soul, everything is branded with his unique mark. Just when Qin Feng was feeling emotional, a cold, familiar mechanical prompt sound rang out in his mind on time.
Bite. Host's current status detected.
Determination of villain's behavior, double conquest of mind and body.
Target, Wang Lan, the Liu family's chief steward, a key plot character and one of the carriers of destiny. Degree of conquest, perfect.
Congratulations to the host for completely conquering the Liu family's chief steward, Wang Lan. Congratulations to the host, you have received the villain value reward, 100,000 points.
Chapter 66 God Level Lottery.
The cold mechanical sound slowly dissipated in Qin Feng's mind, like the last watermark left on the beach after the tide receded.
100,000 points.
There was a calmness in Qin Feng's eyes. Conquering Wang Lan, a peak 4th grade warrior and a tough guy who could make a child stop crying in the Jiangcheng underground world, only cost him 100,000 points. Although the judgment is perfect, this reward can only be said to be average. Obviously, in the system's evaluation system, Wang Lan's importance is far less than that of Lu Qinghuan, and may even be inferior to the Su sisters who have great luck.
But it doesn't matter. Qin Feng's fingertips moved away from Wang Lan's overly smooth back.
No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. What's more, the taste of this piece of meat seems to have great potential for development.
Onar.
Wang Lan in his arms seemed to feel the slight change in his movements, and her body stiffened again. Her raised eyes were filled with anxiety and uneasiness.
Like a pet that is afraid of being abandoned by its owner. Get up.
Qin Feng's voice was indifferent and distant. Clean yourself up, and then go get rid of the surveillance footage outside.
Yes, master. Wang Lan didn't hesitate at all, nor did he ask why.
The master's orders are the laws of heaven and the only meaning of her existence. She struggled and slipped off Qin Feng's knees. Her legs were a little weak due to the long period of kneeling and the subsequent intense surrender, but she still stood up as quickly as possible. She didn't dare to look at the pool of blood and flesh in the corner that was no longer in human form. That was her own brother.
No. That's not it.
It was just a damn, insignificant piece of junk that pissed off its owner. She didn't even dare to look at Qin Feng again, for fear that her obsessed eyes would tarnish the dignity of her master. After tidying up her messy dress, Wang Lan bowed deeply.
Lana, obey your command.
Then, with steps that still seemed a little shaky, she turned around and walked out of the basement that had reshaped her soul. Finally, Qin Feng was the only one left in the entire space. And the blurred pile of flesh and blood in the corner, and the strange sweet fragrance that has not yet dissipated in the air. Qin Feng closed his eyes.
My mind was immersed in the system interface.
It was a virtual screen that only he could see, full of technology and fantasy beauty. And at the very top of the screen, a string of numbers was flashing a faint, alluring light.
Current villain value, 1,075,000. 1,075,000 points.
This is all the wealth he has accumulated over the past few days since he traveled through time and space by repeatedly suppressing the protagonist Yi Fan, plundering his luck, and subduing key plot characters.
From the initial hundreds and thousands to tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands later.
Until just now, the 100,000 points contributed by Wang Lan finally made this number break through the 1 million mark. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth curled up in an imperceptible arc. He has been waiting for this day for a long time. The system's mall is full of various items, including skills, elixirs, magic weapons, and everything else. But what he values most is always the function that is full of infinite possibilities.
Lottery.
The system's lottery is divided into 4 levels. The primary lottery consumes 1,000 villain points and can draw some ordinary elixirs or basic martial arts. Intermediate lottery consumes 10,000 villain points and has a chance to draw high-grade elixirs or rare skills. Advanced lottery consumes 100,000 villain points, and the guaranteed prize is a spiritual weapon-level treasure, and you can even draw out a powerful bloodline or special physique. And above these 3 levels, there is another, legendary level. God-level lottery. Consume a full 1 million villain points. One lottery draw would consume almost all of his savings. The risk is huge. But Qin Feng didn't hesitate for even a second. Fortune and wealth are achieved through risk. Traveling through time and space to become a villain is a gamble. Being hesitant and timid is not a villain, it's a clown. What he wanted was the most top-level, most unreasonable, and God-level reward that would allow him to completely crush everything. System. Qin Feng's thoughts turned into an order in his mind, cold and resolute. Conduct a God-level lottery. Buzz. A buzzing sound that seemed to come from the beginning of the universe suddenly exploded in his spiritual world. The virtual screen in front of him shattered instantly, turning into billions of bright stars. Then, these starlights quickly condensed and formed an unimaginably huge, ancient, and gorgeous roulette wheel in the depths of his consciousness. The roulette wheel had a platinum color that was neither gold nor jade, and was engraved with countless extremely complex and mysterious divine patterns that contained great truths. The roulette wheel is divided into countless areas, and each area flashes with light of a different color. Red represents the offensive artifact that can destroy the world. Blue represents the auxiliary magical power of reversing time and space. Green represents the supreme elixir that can bring the dead back to life. Purple represents the ancient bloodline that is powerful enough to reshape one's bones. Among these myriad colors, there is one that is the most dazzling and noble. That is pure, as if it is the origin of all things and the destination of all beings, the color of chaos. Qin Feng's heart beat violently, uncontrollably. He knows. That is my only goal. Start. Following his order, the huge platinum roulette wheel spun with a loud bang. Quick. Too fast. It was so fast that Qin Feng's thoughts could hardly catch up. Lights of countless colors transformed into an extremely brilliant rainbow light band in his consciousness, as if it was going to completely devour his soul. Time loses its meaning at this moment. I don't know how long it took. Maybe it's a moment, maybe it's 10,000 years. The madly spinning wheel finally began to slow down. The pointer passed through the dazzling red. Then slowly, it passed by that deep blue. Final. Under Qin Feng's almost frozen gaze. Click. A soft sound. The pointer stopped steadily on the chaotic area that he desired the most. The next moment, the entire roulette wheel collapsed with a loud bang. All the light, all the divine patterns, turned into 2 extremely pure chaotic air currents, like 2 real dragons returning to their nest, rushing into his mind madly. Bite. This time, the system prompt sound was no longer a cold mechanical sound. It is a kind of grand and solemn resonance that is like the sound of heaven. Congratulations to the host, for triggering the God-level probability and obtaining a mythical unique reward. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Hongmeng Yansalu, fragment. Introduction. At the dawn of chaos, the great Tao manifested. This artifact is the embodiment of the fundamental laws governing the cosmic reproduction and inheritance. Harmonize your life with those of the opposite sex with special fates to plunder their essence and seize their luck. Based on their qualifications, you can receive special rewards, including but not limited to cultivation, techniques, bloodlines, and magical powers. Note, this is a fragment, and its functions are not yet complete. Please try your best to complete it. The record of Hongmeng's successors? Great harmony of life? Qin Feng's pupils suddenly contracted. This fucking. Isn't it just the Supreme Pro Max Plus version of the dual cultivation technique? Moreover, listening to the introduction, the level of this thing is frighteningly high. Chaos, the great Tao, the laws of the universe. Even if it is just a fragment, it is definitely a treasure of heaven-defying level.
However, before he could recover from this huge surprise, the second, equally grand heavenly sound followed.
Congratulations to the host for receiving a unique mythical reward. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Eye of True Vision.
Introduction: see through illusions and gain insight into the true nature. This is the authority to control the truth. You can view all surface and deep information about the target. Boom!
A cool and domineering force instantly surged into Qin Feng's eyes. Before his eyes, the world seemed to be analyzed and digitized in an instant.
Everything has become different.
Qin Feng suddenly opened his eyes and subconsciously looked towards the door of the basement. Wang Lan was standing there respectfully, head lowered, waiting for his next instruction. And in Qin Feng's vision, a translucent virtual information box that only he could see suddenly popped up above Wang Lan's head.
Name: Wang Lan. Age: 32.
Identity: Lu family's chief steward, formerly Qin Feng's servant, currently.
Realm: peak 4th rank warrior.
Past experience: born in a Jiangcheng orphanage, he was adopted by Lu Pingfeng at the age of 10 and considers the Lu family his adopted parents. To repay their kindness, he practiced the Lu family's secret killing technique, 7 shadow killing styles, sacrificing some of his potential energy and blood in pursuit of ultimate explosive power, leaving his body in a state of constant depletion. He possesses a cold personality, ruthless methods, and unwavering loyalty. Relationship with the protagonist Yifan: no direct intersection, one of the obstacles that the protagonist needs to eliminate in the future.
Appearance score: 92, iceberg beauty, temperament bonus.
Body score: 88, perfect skeleton, but too low body fat percentage, slightly shriveled, needs to be developed.
Overall rating: A. Oh my god.
A huge wave rose in Qin Feng's heart. This Eye of True Vision can do more than just see through illusions.
This is simply a humanoid self-propelled external detector. Name, identity, realm: these are just the basics.
Even the other party's past, cultivation method, physical condition, and even potential relationship with the protagonist Yifan were analyzed clearly. What's even more outrageous is this rating system.
Appearance, figure, and even the final comprehensive rating. S, A, B, C, D. Clear, intuitive, and easy to understand. Qin Feng's breathing couldn't help but quicken.
A thought, like a lightning that cuts through the darkness, exploded in his mind. He suddenly linked the functions of the 2 god-level rewards together.
Hongmeng Yanxi Lu.
Harmonize your life with someone of the opposite sex who has a special destiny, and you can receive rewards based on their qualifications.
This qualification, doesn't it mean? Isn't this the comprehensive rating determined by the Eye of True Vision? A-level Wang Lan.
What kind of reward will you get if you achieve life harmony with her?
So,
what about Lu Qinghuan, who was initially controlled by me with the Succubus aura and whose rating will only be higher than Wang Lan?
And what about senior sister Sun Yue?
She is the daughter of a 6th grade divine mind master who inherited the perfect genes of instructor Sun Heroine.
What about the most beautiful sisters in the world, the protagonist Yifan's mother Su Wanqiu and aunt Su Wanqing? What will their ratings be? S. Still. A higher existence beyond S rank? Once with them, Qin Feng almost didn't dare to think further. How generous will the reward be? How can these be 2 god-level rewards?
This is clearly a set of complementary and ultimate plunder upgrade packages specially tailored for him. First, use Eye of True Vision to screen the target and lock on the high-rated prey. Then use Succubus aura to conduct mental control and break down its will to resist. Finally, use the Hongmeng Yansilu to carry out the final and most thorough plunder of the origin.
Perfect. This is simply.
It is the most perfect closed loop for villain development in the world.
An unprecedented, scorching light burst out from Qin Feng's eyes.
His gaze once again fell on the graceful figure standing respectfully at the door.
Now,
Wang Lan's meaning in his eyes has completely changed. She was no longer just a conquered, submissive, beautiful nymphomaniac.
She is his.
The first one, rated A-, is precious and can be used to test new features.
Human treasure chest. Chapter 67 Rewards.
Qin Feng's gaze was like a hawk locking onto its prey, scorching and full of aggression. The A-, rating that popped up in his eyes was like a burning iron, deeply imprinted in his heart.
Humanoid treasure chest. Yes.
From this moment on, Wang Lan was no longer just a slave in his mind. She is the first and most important piece on his path to becoming stronger, the touchstone. Just as Qin Feng's thoughts were surging in his mind and he could hardly hold back, he immediately wanted to verify the miraculous effect of Hongmeng Yansalu.
Bite.
The long-lost, cold, emotionless system prompt sound once again rang in his mind without any warning.
This time, it's no longer a bonus prompt. But mission released.
It has been detected that the host has successfully bound and activated the mythical core item Hongmeng Yansalu.
Core guidance tasks are now released, mandatory acceptance. Task name, score a brace.
Mission content, conduct a complete, in-depth life harmony ritual that touches upon the essence of life and resonates with the soul with the designated prey Wang Lan, who is rated no lower than A. Task requirements, the host must lead and complete the entire process, ensuring that both parties' life energies complete their initial fusion cycle and activate the technique's origin mark.
Task time limit, 24 hours, starting from acceptance. Quest reward, Divine Weapon, Slaughter, rank A.
Following closely behind was a detailed description of the divine weapon called Slaughter. The text seemed more than a simple description, instead, it carried the piercing sound of metal rubbing against each other, the strong smell of blood, and the chilling murderous intent that directly imprinted itself on his perception. Divine weapon description, forged from 1,000-year-old black iron fallen from deep space, this weapon is forged from the essence and unyielding resentment of hundreds of high-ranking alien races, including abyssal flame demons, void shadow beasts, and earth-splitting dragon rhinos. Humanity's last remaining Grandmaster weapon refiner, Oyezi, painstakingly dedicated 3 years to this craft, pouring his own blood and savagery day and night into its creation. Its sharp edge can silently sever even metal and jade, its murderous aura can spontaneously shock the very souls of all beings. This weapon, embodying the principles of slaughter, is indestructible and unstoppable, growing stronger with the blood it drinks. Only a grandmaster of unwavering resolve and a surging bloodline like a river can truly master its ferocious power. Wielding it forcefully will only lead to backlash and soul-destroying consequences.
Divine Weapon. Massacre. A peerless weapon that only a master with a strong will is qualified to touch, and may even backfire on its master? On the path of a warrior, chi and blood are the bones, skills are the veins, and a handy and powerful weapon is the deadly fang that tears through all obstacles, reaps the lives of powerful enemies, and leads to the other side of victory. A sharp iron weapon may give a warrior a bit more courage. A precious weapon that contains spiritual power is enough to increase combat power by several times. And an existence that is dubbed as a divine weapon has already surpassed the scope of simple amplification. That is a qualitative change. It's a crushing realm. It is a myth and legend that low-level warriors admire their entire lives but cannot even reach. System. How could they directly use such a priceless treasure, enough to cause bloodshed and be coveted by countless grandmasters, as a reward for a novice orientation mission? The burning heat in Qin Feng's eyes instantly turned into a raging flame that burned everything. An indescribable electric current of excitement shot straight from the tail end of his spine to the top of his head, causing all the muscles in his body to tense and tremble slightly. He could even clearly feel that his blood, like ignited lava, was burning and flowing excitedly and madly. No more hesitation. No more nonsense. The slight fear of Lu Pingfeng's possible return was as fragile as a bubble in the face of the unparalleled edge of slaughter and the temptation of his own explosive power, and it shattered at the slightest touch. He slowly stood up. He walked towards the door step by step. The footsteps were extremely clear in the silent basement, and every step seemed to be stepping on Wang Lan's heart. Walking towards that person, because of his rising movement in the approaching shadow, he subconsciously lowered his head, his thin body trembling slightly, like a graceful figure like a fallen leaf in a storm. Master, master. Wang Lan's voice was as thin as a mosquito's whisper, thick with a nasal twang and an uncontrollable tremor of fear. She didn't dare look up,
only to see the pair of feet in black tactical boots stop just inches in front of her. The cold, oppressive feeling nearly suffocated her.
Qin Feng did not answer. He didn't even make any sound.
He simply extended a hand with distinct joints, containing explosive strength, and with an irresistible and unquestionable domineering force, which accurately and lightly lifted her chin, which had beautiful lines but was now cold. The roughness of the fingertips formed a sharp contrast with the delicate skin, and the slightly cool touch made Wang Lan tremble violently. The force forced her to raise her head. I was forced to face those eyes, so close that they seemed to contain an entire rotating nebula and were so deep that they could suck my soul in.
Their eyes met. Wang Lan's pupils lost focus in an instant.
In those eyes, she saw desire, invasion, and a domineering attitude that was enough to melt her completely. Qin Feng picked up her body, which had instantly become extremely stiff due to shock and ecstasy, by the waist, turned around, and strode towards the restroom deeper in the basement. That place was originally where Lu Pingfeng would occasionally retreat and rest.
And tonight, it will become
the first trial field for the mythical level martial arts.
3 hours.
3 long hours, as if they had lasted a century. When the first pale and weak ray of morning light, carrying a breath of new life, struggled to penetrate the narrow, dusty air vent in the basement, piercing the darkness in the room like a sharp sword, casting a mottled and distorted light and shadow on the cold and rough concrete floor.
Everything is settled.
Qin Feng, with his upper body naked and as sturdy as a jade sculpture that had been tempered 1,000 times, sat lazily and contentedly on the deep end of the large, cold black leather sofa. His posture was relaxed, with a sense of satisfaction as if he had just feasted on top-notch delicacies, and an absolute calmness as if he had the whole world in his control. The wheat-colored skin exudes a restrained yet powerful luster in the dim light, and the lines of each muscle appear smoother and fuller, as if it has undergone some kind of invisible, reborn tempering and sublimation, containing explosive power, yet restrained and deep. In his arms, nestled a body as soft as jade, with breathtakingly exquisite curves, but at this moment, it seemed particularly pliable and fragile. Wang Lan. She was sleeping soundly, or rather, she had completely fainted. Her messy black hair spread like seaweed on Qin Feng's solid chest and the back of the sofa, covering half of her face. On the exposed half of her face, there was still a flush as strong as the sunset, the result of the interweaving of extreme joy and extreme pain. Her long eyelashes were like butterfly wings wet by rain, sticking together wetly, and trembling very slightly with her weak and steady breathing. At the corners of the eyes, 2 dried tear marks and a few newly condensed teardrops like crystal beads were clearly visible. Her perfect skeleton seemed to be injected with new and vigorous vitality. The body, which had originally appeared a little thin and shriveled due to excessive exploitation of potential training, seemed to have become a little plumper, outlining a more thrilling curve. The skin, which was originally slightly pale, now exudes an unprecedented lustrous luster, like the finest white jade stained in the moonlight. It is so delicate that not a single pore can be seen, as if a slight touch would leave a fingerprint. This change is the most intuitive and attractive external manifestation of the deep nourishment of the origin of life. As for Qin Feng, what he gained was far more than just this visual feast. Just as his mind calmed down and he silently felt the unprecedented energy and blood power in his body that was as strong as the surging river. Bite. That familiar system prompt tone, as cold as a machine but like the bell of fate, echoed again in the depths of his mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the guided mission, scoring twice. Mission verification, perfect. Life energy integration, 97.8%, soul resonance trigger, weak. Conducting an in-depth analysis of the origin of prey. Wang Lan analysis completed. The plundering mechanism is activated. Congratulations to the host for successfully plundering part of Wang Lan's life force. Congratulations to the host, your chi and blood strength has been permanently increased by 200 calories. Current chi and blood total, approximately 1,850 calories. Congratulations to the host, you have successfully copied the skill, Shadow Kill 7 Styles, Mastery Level. This skill has been integrated with the host's existing combat experience. Congratulations to the host, you have successfully plundered the talent, Combat Intuition, Basic. Passively improves your ability to predict danger and grasp the rhythm of battle. The mission reward divine weapon, Slaughter, Grade A, has been sent to the system's exclusive space.
Please use your mind to access it at any time.
A series of system prompt sounds, which were cold yet contained a sense of supreme power, exploded in Qin Feng's mind like a string of cannonballs. An indescribable warmth instantly surged through the whole body, and every limb seemed to be immersed in a warm spiritual spring. Every cell was cheering and greedily absorbing the tremendous energy and blood that gushed out of thin air. The muscle fibers became tighter, and a faint humming sound came from the bones, as if they had become tougher. In his mind, all the subtle changes, force techniques, and stealth secrets of the 7 shadow killing styles emerged clearly like a brand, and quickly merged with his past combat experience, as if he had practiced it for 10 years. At the same time, an indescribable sense of sharpness spread out. The flow of the surrounding air, the trajectory of the falling dust, and even the extremely subtle sound of dripping water in the pipes outside the door became clearer than ever before. The whole world seemed to be wiped off a layer of gauze in his perception, becoming more real and controllable. This was the initial experience brought by combat intuition. Make money. Make a fortune. It's simply huge profits with no investment. Wang Lan, who was at the A level, had a great harmony of life that penetrated deep into his bones. Not only did his qi and blood surge by 200 calories, allowing him to cross an important threshold in one fell swoop, but it also allowed him to copy the opponent's secret killing technique that had been practiced for nearly 20 years and was soaked in blood and sweat, and even gave him an extremely practical combat talent. This Hongmeng Yanxi Lu, this heaven-defying technique of plundering the essence and turning others into one's own. Simply so overbearing and unreasonable. So powerful and terrifying. Chapter 68 Divine Weapon. The mind moved slightly. Buzz clang. A chilling and sharp feeling that came from the 9 netherworlds of hell, with the coldness that could cut through the soul and freeze the mind, appeared out of nowhere. The sound of the sword is a declaration, a roar, and the awakening of the evil spirit that has been silent for thousands of years. The next moment. In front of Qin Feng's clenched right palm, the space seemed unable to withstand the invisible pressure and suddenly twisted and rippled. Like a calm lake into which a huge rock was thrown, ripples rapidly spread out from his fist. The air in the lounge seemed to be instantly sucked out, then suddenly filled with a heavy, sticky substance. The light flickered strangely, and the shadows in the corners of the walls moved and stretched like living things. The buzzing continues. An extremely deep black color that seemed to be able to swallow all light suddenly erupted from the twisted core of space. A long sword that was completely black, with a simple and heavy shape, but exuding a ferocious and murderous aura, appeared out of thin air in Qin Feng's clenched right palm. As soon as the knife appeared, the temperature in the entire lounge dropped sharply. A thin layer of white frost instantly formed on the walls, ceiling, and even the alloy floor. The fine ice crystals reflected a cold light under the light. The air seemed to have frozen into ice, and every breath was bitingly cold. The knife is 3 feet and 9 inches long. Contrary to common sense, it abandons the smoothness of the traditional curved blade. The blade is as straight as a black jade ruler. However, just 1/3 of the way to the tip of the knife, it suddenly turned without any warning at a sharp angle full of weird beauty. That arc is very much like the deadly tail hook of a scorpion lurking in the darkness, ready to strike, gathering the instantaneous explosive power waiting to pierce its prey. The blade was a pure, bottomless inky black, as if forged from the core of eternal night. It didn't just absorb light, it seemed to actively devour all the brightness and warmth around it. Upon reaching it, a chilling suction surged from the depths of the soul, dragging it into an endless abyss. The gaze felt glued to it, impossible to move away. And on this all-consuming ink-colored base, countless dark red lines as thin as hair but extremely clear, like the blood vessels of a living thing, densely spread across the entire blade. At this moment, these dark red lines were flickering in a very strange and rhythmic manner along with the surging blood and heartbeat in Qin Feng's body. The scarlet light flickered in and out, like the long and dangerous breaths of some ancient beast in deep sleep. Every time it flickered, the chill and murderous aura around it grew thicker. Cold. Bloodthirsty. Violent. Destructive. An overwhelming and unstoppable murderous aura, as tangible as a substance, erupted with the long sword as the center, like an invisible tsunami. The invisible shock wave slammed into the walls of the lounge, making a dull buzzing sound. The air was filled with a thick, hallucinatory smell of rust and blood, nauseating and heart-pounding. Even in his sleep, Wang Lan, who was in his arms, instinctively shuddered, his brow furrowed. Just by holding it, Qin Feng felt that the blood in his body was like seawater thrown into boiling oil, boiling and roaring uncontrollably. The blood vessels were dilated and the muscle fibers were cheering. A primitive impulse from the source of life, wanting to tear apart everything in front of him, destroy all order, and slaughter all things, was like a torrent that broke through the dam. It flowed along the icy cold handle covered with fine non-slip scales, and violently impacted the dam of his tenacious will. The blade seemed to be whispering, tempting, and eager to drink blood. "Nice knife." A low sigh of admiration rolled out of Qin Feng's throat, but then, a sharper light burst out from his eyes. "No. It's a murderous weapon. It's a peerless weapon designed only for killing. It's slaughter." His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, and he instantly locked onto the wall on one side of the lounge, which was made of a high-strength vibranium alloy known as the Warrior's Barrier. This wall is more than half a meter thick. Theoretically, it is strong enough to withstand the continuous bombardment of heavy armor-piercing bullets. Even if a fifth-grade warrior attacks with all his strength, it is difficult to leave a deep mark on it. It is the core barrier of the safe house and a symbol of absolute defense. Qin Feng didn't activate the surging qi and blood within his dantian, nor did he employ any of the exquisitely crafted 7 shadow killing styles that had just been imprinted in his mind. He simply relied on the physical strength that had been stimulated and greatly activated by the fierce weapon. With casual and even nonchalant understatement, he gripped the icy handle of slaughter which seemed to be integrated with his palm and slashed it horizontally towards the indestructible vibranium alloy wall. The movements are effortless and freehand, like brushing off a speck of dust on the table, or like a painter casually painting. Where the blade passes. Sizzle. There was a sound so slight that it was almost inaudible, like a hot knife cutting into the finest solidified butter. There was no earth-shattering collision as imagined. No sparks flying. No more jarring noises from twisted metal. The theoretically indestructible vibranium alloy wall, where the night-deep blade of slaughter passed, was like encountering the universe's ultimate sharp snow, being cut through instantly without any hindrance. The whole process was so smooth that it was terrifying. A terrifying gap more than 2 meters long and half a foot deep, like the gaping mouth of a giant beast from the abyss, suddenly appeared on the wall. The cut is as smooth as a mirror. There was not even a trace of molten metal on the mirror-like cross-section, as if the molecular structure of the wall was completely annihilated or separated by some incomprehensible force the moment the blade touched it. Fear. So scary. He had no doubt. With his current solid foundation at the early 4th stage, coupled with the divine weapon slaughter in his hand that possessed the power to sever all things, and the exquisite, ruthless, and deadly 7 shadow killing styles in his mind. Within the same realm, he would sweep away all opponents and remain absolutely invincible. Peak 4th stage? They would probably be nothing more than chickens and pottery dogs in front of him. Even. Qin Feng's eyes gleamed with brilliance, and a strong fighting spirit rushed straight to his head. Even if I encounter a true 5th-grade warrior, one who has tempered his internal organs, whose qi and blood are as vigorous as the Yangtze River and whose vitality is tenacious. With this sword and this skill, I am definitely capable of fighting. Who will win is still to be seen. At that moment, the warm and soft jade in his arms uttered a contented and lazy moan, like a cat just waking up. Wang Lan's long eyelashes trembled a few times, and he slowly opened his misty eyes. "Oh nar." Her voice was hoarse, like silk polished with sandpaper, with a laziness that revealed immense awe and unwavering concern. She was keenly aware of the frightening cold murderous aura lingering in the lounge, the faint metallic sharpness in the air, and the shockingly large gap in the wall. This instantly sobered her up. Wang Lan seemed to have thought of some extremely important and urgent news. The blush on her face quickly faded, replaced by an unprecedented solemnity. She raised her head slightly, looked into Qin Feng's deep eyes, and her tone instantly became extremely serious. "Master, the eldest lady's aunt Wu Huayu may be returning from the military front in the next 2 days." "Oh. Lu Qinghuan's aunt? Wu Huayu.
Fragments of the original work's memory surged rapidly.
In my impression, this seems to be a supporting role that appears for a very short time, acts more like a catalyst to promote a certain plot, and then soon dies unexpectedly due to being involved in a conflict?
Details about her are vague.
Wang Lan had no idea that his master was quickly searching through his vague memories. She saw Qin Feng's expression, which seemed to show a hint of disapproval, and she became even more anxious. She knew full well that Wu Huayu's terrifying power was far beyond the few words in the original novel. She had to make her master truly take her seriously.
Master, you must not underestimate her. She and the eldest lady's mother, Wu Huayan, are completely different people. The difference is like heaven and earth. Wu Huayan is greedy for pleasure, obsessed with power and luxury.
He only has the realm built up by his family, but his mind is not on the right path of martial arts, and his foundation is superficial.
But Wu Huayu is different. Completely different. She's a true madman. A war machine that defies common sense.
Her realm may be only the peak of the 5th rank, but she's an iron-blooded warrior who has fought her way out of the front lines of a battlefield littered with mountains of blood and bones, leaving bloody footprints behind. Every ounce of her strength is soaked in the blood of her enemies and her own will. She's a monster born for battle and killing.
Wu Huayan isn't even worthy of carrying her shoes. A 5th-grade iron-blooded warrior?
A playful smile appeared on the corner of Qin Feng's mouth.
5th rank, so what?
Now, he holds the magic weapon in his hand, but is worried about not having a suitable target to test the power of slaughter.
He let out a disapproving chuckle.
The strong confidence and disdain contained in that laughter made Wang Lan's heart tremble. She knew how powerful her master was, unfathomable.
But that person is really too special.
She gritted her teeth, as if she had made up her mind, and told a deeper secret. Master, Wu Huayu's own strength is indeed terrifying, but this is not what makes her most feared.
But her master.
She spoke each word with such intensity that each syllable weighed heavily. Her master is one of the 3 supreme giants of the Chinese military, and one of the most proud and respected disciples under the tutelage of Sky-supporting General.
The name Heavenly General exploded in Qin Feng's mind like thunder.
He was a legendary figure standing at the pinnacle of China and even the world, the pillar of the military.
Wang Lan's voice trembled as she continued to drop even more terrifying bombs. That's a real, genuine.
A peak 6th grade, half-step grandmaster, a spiritual mind master.
A spiritualist? Qin Feng frowned. And he is a spiritual master at the grandmaster level? Psychics are the most mysterious, strangest, and most feared existence in the world of warriors. They major in spiritual power, and their methods are ever-changing. They can kill people invisibly and are impossible to guard against. Warriors of the same level are often at an absolute disadvantage when facing spiritualists.
What's more, he was peak 6th rank.
Half-step grandmaster.
What beings like that are best at is refining various spiritual treasures that can protect the soul and resist mental attacks.
Their effectiveness far exceeds ordinary mental defense secrets.
As his most beloved disciple, Wu Huayu was very likely wearing a high-level protective magic treasure crafted by her master himself, capable of perfectly resisting, and even rebounding, all divine thoughts.
Rebound the divine thought attack?
A 6th rank peak spiritualist, a high-level soul-protecting spiritual treasure that repel divine thoughts. Each of these words carries a weight of more than 1,000 pounds.
Chapter 69 Wu Huayu. High-level spiritual treasure? Resist. Divine thought impact?
The amusement and contempt in Qin Feng's eyes disappeared without a trace in an instant.
Instead, there was an unprecedented, aggressive excitement.
His succubus aura is, in essence, a supreme and irresistible law of divine consciousness.
It can easily break down anyone's defenses and distort anyone's will.
This is his biggest trump card that has always been effective since he traveled through time.
And now,
Wang Lan told him,
is there someone who might be able to resist this trump card?
Qin Feng slowly licked his dry lips with the tip of his tongue. His gaze seemed to penetrate the layers of steel and concrete, looking towards a distant, unknown direction.
That feeling.
It was like a god who was used to using dimensionality reduction to slaughter ants. Finally, in his hunting ground, he found someone who also held a divine weapon.
Fun, new toy. Interesting.
Qin Feng's fingers, gripping the handle of the slaughter knife, turned slightly white due to the force applied from his excitement.
Is the first person who can resist my succubus aura finally going to appear? His low muttering was like the devil's sigh, slowly echoing in the silent basement. That's not fear. It's not a retreat. Quite the opposite.
It is a kind of extreme excitement that rises from deep within the hunter's bones when he finds a prey of equal strength.
His succubus aura is the law.
It is the law of nature. Since crossing over, everything has been successful. Whether it was Yifan's mother Su Wanqiu, the proud daughter of the Lu family Lu Qinghuan, or Sun Yue, a disciple of the 6th grade peak divine mind master. Without exception, all sank. Their will, their emotions, everything about them, were easily distorted and reshaped under this halo, and eventually turned into the most fanatical worship and belief in him.
This is a dimensionality reduction attack.
It is a kind of unreasonable crushing of mortals by gods. And now, Wu Huayu mentioned by Wang Lan, and the half-step grandmaster level spiritual master behind her, were like a stone thrown into the hunting ground dominated by him, which was enough to stir up huge waves.
High-level spiritual treasure? Can it resist the impact of divine thoughts?
Qin Feng smiled. That smile was cold, yet filled with unspeakable greed. It was like a tiger that was used to eating lambs in captivity, and finally smelled the scent of an equally ferocious beast coming from the depths of the primitive jungle.
Challenge? No. For him, this is a higher level of food. Once this so-called iron-blooded warrior Wu Huayu is completely conquered. Once even the high-level spiritual treasure that was powerful enough to resist divine thoughts became ineffective under his aura. What kind of horrific feedback would he receive?
Qin Feng's heart was beating violently like a war drum. He had even begun to look forward to meeting Wu Huayu.
But, excitement is excitement. Qin Feng's mind became extremely clear in an instant.
When a lion fights a rabbit, it uses all its strength. What's more, the target this time is a female leopard armed to the teeth.
He needs become stronger.
Strong enough to ignore any conspiracy or tricks, any so-called spiritual treasure, and crush everything with absolute power.
How to become stronger?
Qin Feng's gaze slowly dropped. He looked at the perfect body in his arms, which was trembling slightly because of the terrifying aura emanating from him.
Wang Lan. A- grade prey.
Just now, just a double goal brought him a 200-calorie increase in Qi and blood, a set of mastery-level killing techniques, and a primary combat talent.
This is just the beginning.
In Qin Feng's mind, the ancient golden pages of Hongmeng Yansalu were turning slowly and silently.
There is only one core mystery. Reproduction. Sowing. The great harmony and cycle of life. Every in-depth communication with a high-rated prey is a plunder and an evolution.
This is his greatest asset to make a living and conquer everything. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth curled up into an evil arc. Several beautiful figures emerged involuntarily in his mind.
Su Wanqiu still has her charm and mature charm.
Su Wanqing is young, cute, but also has charming eyes. The mother and daughter who had been completely manipulated by him, their ratings were no lower than Wang Lan's.
Especially Su Wanqiu, that's a real A+ grade. If I could be with her.
Qin Feng's breathing became heavier. There is also his senior sister, Sun Yue, who has completely opened her heart to him and even offered her loyalty. A 4th grade mind master, he inherited the perfect qualities of his mother Sun Yurong. Even Qin Feng was shocked by her exaggerated curves. Her rating is also as high as a level.
Not to mention Lu Qinghuan.
The eldest daughter of the Lu family, who had originally looked down on him, was now under the influence of him. As long as he beckoned her fingers, she would pounce on him like a puppy, wagging her tail.
S-level.
She is the highest-rated prey Qin Feng has ever seen.
He. Qin Feng couldn't help but laugh softly. It seems that I will be busy in the near future. Whether it is to suppress the protagonist Yi Fan's luck or to plunder more villain points. Or is it for? From these top-level human-shaped treasure chests, squeeze out the extremely incredible rewards of Hongmeng Yansalu. He must forge ahead courageously and work tirelessly on this broad road of the great cycle of life. Certainly. In addition to this shortcut, one's own hard power is also of paramount importance. Chapter 70 Absolute Loyalty. Qin Feng's mind moved, and he called up his attribute panel. Host, Qin Feng. Realm, 4th grade early stage warrior, health, 1655 calories/2000 calories. Spiritual power, 399 Hz, level 3 peak. 1655 cards. It's only less than 350 calories of chi and blood away from the 2000 calories of the 4th grade peak. Once his chi and blood are complete, he can begin to connect the bridges of the 5 internal organs, temper his internal organs, and formally attack. 5th level realm. Although there is only one word difference between the 4th grade and the 5th grade, there is a world of difference between them. The 4th level, tempering the internal organs, the power of chi and blood, begins to turn from the outside to the inside, endlessly. As for the 5th grade, it is to temper the 6 internal organs, reshape the meridians, and make the chi and blood as vigorous as the rivers and seas. At that point, every gesture and movement has immense power. All below the Grandmaster are ants. This sentence is not just talk. In the eyes of a true master, warriors below the 6th rank are no different in essence from ants. The 5th rank is the first step towards the inhuman realm. It is the key step to escape the realm of ants. There was a glimmer of ambition in Qin Feng's eyes. In more than half a month, the new semester at Wuhan University in Jiangcheng will begin. By then, when he enters his sophomore year, he will be qualified to enter the cave and explore the secret realm. There are endless resources for cultivation. There are natural treasures, high-level exotic beasts, opportunities, and adventures. That was the true starting point for Yi Fan, the protagonist of the original novel, to soar to the sky. And now, all of this will belong to him, Qin Feng. But if you want to firmly grasp those resources and opportunities in your own hands, there is only one prerequisite. That is strength. Absolute strength that crushes everything. 5th grade. 6th grade. And even the realm of Grandmaster. Only by reaching the Grandmaster level can one have the real say in this world of high martial arts. Only then did I begin to escape the fate of being a chess piece. Call. Qin Feng let out a long breath. The burning energy and blood in my chest, which had been surging due to my infinite longing for the future, slowly calmed down. He told himself, "Don't worry. Take it one step at a time." He has a system and a mythical skill called Hongmeng Yansalu in his hands, which gives him a deeper understanding of the plot of the entire world. Becoming invincible is just a matter of time. What we need to do now is to proceed steadily and maximize the immediate benefits. Just when Qin Feng adjusted his mentality and his thoughts returned to reality, his eyes inadvertently swept across the corner of the basement. There seems to be another person? Qin Feng raised his brows slightly. Only then did he remember. Before the 3-hour friendly exchange between him and Wang Lan, there seemed to be an audience here. One of them was a blind scum who had been kicked unconscious by him a long time ago. Wang Lan's. My younger brother, Wang Tian. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth curled up into a playful, cruel smile. He lowered his head. The hand that had just held the magical weapon slaughter now gently pinched the warm and smooth soft flesh on Wang Lan's waist in an extremely intimate manner. The delicate body in his arms trembled slightly as if struck by lightning. Wang Lan's blurry eyes slowly opened, looking at his master with a hint of laziness and attachment. "Oh nar." Her voice was so soft that it seemed as if water could be squeezed out of it. Qin Feng didn't say anything. He simply raised his chin slightly towards the figure in the corner, lying on the ground like a dead dog. "Your brother is still here." His voice was as calm as water, without any emotion. How do you want to deal with it?
These understated words, when heard by Wang Lan, were like thunder from the sky.
Her body stiffened instantly. The blush and confusion on her face disappeared completely in an instant. Instead, there was a deathly paleness. Younger brother. Wang Tian.
Only then did she remember that her own brother had been here all the time.
What did he see?
What did you hear?
No. It doesn't matter anymore. None of this matters anymore.
Wang Lan's breathing became extremely rapid, and his chest heaved violently. She suddenly raised her head and met Qin Feng's eyes, which were as deep as the abyss and seemed to be able to see through everything.
She didn't see any murderous intent or any hints in it. Some are just indifferent. One way is to leave the decision-making power entirely to her, absolutely and indifferently. This is a test.
The master is testing her. Test her loyalty. A test to see if she had completely cut off her past and become his slave wholeheartedly.
If I cannot pass the master's test, then I will not be able to gain the master's favor. In an instant, Wang Lan figured out all the tricks.
Her eyes changed. The last bit of hesitation and struggle belonging to the independent individual Wang Lan was completely crushed, burned, and turned into ashes. What replaced it was a kind of cold, absolute, crazy loyalty. She slowly stood up from Qin Feng's arms. That perfect, naked body just knelt calmly in front of Qin Feng. She lowered her eyes and her gaze fell on the figure in the corner. That face, the one she had been with day and night for more than 20 years, the face that was connected to her by blood. In her pupils, only 2 words were reflected. Hidden dangers. Yes. Anyone who dares to offend the Master's majesty. Any existence that could possibly have the slightest impact on the Master's plan. No matter who it is. Even her biological parents, biological brother. All must be cleared. Be completely wiped out from this world. Wang Lan took a deep breath, and when she raised her head again, her beautiful face was filled with holiness and determination, like the most devout believer. She kowtowed slowly and deeply to Qin Feng. His forehead gently touched the cold leather sofa.
Onar.
Her voice was calm and cold, without a trace of emotion.
He offended the master.
According to the rules, there is only one way out, death. Wang Lan paused, and continued in a tone that seemed to be stating something that was self-evident. This is his fate. Yes, it is his honor as a servant. The words fell. The entire basement fell into deathly silence. All that could be heard in the corner was Wang Tian's faint and even breathing. As well as Qin Feng, the sound of his heartbeat became clearer and clearer.
Ha ha. Ha ha.
The next second, a burst of extremely wild laughter, filled with endless satisfaction and joy, exploded.
Qin Feng laughed out loud.
He stretched out his hand and took Wang Lan, who was crawling in front of him, into his arms again. He rubbed her hair, which was already a little messy, hard.
Good.
Well said. There was a glimmer of extreme satisfaction in Qin Feng's eyes.
It seems. The effect of Hongmeng Yansalu is even more domineering than he imagined. This is no longer just brainwashing and control. This is a thorough reconstruction from the source of the soul. At this moment, Wang Lan's loyalty to him is no longer just simple, but 100% absolute loyalty.
Her will, her thoughts, her existence were completely bound to him. His will is her justice. His order is her destiny. This feeling of completely taming an originally unruly A-rank warrior into a loyal dog that belongs only to you. It really is so wonderful.
Chapter 71. Is this a dream? Lu Family Manor. Main building, 3 floors.
That is the most luxurious and dreamy princess bedroom in the entire manor. The sunlight, shining through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, sprinkles on the Persian carpet worth millions, dyeing the dust floating in the air with a layer of golden warmth.
Silence. Deathly silence.
There was only a light, a grieved breathing sound, softly echoing in the huge room.
Lu Qinghuan woke up.
She slowly opened her beautiful peach blossom eyes that had haunted countless young men in Jiancheng. There was a hangover-like confusion in his eyes.
She fell asleep?
She remembered that she had cooked soup for that person with her own hands yesterday. She cooked a table full of his favorite dishes.
Then, I sat in the restaurant, waiting stupidly. From dusk till late at night.
From the bright stars to the setting moon.
The food on the table was cold and then hot. Hot and cold.
Until the end, she didn't know when she couldn't resist the strong sleepiness anymore, and fell into a deep sleep on the dining table.
When I woke up again, I was back in my bed. Was it Sister Wang Lan who sent me back?
Lu Qinghuan rubbed his swollen temples, supported himself on the soft mattress, and slowly sat up.
However, the next second, her movements suddenly froze. Her pupils shrank to the extreme in an instant.
At this moment, her breath seemed to be strangled by an invisible big hand.
By the window, the morning light outlines a figure as tall and straight as a pine tree.
That figure just stood there casually.
One hand in the trouser pocket.
In one hand, he held a glass of Romanée-Conti, which seemed to have just been taken out from the wine cabinet downstairs.
The scarlet wine was gently shaken in the crystal glass. It seemed like the most tempting blood-red vortex in the eyes of the devil. He didn't look back.
But it seemed as if he had seen through everything. That handsome and enchanting profile that haunted her dreams, made her think about it day and night, made her willing to give up everything and even make the whole world her enemy. At this moment, just like that, without any warning, it caught her eye.
Qin Feng. It's him. How come he is here? When did he come? Lu Qinghuan's mind went blank.
My heart felt like it was about to explode from my chest.
This must be. Am I dreaming?
Yes. It must be me, I miss him so much. That's why I saw him in my dream.
Lu Qinghuan's eyes instantly turned red.
Crystal clear tears, like pearls with broken strings, rolled down uncontrollably.
Even if it's a dream.
Okay. Even if it's just a dream, I want.
Hold you tight.
A sound, like a dreamy whisper, suppressing the sobs of endless grievances and longing.
Lu Qinghuan lifted the silk quilt on her body.
Her bare feet were like a white butterfly flying towards the flames without hesitation. Using all his strength, he pounced towards the figure. She hugged him tightly from behind. She buried her cheek deeply into his broad and warm back.
Don't go. Please don't go.
Her voice was broken and hoarse. With crying voice and begging.
Even if it's just a dream, let me stay a little longer.
She greedily and madly sniffed the unique, refreshing scent on his body that made her sink and intoxicated. That breath is more deadly than the strongest poison in the world. More intoxicating than the finest wine in the world. She closed her eyes and tried her best to feel this illusory warmth that only existed in dreams.
1 second. 2 seconds. 10 seconds.
As expected, the dream was shattered, but it did not come. The body in my arms is still so solid. So warm. That clear, powerful heartbeat. Through a thin layer of shirt, it struck her eardrums again and again, steadily.
Boom. 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 That's not fantasy. That's real. Lu Qinghuan's body trembled violently.
She slowly raised her head in disbelief. She saw that the hand holding the wine glass was put down. Then, he turned around and covered himself with the back of the hands that were tightly wrapped around his waist. His hands are very big. Very warm. Gently, patted it. Immediately following. The man she thought only existed in dreams slowly turned around. 4 eyes, facing each other. There was a doting, helpless, and faint smile on Qin Feng's face. He looked at her, her beautiful face filled with tears and shock and ecstasy. The voice is low and magnetic. Fool! What are you dreaming about? At this moment, Lu Qinghuan's world completely collapsed, and then, in an instant, it was reassembled.
Not a dream. No. It's true. He really is back. He really was standing right in front of me. Wow. The emotions that could no longer be suppressed burst out like a flood that broke through a dam. Lu Qinghuan burst into tears. She was like a child who had suffered a great injustice, and her whole body was hanging on Qin Feng. Her arms were tightly wrapped around his neck. Her legs were also tightly wrapped around his strong waist. Brother Xiaofeng. Wu brother Xiaofeng. Lu Qinghuan buried her head in his neck and burst into tears, as if she wanted to vent all the longing, grievances, anxieties, and fears she had felt in the past 20 hours. Yesterday I didn't see you all day yesterday.
Her voice was unclear, but full of heartbreaking resentment.
I called you many times, but you didn't answer.
I went to your place to look for you, but Sister Wanlan said you were out.
I miss you so much. I really miss you so much.
She raised her head, and her red and swollen peach blossom eyes looked at Qin Feng pitifully. That look is enough to melt any man's heart. I also cooked many dishes, all of which you like.
I originally wanted to give you a surprise when you came back.
But I waited and waited for such a long time. I waited until I was drowsy and fell asleep on the table, and you still hadn't come back.
I thought you didn't want me anymore. I thought you would never come back. Qin Feng listened quietly. There is always an extremely gentle smile on his face.
He stretched out his hand. Gently, he wiped the tears that kept flowing from the corners of her eyes. Then, very naturally, he stroked her long black hair, which was as smooth as silk.
Fool. I'm not back. Chapter 72 must be like a fool. His voice seemed to have some kind of magical power that could calm people's hearts. And deep in his mind,
a cold, mechanical system prompt sound, which only he could see, sounded quietly.
Bite. S-rank prey Lu Qinghuan detected, emotional fluctuations have reached a peak, happiness and dependence have exceeded critical points.
Successfully triggered a new series of tasks, Princess's Gift.
Here we come.
In Qin Feng's eyes, a flash of fiery brilliance flashed by without anyone noticing.
His mind instantly sank into the system interface.
A brand new mission scroll, emitting a faint purple gold light, is slowly unfolding.
Series of tasks, Princess's Gift.
Mission description: as a favored daughter of heaven in the center of the world, Lu Qinghuan has come to regard you, the host, as the only light in her life. Her love is pure and ardent. Her devotion will be her most precious gift to you.
Phase 1 mission, Peak Happiness.
Mission objective: host, please use your charm and skills to continue cultivating Lu Qinghuan's current happiness and anticipation, pushing them to the pinnacle. Let her, at her happiest, sweetest, most defenseless, and most willing moment, actively offer you everything she has. Core of the mission: in the peak of happiness, conduct a deep exchange of the origin of life and complete the final harvest. Task reward: final evaluation will be made based on the degree of mission completion, Lu Qinghuan's peak happiness value, UT.
Guaranteed reward: divine weapon, invulnerable glazed cover, SS level. SS level. Qin Feng's heart suddenly shrank. Even with his current temperament, when he saw these 3 words, he couldn't help but hold his breath for half a second. The divine weapon, slaughter, is only A level. It is so sharp that it can easily cut through special alloys. And this one. The glass cover is invulnerable to all kinds of attacks. The rating is as high as SS level. This has already surpassed the category of magic weapon in the conventional sense. This can almost be said to be a strategic level treasure. Invulnerable to all kinds of attacks. What do these 4 words mean? This means that once you possess it, whether it is the physical level of swords and spears, or the energy level of blood and chi impact, or even on the spiritual level, divine mind attack, all of them will be ineffective. This is simply an ultimate turtle shell with absolute defense. Wang Lan's report flashed through Qin Feng's mind. The one who is about to return, Wu Huayu. A 5th-rank iron-blooded warrior.
Behind him stood a half-step grandmaster-level spiritualist. They may even be wearing high-level spiritual treasures that can resist mental influences. Before, although Qin Feng was excited, there was still a trace of unnoticeable solemnity in his heart. After all, the methods of a psychic are unpredictable and difficult to guard against. But now, with this invulnerable glass cover, what a bullshit half-step grandmaster! What so-called high-level spiritual treasure? In front of the absolute, invulnerable characteristic, everyone is nothing but chickens and dogs. At that time, I just need to stand where I am. Let them do whatever they want. And he won't lose even a single hair. Wait until they have run out of ideas and are exhausted. That's him, baring his fangs, enjoying the moment of his prey. Call. In Qin Feng's eyes, a raging flame called determination to win was burning. This magical weapon. He's determined. And if you want to get it, there is only one prerequisite. That is, cultivate Lu Qinghuan's happiness value. Let her, at the happiest moment, complete the great harmony of life with herself. Qin Feng's thoughts were instantly withdrawn from the system. His gaze fell back on his arms, on that beautiful face that still had traces of tears on it, but was now blooming with endless brilliance because of his return. S-rank prey. Sure enough, it is a top treasure. The corners of Qin Feng's mouth curled up into an unprecedented gentle arc. He held Lu Qinghuan in his arms, slowly walked to the bed and sat down. Let her snuggle in his arms like a kitten. He lowered his head. He stared at her with a deep, affectionate gaze that seemed to melt her. Qinghuan. His voice was full of magnetism and a touch of just the right amount of heartache. Sorry. I'm sorry to have made you worry. Lu Qinghuan shook her head violently and looked at him with tears in her eyes. No, I don't blame you. Brother Xiaofeng, you must have something important to do. As long as you come back. Qin Feng nodded, reached out, and gently scratched her delicate nose. The matter has been dealt with. He paused, and continued in a half-joking, half-serious tone. Also, from today on, I'm not going anywhere. I'll just stay here with you, okay? Ah. Lu Qinghuan was stunned. Her brain seemed to have been completely shut down by this huge happiness that fell from the sky. What did he say? He wants to stay with me? How? Qin Feng looked at her cute and adorable appearance and couldn't help but chuckle. You're not welcome. Or is it that the room of the eldest lady of the Lu family is too precious, and a poor boy like me is not worthy of living there? No. It's not. Lu Qinghuan finally reacted, and she shook her head frantically and desperately. The huge ecstasy overwhelmed all her rationality. Her cheeks became hot and red because of extreme excitement and shyness, almost bleeding. Welcome. I welcome you. I welcome you 100 times, 1,000 times. She spoke incoherently. You can stay as long as you want. It would be great if I could live here forever. By the end of her speech, her voice had become as thin as a mosquito. That beautiful face was also deeply buried in Qin Feng's arms, never daring to lift it up again. Because she knows. My expression at this moment must be as happy as a fool. Chapter 73. It wasn't a dream. This may be the most true portrayal of Lu Qinghuan at this moment. She didn't even dare to look up. I was afraid that my silliness would tarnish the smiling eyes of my beloved. Qin Feng seemed to have seen through her little thoughts and did not urge her. Instead, the big hand that was originally stroking her hair was now patting her back gently, again and again, with an extremely gentle force. It's like comforting a frightened little animal that has finally found a safe haven. The warmth from the palm was steady and powerful, as if it contained some kind of strange magic. It flowed along her spine, slowly soothing the last trace of uneasiness and fear deep in her heart. Lu Qinghuan's tense body finally relaxed completely and thoroughly. She greedily breathed in the unique, refreshing scent from his chest that made her sink into intoxication. Her whole body became as soft as a pool of spring water, and she almost melted completely in his arms. I don't know how long it took.
Maybe a minute. Maybe 10 minutes.
Qin Feng's hand slowly moved up from her back and fell back on her silky black hair. His fingers were long and strong, with a thin layer of calluses from years of martial arts training. When the rough fingertips brushed across her delicate scalp, it brought an indescribable, tingling and strange feeling. Very comfortable. Very comfortable. Lu Qinghuan closed his eyes in comfort and let out a satisfied hum from his throat, like a kitten. Subconsciously, she rubbed her hot, beautiful cheek gently in the palm of his hand. Rubbed it again. The soft skin rubbed against his warm palms, causing a slight itch that made his heart tremble. She was like a stray cat that finally found its owner, using all her means to express her attachment and joy. Qin Feng's big hands are so warm. It feels so comfortable when I rub it against you. It made her feel an unprecedented sense of security. It seems that as long as this hand is still there, even if the sky falls, it will be there to support it. After rubbing for a while, Lu Qinghuan seemed to feel that it was not enough. She slowly raised her pretty face, which was still blushing with shyness, from Qin Feng's arms. The pair of beautiful peach blossom eyes that had just been washed by tears were now watery and sparkling, as if filled with the entire galaxy, reflecting Qin Feng's shadow alone. Her arms were still tightly wrapped around his neck like vines. Then, she pouted her rosy lips slightly, and said softly in a soft voice with a hint of coquettishness and dependence. Hug. The sound is very soft. But it was like a feather, accurately sweeping across Qin Feng's heart. The smile on Qin Feng's face became even more intense. He didn't say anything, but responded to her with actions. He leaned over slightly, and passed his other arm through her slender waist and soft knees. With a little force, he lifted up this delicate person who was hanging on him like a koala and hugged her sideways. Ah! Lu Qinghuan let out a soft cry and subconsciously hugged her tighter. The girl's body was soft and boneless, so light that it seemed to have no weight at all. Warm, fragrant and soft jade, filling my arms. The amazing softness and elasticity that came through the thin nightgown made Qin Feng's heart skip a beat. He held her in his arms, walked step by step back to the dreamy princess bed, and slowly sat down. Qin Feng couldn't help but feel a strange emotion in his heart. Who would have thought? Not long ago, in the original novel, because she couldn't get the love she wanted, she tried every possible means, even going so far as to imprison Yifan. She was a crazy and ruthless female villain with a paranoid mind. At this moment, she unexpectedly curled up in my arms like a docile and harmless kitten, acting coquettishly to me and asking for a hug. This succubus aura. It's surprising that even a person's core personality can undergo such a drastic change. Simply an invincible existence. Lu Qinghuan naturally didn't know what Qin Feng was thinking at the moment. She was completely immersed in a sense of happiness that was so great that it was almost unreal. She was held steadily in Qin Feng's arms, and adjusted to the most comfortable position, curled up on his legs like a lazy Persian cat. She could even clearly hear his steady and strong heartbeat. Boom! 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 That sound is more beautiful and more soothing than any other music in the world. She slowly stretched out a slender jade finger and carefully drew circles on his chest. Brother Xiaofeng. She murmured softly in a dreamy voice. Is this true? Am I really not dreaming? There was still a hint of disbelief in her voice. It seems that everything in front of me is a beautiful bubble that will burst at the slightest touch. I feel so happy now. So happy it's a little unreal. Qin Feng heard this and looked down at her. The girl in his arms had a beautiful face that was almost overflowing with happiness and sweetness. Bite. Qin Feng's mind instantly sank into the system interface. S-rank prey, Lu Qinghuan. Current status, extremely happy, extremely dependent. Happiness value, 78 out of 100. Dependency value, 85/100. More than 70. A hint of understanding flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. This number is already very high. But, this is obviously not the peak. There is still a considerable distance to reach the ultimate peak required by the system mission. According to the nature of the system, the higher the degree of task completion, the greater the final reward will be.
The guaranteed rewards are all SS-level magic weapons.
If you can cultivate her happiness value to more than 90, or even the full value of 100.
How earth-shattering will the final reward be? It seems.
This sweetest fruit still needs to be watered and cultivated carefully and patiently.
Wait until it is fully ripe and blooms in its most brilliant glory before picking it. By then, what you can harvest will be the most top-notch feast. Qin Feng's thoughts flashed through his mind.
The gentleness on his face, which was enough to melt an iceberg that had existed for 10,000 years, did not change in the slightest. He reached out and gently pinched Lu Qinghuan's delicate face, his action full of doting.
Of course it's true.
His voice was low and magnetic, as if it carried unquestionable magic.
Silly boy, stop having these random thoughts. Then, he changed the subject and asked slowly in an extremely gentle tone. Today, is there anything in particular you want to do?
Or, is there a place you've always wanted to go but haven't been to? Qin Feng stared into her eyes and said clearly, word by word.
Tell me.
I'll be with you all day today. Lu Qinghuan's brain buzzed, as if billions of fireworks exploded at the same time. She suddenly raised her head, and her beautiful peach blossom eyes widened in an instant because of extreme shock.
The whole person froze. What did he just say? He wants. Stay with me all day?
This thought was like a thunderbolt that penetrated the heaven and earth, striking her head hard.
Her brain went blank in an instant. Didn't this happiness come too suddenly? Too violent?
Lu Qinghuan's heart seemed to be tightly grasped by an invisible big hand, and then suddenly released. That huge, indescribable ecstasy, like a mountain torrent and tsunami, instantly drowned all her reason. Her breathing became rapid. Really. Her voice trembled slightly due to excessive excitement.
Brother Xiaofeng, are you telling the truth?
She was afraid that she had just misheard.
I was afraid that this was just a casual remark of comfort from him.
Her eyes, filled with anticipation, anxiety, and ecstasy, stared at Qin Feng without blinking.
The final verdict awaits him. Chapter 74. New Mission, New Magical Weapon.
The corner of Qin Feng's mouth curled up into an arc that was enough to drive all the women in the world crazy. His voice, like a mellow cello, flowed slowly in Lu Qinghuan's ears, and every syllable carried an unquestionable affirmation. Of course it's true. He stared at the pair of peach blossom eyes in his arms, which were wide open with excitement, and his tone was extremely doting.
When did I ever lie to you? Confirm. Final confirmation.
This gentle rhetorical question with a hint of sarcasm was like a powerful shot of adrenaline, piercing Lu Qinghuan's heart.
Happiness.
The incomparable feeling of happiness, like a flood bursting through a dam, instantly broke through her last line of defensive rationality.
Woo! Lu Qinghuan couldn't bear it any longer.
A sob of joy escaped her throat. Crystal clear tears, like pearls with broken strings, rolled uncontrollably from her beautiful eyes. But this time, it's not grievance, not sadness,
but pure, overflowing joy. Next second,
she made a move that even she felt was extremely bold. She suddenly raised her upper body, and her beautiful face with tears in her eyes quickly enlarged in Qin Feng's field of vision.
Then,
soft, warm, and with a hint of the sweetness unique to a young girl, the lips were imprinted on Qin Feng's cheek.
Baji. A soft sound. Very light. But it was as if a heavy bomb was dropped in the silent bedroom. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. Lu Qinghuan was completely stunned. What did she just do? She actually kissed Brother Xiaofeng? Oh my God. How could I be so bold?
A stream of scorching heat rushed from the soles of her feet to the top of her head, causing her brain to shut down instantly and go blank. She could even clearly feel that the small piece of skin where her lips touched his cheek was becoming hot and feverish at an alarming speed.
Qin Feng didn't move. He didn't even have the slightest intention of dodging.
He just sat there quietly, letting the softness imprint on his face, and the gentle smile on his face did not change at all.
However, deep in his eyes, a barely perceptible hint of amusement flashed across his face. Bite. S-rank prey, Lu Qinghuan. Happiness, 7883. Dependency value, 85-88. A significant increase in the prey's happiness value has been detected, and the mission completion rate has increased slightly. Very good. The effect is outstanding.
Qin Feng smiled secretly in his heart.
And Lu Qinghuan, after being petrified for several seconds, finally came to his senses. She discovered. Brother Xiaofeng didn't dodge. He is not angry. He accepted my kiss.
This realization was like a bolt of lightning, instantly splitting the chaos in her mind.
What replaced shyness and panic was a more turbulent and intense ecstasy. Brother Xiaofeng.
Her voice was tearful, yet filled with endless joy.
You're the best.
Like a happy little bird, she flew into Qin Feng's arms again, rubbing her cheek against his chest happily. Qin Feng patted her back gently, feeling the happiness that was almost overflowing from the girl in his arms, and the smile on his face became more gentle.
All right, if you keep lying like this, it's going to be dark.
He said this with a hint of teasing in his tone.
Hurry up and get up, wash up, and change your clothes. Eat something and we'll go out. Aha. Lu Qinghuan nodded heavily, then climbed up from his arms reluctantly.
Her bare snow-white little feet floated into the luxurious bathroom that came with the bedroom like a happy butterfly. Soon, the sound of splashing water could be heard from inside. Qin Feng sat leisurely beside the bed, casually looking around the princess's room, which was full of dreamy atmosphere. It has to be said that the Lu family, as the #1 family in Zhangcheng, does have a deep foundation. The decoration and layout of this bedroom alone would probably cost a fortune that an ordinary family would never be able to afford in their lifetime.
10 minutes later.
The bathroom door was opened. Lu Qinghuan was like a lotus flower emerging from the water, walking out with a fresh breath. She had changed out of her silk nightgown and was wrapped in a pure white bath towel, revealing her round and smooth shoulders and a pair of straight and slender legs that looked like they were carved from fine jade. The pretty face, which had just been steamed by water vapor, was not made up, but was white and rosy, so tender that it seemed as if water could be squeezed out of it.
Brother Xiaofeng.
She walked up to Qin Feng, her voice a little soft, with a barely perceptible hint of shyness.
I don't know what to wear.
Qin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this. He stood up, walked to the cloakroom door that took up almost an entire wall, and gently pushed it open.
Wow!
An exclusive world belonging to top white, rich and beautiful women, which is astonishingly luxurious, unfolds before Qin Feng. The space of hundreds of square meters was divided into several areas. An entire row is filled with the latest limited edition haute couture dresses of the season. There are various styles of daily private clothes, from ladylike to cool, from pure to sexy, a wide variety of them are available. On the other side, there are countless designer bags and shoes that are enough to make any woman scream. They are neatly displayed in special glass cabinets, like a small luxury museum.
Change here.
Qin Feng pulled over a velvet sofa chair and sat down leisurely, giving an encouraging smile to Lu Qinghuan, who was still a little dazed.
Until you are satisfied, until I am satisfied.
His gaze was pure, like an artist admiring his most perfect work.
There is not a trace of obscenity.
But it carries a deeper sense of control that sees through everything.
Lu Qinghuan's heart skipped a beat. Make him satisfied?
This thought, like a spark, instantly ignited the grassland called pleasing in her heart.
Good.
She nodded heavily, her cheeks flushed, but her eyes sparkled with an unprecedented brightness. She turned and rushed into the sea of clothes.
Chapter 75 The Happy Miss. Soon. She changed into the first set. It is a goose-yellow princess puffy skirt with lace.
She walked up to Qin Feng and turned around nervously like a primary school student waiting for her teacher's inspection. The hem of her skirt flew up, revealing her slender white calves.
How is it, Brother Xiaofeng? She asked expectantly. Very cute. Qin Feng's comments were concise and his tone was gentle. But, it's too immature. Immature. Lu Qinghuan nodded thoughtfully, then turned around and rushed back. The second time.
She changed into a neatly tailored white suit, paired with light blue jeans, and her hair was casually tied into a high ponytail.
The whole person looks heroic and has a unique flavor. What about this?
Well, it has the flavor of a workplace elite. Qin Feng touched his chin and nodded. But we're going on a date, not to discuss business.
Make a date.
Lu Qinghuan's cheeks suddenly turned red again. The destructive power of these two words to her is like that of a nuclear bomb. She covered her burning face and ran back again. The third time, it was an extremely sexy black suspender tight skirt, which perfectly outlined her already breathtaking curves. The fourth time, she wore a modified, inkwash-style cheongsam with a very high slit, which was classic and charming. The fifth time, it was a Japanese sailor suit.
The sixth time. I have to say.
A woman, especially one who is deeply in love, can unleash unimaginable energy and persistence when it comes to what to wear.
A full half hour. The entire cloakroom was in a mess since she had turned it upside down.
All kinds of clothes were thrown casually on the sofa and carpet, forming piles of small mountains. Lu Qinghuan, wearing her 23rd set of clothes, a pink sports suit, stood in front of Qin Feng. A fine layer of sweat had seeped out of her forehead, and she looked like she was about to cry. She pouted a little frustratedly.
Brother Xiaofeng. I really don't know what to wear.
She felt like she was about to collapse. She thought every piece of clothing looked good, but when she put them on herself and showed them to Qin Feng, she always felt like something was missing.
It lacks that feeling that can make his eyes light up.
Qin Feng looked at her cute face that looked like she was about to cry, and finally couldn't help but chuckle.
He stood up.
Under Lu Qinghuan's gaze, which was a mixture of anticipation and nervousness, he slowly walked into the messy cloakroom.
His eyes did not linger on those gorgeous, sexy, or cute clothes.
Instead, he walked straight to the most inconspicuous corner. Then, she reached out and took out a dress from a row of plain long skirts.
It was an extremely simple, pure white chiffon long dress without any unnecessary decorations.
Perhaps the only embellishment is the delicate and restrained cloud patterns embroidered with silver thread on the neckline and cuffs.
Go, change into this.
Qin Feng handed the skirt to her, his voice filled with unquestionable tenderness.
Lu Qinghuan took the skirt in a daze.
She was a little confused. This dress was given to her by her mother Wu Huayan on her birthday last year. Because the style was too plain, she never wore it once and it was kept at the bottom of the box. In her opinion, this dress is just ordinary.
But this was chosen for her personally by Brother Xiaofeng.
Lu Qinghuan didn't hesitate at all, turned around and went into the locker room.
1 minute later, when she came out again,
for the first time, a hint of surprise flashed across Qin Feng's eyes. The girl in front of me had shed all her gorgeousness and deliberateness. The pure white long skirt wrapped around her slender body. The breeze blew in from the window, and the skirt fluttered, like a fairy who would fly away on the wind at any time. The long black hair, draped over the shoulders like a waterfall, and the snow-white body formed the most extreme and purest visual impact. Her beautiful face without any makeup has a hint of girlish shyness and innocence.
Clean. Purely.
Not stained with a speck of dust.
It's like an elf that has fallen into the mortal world, so beautiful that it doesn't seem real. Come over.
Qin Feng stretched out his hand towards her. Lu Qinghuan almost subconsciously placed her small hand into his broad palm. Qin Feng exerted a little force and pulled her in front of him. He raised his other hand and gently tucked a strand of hair from her forehead behind her ear, his movements extremely gentle. He stared into her eyes, his voice low and magnetic.
Do you know? This one looks best on you. Because this is who you really are.
Pure, clean, like a blank sheet of paper.
And I.
The corners of Qin Feng's mouth rose slightly. I like to paint my own unique and richest colors on this clean white paper. Once again, Lu Qinghuan's brain was bombarded with blankness by these top-notch love words filled with aggression and possessiveness.
Bite. S-rank prey, Lu Qinghuan. Happiness, 8391. Dependency value, 88-93. Warning. The prey's happiness has reached a critical point. Please be prepared and proceed to the final step of the princess's gift mission at any time. A hint of satisfaction flashed across Qin Feng's eyes. 90 years old. This fruit finally. Almost ripe. Chapter 76 Celebration. He took Lu Qinghuan's soft and boneless little hand. Her palms were burning hot, with beads of sweat on them. Obviously, the girl's mood has not yet calmed down. Qin Feng pulled her, like a puppet, and walked out of the cloakroom that she had made a mess of. Lu Qinghuan lowered her head and let him lead her hand. Her steps seemed a little unsteady, as if she was walking on clouds. Those words still echoed in my mind. I like to paint my own unique and richest colors on this clean white paper. Overbearing. Full of aggression. But it also made her feel an unprecedented sense of peace of mind, of being cherished and possessed. My heart was pounding as if it was going to jump out of my chest. The two walked through the luxurious yet empty corridor and down the spiral staircase covered with precious Persian carpets. The sunlight shines through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows and falls on the girl's pure white skirt, giving her a holy golden halo. Qin Feng's steps were neither fast nor slow. Lu Qinghuan followed closely. Until you reached the entrance hall on the first floor. Lu Qinghuan's somewhat blurred eyes finally regained some clarity. She looked around subconsciously. The entire hall was empty. It was a little too quiet. She frowned slightly, a hint of doubt on her face. Ha! Brother Xiaofeng. Didn't Sister Lan come back yesterday? Why haven't I seen her today? According to past practice, whenever she went out, the meticulous housekeeper Wang Lan would be waiting here in advance to arrange everything for her. But today, I didn't even see his shadow. When Qin Feng heard the word Sister Lan, the corners of his mouth curled up into an imperceptible, cold arc. Sister Lan? Is she the woman who appears cold and abstinent on the outside, but whose heart is already filled with desire? Last night, in my room, the communication was really too intense. I guess at this moment, she is still like a puddle of mud, lying on the bed, without even the strength to move a finger. Qin Feng sneered in his heart, but his face was gentle. He stopped, turned around, stretched out his finger, and gently scratched the tip of Lu Qinghuan's upturned nose. Maybe she has other things to do. His voice was filled with irresistible fondness. We shouldn't waste our precious time thinking about these irrelevant people. He leaned over slightly, close to her ear, and his hot breath sprayed on her earlobe, causing a slight shudder. Are you right? My little princess. Boom! Lu Qinghuan's cheeks once again turned red as if they were about to bleed. Sister Lan and the housekeeper were instantly forgotten by her. In her world, there was only Qin Feng's extremely handsome face and his deep and magnetic voice. Aha! She nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at rice. Brother Xiaofeng is right. Qin Feng smiled with satisfaction. He took her hand and walked out of the villa that looked like a palace. On the asphalt road outside the manor, a black, limited edition Aston Martin with smooth and ferocious lines was parked there quietly, like a steel beast ready to go. Qin Feng opened the car door for her and made a pleased gesture. Lu Qinghuan lifted her skirt and sat down carefully. Then, Qin Feng went around to the other side and sat in the driver's seat. Accompanied by a low and wild engine roar, the sports car turned into a black lightning and disappeared into the dust. At the same time, Jiangchang, inside a residential building. Yi Fan let out a painful groan and woke up from the cold floor. The hangover-like headache was like countless steel needles piercing his temples. He shook his dizzy head, supported himself on the ground, and slowly sat up. What caught my eye was my somewhat small living room. Why did I end up sleeping on the ground? Yi Fan's eyes were filled with confusion. His last memory seemed to be had a dream. A very strange and absurd dream. In his dream, he seemed to see his mother, Su Wanqiu. But the mother in the dream was completely different from the gentle and virtuous mother she usually was. She was wearing an extremely sexy outfit that he had never seen before,
and she had a charming smile on her face that felt extremely unfamiliar to him. She seemed to be saying something to herself, but also seemed to be saying something to someone else. The man's face was shrouded in mist and could not be seen clearly. But that heart-pounding, evil and enchanting aura was still fresh in his memory. Damn it! Yi Fan pounded his head hard, trying to get rid of that ridiculous memory. I must have been under too much pressure recently. That bastard Qin Feng forced me to hallucinate. He struggled to stand up, feeling sore all over, as if he had been beaten. He staggered into the bathroom, turned on the faucet, and splashed the cold tap water on his face. The biting cold instantly sobered him up. He raised his head and looked at the mirror. The boy in the mirror had sunken eyes, bloodshot eyes, and an abnormally pale face. What a mess, Yi Fan. He smiled self-deprecatingly. Just then, a rich and indissoluble aroma of food wafted over from the direction of the kitchen. That smell! It has the sweet fragrance of braised pork, the deliciousness of steamed fish, and the mellowness of aged turkey soup. Yi Fan's stomach growled uncontrollably. A hint of curiosity welled up in his heart. What day is today? It has been a long time since our family has cooked such a sumptuous meal. He wiped his face and walked out of the bathroom with a hint of doubt. As soon as he entered the living room, he saw the two familiar and beautiful figures in the kitchen. His mother, Su Wanqiu, and his aunt, Su Wanqing. The two sisters, both wearing aprons, were busy in the kitchen, with a heartfelt and bright smile on their faces. Especially his mother, Su Wanqiu. She looks a little different today than usual. Her originally fair and delicate cheeks were now flushed with a healthy and charming blush, and the corners of her eyes and eyebrows were filled with an indescribable joy and charm. It seems as if the whole person is glowing. Xiao Fan, are you awake? Su Wanqiu was the first to notice him. She immediately stopped what she was doing and said with a smile, "Go wash your hands quickly. Mom made you a delicious meal today to nourish you." Her voice was light and gentle, full of joy. Yi Fan looked at his mother's smile that came from the heart, and the haze in his heart seemed to be dispelled a lot. Although he was still confused, seeing his mother happy, he also became inexplicably happy. "Mom, Aunt, is today a good day?" He scratched his head and asked with a smile. "How do you make so many delicious dishes?" Su Wanqing also turned her head, blinked at him, and smiled playfully. "Of course it's a great day. Go wash your hands and you'll know soon." Although Yi Fan was full of doubts, he still obediently walked back to the bathroom. He washed his hands carefully with soap. When he came out again, the small dining table in the kitchen was already filled with a wide variety of dishes. The temptingly colored braised pork was piled up like a small mountain. The steamed sea bass just out of the pot is still steaming. In the casserole, the milky white chicken soup was bubbling and emitting a deadly aroma. In addition, there are several exquisite stir-fried dishes. The level of richness is even more exaggerated than that of the Chinese New Year. Yi Fan looked at the dishes on the table and felt a warm current called happiness instantly surge through his body. Yes. This is life. This is the normal and happy life he should have and must protect. It's not the life that is full of humiliation, full of powerlessness, and is wantonly trampled upon by the lingering ghost Qin Feng. One day, he must become strong enough, so powerful that he can crush any enemy who dares to destroy his happiness. Let Mom and Aunt live the best life. A strong urge surged in my heart. Yi Fan couldn't bear it any longer, so he reached out and picked up a piece of shiny, trembling braised pork from the plate and stuffed it into his mouth. "Hey! You kid!" Su Wanqiu saw his actions and felt both angry and amused, so she tapped the back of his hand lightly with a spatula. "You're already grown up, and you're still eating with your hands. That's rude. The chopsticks are over there." There was blame in the words, but the tone was full of doting. Yi Fan chuckled and didn't care. While he was chewing the delicious food in his mouth that was fat but not greasy and melted in his mouth, he picked up the chopsticks and picked up another big piece. "Mom, Aunt, please stop keeping me in suspense," he asked with a look of curiosity on his face. Honestly,
what kind of happy event is this?
Roasted fish and stewed chicken, this is too grand, isn't it?
Hear his question.
The atmosphere in the kitchen suddenly became a little strange.
Su Wanqiu and her aunt Su Wanqing looked at each other.
Their eyes were filled with a mixture of joy and a hint of girlish shyness.
Su Wanqiu put down the spatula and wiped her hands on her apron.
She turned around, her beautiful eyes gazing tenderly at her son. She narrowed her eyes slightly. The sunlight shines through the window onto her still breathtakingly beautiful face, and her smile becomes more and more intense and brilliant. She took a deep breath and spoke slowly in an unprecedented tone filled with endless joy and anticipation.
Xiao Fan. You're going to have a younger brother or sister. Bang!
The chopsticks in Yi Fan's hand slipped out of his hand and fell on the table with a crisp sound.
He was petrified on the spot as if struck by lightning.
The piece of braised pork in my mouth, which was originally extremely delicious, now became like chewing wax.
The smile on his face completely froze. My brain is blank. Varied. What's the meaning? Chapter 77. Mom is kidding you. What?
Yi Fan's voice was as dry as two pieces of sandpaper rubbing against each other.
What did you just say? He suspected he was hallucinating. Yes. It must be an auditory hallucination. The aftermath of a hangover.
In addition, he has been oppressed too much by that bastard Qin Feng recently, and his mental state has started to become abnormal.
Right. It must be like this.
He looked at his mother in front of him. Su Wanqiu's face still had that brilliant smile that made him feel extremely unfamiliar, so strong that it could not be dissolved, and almost bewitching. There wasn't a trace of joking in that smile.
What we have is just pure, overflowing emotions called happiness and expectation. This emotion is too real. It was so real that Yi Fan's heart sank into the cold abyss bit by bit. He spoke stiffly, enunciating each word, trying to understand the logic of the sentence. Brother or sister? But didn't Dad already? Mother, she is alone. How could it be possible? This doesn't make sense. This is simply impossible.
There must be something terribly wrong here. Yi Fan's expression changed from dull to bewildered to a hint of fear, and finally, completely twisted into a ball. He felt that his worldview was being kneaded, torn apart, and then burned by an invisible big hand. He looked at his mother's radiant face, and his mind went blank and buzzed. The whole person fell into an extreme trance.
He can't tell the difference.
I can't tell whether what I just said is real or an illusion.
Did my mother really say that, or was she just playing a harmless little joke on herself? Is there any mother in the world who would joke with her son about something like this? No, right? Absolutely not? Just when Yi Fan's thoughts were completely in chaos. Su Wanqiu looked at his expression as if the sky was falling, and suddenly, she burst out laughing.
The laughter was clear and sweet, like a silver bell.
Look at you, kid.
There was a hint of anger and a hint of doting in her voice.
Why are you so excited? Mom was just joking with you. Look how scared you are.
Your face has turned pale. It was like a thunderclap exploding in Yi Fan's mind.
It's a joke. It's really a joke. An indescribable ecstasy, as if he had survived a disaster, instantly swept over his whole body.
His tense body suddenly collapsed, and his back was completely soaked with cold sweat.
Mom!
He let out a long, deep breath, his voice trembling with a barely perceptible tremor.
Your joke is not funny at all.
He tried to force a smile, but found that his facial muscles were completely stiff and could not be controlled at all.
However, he hadn't completely exhaled yet.
On the side, Su Wanqing, the aunt who had been looking at the mother and son with a smile, suddenly spoke. She winked at Yi Fan playfully, and her cheeks also had a strange and moving blush.
Sister, I was just joking. But Xiao Fan. Auntie, I'm not kidding. Actually, it's me, your aunt, who has a child.
So, you also need a brother or sister. The air froze once again. Time seemed to have been paused at this moment. Yi Fan's nerves, which had just relaxed, were once again tensed. His face, which had just regained a trace of color, once again turned as pale as paper. His pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle tip. He slowly turned his rusty neck, and with difficulty shifted his gaze from his mother's face to his aunt's face. Su Wanqing's face also had the same happy and satisfied smile as her mother's.
No. Wrong. These two people. Why are they weirder than each other?
Yi Fan felt his temples begin to throb. A sharp, tearing pain suddenly exploded from deep within his brain without any warning.
Well.
Subconsciously, he reached out and pressed his forehead hard.
Everything in front of me seemed to be becoming blurry and distorted. He felt like he had forgotten something.
I forgot one very, very, very important thing.
Chapter 78 Amnesia. It's like
there was a memory that was gouged out of his mind by someone with a sharp knife, leaving behind a bloody, hollow wound that continued to ooze pain.
In the end. What exactly did you forget? Why does my head hurt so much?
It was like being hit hard, very hard by something extremely heavy.
He doesn't know. He couldn't remember anything.
Just as Yi Fan held his head in pain, trying to grasp a clue from the chaotic fog of memory.
In the kitchen.
The two sisters, who had been in a peaceful atmosphere, suddenly and without warning, started arguing.
No. It wasn't even an argument. That's a kind of a weird conversation full of showing off, comparison, and tit for tat.
Obviously, both of them still had bright smiles on their faces. But behind that smile, there seemed to be the gleam of swords and the shadow of knives. All that was heard was that the mother, Su Wanqiu, glanced at her sister and uttered a soft, yet disdainful sneer.
Do you think you'll be ahead of me?
Her voice was very soft and gentle, yet it carried an unquestionable and superior certainty.
Ridiculous.
Wanqing, you have to remember, no matter what it is,
you will always be behind me. Upon hearing this, the smile on Aunt Su Wanqing's face became a little subtle.
She gently stirred the dishes in the pot with a spatula, her tone filled with a hint of unyielding, girlish coquettishness.
Elder sister. This time, it may not be the case.
She turned her head, and in her eyes, which were as beautiful as Su Wanqiu's, there flashed a light called ambition.
This time. I'm working very hard. I work much harder than you do. He. Su Wanqiu laughed again.
This time, the laughter carried a hint of mockery, a hint of the pity of a victor who seemed to see through everything. She spoke slowly and softly in a voice that was almost a whisper, so loud that only the two sisters could hear it.
Yeah.
But you forgot.
Actually. After you pass out from exhaustion. I'm still working hard. Yi Fan?
He held his aching head, listening to the conversations that sounded like incomprehensible words in his ears, and was completely stunned.
They? What are they talking about? What are front and back? What effort? What does fainted mean? Why?
Why could he understand every word, but when put together, it became so strange and weird. He felt like a madman who had entered another world.
No. Or rather,
he's not the one who's crazy.
It's this world. It's his mother. It's his aunt.
It is this small kitchen filled with the aroma of food, yet filled with endless weirdness. The memory that was forcibly forgotten was like a ferocious beast imprisoned deep in his mind, charging and roaring wildly inside his skull.
It seemed
like I smelled something. A strange fragrance full of evil and charm, which makes people feel intoxicated, but also terrified from the bottom of their hearts.
Saw a blurry shadow.
The shadow of a tall, handsome man with a devilish smile.
That shadow
seemed to be standing here at that time.
Standing in front of my mother and aunt.
And he himself.
What was he doing at that time?
Yi Fan let out a painful roar, grabbed his hair tightly with both hands, and his body trembled violently due to the severe pain.
He remembered. No. He can't remember.
That memory was like being blocked by an insurmountable barrier. The more he wanted to touch it, the clearer and more intense the soul-tearing pain became.
Xiao Fan? Xiao Fan, what's wrong with you? The strange conversation between Su Wanqiu and Su Wanqing was finally interrupted by their son's roar.
They both turned around almost at the same time, and the strange smiles on their faces were instantly replaced by worry and panic.
Don't scare Mom. What's wrong with you? Yes, Xiaofan, are you feeling unwell?
Tell your auntie quickly.
The two of them rushed over and tried to support him.
But when their hands touched Yi Fan's body, Yi Fan pushed them away as if he had been electrocuted.
Don't touch me.
He looked at his dearest mother and closest aunt in horror, as if he were looking at a stranger, no, as if he were looking at a monster. His lips were trembling constantly. He looked at the genuine worry on their faces. But what echoed in his mind was the weird and creepy conversation they had just had.
You'll always be behind me.
I work very hard, much harder than you. Even when you fainted, I was still working hard. These words were like poisoned steel needles, piercing his heart.
He forgot everything.
But the intuition in his heart was sending him an alarm madly and sharply.
Something happened.
Something big happened in his home. That warm harbor that he wanted to protect with all his life.
Already. When he didn't know.
It has been completely contaminated by something extremely terrifying and evil.
Chapter 79 The Lost Lamb. At the same time.
Jiangchun, the other end.
Boom.
The engine of the limited edition Aston Martin 1-77 plays a wild and high-pitched melody on the empty Riverside Avenue. The sunlight, shining through the bulletproof car window, broke into pieces of golden scales, jumping on Qin Feng's angular profile. His eyes are as deep as the abyss.
So calm, without a single ripple.
It was as if the communication just now in the Liu family villa, which was enough to make any man's blood boil, and the extreme teasing of the icy housekeeper, were just an insignificant appetizer.
He was driving.
Sitting on the passenger seat next to me was today's real main course.
Lu Qinghuan.
The girl changed into that plain white chiffon dress, and her long, smooth black hair fluttered slightly behind her head as the sports car sped by. She turned her face to the side, and her eyes, as clear as water, stared at Qin Feng without blinking. There was undisguised obsession in that look.
It is an overflowing dependence.
There was also a hint of fanaticism that she herself had not even noticed, almost like a believer.
Brother Xiaofeng.
Her voice was very light and soft, like a feather, gently scratching the eardrum.
Where are we going?
Qin Feng didn't look at her. His eyes were always looking straight ahead, and the corners of his mouth were raised in a perfect, gentle arc.
Where do you want to go? That's where we're going.
His answer was simple and direct, yet full of unquestionable doting. This was a kind of treatment that Lu Qinghuan had never felt from any other man.
Neither her father.
Still. The one she once thought about all the time, Yi Fan. When Lu Qinghuan thought of Yi Fan, a cold, needle-like hatred flashed in his eyes. But that hatred was quickly melted away by the strange aura emanating from the man beside her, which made her feel at ease and intoxicated. Her little hand, unconsciously, once again tightly grasped Qin Feng's big hand. She bit her lower lip, as if thinking seriously.
I want to go.
I want to go somewhere quiet, beautiful, just the two of us. When Qin Feng heard this, the curve of his mouth deepened a little.
Good.
He only said one word.
Then.
The steering wheel in his hands drew an elegant yet powerful arc. The silver sports car, like an arrow shot from a bow, instantly deviated from the main road and turned into a quiet, tree-lined path.
Starlight Hall.
Jiangqing's top private art gallery. Here, the membership is invited by invitation only and it is never open to the public. Those who can enter here are all the real upper-class people in Jiangcheng. When Qin Feng held Lu Qinghuan's hand and walked into this palace full of artistic atmosphere and the smell of money.
Open. Quiet. The entire gallery seemed to be reserved by the two of them.
Soft light, pouring down from the dome, precisely illuminates the priceless paintings on the walls. The air is filled with the faint scent of high-end aromatherapy.
Lu Qinghuan obviously liked the atmosphere here.
Her face was filled with a kind of ease and joy that came from the heart. She was like a bird that had escaped from a cage. She held Qin Feng's hand and skipped in front of the paintings. Sometimes, I am amazed by a brightly colored impressionist painting. Sometimes, he would stop to look at a classical oil painting depicting a medieval knight. Qin Feng remains silent. He just followed her quietly like that. Like a most loyal knight, guarding his princess. His eyes would occasionally sweep over the paintings. But more of it fell on Lu Qinghuan's pretty face, which was flushed with excitement. His eyes are gentle.
His smile is doting.
But if someone could see into his heart,
you will find out.
There is an eternal, cold snowfield.
Bite. Lu Qinghuan's happiness value has increased. Current happiness value, 9192. Current dependency value, 9394.
The cold system notification sound kept ringing in his mind like the most accurate timepiece. The corners of Qin Feng's mouth rose slightly.
Very good. Everything is in his plan.
He has no interest in these so-called arts. In his eyes, what was hanging on the wall was not Van Gogh, not Monet, not Da Vinci. Instead, they are a string of cold numbers that can be exchanged for money at any time.
Just like Lu Qinghuan in front of him.
In his eyes, the daughter of the first family in Zhanchang was not even a living person.
She just
a walking human-shaped treasure chest that can continuously provide him with happiness value and dependence value.
1.
He was about to open it completely and take out the most precious treasure from the exquisite gift box. How overbearing is the power of the succubus aura.
It pollutes not only mature women like Su Wanqiu and Su Wanqing. For a girl like Lu Qinghuan, whose heart is already broken and who is extremely lacking in love, the effect is even more devastating.
It will infinitely magnify Qin Feng's merits in her heart. It would turn every bit of kindness Qin Feng showed her into an immense favor that would make her give everything for it. It would make her, unconsciously, regard him as her own God, her own faith, her own whole world.
So, Qin Feng didn't need to do anything at all.
He just had to be there for her.
Look at her. Smile at her. Then, quietly wait for the moment when the fruit is ripe. Waiting for the moment of picking.
Just as Qin Feng's thoughts were racing,
Lu Qinghuan suddenly stopped in front of a painting.
It was a painting of a family picnic. In the painting, the father is holding his young daughter high above his head. My mother was standing by, spreading the tablecloth with a gentle smile on her face.
Sunshine, grass, laughter. Everything seemed so warm, so dazzling. Lu Qinghuan looked at the painting quietly.
The smile on his face faded away little by little without him noticing.
What replaced it was an indescribable feeling of loneliness and solitude. The entire exhibition hall fell silent.
All that could be heard was the girl's muffled breathing.
For a long time.
She then spoke softly. The voice seemed to come from far away, with a hint of unreality and a dreamlike quality.
When I was little, I always wonder what my dad is busy with. He's always in retreat, retreat, retreat.
It seems that cultivation is 10,000 times more important than being my daughter. Where's my mother? She doesn't care much about me either. She loved all things beautiful, beautiful clothes, beautiful jewelry, beautiful men. The only thing is, she doesn't like me, a daughter who makes her feel troubled. What she hates most is that I'm always thinking about that bastard Yifan. She said I brought shame to the Lu family. The girl's shoulders trembled slightly.
She didn't cry. However, that deep and unbreakable sadness is more heartbreaking than tears. When they grow up, they are like this too. They don't care about me at all.
Whether I'm happy or unhappy, they never know, and they never want to know. Living alone in such a big villa is like living in a gorgeous, cold tomb.
Speaking of this,
she turned around suddenly. Those originally clear eyes were now covered with a layer of fragile mist. She just looked up at Qin Feng infatuatedly, as if to carve his appearance into her soul.
But you're different, Brother Xiaofeng.
Her voice was choked with sobs, a hint of redemption, an extreme feeling of emotion.
It's so kind of you. You are the only one who will patiently help me choose clothes. Only you would bring me to such a beautiful place. Only you. Always stay by my side. The moment the words fell, the girl made a bold move.
She stood on tiptoe. In Qin Feng's eyes, which were slightly widened because of surprise, she pressed her soft, warm lips, which had a hint of a girl's sweet scent, heavily against his lips.
No. That's not a kiss.
It was a sacrifice full of ritual. She is a lost lamb who offers her purest and most precious everything to her god.
Bite. Lu Qinghuan's emotions have fluctuated dramatically.
Happiness has increased significantly.
Current happiness value, 9298. Current dependency value, 9497.
His body stiffened slightly,
feeling the soft and tender touch on the lips.
There was no emotion in his eyes. Some of it was just a fleeting, cold smile on the hunter's face when he saw his prey finally fall into the trap. Almost there. Just a little bit more. Only half a day had passed.
The happiness value is almost full. Wait until night.
Wait till night falls. When she treats herself as the princess's gift and dedicates herself completely to herself. This is a ripe, sweet fruit. You will be swallowed up by yourself without mercy. Not even the skin or bones left. Chapter 80. Stay by your side forever. The night is as dark as ink. For example, the finest black velvet gently enveloped the entire river city. Tears of the Moon Goddess.
The most famous revolving restaurant in Zhengcheng.
Located on top of the city, 300 meters above the ground. Through the huge, curved floor-to-ceiling windows, you can overlook the entire city's lights that are as bright as the stars.
Inside the restaurant,
the melodious sound of the harp flows quietly like running water. The air was filled with the fragrance of expensive Bulgarian roses. The crystal chandelier reflects a dreamy halo. The silver tableware sparkled under the soft light.
Qin Feng and Lu Qinghuan sat opposite each other.
On the long dining table were exquisite dishes that looked like works of art.
But no one moved. Lu Qinghuan supported her small, snow-white chin with one hand, and just like that, stared at the man opposite her without blinking.
Those clear eyes were filled with burning love that was almost overflowing. It seemed as if he was the only one left in her world.
There is no room for anything else.
Qin Feng cut the top-quality Wagyu beef on the plate with graceful and unhurried movements. He could clearly feel that almost pious gaze.
Finally,
he put down his knife and fork, raised his head and met her gaze. The corner of her mouth still had the gentle curve that captivated everyone.
What's wrong?
His voice was low and magnetic, with a perfect, doting smile.
Keep looking at me like that. Is there something on my face? Lu Qinghuan's head was shaking like a rattle.
An incomparably brilliant and contented smile bloomed on that beautiful little face.
No.
Her voice was as soft as melted marshmallow.
I just want to see you. Brother Xiaofeng, do you know?
She leaned forward slightly, her beautiful eyes sparkling as if hiding the stars in the sky. During the days when you didn't come home, I missed you so much. Very, very, very much. Now that you're back, right in front of me, I feel like I can't get enough of you. I want to make up for everything I haven't seen before, all at once. The girl's words were innocent, straightforward, and filled with a pure passion that came from an innocence of the world. There was an almost imperceptible flash of silence in Qin Feng's eyes. And, deeper still, a cold indifference.
The villain misses thoughts. Should I say she is stupid? Or, is it just pathetically naive? But it doesn't matter. What's important is.
His thoughts sank into his mind. On the cold system panel that only he could see, 2 lines of numbers were emitting an alluring glow.
Lu Qinghuan's happiness value, 98 out of 100. Lu Qinghuan dependence value, 97 out of 100. Just a little bit more. Just the last little bit. The final, finishing touch.
Thinking of this, the smile on Qin Feng's face became more gentle.
Fool, he said softly. Lu Qinghuan's cheeks turned red in an instant.
She lowered her head, a little embarrassed, and used her fingers to curl a strand of her hair that fell on her chest. That shy look is enough to make any man's heart waver.
She secretly raised her eyes again and looked at the environment in the restaurant. Each pair of guests here is cleverly separated by green plants and screens to ensure absolute privacy. Lights, ambiguous. Music, soothing. The atmosphere, perfect. Her cheeks became even redder. Like a ripe peach. Brother Xiaofeng.
She mustered up her courage and spoke again, her voice as thin as a mosquito's. Here, this is the place I chose after a long time. I heard this place is the best place for couples to express their love. Her words, at the end, were almost inaudible. But Qin Feng heard it clearly. His eyes narrowed slightly. There seemed to be a whirlpool in those deep pupils, slowly spinning. Seeing that he didn't speak, Lu Qinghuan panicked and quickly waved his hands to explain. No. Brother Xiaofeng, please don't misunderstand. I know. Her voice lowered, with a hint of inferiority and pity. I'm not worthy of you. I've done so many wrong things and hurt so many people. I'm just an irredeemably bad woman. She raised her head, her misty eyes filled with pleading. I just want to stay by your side forever and ever. Even if I can only be your shadow, it's fine. Qin Feng glanced at the happiness value that was about to be full. He slowly stretched out his right hand. Just like that, spread out, palms facing up, hovering in the air above the dining table. A simple, yet suggestive, action. When Lu Qinghuan saw Qin Feng's actions, he was completely stunned. Her heart was beating uncontrollably, thump, thump. The blush on her cheeks instantly spread to her snow-white neck and delicate ears. He is. What's the meaning? This is not good. Her voice trembled slightly, and her eyes glanced around subconsciously. It's very private here, though. But if someone sees... Qin Feng didn't say anything. His eyes are still so gentle. There was still a smile on the corner of his mouth. His hands still hovered there. One moves, no moves. It's like a sculpture full of patience and strength. At this moment, time seems to be infinitely stretched. Lu Qinghuan's breathing became more and more rapid. Her mind was blank. Final. A kind of almost instinctive obedience and dependence, infinitely magnified by the succubus aura, overcame her pitiful last bit of shame. She bit her lower lip. As if he had made up his mind. Then she slowly moved closer. Make sure you have a small chin with beautiful lines and as delicate as porcelain. Gently, she placed it on Qin Feng's large and warm palm. That moment. Her body trembled slightly. An indescribable, tingling electric current instantly spread from the chin to the whole body. It made her whole body go limp. The smile in Qin Feng's eyes became even more intense. His fingers moved. The slender, bony fingers gently scratched her chin. One time. Again. That action was full of humor. Full, condescending, and provocative. Ah! Lu Qinghuan let out a suppressed, kitten-like cry. She felt her face was so hot that she could fry an egg on it. Don't do this. There was a cry in her voice, but there was also a hint of joy that she herself was not aware of. Like teasing a puppy. So embarrassing. Qin Feng finally spoke. His voice was deadly, magnetic, and hoarse. It was like the whisper of a devil. Isn't that you? Boom. It was as if fireworks exploded in Lu Qinghuan's mind. Her whole body froze. Staring blankly at the man in front of me. All she could hear was his voice, so gentle that it could melt steel, continuing to ring in her ears. Acute,
well-behaved puppy that belongs only to me.
Rest assured.
I will always let you stay by my side." The moment the words fell. Bite.
An unprecedented, crisp, loud system prompt sound, as if coming from the sky, exploded in Qin Feng's mind.
It has been detected that Lu Qinghuan's happiness value has reached a critical point. A qualitative change has occurred. Current happiness value, 98100. Current dependency value, 97100.
Congratulations to the host. The final mission of Princess's Gift Overflowing Love has been completed.
Chapter 81. I like it so much.
A series of system prompt sounds, like the most magnificent symphony, sounded deep in Qin Feng's consciousness. There was not a single ripple in his heart. The smile on that handsome, almost bewitching face was still gentle. The eyes are still doting. It was as if everything that just happened was just the most common sweet interaction between lovers. He looked at the girl in his palm who had completely turned into a pool of spring water, with a dazed look in her eyes and cheeks so red that blood could drip out. Looking at her, she was completely broken down by his words and completely immersed in happiness and fantasy. A hint of cold indifference flashed across Qin Feng's eyes.
Done. The prey has fallen into the most perfect trap. Next. It's time to enjoy the spoils. All right.
Qin Feng slowly withdrew his hand, his fingertips lightly brushing across her hot cheek.
The food is getting cold.
His voice woke Lu Qinghuan from the dizziness of extreme happiness.
Ah.
She woke up as if from a dream, and realized how bold and shameless her behavior was. She quickly sat up straight, placed her hands nervously on her knees, lowered her head, and didn't even dare to look at Qin Feng again. But the heart is still beating wildly in the chest. He said I was a puppy that belonged to him alone. He said he will always keep me by his side. The corners of Lu Qinghuan's mouth lifted up uncontrollably, outlining a silly yet extremely satisfied arc. She felt like she was floating in the clouds. Light and fluffy. Not true. Yet incomparably happy. Lu Qinghuan almost didn't know how he finished the second half of the meal. She has no appetite. Qin Feng's words just now kept echoing in his mind. She just mechanically ate the steak Qin Feng had cut for her in small bites and drank the juice he had poured for her. Every movement reveals a cautious and well-behaved attitude. It was as if he was really playing the role of an obedient little pet. Finally, when the last dessert was removed, Qin Feng wiped the corner of his mouth elegantly with a napkin, then looked at the girl opposite him who was still immersed in her own world. He took the initiative to speak. The voice was as gentle as ever. Are you full? Lu Qinghuan suddenly came to his senses and nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at rice. I'm full. Qin Feng smiled and stood up. That. He paused, looking through the huge floor-to-ceiling window at the brilliant starry sky outside. Are we going back to the manor? When Lu Qinghuan heard this, he was stunned for a moment. She raised her beautiful little face, which still had a blush on it, and there was a hint of obvious confusion in her clear eyes. No, not going back. She looked at Qin Feng strangely. If I don't return to the manor, where else can we go at this time? She glanced at the time on her watch. It's already very late. Qin Feng did not answer directly. He just turned around, walked slowly to her side, and bent down slightly. That handsome face that captivated everyone slowly enlarged in her field of vision. He looked at her with a smile. Those deep eyes seemed to hide a universe more charming than the night sky outside the window. I know a place. His voice was low, with a hint of mysterious temptation. The night view of the city from there is better than here. It's 100 times more beautiful. Boom. Lu Qinghuan felt his heartbeat and it missed a beat again. A night view that is 100 times more beautiful? And go watch it with him? This realization was like a stone thrown into a lake, creating sweet ripples in her heart. She had almost no hesitation. A smile brighter than the lights outside the window instantly bloomed on that bright and charming little face. She nodded vigorously, as if she was afraid that Qin Feng would go back on his word.
Good.
Her voice was full of excitement and anticipation.
Okay. Let's go check it out. Go now. Half an hour later. A black Cullinan, like a silent beast, slid silently into the underground parking lot of Jiangqing's top hotel above the clouds.
From the moment your vehicle enters the hotel grounds, the expression on Lu Qinghuan's face began to look a little strange. The excitement and anticipation on her face were being replaced by shyness and panic at a speed visible to the naked eye. Above the clouds. The most luxurious, private, and most famous place in Jiangcheng. This place has never been a place just for sightseeing. Even the most slow-witted girl should understand what it means for a man and a woman to come to a place like this late at night.
Lu Qinghuan is not a fool. She was just blinded by happiness. And now, when the dizzy feeling of happiness fades a little, the ambiguous atmosphere of reality comes to the fore.
Her cheeks were once again hopelessly red.
Moreover, it was redder and hotter than in the restaurant. Qin Feng parked the car, unbuckled his seatbelt, and turned his head.
He looked at the girl beside him, who was almost curled up into a ball, her hands nervously clutching the hem of her skirt, her head lowered and not daring to look at him. The curve of his mouth became more playful.
He didn't speak.
He just unbuckled his seatbelt and leaned over. A refreshing and pleasant masculine scent instantly enveloped Lu Qinghuan. She was so nervous that her whole body froze and her breathing stopped.
What is he going to do? Are you here? In the car? This is too. Click.
A soft sound. Her seatbelt was unfastened. Qin Feng's voice, with a hint of smile, sounded in her ears.
What's wrong? Aren't you going to get off the bus? Didn't you say you wanted to see the most beautiful night view? Lu Qinghuan then realized that he had misunderstood.
Her face suddenly became so hot that steam almost came out of it.
I.
She stammered and couldn't utter a complete sentence for a long time. Qin Feng stood up, opened the car door and walked out. He walked around to the passenger side, opened the door for her himself, and then, like a perfect gentleman, extended his hand to her again.
Lu Qinghuan looked at the broad, powerful hand with distinct joints. Hesitated. Struggled. Just 3 seconds.
Then, resigned to her fate, she placed her slightly cold little hand on it.
Qin Feng's palms were warm and dry.
With a gentle squeeze, he completely enveloped her small hand. That unquestionable sense of power inexplicably calmed her panicked heart.
It also left her with no way out. The elevator is an exclusive sightseeing elevator.
From the underground parking lot, go directly to the top floor of the hotel. As the elevator rises steadily, the lights of thousands of homes in Jiangqing slowly unfold on the glass exterior wall like a magnificent painting.
There were only 2 of them in the elevator. It was so quiet that we could hear each other's breathing. Lu Qinghuan's heart beat faster and faster. She could clearly feel the burning warmth coming from their clasped hands. It spread all the way to the bottom of her heart. Bite. The elevator reaches the top floor. The door slowly slid open. Before my eyes was a corridor covered with thick handmade carpets, quiet and luxurious. At the end of the corridor, there is only one door. Presidential suite. The only room above the clouds, it is also the best location where you can overlook the entire Jiangcheng. Qin Feng took her hand and walked to the door. Swipe the card. With a soft beep sound, the door lock opened. At that moment, Lu Qinghuan's heartbeat seemed to pause for a moment following the sound. She knows. When this door was opened, what is going to happen? Her body felt slightly limp. Qin Feng pushed open the door. He didn't go in first, but turned sideways, still looking at her with that gentle gaze that could drown people. Come in. My little princess. Lu Qinghuan's eyes warmed slightly. The last bit of hesitation and reserve completely collapsed with the call of little princess. She bit her lower lip and took a step forward. She walked into this room that was destined to witness everything for her.
Qin Feng followed her and closed the door casually.
Click. The door was locked. It was as if everything outside was locked away. There were only two of them left in the room. Lu Qinghuan didn't look back.
She seemed to be pulled by some force, and walked naturally step by step to the huge floor-to-ceiling window that occupied the entire wall. When she stood still. When she looked at the world outside the window through the spotless glass. She couldn't help but hold her breath. So beautiful. Really so beautiful. Under your feet are the city lights that shine like the Milky Way, and the traffic flows like a weave, converging into golden light bands that flow slowly through the veins of the city. In the distance, the river surface is as dark as ink, reflecting the neon lights on both sides, sparkling and dreamy. The sky is as deep as the sea, dotted with stars, echoing the lights on the ground. Stand here. It was as if he owned the entire city. This night view. Lu Qinghuan spoke subconsciously, with a hint of shock in his voice. Really, it's much better looking than before. Just then, a warm and strong chest gently pressed against her from behind. A pair of strong arms wrapped around her slender waist. Qin Feng's chin rested lightly on her shoulder. The warm breath sprayed on her ears, bringing an indescribable tingling sensation. No. His deep and magnetic voice, as if carrying a bewitching magic, rang in her ears. In my eyes. You are the most beautiful scenery in this world. Boom. Lu Qinghuan's body trembled violently. She felt all her blood rushing to her head at that moment. Her cheeks were as red as the most gorgeous sunset in the sky. She pursed her lips, her heart beating so wildly that it almost jumped out of her throat. She turned her head, and her beautiful eyes, which were misty with water, shyly looked at Qin Feng's handsome profile which was so close to her. You. Her voice was as thin as a mosquito, with a barely perceptible hint of coquettishness. You bad guy. Have you thought about this a long time ago? Start with that sentence from the restaurant. Come to this place where you can see the most beautiful night view. And now. Everything is like a carefully woven web. And she dove in willingly. Qin Feng did not deny it. He turned his head and met her gaze. Her shy look was reflected in those deep pupils. He nodded with a smile. That smile, with a hint of malicious success, was full of fatal attraction. Of course. His voice was frank and confident. So? He tilted his head slightly, his lips almost touching her earlobe, and asked in a breathy voice. Do you like it? Do you like it? Lu Qinghuan's mind was blank. Only these two words remain, echoing over and over again. Do you like it? More than just like. The happiness of this moment, the sweetness of this moment, the throbbing of this moment. This was something she had never experienced in the past 20 years of her life. It was something she had never dared to hope for, not even in her dreams. She felt like a treasure being held in the palm of her hand. She was pampered by this man whom she loved to the core, in the most gentle yet domineering way. Final. All the shyness, all the reserve, all the rationality, turned into the most primitive and hottest love. Lu Qinghuan mustered up the greatest courage of her life. She stood on tiptoe slightly. She took the initiative to press her soft and warm lips against Qin Feng's lips. A dragonfly skimming the water. Instantly separate. But it seemed as if she had used up all her strength. Her cheeks were so red that blood seemed to be dripping out. She buried her head in Qin Feng's chest, not daring to look at him again. The voice, as thin as a gossamer but extremely clear, came out muffled from his arms. I like it. It's incredible. Chapter 82 Get Reward. The night fades away quietly in the extreme lingering and sinking. The first ray of light at dawn, like the sharpest sword, cuts through the curtain of the sky and gives the sleeping city a hazy golden edge. The presidential suite was still quiet. The heavy curtains block out the light and sound from the outside world, creating an isolated, ambiguous, and private space. Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were as deep and clear as ever, without any trace of the hangover confusion. He tilted his head slightly. His eyes fell on the girl who was still sleeping in his arms.
Lu Qinghuan, the daughter of the #1 family in Zhangcheng.
The ice princess in the original novel who was high and mighty, looking down on countless geniuses and talented people as dust. At this moment, she was like a docile and harmless cat, curled up in his arms. She was sleeping soundly. Her long and curled eyelashes cast a small shadow under her eyelids, trembling slightly with her steady breathing. That beautiful face that usually had a bit of coldness and arrogance, now lost all its edges and defensiveness, leaving only pure peace and contentment. Her skin, as delicate as porcelain, was glowing with an alluring pink halo in the dim light, spreading from her cheeks to her slender, white neck. One of her arms was still domineeringly wrapped around his waist, as if she was afraid he would run away. Her little head rested affectionately on his chest, rising and falling slightly with his heartbeat. The waterfall-like black hair was scattered messily on the snow-white pillow, and a few knotty strands of hair even touched his chin, bringing a slightly itchy touch. Looking at her defenseless and completely dependent appearance, an indescribable and extreme feeling of pleasure suddenly arose in Qin Feng's heart. A kind of pleasure of a conqueror, pulling down the high and mighty goddess from the altar and making her completely submit to oneself. This is what power and influence feel like. This is the charm of villains. Once upon a time, Lu Qinghuan, who was dismissive of him and whose heart and eyes were filled with only the protagonist Yifan, has now become the most loyal and docile baby around him. Everything about her, her joys and sorrows, her body and mind, her future. Everything will be controlled by yourself. Succubus aura. It's really a magical skill. Just as Qin Feng's mind was racing, the cold and familiar system prompt tone finally rang in his mind. Bite. This time, the voice carried a solemnity and grandeur after a mission was completed, as if it was a divine oracle from the sky. It has been detected that the host has completed the final stage of the Princess's Gift series of tasks. Task Core Determination in progress. Core of the mission, in the peak of happiness, conduct a deep exchange of the origin of life and complete the final harvest. Judging. Judgment successful. Final mission assessment in progress. Evaluation criteria. Rewards will be determined based on the peak happiness value of the mission target, Lu Qinghuan, at the moment of the final harvest. The mission target Lu Qinghuan has been detected. The final peak happiness value is 100, full value. Task completion, perfect. Generating final mission rewards. Congratulations to the host. Guaranteed reward, Divine Weapon, Invulnerable Glazed Shield, SS rank. Congratulations to the host. For achieving a perfect rating, the guaranteed reward level has been increased. Impervious to all laws, SS level, impervious to all laws, SS plus level. Congratulations to the host. Received the exclusive reward for a perfect rating, God level special item, Absolute Control Contract, S level. Congratulations to the host. Received the exclusive reward for a perfect rating, Villain value plus 100,000. Congratulations to the host. For exceeding the task, the hidden reward mechanism has been triggered. Drawing hidden rewards. Congratulations to the host. Obtained the hidden reward, God level spiritual treasure Succubus's Gaze, SSS level. A series of system prompt sounds, like thunder from the 9 heavens, continuously exploded in Qin Feng's mind. Even with Qin Feng's current temperament, when he heard the last reward, his pupils suddenly shrank involuntarily. The glass cover is invulnerable to all kinds of attacks. SS plus level. This is no longer a simple defensive weapon, it is almost equivalent to an extra life. In an era when there are no great masters, the SS plus level defensive magic weapon is enough to make him invincible when facing any enemy. Absolute control of the contract. S level. He had already experienced the dominance of this thing last night. It's a magical weapon tailor-made for villains like him. 100,000 villain value. Another huge sum of money. It is enough to make his strength leap forward again in a short period of time. And the last one. SSS level. Divine level spiritual treasure. The gaze of a succubus. Qin Feng's heart beat wildly uncontrollably. Lingbao is a powerful item that can only be created by high-level spiritual masters and is extremely rare.
And the divine spiritual treasures are even more legendary.
It may not be possible to find even one in the entire Jiangchang, or even in the entire Daxia kingdom.
Its value is immeasurable.
System, check the Succubus's gaze attribute. Qin Feng muttered to himself. God-level spiritual treasure, Succubus's gaze, SSS level. Type, special auxiliary spiritual treasure. Effect 1, Abyssal Charm. The wearer can actively activate this effect, performing a mandatory mental check on a designated target. If the check succeeds, the target is drawn into the charming abyss, forcing them to become absolutely obedient and dependent on the wearer for a period of time. The intensity and duration of the effect depend on the difference in mental strength between the two parties. Effect 2, Eye of Truth. The wearer can see through all illusions and disguises, and has a high degree of immunity to illusions and mind control skills. Effect 3, Soul Guardian. Passive. This magical treasure automatically protects the wearer's soul, defending against one fatal mental attack. After the defense, the magical treasure enters a 24-hour cooldown period. Note, this is a growth-type spiritual treasure that can absorb special energy to upgrade. This spiritual treasure is perfectly compatible with the host's succubus aura. Using them together will greatly amplify the effect. Hiss. After reading the attributes of this divine-level spiritual treasure, Qin Feng couldn't help but take a breath. Powerful. So strong. It's simply too strong to be reasonable. Active Force Charm. Passive Soul Protection. It can also see through illusions and be immune to mental control. This magical treasure perfectly makes up for all his current shortcomings. Especially the passive effect of Soul Guardian. Having it is like having an extra golden ticket to immunity from death. The corners of Qin Feng's mouth slowly curled up into a cold, yet extremely confident arc. With the SS Plus level Invulnerable Glazed Cover and the SSS level Succubus's Gaze. A protective body, immune to all attacks. A guardian soul that sees through illusions. Double insurance. As strong as a rock. I have become completely invincible. The feeling of having everything firmly under control made Qin Feng feel even more refreshed. He lowered his head and looked at the girl in his arms again. A flash of cold indifference flashed across his eyes. Instead, there is just the right amount of tenderness and pampering. I have to thank my little princess for this divine treasure. Perhaps Qin Feng's gaze was too scorching. Lu Qinghuan in his arms let out a lazy nasal sound, and her long eyelashes fluttered twice like butterfly wings. She slowly opened her beautiful misty eyes. When she just woke up, her eyes were still a little confused and muddled, like a little kitten that hadn't woken up yet. Subconsciously, she rubbed her little head against Qin Feng's strong and warm chest. The soft hair rubbed against his skin, bringing waves of tingling and itching. She tightened her arms even more, and she wanted to hang on Qin Feng's body. That clingy look is simply clingy to the extreme. Qin Feng couldn't help but laugh when he saw her like this. Who would have thought? The icy beauty who was considered unattainable and cold in the eyes of countless people at Jiangcheng Wuhan University, the eldest daughter of the Lu family. At this moment, she was actually like a clingy little kitten, acting coquettishly and clinging to him in his arms. The contrast between before and after is really quite cute. Woke up. Qin Feng reached out his hand and rubbed her soft long hair lovingly, his voice so gentle that it could drip water. This familiar voice and touch gradually brought Lu Qinghuan back to consciousness. The crazy and sweet scenes of last night flooded into her mind like a tide. From the confession in the restaurant to the night view above the clouds. From that innocent and proactive kiss, to later the upside-down and decadent state that made her completely lost. Boom! Lu Qinghuan's cheeks instantly turned red like a ripe apple. She raised her head sharply. When she saw Qin Feng's handsome face so close to her with a gentle smile, all the shyness and panic in her clear and beautiful eyes instantly turned into overflowing happiness and sweetness. She looked at him infatuatedly. It seems like I can never see enough. A long time. Her delicate and tempting red lips curved upward in an arc that was extremely brilliant and full of satisfaction.
Those misty eyes also curved into two beautiful crescents. Brother Feng.
Her voice was hoarse as if she had just woken up, yet soft and sticky as if she was acting coquettishly.
Good morning. Chapter 83 School is about to start.
He looked at the face in front of him that was filled with pure happiness, and his own figure was reflected in those clear eyes. It seemed as if he was her whole world. In Qin Feng's heart, the pleasure called conquest was once again pushed to a new peak. The curve of his mouth became more gentle.
Morning.
He lowered his head and gently placed a kiss on the smooth and full forehead. The movements were gentle, yet carried an unquestionable sense of possession.
How did you sleep? Are you okay?
Lu Qinghuan squinted his eyes comfortably, like a cat contentedly being petted by its owner. She pressed her cheek even harder against Qin Feng's chest, feeling the strong heartbeat.
Boom. Boom. Boom.
This sound seemed like the most beautiful requiem in the world, making her feel unprecedented peace and tranquility. She nodded heavily, her voice thick with nasal twang.
I slept very well. I've never slept so well before.
What she said was the truth. Ever since his mother Wu Huayan had not returned home for many years and his father Lu Pingfeng had been in seclusion all year round, the entire huge Lu family seemed like a cold cage. It had been a long time since she had experienced this kind of sleep, where she slept until she woke up naturally, and when she woke up, her heart was filled with peace and sweetness. Every morning before, when she woke up, she was faced with an empty and cold room and the always unchanging and depressing scenery outside the window.
And today, it's different now.
When she opened her eyes, she saw the person she loved the most. What she could feel was his warm embrace, his steady heartbeat, and the refreshing and pleasant scent from him that made her extremely fascinated. This place no longer seems like a cold hotel suite.
But it is a warm home that belongs only to the two of them. Brother Feng.
Lu Qinghuan raised her little face and looked at him infatuatedly, with stars twinkling in her watery eyes.
I like you so much.
Her voice was very soft, very gentle.
Yet incredibly firm. Really, I like you so much.
She seemed to want to express all her love through these words. Qin Feng chuckled when he heard this. He stretched out his finger and gently scratched the tip of her small, upturned nose.
I know.
His voice was a little teasing, yet full of fondness.
You said it many times last night.
It was as if fireworks were exploding in Lu Qinghuan's mind. The memories of last night, those extremely embarrassing scenes, and those bold and passionate love words she had taken the initiative to say, once again emerged uncontrollably before her eyes. Her cheeks instantly became hot enough to fry an egg on.
I. She hesitated and didn't know what to say for a moment.
She suddenly buried her little head in Qin Feng's arms like an ostrich, not daring to look at him again.
Don't say that.
Her muffled voice came from his chest.
Don't mention it again.
Okay, let's not talk about it. Qin Feng agreed, but his chest was shaking slightly because of trying to suppress his laughter.
Feeling his shock, Lu Qinghuan felt even more ashamed.
She stretched out her little fist and hit his strong chest, neither too hard nor too light.
You're still laughing.
The force was soft, and it was more like acting coquettishly than beating. Qin Feng grabbed her rebellious little hand and wrapped those 5 soft, boneless fingers in his palm.
Okay, I won't tease you anymore, he said softly. Are you hungry? I'll ask someone to bring up breakfast.
After he reminded her, Lu Qinghuan realized belatedly that her stomach had indeed started to growl.
Last night I consumed too much energy.
Thinking of this, her cheeks turned red again. She nodded slightly, her voice as soft as a mosquito's.
Qin
Feng smiled, picked up the phone beside him and dialed the hotel's room service number. The voice he used when taking orders was clear and steady, with a kind of magnetism that made people trust him.
Lu Qinghuan just listened quietly.
She looked at Qin Feng's perfect profile, at his Adam's apple rolling when he spoke, and at his eyes as deep as the starry sky. In my heart, the emotion called happiness is like fermented dough, constantly expanding and expanding. So full, almost overflowing.
She suddenly felt
Just like this, for a lifetime, it seems pretty good.
Every morning when I wake up, I see him. I can hear his voice and see his smile every day. Even if I don't do anything, just stay quietly by his side. For her, it was already heaven.
After hanging up the phone, Qin Feng put the phone aside. He lowered his head and met Lu Qinghuan's eyes that were staring at him infatuatedly.
"What's wrong?"
he asked knowingly, with a hint of smile in his eyes.
"Are you looking at me like this because you're afraid I'll run away?" Lu Qinghuan didn't say anything.
She just shook her head, then nodded. The arms around his waist tightened. It was as if she was really afraid that he would suddenly disappear. Qin Feng's heart moved slightly. He could clearly feel the extremely strong dependence and love from the girl in his arms, which was almost turning into reality.
The succubus aura is certainly the root of all this. But at this moment, this emotion is so real. It was so real that it made him feel a little dazed.
He gently stroked her soft long hair and spoke in a softer voice.
"I won't run away. I will always stay with you."
These words, like a reassurance, instantly soothed the inexplicable uneasiness in Lu Qinghuan's heart. She raised her head and looked at him with sparkling eyes.
"Really? Real?" Qin Feng's answer was firm and decisive.
After receiving a positive answer, Lu Qinghuan finally smiled with satisfaction. That smile was as bright as the sun after the rain, enough to make everything in the world pale in comparison. She just stayed in Qin Feng's arms, hanging on him like a koala, not wanting to be separated for a moment. The two of them hugged each other quietly, enjoying the quietness and warmth of the early morning that belonged only to them. In the room, the only sounds left were the steady breathing of each other and the intertwined, harmonious heartbeats. At this moment, time seemed to be slowed down. Every minute and every second is filled with sweetness. Lu Qinghuan was enjoying this rare tenderness, but suddenly something came to his mind. Her body stiffened slightly, imperceptibly.
Those eyes that were originally bright and sparkling dimmed in an instant.
How perceptive Qin Feng is. He immediately noticed the emotional change of the girl in his arms.
"What's wrong?"
He lowered his head and looked at her, frowning slightly.
"Unhappy." Lu Qinghuan bit her lower lip and did not answer immediately.
The happy and sweet smile on her face had disappeared, replaced by a deep, unrelieved sorrow and sadness. There was even a mist starting to gather in those beautiful eyes.
"Brother Feng."
She finally spoke, with a barely perceptible hint of yes in her voice.
"Next month are you going back to school?"
Qin Feng was slightly stunned when he heard this. He didn't expect that she would suddenly bring this up.
"Yes." He nodded and answered truthfully. "What's wrong?" Lu Qinghuan's eyes turned red instantly. Those misty eyes looked at him pitifully.
"So after school starts, will you go down to the catacombs?"
"Cave."
When these two words came out of Lu Qinghuan's mouth, Qin Feng's eyes subconsciously became a little more solemn.
"Underground cave.
That is a sword of Damocles hanging over the heads of all mankind. This is the cruelest and bloodiest battlefield in the world. 100 years ago, space cracks appeared randomly all over the world, and countless powerful races from other dimensions invaded the blue planet through these cracks. These alien races are collectively called cave creatures. They are cruel, bloodthirsty, and feed on humans. In order to resist the invasion and protect their homes, human warriors fought bravely and built steel walls with their flesh and blood.
And every martial arts university is more than just a cradle for cultivating martial artists. They are also responsible for guarding the underground cave.
Jiangcheng Martial Arts University is guarding the Jiangcheng catacombs. According to the regulations, all Wuhan University students must enter the cave for training starting from their freshman year and fight for life and death with the cave creatures.
This is the responsibility of every Wuhan University student and also their destiny.
Cruel, but inescapable. Because only through the baptism of blood and fire can one truly grow into a qualified warrior.
Qin Feng looked at Lu Qinghuan's worried eyes and instantly understood.
It turns out that the little girl was worried about this.
Yes.
He did not hide it and gave an affirmative answer again.
Entering the underground cave for training is a compulsory course for every Wuda University student.
After receiving this definite answer, Lu Qinghuan's eyes could no longer bear the weight of the tears.
Tears as big as beans rolled down like pearls with broken strings.
She bit her lips hard, trying not to cry out. But her slightly trembling shoulders still revealed her inner fear and sadness at the moment. The cave is very dangerous. Her voice, thick with tears, sounded heartbreaking. I heard from Sister Lan that every year many students die in there. They will never come back. The more she spoke, the more frightened she became.
The more I think about it, the more heartbroken I feel.
The thought of Qin Feng also having to enter that place that was like a meat grinder and face those ferocious and terrifying cave creatures made him feel uneasy. The thought that he might get hurt, that he might be in danger, or even that he might end up like those students who died. Lu Qinghuan's heart felt like it was being tightly grasped by an invisible hand. The pain was so severe that she could hardly breathe.
She couldn't imagine it. If something unexpected happened to Qin Feng, if she never saw him again, then what should she do? What meaning does this world have to her? Just thinking about that possibility made her feel as if her world was about to collapse. Brother Feng, can you not go?
She raised her tearful little face and looked at Qin Feng with an almost pleading look.
Our Lu family is rich and powerful. I'll go beg my father. Let him arrange a safe position for you, okay? You don't have to take risks, you don't have to risk your life. I'll support you.
At the end, she almost blurted it out. She was not only worried about Qin Feng's safety.
Besides, you went to the catacombs, and you were there for days, maybe even weeks. Then I won't be able to see you.
She lowered her head and muttered softly. That voice was filled with deep sense of loss and reluctance.
I'm going to miss you. I think about it every day, every minute of every second.
I'll be sad to death if I can't see you.
Chapter 84, Peak of the Third Rank.
Qin Feng felt very satisfied as he looked at the girl in his arms who was crying but still stubbornly expressing her feelings. What a beautiful scene. The eldest daughter of the Lu family, the #1 family in Jiangchang, the ice princess who was once high and mighty and obsessed with the protagonist Fan of the original novel, now curled up in her arms like a frightened kitten, begging her not to leave in the most humble manner. He even said something like, "I will support you." If outsiders heard this, they would probably be shocked. But Qin Feng knew that this was not a joke. With the financial resources of the Lu family, let alone supporting him, even if they supported 100 or 1,000 warriors, it would only be a drop in the bucket. The curve of his mouth became more playful, with a hint of evil.
Support me.
He stretched out his finger, gently lifted Lu Qinghuan's tear-stained chin, and forced her to look at him. Are you sure? His voice was low and magnetic, like a feather, gently scratching Lu Qinghuan's most sensitive nerves.
I'm very expensive.
Lu Qinghuan felt flustered when he looked at her, and the blush on her cheeks even covered the traces of tears. But when she thought about him going to that dangerous cave, she felt only determination. She nodded heavily, looking at him with tearful eyes, but her expression was extremely serious.
No matter how expensive it is, I can afford it.
As long as Brother Feng doesn't take any risks. I don't want you to be a hero, nor do I want you to be a strong man. I just want you to stay by my side safe and sound. Her voice was filled with strong dependence and possessiveness. If these words were spoken to any ambitious warrior, it would be an insult. But Qin Feng just smiled. He used his fingertips to gently wipe away the tears from her cheeks. His movements were unspeakably gentle. The path of a warrior is like rowing a boat against the current. If you don't advance, you will retreat. Comfort is the greatest grave for warriors. If I continue to hide under your wings, how can I become stronger? How can I truly protect you? Qin Feng's voice seemed to carry a kind of magic, instantly calming Lu Qinghuan's anxiety. She stared at him blankly and forgot to cry for a moment.
Protect me. Certainly.
Qin Feng's eyes were deep and serious.
This world is far more dangerous than you think. Only when you have enough power can you protect everything you want to protect. I don't want to be in danger one day and helplessly watch you get hurt. So, I have to go to the catacombs.
His words were powerful and full of unquestionable determination. Lu Qinghuan's heart was deeply touched.
Turn out to be.
It turns out that he desperately wants to become stronger, not just for himself.
More importantly, to protect her?
This realization, like a warm current, instantly flowed through her limbs and bones, completely dispelling all the anxiety and fear in her heart. Instead, there is incomparable sweetness and touching feeling. Her eyes were red again. But this time, it was not because of fear, but because of happiness.
Brother Feng.
Her voice was nasal but full of pride.
You are so nice.
Qin Feng looked at her obsessed and worshipful look and smiled in his heart. The method of painting a pie in the sky is very useful at any time. A few nice words are enough to make her fall in love with him. At this moment, a cold mechanical prompt sounded in his mind without any warning. Bite. It has been detected that the host's villain value has accumulated to 100,000 points.
Advanced Lucky Draw Roulette has been activated. Do you want to proceed with the advanced lottery immediately? Here we come. Qin Feng's pupils suddenly shrank. 100,000 villain value. Premium draw.
He forced himself to suppress the ecstasy in his heart, his mind racing. Since he obtained the system, he has accumulated a lot of villain value by suppressing the protagonist Yi Fan and plundering his luck. It takes a full 100,000 villain points to open a lottery, so you can imagine how generous the rewards are.
Yes, draw the prize immediately.
Qin Feng recited it in his heart without hesitation.
Ding! Advanced Lucky Draw Roulette starting.
In an instant, Qin Feng's consciousness seemed to be pulled into a vast and boundless starry sky. In front of him, an unimaginably huge roulette wheel slowly emerged.
This roulette wheel was countless times more gorgeous and complicated than the elementary and intermediate roulette wheels he had seen before.
On the roulette wheel, there are no longer simple item names, but mysterious golden runes emitting brilliant light. Each rune seemed to contain a world of its own, emitting a terrifying aura that made one's heart palpitate. There are magical weapons, flashing with cold light, as if they can cut through time and space. There are secret manuals of martial arts, which are ancient and vicissitudes of life, and seem to record the great way to reach heaven and earth. There are natural treasures, rays of light, and a refreshing medicinal fragrance. There were even some strange creatures that seemed like living things that he could not understand at all.
SS level magic weapon. SSS level skills. The legendary egg of the mythical beast. A dazzling array of products, everything you could want. Each one of them is enough to drive warriors across China, and even the whole world, crazy. Qin Feng's heartbeat accelerated uncontrollably. Start. With his command, the huge golden roulette wheel began to spin wildly. Countless golden runes turned into streams of light and flashed rapidly before his eyes. Time, at this moment, seems to become extremely long. Finally. Ding! The lucky draw is over. The roulette wheel slowly stopped. The pointer finally stopped on a three-colored rune that exuded a strong elixir fragrance. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the top-grade elixir, the third-level Soul Gathering Pill. Third-level Spirit Gathering Pill, a supreme elixir crafted from an ancient recipe. It imbues the warrior with an incomparably pure and powerful spiritual energy. Each level of the elixir's 3 levels provides a transformative energy baptism, significantly boosting qi, blood, and mental strength. It also has a high probability of helping a peak-level third-level warrior break through bottlenecks, connect the 5 internal organs, and enter the 4th-level realm. Note, this elixir is extremely powerful and cannot be consumed by anyone other than a third-rank warrior. Otherwise, you risk exploding and dying. The 3rd level of Spirit Gathering Pill. A gleam of light flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. Well done. You came at the perfect time. You know, from the 3rd rank to the 4th rank is a huge threshold. After tempering the trunk bones, the warrior needs to build a bridge of energy connecting the 5 internal organs. This is an extremely delicate and dangerous process. Countless warriors at the peak of the 3rd rank have been stuck at this step their entire lives, unable to make any progress.
However, this third-level spirit-gathering pill can greatly increase the success rate of breakthrough.
Its value is simply immeasurable.
If it were put up for auction outside, it would be enough to cause countless wealthy families to scramble for it.
Extract. Qin Feng's mind moved. The next second, an ancient jade bottle appeared out of thin air in his system space.
Inside the jade bottle, a pill the size of a longan, with red, gold, and blue halos flowing all over it, was quietly floating.
Just by looking at it, Qin Feng could feel the terrifying energy contained in it, which seemed to be about to explode.
Very good. Qin Feng felt at ease. He slowly opened his eyes and regained consciousness. The entire lottery process seemed to take a long time in the conscious space, but in the real world, it was only a short moment.
Lu Qinghuan in his arms didn't even notice anything unusual.
She still looked at Qin Feng infatuatedly, her beautiful eyes filled with love and admiration. At this moment, Qin Feng opened his mouth and swallowed the third-level spirit-gathering pill that was emitting three colored rays of light into his stomach.
Boom!
When the pill entered his stomach, it was like a miniature nuclear bomb that exploded inside his body.
At that moment, Qin Feng's body shook violently. His skin instantly turned crimson, as if magma was flowing in his veins.
Blue veins, like those of a coiled dragon, bulged ferociously on his neck and arms. The terrifying energy, like a flood bursting through a dam, rushed and raged madly through his limbs and bones.
Severe pain. Unimaginable pain instantly swept through every inch of his nerves.
It was as if billions of steel needles were piercing his bones, meridians, and flesh at the same time. Even though Qin Feng's willpower far exceeded that of ordinary people, he couldn't help but groan at this moment, and beads of sweat the size of beans instantly seeped out of his forehead.
But he didn't back down at all. His eyes became even crazier and more passionate. Refine it for me.
Qin Feng sat cross-legged, his mind immersed in his body, and began to practice the skills frantically, guiding the domineering medicinal power to wash over his body. He wants to use this power to break free from the shackles in one fell swoop. The qi and blood values began to soar wildly at an incredible speed.
Oh my God!
Lu Qinghuan, who was standing by, still had her eyes closed, but as a warrior, she could clearly sense the terrifying aura rising from Qin Feng. He began to guide the pure medicinal power and temper his trunk bones according to the route of the exercises.
Sternum, ribs, spine.
Under the powerful medicinal power, piece of bone after piece was quickly tempered and became crystal clear and indestructible. His energy and blood values began to soar wildly again.
400 calories. 500 calories. 800 calories. 900 calories.
Finally, after he completely refined and absorbed the medicinal power of the first stage of the third stage soul-gathering pill, his qi and blood values remained steadily at
999 cards.
The peak of the third level. There is only one step left to connect the 5 internal organs and step into the fourth level.
Call.
Qin Feng slowly exhaled a breath of foul air. This foul air, with a faint 3-color halo, fell on the ground, making a light hiss sound and leaving a shallow mark. He slowly opened his eyes, and a brilliant light flashed in his eyes. He could feel that his body had undergone earth-shaking changes. Whether it is strength, speed, or physical strength, they are several times stronger than before. If he faced the armored bull again now, he would probably only need one punch to smash it into pieces. This is the incomparable pleasure brought by the sudden increase in strength.
Chapter 85, The Plot is Advanced?
Qin Feng slowly exhaled a breath of foul air. This foul air, with a faint 3-color halo, fell on the ground, making a light hiss sound and leaving a shallow mark. He slowly opened his eyes, and a brilliant light flashed in his eyes. He could feel that his body had undergone earth-shaking changes. Whether it is strength, speed, or physical strength, they are several times stronger than before. If he faced the armored bull again now, he would probably only need one punch to smash it into pieces. This is the incomparable pleasure brought by the sudden increase in strength.
Brother Feng. Lu Qinghuan's voice was trembling and filled with disbelief.
Although she didn't understand what Qin Feng had just experienced, she could clearly feel the terrifying aura that almost exploded the entire room. It was a feeling of crushing at the level of life. It made her instinctively feel awe and submission. Qin Feng turned his head, with an evil arc at the corner of his mouth. He looked at Lu Qinghuan's pretty face, which was filled with shock and admiration, and his heart was burning with passion. The increase in strength made the blood in his body flow like a surging river, and his desires also increased accordingly. He reached out his hand and pulled the girl, who was still in shock, back into his arms. "What? Are you scared?" His voice was low and hoarse, with a hint of laziness after a recent breakthrough, but full of fatal attraction. Lu Qinghuan's body stiffened, then softened in his arms, her cheeks instantly flushed. She shook her head, then nodded, raised her face, and her watery peach eyes were full of brilliance.
"Brother Feng, you have become stronger again."
Qin Feng responded lightly.
"It's just a small breakthrough." Lu Qinghuan. A small breakthrough? What was that breath that almost suffocated her just now? She felt that even the elite captains of the Jiangcheng warrior division might not be as awe-inspiring as Qin Feng's just now. But looking at Qin Feng's matter-of-fact expression, the shock in her heart was once again replaced by incomparable admiration. He is worthy of being her brother Feng. This kind of miracle, in his words, was just a small breakthrough. What confidence and dominance!
Qin Feng looked at her infatuated eyes, and the smile on his lips became even more intense. He lowered his head and leaned close to her ear, his warm breath caressing her sensitive earlobe.
"Qinghuan."
Lu Qinghuan trembled all over and his voice was as thin as a mosquito's.
"Now that I've made a breakthrough, then." Qin Feng's voice was filled with a hint of amusement. "Shouldn't we celebrate?" Lu Qinghuan's cheeks were so red that they seemed to bleed. How could she not understand the meaning of his words? This bad guy. I just finished this, and now I have to. But she didn't have the slightest thought of resistance in her heart, instead she felt an inexplicable expectation. She closed her eyes, her long eyelashes trembled slightly, and she said softly in an almost inaudible voice. The next moment, she felt herself being picked up by the waist. In the room, the blushing and moving music soon rang out again. 2 hours later. The morning light shines through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows onto the luxurious carpet in the presidential suite, giving it a warm golden hue. Qin Feng's muscular upper body was bare, with only a bath towel wrapped around his waist. Water droplets slowly slid down his well-defined abdominal muscles, full of masculine strength and beauty. He sat on the soft sofa, slowly and methodically cutting the top-quality Wagyu beef on the plate with his knife and fork. Opposite him, Lu Qinghuan had just finished showering and changed into a silk robe provided by the hotel. Her snow-white skin glowed with milky luster in the morning light, her wet long hair was casually draped over her shoulders, her beautiful face still had a flush of excitement, and her eyes were full of natural charm. The once arrogant ice princess now looked like a docile and obedient little wife, carefully adding sugar cubes and milk to Qin Feng's coffee cup. Her movements were so natural, as if she had done them thousands of times. The atmosphere in the suite is warm and charming. The huge LCD TV on the wall was playing the local morning news in Jiangcheng.
Our latest news, according to insiders from the warrior department, several mysterious warriors have recently infiltrated Jiangcheng, suspected to be connected to the Shinchi cult. The Warrior Bureau has issued a Level A warning, reminding the general public, especially ordinary citizens, to reduce going out at night in the near future. If you see any suspicious individuals, please call the Warrior Bureau hotline immediately. It's reported that the cult warriors who infiltrated this time are powerful and extremely dangerous. The Warrior Division has joined forces with the military branch stationed in Jiangcheng to form a special operations team, vowing to capture all the cult members in one fell swoop and maintain the stability of Jiangcheng. The serious voice of the news anchor woman broke the silence in the room. Lu Qinghuan paused slightly while holding the coffee. A look of worry appeared on her face. A cult warrior. She frowned and looked at Qin Feng. "Brother Feng, the news said that people from a cult have sneaked into Jiangcheng." Qin Feng did not stop and continued to enjoy his breakfast elegantly, but a barely perceptible gleam flashed in his eyes. "Yeah, I heard that." Lu Qinghuan carefully placed the prepared coffee next to Qin Feng's hand, then sat down next to him and hugged his arm nervously. "It's too dangerous out there." There was a hint of fear in her voice. Brother Feng, let's just stay in this manner and don't go out for the time being, okay?
I'm afraid you'll be in danger.
She is really scared now. Her heart was in knots when she thought that Qin Feng might encounter those vicious cultists outside. Qin Feng put down his knife and fork, picked up the napkin and wiped the corner of his mouth, then turned his head and looked at her little face full of worry, and couldn't help laughing. He reached out and scratched the tip of her upturned nose lovingly. Have you forgotten how strong your brother Feng is now?
Just a few evil cult rats, can they really hurt me?
His tone was full of strong confidence.
Lu Qinghuan was stunned for a moment, then reacted.
Yes. Brother Feng is now a strong man at the peak of the 3rd level.
The strength is unfathomable. How could those evil cult warriors be his opponents?
Thinking of this, most of the worries in her heart immediately dissipated, but she still gave some warnings with some concern.
Then you must be careful too.
Yeah, I know. Qin Feng picked up the coffee, took a sip, but his eyes turned to the TV screen again. His brows wrinkled slightly unconsciously.
Something is wrong. Something is wrong.
In his opinion, Lu Qinghuan's worries were naturally groundless. But the news itself made him smell something unusual. According to the plot of the original novel, the incident of evil cult warriors sneaking into Jiangcheng did happen.
But that was mid-story.
At that time, Yifan, the protagonist of the original novel, had grown from a high school student who had just broken through to become a top talent in the 3rd year of Jiangcheng Wuda University after experiencing countless adventures and hardships. His actual strength has already firmly stepped into the 4th level. It was also during that incident that Yifan shined and teamed up with the elite captain of the warrior division, Hong Nishang, another important female protagonist in this book, to kill the small leader of the cult who had sneaked into Jiangcheng. Not only did he gain huge prestige and win the heart of a beautiful woman, but he also followed the clues and found a secret base of the cult in Jiangcheng, made great contributions, and was rewarded with a huge amount of cultivation resources. It can be said that that incident was an extremely important turning point in Yifan's life.
But now?
Qin Feng narrowed his eyes.
What time is it now?
Yifan, that kid, is at best a rookie at the early 2nd level, and he hasn't even entered the gate of Jiangcheng Martial Arts University.
How come this crucial plot happened so much earlier? Could it be? Is it because of my appearance that triggered the butterfly effect? Countless thoughts flashed through Qin Feng's mind in an instant.
He traveled through time and took away the opportunity that should have belonged to Yifan, Lu Qinghuan. Moreover, they repeatedly suppressed him and plundered his luck. Could it be the corrective force of the world, or the mysterious way of heaven, that brought this plot forward in order to allow Yifan to grow up as quickly as possible and make up for the luck that was taken away by itself?
Chapter 86. Brother Feng is right.
Very likely. A cold light flashed in the depths of Qin Feng's eyes.
I am a time traveler and an oddity in this world.
Yifan is the son of destiny who was born and raised in this world. To plunder his luck is like snatching food from a tiger's mouth, and is challenging the inherent operating rules of this world. It is not impossible that Heaven's way forced Yifan to cheat in order to set things right and get the plot back on track. Thinking of this, a cold smile appeared on the corner of Qin Feng's mouth.
The way of heaven? World correction force? Do you want Yifan to grow up so that he can step on me, the villain? He. What a good calculation. It's a pity that you met me, Qin Feng. Now that I'm here, I should be the one writing the script of this world. Don't you want Yifan to shine through this incident and conquer the beauty at the same time? Then I won't let you get what you want. This cult invasion should have been your opportunity. I, Qin Feng. Intercepted. Not only that, but the elite captain of the warrior division who joined forces with you to fight the enemy, had a mutual admiration for you, and was eventually taken into your harem Hong Nishang. I want one too. Qin Feng's heart couldn't help but feel hot when he thought of the description of the heroine in the original novel. She is 1.75 meters tall, with a pair of long, straight and well-proportioned legs, a body as hot as flame, and a personality that dares to love and hate, and is heroic. How could such a top-notch beauty be given to that young girl Yifan? Wouldn't it be more interesting to let her bloom in her most beautiful posture under him? As for how to operate, Qin Feng already had a preliminary plan in his mind. In this incident, the warrior division will definitely be the main force. I just need to find a suitable opportunity and intervene as a concerned citizen or guest of the Lu family. With my strength far beyond this timeline, can't I behave however I want?
At that time, under the watchful eyes of the people, he would turn the tide, kill the evil cult leader, and save the people from danger. Just thinking about that scene is exciting enough. Not only can you gain a huge amount of reputation, but you can also naturally come into contact with Hongnishang, laying a solid foundation for the subsequent in-depth communication. Killing two birds with one stone, simply perfect.
Brother Feng.
Lu Qinghuan's voice, with a hint of doubt, pulled Qin Feng back from his thoughts. She blinked her watery peach blossom eyes and looked at him curiously.
What are you thinking about? Why are you silent?
Her little head was slightly tilted, and her long eyelashes fluttered like two delicate little fans. Her cute and adorable appearance makes people want to hold her in their arms and love her dearly. Qin Feng came back to his senses and looked at her pretty face, which was full of concern and curiosity. The coldness in his heart was instantly replaced by tenderness. The lines on his face softened, and the familiar, slightly evil, doting smile appeared on his lips again. He reached out and gently pinched her smooth face.
Nothing.
His voice is low and magnetic, like a mellow wine that can easily make people intoxicated.
I was just wondering.
He deliberately prolonged his tone and stared into Lu Qinghuan's eyes with burning eyes, as if he wanted to suck her soul in. Lu Qinghuan's heart skipped a beat when he looked at her, and a charming blush appeared on her cheeks involuntarily.
Thinking about what?
Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's, with a hint of nervousness and anticipation. The curve of Qin Feng's mouth became wider. He slowly moved closer, almost touching her cheek. His warm breath blew against her ear, causing a slight shudder. He whispered in a voice that only the two of them could hear. I was wondering, my Qinghuan baby, why does she seem to be getting more and more beautiful? When I watched it last night, I felt like it was a fairy descending from heaven.
Why do you feel better looking than yesterday after waking up from a nap?
Tell me, have you secretly practiced some kind of seductive technique to absorb yang and replenish yin, sucking away all my essence and energy, and that's why you've become so captivating?
Boom! Lu Qinghuan's mind was like being struck by thunder, and it went blank in an instant.
Her cheeks turned from pink to a hot crimson at a speed visible to the naked eye, spreading to her snow-white neck and delicate collarbone.
This bad guy. This is the worst villain in the world.
How could you say such shameful words?
What is this about taking yang and replenishing yin?
What sucks away the essence?
How can he have the nerve to do that?
Lu Qinghuan was so embarrassed that she wished she could find a hole to crawl into, but her heart felt like it was soaked in a honeypot, so sweet that it was sickening. Her little fists hit Qin Feng's strong chest softly. It was more like she was acting coquettishly than beating him.
You're talking nonsense. I didn't.
Her voice was shy and anxious, with a hint of barely perceptible joy.
Which girl doesn't like to hear her lover praise her beauty?
Especially in such a so explicit and overbearing way. Qin Feng grabbed her rebellious little hand, placed it on his lips and kissed it gently, then he pulled her into his arms and held her tightly against him. He felt the soft body and strong heartbeat of the girl in his arms, and the smile on his face became more and more proud.
Still saying no?
Then take a look at yourself and see how attractive you are now. He lowered his head and his eyes fell on the slightly open collar of her silk nightgown. In the morning light, her snow-white skin had an ivory luster, and her delicate collarbone was like a butterfly flapping its wings, rising and falling slightly with her breathing. Because of shyness and excitement, the snow-white skin was stained with a layer of charming pink.
The scenery is breathtakingly beautiful. Qin Feng's Adam's apple rolled up and down unconsciously.
He felt that the blood in his body showed signs of boiling again.
What a natural beauty.
Even if you do nothing, just stay there quietly, you can easily ignite a man's most primitive desire. Lu Qinghuan looked down following his gaze and realized that the collar of her nightgown had loosened a little. She screamed ah and quickly covered her mouth with her hands. Her pretty face was so red that it almost bled.
Don't look.
She glared at Qin Feng in an angry manner, but her watery peach blossom eyes were full of shyness and coquettishness. There was no deterrent power at all, but it seemed more like she was reluctant to accept. Qin Feng laughed and hugged her tighter.
Is there anything between us that I haven't seen? Don't you think it's a little late to be shy now? You. Lu Qinghuan was choked speechless by his words and could only bury her face in his chest, acting like an ostrich.
This man is getting worse and worse.
She was becoming more and more fascinated by it.
Qin Feng felt the warmth and softness of the beauty in his arms, and his heart was filled with satisfaction.
He gently stroked Lu Qinghuan's soft long hair, enjoying this rare warm moment.
It is certainly refreshing to suppress the protagonist and plunder his luck. But occasionally enjoying this gentle paradise and teasing your own little ice princess is also a different kind of pleasure. At this moment, Qin Feng's cell phone suddenly rang. He picked up the phone and glanced at the caller ID, his eyebrows raised slightly.
Caller. Wang Lan.
The Lu family's chief steward, who was originally hostile to him but was now completely brainwashed by the succubus aura and called himself a slave.
What could be the matter that she called at this time?
A hint of amusement flashed in Qin Feng's eyes.
He pressed the answer button and turned on the hands-free mode. Oh no.
On the other end of the phone came Wang Lan's unique voice, which was cold but also had a hint of respect and enthusiasm. As soon as this name came out, Lu Qinghuan and Qin Feng's arms stiffened noticeably. She suddenly raised her head and looked at Qin Feng in some surprise.
Owner? Butler Wang Lan, why does she call Brother Feng like that?
Qin Feng gave her a look that said, "Please be patient," then he said calmly to the phone.
What's up?
His voice regained the emotionless coldness that was unique to those in a superior position. Wang Lan on the other end of the phone seemed completely unaware that there was someone else next to Qin Feng, and her voice was still extremely respectful.
Master, the lady is back. Lady. Qin Feng was slightly stunned, then reacted.
The Madame Wang Lan mentioned naturally could not be Lu Qinghuan.
Then, there is only one person left.
Lu Qinghuan's mother, the mistress of the Lu family, the elegant lady who was not given much attention in the original novel but was extremely crucial.
Wu Huaiyan. Wu Huaiyan.
This name exploded like thunder in Qin Feng's mind. Deep in his eyes, there flashed an irrepressible burning heat and expectation. If we say that Lu Qinghuan is a snow lotus in bud, cold and delicate,
then her mother, Wu Huaiyan, is a completely blooming, graceful, elegant and charming black peony.
Well cooked.
Naturally charming.
Although there is not much description of this beautiful woman in the original novel, every time she appears, it is enough to make people's blood boil.
It is an ultimate temptation that transcends age and the years, but can still captivate everyone.
Especially her plump, exaggerated and almost perfect curves, which the author praised with all kinds of words.
Such a peerless beauty actually came back? Qin Feng's heart instantly became active. However, Lu Qinghuan in his arms was completely stunned after hearing this name and that address.
She raised her little head from Qin Feng's broad chest, and her watery peach blossom eyes were now filled with great doubts.
Brother Feng.
There was a hint of uncertainty in her voice.
Sister Lan, she just called you master.
Lu Qinghuan frowned slightly, as if trying to understand the meaning behind this title.
This is so weird. Who is Wang Lan?
He is the Lu family's chief steward and one of my father's most trusted confidants.
On weekdays, she always presented herself as an icy beauty.
Although she was respectful to herself, the eldest daughter of the Lu family, it was only politeness and she never overstepped the boundaries.
But now, she actually used this. Calling Qin Feng master in such a humble, even fanatical tone? What is going on?
Qin Feng looked at Lu Qinghuan's pretty face, which was full of why, and he was already prepared in his heart.
Silly girl, what are you thinking about?
His voice carried a natural arrogance. You are mine now, and the entire Lu family will naturally belong to me in the future.
If she doesn't call me master, what should she call me?
How arrogant and self-righteous these words are. If it were in the past, Lu Qinghuan would probably get furious immediately after hearing such words, thinking that Qin Feng was dreaming and humiliating the Lu family.
But now,
Under the pervasive and terrifying influence of the succubus aura, Lu Qinghuan didn't feel offended at all when listening to this extremely overbearing declaration. Instead, he felt, it should be so. Yes. Brother Feng is so outstanding, so powerful, and so charming. I am his now, and the entire Lu family will be in his pocket sooner or later. Housekeeper Wang Lan is so smart. Isn't it normal for her to recognize the situation in advance and pledge allegiance to the future male master? After figuring this out, the doubts in Lu Qinghuan's heart disappeared in an instant. Instead, there is an inexplicable pride in sweetness. Look! This is my man. So domineering. It's so charming. Even an iceberg like Wang Lan was completely conquered by him. A sweet smile from the heart bloomed on Lu Qinghuan's little face again. Like a docile kitten, she rubbed her cheek against Qin Feng's chest. Yeah. Brother Feng is right. Chapter 87. The Madam is back. Her voice is soft and sweet. Qinghuan is yours, and the Lu family is also yours. Qin Feng looked at her cute appearance as she helped count the money after being sold by him, and laughed in his heart. Succubus aura, so terrifying. He rubbed Lu Qinghuan's hair with satisfaction, and then continued to speak in that cold voice on the phone. What is she coming back for? Wang Lan on the other end of the phone still spoke respectfully. Master, I don't know the specific reason. Madam just sent a message back saying that she will arrive at the manor this afternoon and asked the servants to prepare to welcome her. In addition, Wang Lan's voice paused, as if hesitant. Madam also specifically instructed that Miss must wait at the manor as well. No. Qin Feng responded indifferently and hung up the phone. Make Qinghuan wait at the manor? Interesting. Qin Feng touched his chin, a playful smile appearing on the corner of his mouth. A graceful lady who was extremely obsessed with appearance saw her own face, which had been enhanced by the system and was enough to make gods and Buddhas tempted. Coupled with the secret blessing of succubus aura. What happens? Qin Feng's heart suddenly felt hot. He has begun to look forward to the scene of officially meeting this legendary and beautiful mother-in-law. Brother Feng. Lu Qinghuan tugged at the corner of his clothes and spoke with some concern. My mother, she came back suddenly. Could it be that she knew about us? Will she disapprove of us being together? The little girl's face was full of tension. Obviously, she was still a little afraid of her mother. Qin Feng looked at her pitiful appearance and felt amused. He lowered his head and placed a domineering kiss on her forehead. Rest assured. Your mother won't object. Maybe he'll like me more than you do. Ah. Lu Qinghuan was completely confused by Qin Feng's nonsensical words. Does mom like Brother Feng more than I do? How is this possible? The two of them stayed in the presidential suite of the hotel for a long time. Until the sunlight outside the window became a little dazzling, and the clock hand pointed to noon. Qin Feng reluctantly let go of Lu Qinghuan, whose whole body was limp and whose pretty face was red enough to bleed. If this continues, I'm afraid I won't be able to leave. Wash up and change clothes. When the two walked out of the hotel hand in hand, an extended black Rolls-Royce Phantom had been waiting quietly at the door. In the sunlight, the black car body reflects the dazzling light, showing its unparalleled dignity. The license plate number is even more eye-catching, Zhang A88888. Everyone in Jiangcheng knows that this is the car of the head of the Lu family. A driver wearing a black suit and white gloves saw the two people coming out, and immediately trotted forward respectfully and opened the back door. Mr. Qin. Qin Feng nodded slightly, protected Lu Qinghuan, and got into the car first. The car door closed, completely isolating the noise from the outside world. Inside the car, there is ultimate luxury and quietness. The leather seats feel warm and soft. The air was filled with a faint fragrance unique to Lu Qinghuan. The vehicle started smoothly, merged silently into the traffic flow, and drove towards the Lu family manor in the eastern suburbs of the city. Lu Qinghuan seemed to have not yet recovered from the intimacy just now. Her little face still had a touching blush. She leaned obediently on Qin Feng's shoulder, like a lazy Persian cat. Qin Feng, on the other hand, looked out the window. The rapidly receding city streets seemed to have turned into a flowing painting in his eyes. His thoughts, however, had already flown to the destination he was about to arrive at. Lu family manor. And the stunning lady who was waiting for them in the manor. Well, why smoke? What kind of surprise will you bring me? The corners of Qin Feng's mouth curled up silently. He is looking forward to it. Looking forward to it. I wonder what kind of expression the Lu family's mistress, who is known as the most beautiful woman in Jiangcheng, will have when she sees me. Is it shocking? Is it appreciation? Still. Under the influence of the succubus aura, are you completely addicted and unable to extricate yourself? Just thinking about it makes me feel. Stimulate. The vehicle sped along and soon left the bustling city and entered the scenic eastern suburbs. This is the real wealthy area of Jiangcheng. Luxurious villas of various styles, nestled among the green trees, are like a paradise. The Lu family manor is undoubtedly the brightest pearl in this paradise. It occupies the entire hilltop and is magnificent, like a medieval castle. The tall walls completely isolate the manor from the outside world. At the door, two warriors with strong blood and bulging temples stood guard, standing straight like javelins. Their eyes were as sharp as eagles, scanning everything around them vigilantly. When they saw the familiar Rolls-Royce Phantom, the two guards immediately showed respectful expressions on their faces. They all bowed in greeting. The heavy carved iron door slowly opened to both sides. Vehicles entered the estate unimpeded. What comes into view is a huge neatly trimmed lawn with a gorgeous musical fountain in the center. The water reflects a colorful halo in the sunlight. A wide asphalt road winds forward and leads directly to the palace-like main building deep in the manor. Qin Feng looked at everything in front of him that was familiar yet unfamiliar, without a single ripple in his heart. In his previous life, he was just an insignificant henchman beside Lu Qinghuan, and he didn't even have the qualifications to step into this main building. And now. However, he came back as Lu Qinghuan's man and the future owner of this manor. The changes in the world are truly amazing. The vehicle slowly stopped in the square in front of the main building. As soon as the car door opened, a cold yet respectful voice sounded outside the door. Mr. Qin, you are back." Qin Feng looked up. Wang Lan was standing outside the car door in a well-fitting black women's suit that highlighted her curvy figure. Her face still had that icy expression, without any trace of emotion. But when her eyes met Qin Feng's, she unconsciously revealed a hint of fanaticism and submission that was difficult to conceal. "Oh nar!" she called out softly in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Qin Feng's gaze lingered on her slender legs wrapped in black stockings for 0.1 second, and then he nodded lightly. "Where's the lady?" "Return to the master." Wang Lan bowed slightly, keeping a very humble attitude. "Madam is in the tea room in the main hall, waiting for you too." Chapter 88, So Courageous. Qin Feng's playful smile deepened when he heard this. The main hall tea room? It seems that this mother-in-law is preparing to give me a warning. He held Lu Qinghuan's hand and walked out of the car. "Lead the way." His voice was calm, yet carried an unquestionable authority. "Yes, master." Wang Lan responded respectfully, then turned around and led the way with elegant and steady steps. Her plump and perky buttocks wrapped in a black dress swayed gently with her steps, drawing a perfect arc that made one's blood boil. Lu Qinghuan followed Qin Feng, her small hands tightly grasping his big hands, with beads of sweat already oozing out of her palms. She could clearly feel that the atmosphere in the manor was completely different from before. There is an invisible pressure in the air. Even the guards and servants who would usually greet her with a smile were now silent, standing solemnly on both sides of the road with their hands hanging down, not daring to even breathe. All of this stems from that woman. Her mother, Wu Huaiyan. The mistress of the Lu family. A truly iron-fisted figure who controls this huge business empire and has the power of life and death. Thinking of facing his mother's sharp eyes that seemed to see through everything, Lu Qinghuan's heartbeat accelerated involuntarily. "Brother Feng." Subconsciously, she leaned closer to Qin Feng again, as if only in this way could she feel a sense of security. Qin Feng felt her nervousness. He turned around and held her soft, boneless hand even tighter. The warm touch coming from the palm of her hand was like a warm current that instantly flowed into Lu Qinghuan's heart, miraculously calming her panicked heart. She raised her head and looked at Qin Feng's profile. In the sunlight, his features were distinct and he was as handsome as a god. In those deep eyes, there was no trace of tension or fear, only a calmness and an indescribable excitement and anticipation, like a hunter seeing his prey. For some reason, when Lu Qinghuan saw him like this, his original worries disappeared.
Yes. With Brother Feng here, what should I be afraid of? No matter how powerful Mom is, can she be more powerful than Brother Feng?
In the little girl's heart, Qin Feng has long been an omnipotent being. The three of them crossed the square, walked up the white marble steps, and entered the palace-like main building. What catches the eye is a magnificent dome that is more than 10 meters high. A huge crystal chandelier hangs down from the dome, emitting a bright and soft light. The mirror-like marble floor reflected the figures of the three people. The air was filled with the rich scent of precious incense and fresh flowers.
Luxurious, elegant, and grand. Every corner demonstrates the Lu family's heritage and demeanor as the #1 family in Jiangcheng.
Without any pause, Wan Lan led the two of them straight through the spacious corridor and came to an antique mahogany-carved door.
Master, Miss, the madam is inside.
She stopped, stood sideways, and spoke respectfully.
Qin Feng's gaze fell on the tightly closed door.
He could clearly sense a powerful and restrained aura behind the door.
That aura was like a dormant volcano.
It seemed calm, but in fact it contained terrifying energy that was enough to burn the sky and boil the sea.
5th grade warrior. Moreover, it is not the kind that has just entered the 5th rank. Interesting.
The corners of Qin Feng's mouth rose slightly. He let go of Lu Qinghuan's hand, raised his hand, and gently pushed open the heavy wooden door.
Squeak!
With a slight sound, the scene inside the door slowly came into view.
It was a very elegant tea room.
The interior furnishings are not luxurious, but they exude a low-key elegance everywhere. A rosewood tea table, tea sets from the official kiln of the Song dynasty, famous paintings and calligraphy hanging on the wall, and burning in the corner is the ambergris worth 1,000 gold. The focus of the entire tea room was on the woman sitting in the main seat. She just sat there quietly, like an exquisite painting of a lady. A well-tailored purple cheongsam perfectly outlines her plump and mature body with exaggerated curves. The slit of the cheongsam is very high. It goes all the way to the base of the thigh. As she sat elegantly, her round and slender legs wrapped in flesh-colored stockings appeared faintly, arousing endless imagination. Her skin was as white as snow and as delicate as the finest mutton fat jade. Under the soft light, it glowed with a faint halo. A standard oval face with impeccable delicate features. Her eyebrows are as dark as a painting, and her eyes are narrow and long. There is a natural charm and nobility in her eyes. She has a straight nose and plump red lips, like a ripe cherry, exuding an alluring luster. Her jet-black, shiny hair was casually tied behind her head with a simple jade hairpin, revealing her fair, slender, swan-like neck.
Her temperament is very complex.
She has both the grace and majesty of someone who has been in a high position for a long time, and the charm and seductiveness that is unique to mature women and runs deep in their bones. Two completely different temperaments are perfectly integrated in her, forming a fatal attraction.
She is Wu Huaiyan.
The mistress of the Lu family, Lu Qinghuan's mother, is a peerless beauty known as the most beautiful woman in Jiangcheng. At this moment, she was holding a cup of tea, gently blowing the hot steam from the rim of the cup, without even lifting her eyelids. It seemed as if the people who pushed the door open were just two insignificant servants. It is a kind of indifference and arrogance that comes from the bones and does not care about anything.
When Lu Qinghuan saw his mother, his face turned pale instantly and he subconsciously wanted to speak. Mom!
However, before she could utter a word, a large hand gently pressed on her shoulder. Qin Feng had walked to her side without her knowing when. He shook his head slightly at Lu Qinghuan, signaling her to be patient. Then he walked into the tea room slowly and leisurely. His footsteps were very light. but it was like a heavy hammer hitting the silent space.
Wu Huaiyan's hand holding the teacup paused slightly.
Finally, she slowly raised her head.
Those narrow and long phoenix eyes looked towards the door with a hint of scrutiny and a hint of indifference.
However, when her eyes met Qin Feng's in the air,
she felt as if she was struck by lightning. Boom!
Wu Huaiyan only felt as if there was a thunder explosion in his mind, and everything went blank in an instant. At this moment, her pupils suddenly contracted uncontrollably. For the first time, an incredible and violent expression appeared on that beautiful face that was originally calm. Shock. Shocked. And a trace of throbbing and obsession from the depths of her soul that she herself had not even noticed. How is that possible? How could there be such a handsome man in this world? His face seemed to be the most perfect masterpiece of God. Every line and every contour was just right, without a single flaw to be found. Those deep eyes were like the vast starry sky, as if they could completely absorb a person's soul. He just stood there quietly, emitting an indescribable, evil, and noble aura. It seemed as if he was the master of this world. All living beings should submit to him. Wu Huaiyan has lived for more than 40 years. As the mistress of the Lu family, what kind of young talents and what kind of evil geniuses has she not seen? But she swore that all the men she had ever met in her life combined could not compare to the charm of the young man in front of her, even a hair. Face control. Wu Huaiyan is in extreme face control. This is known to everyone in Jiangqing's upper-class society. The reason why she always looked down upon the so-called son of destiny Yifan, besides the fact that he came from a grassroots background, was that Yifan's appearance, in her opinion, could only be considered ordinary. At this moment, the appearance of Qin Feng was no less than a magnitude 12 earthquake for her, a veteran face control freak. Her heart was in turmoil. Her breathing also became rapid. The heart that had been silent for more than 20 years, at this moment, was beating uncontrollably. An unprecedented, unfamiliar emotion, like a wildly growing vine, instantly wrapped around her entire heart. Is it heart beating? No. This is beyond heartwarming. This is a kind of crazy impulse that comes from instinct, wanting to get close to him, wanting to possess him, wanting to devote everything of oneself to him. You. Wu Huaiyan's red lips opened slightly, as if she wanted to say something. But he found that his throat seemed to be blocked by something, so dry that he couldn't make any sound. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in Qin Feng's mind as expected. Bite. It has been detected that the host is in contact with an S-level communication object, Wu Huaiyan. Eye of True Vision has been activated. Character, Wu Huaiyan. Identity, Mistress of the Lu family, Mother of Lu Qinghuan. Charm, 98, Top Beauty. Favorability, 55, Love at First Sight. Comprehensive rating, S-level, Excellent. System prompt, this person is the mother of the Destiny Girl, and carries some of the luck. In-depth communication with her can gain a large amount of luck points, and there is a high probability of triggering extraordinary rewards. Warning. It has been detected that the subject is wearing a high-level spiritual defense magic treasure, the Pure Heart Jade Pendant. Pure Heart Jade Pendant, refined by a 6th-rank spiritualist, it can resist most spiritual temptations and attacks, and can also cause spiritual backlash against the caster. Affected by the Pure Heart Jade Pendant, the passive brainwashing effect of Succubus aura has been significantly weakened. Currently, it can only partially affect its mind and cannot directly achieve deep control. S-level. Extraordinary rewards. A fiery light flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. Really? Just as he expected. This stunning mother-in-law is definitely a super treasure. Only. High-level spiritual defense magic treasure? Qin Feng's gaze fell on Wu Huaiyan's fair neck. There was indeed a crystal-clear and ancient jade pendant emitting a faint fluorescence. Mysterious runes were faintly flowing on the jade pendant, forming an invisible barrier that blocked the pervasive enchanting power of the succubus aura. Although, this barrier cannot completely isolate the influence of the halo. Wu Huaiyan's out-of-control expression at this moment and her favorability level that has soared to 55 points are the best proof. However, it is obviously impossible to brainwash her into a loyal believer like he did with Lu Qinghuan and Wang Lan.
Interesting. It's getting more and more interesting.
Instead of feeling disappointed, Qin Feng felt even more excited.
It is certainly easier to just crush them with the halo. But wouldn't that take away a lot of the fun of conquering?
To win over a noble, cold, powerful, and peerless beauty like Wu Huaiyan, one must gradually break down her defenses, destroy her will, and make her willingly take off all her disguises in front of him, revealing her most charming and unrestrained side.
That sense of accomplishment is unparalleled. Qin Feng's mouth curled up into an evil smile.
He ignored Wu Huaiyan's stunned look, walked straight to the tea table, and sat down opposite her very naturally.
He picked up the purple clay teapot on the table and poured himself a cup of tea.
Then, he picked up the teacup and took a sip.
The whole process was smooth and there was no sense of awkwardness or uneasiness.
It seemed as if he was not a young man visiting for the first time, but the real owner of this manor.
The tea is good.
Qin Feng put down the teacup, raised his eyes, and looked at Wu Huaiyan, who was still in a daze, with a smile on his face.
That's right, he's a bit rude. Guests come to your door, and you can't even say a word. Mrs. Lu. Qin Feng's voice was very light and faint.
But it was like an invisible hammer, hitting Wu Huaiyan's violently beating heart hard. Her eyes, which had been slightly unfocused due to extreme shock, finally regained focus. Consciousness, like the seawater after the tide recedes, slowly returns. She looked at the handsome young man in front of her, who looked more handsome than an ordinary person, looked at his deep eyes that seemed to see through everything, and looked at the devilish curve at the corner of his mouth that seemed to be smiling but not smiling.
Shame, panic, throbbing, obsession. Countless extremely complex emotions, like an overturned 5-flavor bottle, surged wildly in her heart. I was actually staring at a junior and lost in thought just now? Moreover, in front of his own daughter. This is simply a great shame and humiliation. Who is Wu Huaiyan?
She is the mistress of the Lu family. She is the most beautiful woman admired by countless people in Jiancheng. She was used to controlling everything, used to looking down on everyone with her cold and majestic phoenix eyes.
Has there ever been such a gaffe?
A burning feeling of shame rushed from the bottom of her heart to her forehead, instantly dyeing her beautiful face, which was as white as jade, with a layer of touching blush.
Presumptuous.
Wu Huaiyan slammed the tea table, her voice cold, filled with the majesty and anger of someone who had been in a superior position for a long time.
Bang! A muffled sound.
The priceless rosewood tea table was actually hit with clear cracks by her palm.
Who are you? Are you worthy to sit with me? Who gave you the courage to call me Madame Lu?
She tried to use anger to cover up her inner panic and throbbing. She wanted to take back the initiative and make this arrogant boy who didn't know his place understand what hierarchy meant.
Chapter 89. Who are you?
However, facing her pressure that was enough to make ordinary warriors tremble with fear, Qin Feng just smiled faintly.
It seemed as if it was just a breeze blowing on my face.
His gaze slowly moved down with interest from Wu Huaiyan's pretty face, which was filled with shame and anger. It brushed past her plump breasts, which were heaving violently due to her rapid breathing and were tightly wrapped in the cheongsam, almost bursting through the clothes. Finally, it fell on her jade hand, which was pressed on the tea table, with her knuckles turning white due to the force.
Madame Lu, calm down. Qin Feng's tone was still calm and even contained a hint of ridicule. The table is innocent.
If the camera breaks, you have to spend money to buy a new one.
It's not worth it. You. Wu Huaiyan's delicate body trembled, and the breathtaking curve on her chest shook even more violently.
This bastard.
He actually completely ignored his own dignity. How dare he? Lu Qinghuan was standing at the door.
When she saw the scene, her face turned pale with fright. She had never seen her mother so angry. I've never seen anyone dare to be so presumptuous in front of my mother.
Mom! Brother Feng.
She was so anxious that she wanted to step forward and explain. Qin Feng didn't even turn his head, but just uttered 2 words lightly.
Shut up.
The voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable magic. The words that were on the tip of Lu Qinghuan's tongue were instantly blocked. She stared at Qin Feng's back in a daze, her beautiful eyes full of grievance, but she didn't dare to disobey his orders. She could only stand there obediently, like a child who had done something wrong.
This scene fell clearly into Wu Huaiyan's eyes. Her pupils shrank again. Shock. Unparalleled shock.
She knows her own daughter best.
Having been spoiled since childhood, although his temperament is not unruly, he is definitely arrogant. When will I be so obedient to a man? Even her mother was left aside. This is no longer just a simple liking. This is simply like being bewitched. Could it be? An absurd and terrifying thought flashed through Wu Huaiyan's mind in an instant. Spiritual secrets? Charm-like abilities?
As a fifth-rank warrior and the mistress of the Lu family, her knowledge is far beyond that of Lu Qinghuan. She knew that in this world, there were some extremely strange warriors or mind masters who possessed terrifying abilities that could influence or even control the minds of others. Especially when she saw Qin Feng's evilly handsome face, this thought became even stronger.
It must be like this. There is definitely something wrong with this kid named Qin Feng. He used some evil means to confuse his own daughter.
Thinking of this, the slight throbbing and obsession in Wu Huaiyan's heart was instantly replaced by vigilance and murderous intent. The pure heart jade pendant on her chest seemed to have sensed the change in its owner's mood, and suddenly emitted a warm and cool breath that instantly flowed through her whole body. Her thoughts, which had become somewhat confused due to Qin Feng's appearance, instantly became much clearer.
I see.
Wu Huaiyan slowly sat up straight and withdrew her hand from the table. The anger on her face gradually faded, replaced by a bone-chilling indifference. She looked at Qin Feng, her narrow and long phoenix eyes were like two sharp ice knives.
I underestimated you.
How dare you use such shameless tricks in front of me, Wu Huaiyan, at the Lu family?
Go ahead. What did you do to my daughter?
There was no warmth in her voice. Every word seemed to carry a biting chill. The air in the entire tea room seemed to freeze at this moment. Qin Feng smiled when he heard this. He picked up the teacup and took another leisurely sip, as if he didn't feel the murderous intent that was enough to freeze his soul at all.
A sinister trick. He put down the teacup, raised his eyes, and looked at Wu Huaiyan with amusement. Mrs. Lu, is this what you mean? The moment the words fell,
in the depths of Qin Feng's eyes, a strange purple light flashed by. Succubus aura, activate with all your strength. Buzz. An invisible and intangible, yet extremely domineering and charming force, like a flood bursting through a dam, instantly swept towards Wu Huaiyan on the opposite side. Wu Huaiyan only felt a flash before her eyes. In her sight, the figure of the young man opposite seemed to be stretched out in an instant, becoming extremely tall and noble.
He is no longer an ordinary warrior, but a god walking among the human world. He is the supreme demon lord who controls desire and decadence.
Every inch of his skin, every line on his body, exudes fatal temptation. His eyes seemed to possess some kind of magic, which was going to drag her soul completely into the endless abyss called lust.
No. Wu Huaiyan's soul was screaming madly.
The energy and blood in her body were circulating wildly and uncontrollably, trying to resist this terrifying enchanting force. The pure heart jade pendant on her chest was shining even brighter. A visible white light shield composed of mysterious runes was instantly emitted from the jade pendant, covering her entire body.
Chi-chi-chi.
The invisible power of charm collided violently with the white light shield in the air. There seemed to be some sharp sound in the air, similar to the sound of electric current. The light shield flickered violently, varying in brightness and darkness, as if it could shatter at any moment.
Wu Huaiyan's pretty face instantly turned pale and bloodless.
Beads of cold sweat kept oozing out from her smooth forehead and sliding down the curve of her perfect cheeks. Her delicate body was shaking violently and uncontrollably. Her teeth were biting her plump red lips so tightly that they were bleeding, but she was completely unaware. Her eyes were filled with horror and fear.
How is that possible? What level of charm ability is this?
The pure heart jade pendant on her body is a top-level spiritual treasure that was personally refined for her by her senior brother, a 6th grade peak spiritual master. It is enough to resist most mental shocks and temptations below the 6th level. But now, in the face of this strange and enchanting power, it was actually on the verge of collapse. What kind of monster is this man? At this moment, the system prompt sound rang again in Qin Feng's mind. Bite. It has been detected that the host is forcibly enchanting the S-level target Wu Huaiyan. The target is putting up a fierce resistance. The effect of the pure heart jade pendant has been activated, and the effect of the succubus aura is being weakened. The target's evil value is rising rapidly. Evil value, 70 71 72. A virtual progress bar seemed to appear in front of Qin Feng's eyes. Above the progress bar was Wu Huaiyan's beautiful face, which seemed a little distorted due to resistance, but added a bit of sad and seductive charm. Below the progress bar is a bright red number that is jumping wildly. Evil value, 74. The number finally settled at 74. Then, it stopped growing. The purple light in Qin Feng's eyes slowly faded away. The enchanting power that was like a landslide and tsunami also receded like the tide. He smiled. The smile was meaningful. I see. There are new changes in the gameplay. It is no longer like before, where you can just use the halo to crush and push to the end. Instead, it became a bad value mechanism similar to that of a strategy game. It seems that it is because of the existence of this pure heart jade pendant that the system determines that it cannot directly complete depth control, so it unlocks this new mode. As long as this evil value reaches a certain threshold, such as 80 points or 100 points, it can completely destroy the other person's defenses, make her completely fall into it, and become her most loyal slave. Interesting. It's so interesting. Qin Feng did not feel any difficulty at all. Instead, he felt that this was more interesting. It's certainly refreshing to just push forward. But, wouldn't that take away a lot of the fun of training and conquering? Like Wu Huaiyan, she is noble, cold, powerful, and a peerless beauty with a strong will to resist. Only bit by bit, he peeled off her hard shell and destroyed her rationality that she was proud of. He watched her fall from a high and mighty queen in front of him, step by step, into a forbidden delicacy that was inseparable from him and could be taken at his will. That kind of process and that kind of sense of accomplishment are incomparable. Qin Feng's eyes flashed with the kind of excited and fiery light that a hunter feels when he sees his prey. He is very confident. It's only a matter of time to conquer this stunning mother-in-law. And at this moment, as the charm faded, Wu Huaiyan felt her whole body relax, as if she had been fished out of the water, and she instantly collapsed into the chair. She was breathing heavily, and the full curve of her chest rose and fell like surging waves. The collar of the cheongsam had long been soaked with sweat, sticking tightly to the skin, and the delicate lace inside was faintly visible. Her pretty pale face still showed the lingering fear and terror. But more than that, there is an indescribable feeling of emptiness and loss after surviving a disaster. That moment just now. She was almost just a little bit. You must completely give up resistance and sink into that overbearing and tempting power. Even deep in her heart, there was a hint of desire? Longing to be completely possessed and dominated by that power. This horrible thought made her shudder. She raised her head and stared at Qin Feng with an extremely complicated look. Fear, dread, anger, shame. And a slight throbbing feeling after being conquered that even she herself was unwilling to admit. Who are you? Her voice was hoarse, dry, and trembling uncontrollably. There is no longer the previous condescending majesty and indifference. Chapter 90. I'm just a student. Qin Feng smiled. It was a smile filled with teasing and playfulness. It seemed as if the thrilling mental confrontation just now was just a casual after-dinner entertainment for him. He did not answer Wu Huaiyan's trembling question. Instead, he slowly shifted his gaze away from her beautiful face, which still showed traces of fear and blush. He looked at Lu Qinghuan, who was standing at the door, her pretty face pale with fright from the horrific scene just now, and she still hadn't recovered from her shock. Qinghuan. Qin Feng's voice returned to its usual gentle tone. Come over.
Lu Qinghuan's delicate body trembled, as if she was awakened from a nightmare. She raised her head blankly and looked at Qin Feng. Subconsciously, he glanced at his mother, who was slumped in the chair, gasping for breath, and looking exhausted. Her heart was filled with endless confusion and fear. What on earth just happened? Why did my mother suddenly become like this? Why the way she looks at Brother Feng is so strange? What are you still standing there for? Qin Feng raised his brows slightly. Lu Qinghuan's heart skipped a beat. She didn't dare to hesitate any longer, and quickly took a step forward, running to Qin Feng's side like a frightened deer. Brother Feng. Her voice, with a hint of tears, was filled with grievance and anxiety. Qin Feng stretched out his hand and naturally embraced her slender waist. The first thing you notice is the cool and silky touch of the cheongsam, and the amazing softness and elasticity of the girl's dress. Lu Qinghuan's body stiffened subconsciously. Being hugged so intimately by him in front of her mother made her feel an unprecedented sense of shame and excitement. However, feeling the warm power coming from Qin Feng's palm that made her feel extremely at ease, her panicked heart miraculously calmed down again. She obediently pressed her soft body tightly against Qin Feng's, as if only in this way could she feel safe enough. Qin Feng's gaze then returned to Wu Huaiyan. The smile on his face grew brighter. Mrs. Lu. He spoke slowly in a tone that was so relaxed that it was almost like a chat. Look. I'm just an ordinary student. Just an ordinary student from Jiangcheng Wuda University. As for who I am. Qin Feng paused, took Lu Qinghuan's hand and squeezed it gently. This caused the beauty in his arms to let out a moan as thin as a mosquito, and her pretty face instantly turned red, so red that it was almost bleeding. He then continued slowly. I am your daughter's man. That's all. Boom. These words spoken lightly were like a bolt of thunder from the sky, striking Wu Huaiyan's mind fiercely. Her heartbeat, which had just calmed down a little due to her panting, accelerated wildly again. My daughter's man? How dare he? How dare he say such shameless words in front of his mother? A feeling of shame and anger, even stronger than before, erupted from the depths of Wu Huaiyan's heart straight to the top of his head like a volcano. She suddenly propped herself up from the chair, her phoenix eyes burning with rage as she stared at Qin Feng. You are so outrageous. Her voice became sharp due to extreme anger. Qinghuan. Come here. Stay away from that bastard. She snapped. However, a scene that shocked her and chilled her heart happened. Lu Qinghuan, the precious daughter who always regarded her words as imperial decrees since she was a child. At this moment, she just buried her face deeper in Qin Feng's arms. Her body trembled slightly, but she had no intention of leaving. She disobeyed her own orders. For a man. A man I've only known for a few days. Wu Huaiyan felt dizzy, her blood boiling, and she almost vomited blood. It's over. It's all over. My daughter's mind has been completely controlled by this kid using some unknown evil magic. Her heart is bleeding. But Qin Feng seemed not to notice that she was almost going crazy. He didn't even bother to give her a single extra glance. He lowered his head and said softly in Lu Qinghuan's ear with an extremely doting tone. Okay, don't be afraid. No one can hurt you while I'm here. We ignore her. Come on, I'll take you for a walk. I've never really taken a good look at this manor. Lu Qinghuan nodded vigorously in his arms. Her voice, with a strong nasal tone, was full of dependence and trust in Qin Feng. It seemed that as long as she was by this man's side, she would not be afraid even if the sky fell. Qin Feng smiled. Then, he really hugged Lu Qinghuan like this, turned around and walked out of the tea room as if no one was around. From beginning to end, he never looked at Wu Huaiyan again. That feeling. It was as if she, the high and mighty mistress of the Lu family, was a powerful warrior in the middle stage of the 5th rank. In his eyes, he was just a passerby who was making trouble for no reason and could be thrown aside. No. Not even as good as an ordinary passerby. It was more like a toy that he had temporarily lost interest in and thrown away. The ultimate disregard. This is more hurtful and heartbreaking than any vicious words of humiliation. Stop. Wu Huaiyan's voice was hoarse, sharp, and full of unwillingness and madness. Qin Feng. Stop right there. Speak clearly. What on earth did you do to my daughter? However, Qin Feng's footsteps did not pause at all. He didn't even bother to turn his head. His figure, hugging Lu Qinghuan, gradually disappeared at the door of the tea room. Only Wu Huaiyan was left standing there alone, like a clown abandoned by the whole world. Ah!
A scream filled with endless anger and humiliation finally erupted from the depths of Wu Huaiyan's throat.
Bang! Bang!
In the tea room, there was a sudden burst of loud crackling sounds. She swept the expensive tea set to the ground and smashed it to pieces. The rosewood tea table, which was already full of cracks, was completely turned into sawdust with just one slap from her.
The entire tea house was in a mess.
Wu Huaiyan stood in the ruins, her delicate body trembling violently. Her chest heaved violently like a bellows, and her stunningly beautiful face flushed crimson with extreme anger and humiliation. But, gradually, the flames of anger slowly faded away. Instead, there was a feeling of coldness and powerlessness that penetrated deep into the bone marrow. She lost. A complete defeat. Whether it was the aura, the battle of mental strength, or even his position in his daughter's heart, she was completely defeated by that young man. The man named Qin Feng. He is like a bottomless abyss. Mysterious, powerful, and full of deadly temptation. You know clearly that if you get close to him, you will be doomed. But I can't help but want to fly into the fire. Wu Huaiyan's mind uncontrollably resurfaced with the feeling of being completely enveloped by that overbearing and charming power. The kind of ultimate experience where the soul trembles and every cell in the body longs to sink into it. An inexplicable heat rose up from deep in the lower abdomen again. Her delicate body, which had just experienced a fierce battle, instantly became extremely sore and weak, and extremely empty. Damn it! Wu Huaiyan slumped weakly on a chair that was still in good condition. She covered her hot face with her hands. Between the fingers, the pair of narrow and long phoenix eyes flashed with an extremely complex light. There is fear, dread, anger, and unwillingness. But, more than that, it was something that even she herself was unwilling to admit. Expect. On the tree-lined path of the manor, Qin Feng hugged Lu Qinghuan and took a leisurely walk. The afternoon sun shines through the lush branches and leaves, casting mottled shadows. A breeze blew by, bringing with it the fragrance of flowers. Lu Qinghuan's emotions have gradually calmed down. She gently leaned her head on Qin Feng's shoulder, feeling the masculine aura on him that fascinated her so much. "Brother Feng," she asked in a low voice, "my mother, will she do anything bad to you? She looked so scary just now." Qin Feng chuckled when he heard this. "Rest assured. She doesn't dare." His tone was full of strong confidence. "Besides, it won't be long before she'll be just like you. Become behaved." Lu Qinghuan nodded, not quite understanding. Although she didn't understand what Qin Feng meant, she believed him. Believe unconditionally. "Brother Feng, let me take you over there to have a look." She stretched out her slender jade finger and pointed to an artificial lake not far away. "That's Qinshin Lake. There's a small island in the middle of the lake with a moonlawn pavilion built on it. It's my father's favorite place to stay. Before, no one except my father and housekeeper Wang Lan could get close to that place." There was a hint of excitement and showing off in Lu Qinghuan's tone. It seems that being able to introduce the most private place of one's family to the man one loves is a matter of pride. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth curled up in a playful arc. "Oh. Yeah. What now?" Lu Qinghuan raised her pretty face and looked at him, her beautiful eyes seemed to be twinkling with stars. "Now. You are the master here. You can go wherever you want." Qin Feng smiled with satisfaction. He likes this feeling. He turned a proud daughter who was once high and mighty into his own private property that only belonged to him and obeyed his every word. This sense of conquest made him extremely intoxicated.
Good. Then go and have a look.
The two hugged each other and walked towards Qinshin Lake. Along the way, Lu Qinghuan was like a cheerful little bird, chirping and introducing every scene in the manner to Qin Feng.
Brother Feng, look, that's the horse farm over there.
They have more than a dozen Fergana horses shipped from the western regions. Each one is worth tens of millions. Over there is the hot springs pavilion. They draw hot springs from a volcano 1,500 meters underground. They are very helpful for warriors to strengthen their bodies. Oh, right, there's also that 3-story attic, which is the book collection pavilion. It contains a collection of martial arts techniques and anecdotes that my father collected from all over the world. Some of them are even unique copies.
Chapter 91 Feeling Wonderful. Lu Qinghuan's face was filled with a happy and proud smile. These places.
In the past, Qin Feng, a small henchman of the Lu family, did not even have the qualifications to get close. Even if you look at them for a second longer, you might be scolded and driven away by the guards.
And now.
Yet he can stroll around here openly and with the demeanor of a master. Moreover, the most distinguished daughter of the Lu family was by his side, acting as his most considerate tour guide.
The psychological satisfaction brought about by this huge change in status is unparalleled.
Just as Qin Feng was thinking. The two of them have arrived next to Qinshin Lake. The lake is sparkling and crystal clear, and you can even see colorful koi swimming leisurely in the water.
In the center of the lake, there is indeed an exquisite island.
The island is shaded by green trees, and among them lies an antique octagonal pavilion, which is the Moonlanding Pavilion. A long trestle bridge paved with white marble connects the lakeshore and the island in the middle of the lake.
Brother Feng, let's go over there. Lu Qinghuan took Qin Feng's hand and was about to step onto the pier.
Qin Feng stopped in front of the white jade trestle bridge.
Lu Qinghuan looked up at her delicate and beautiful little face with some doubt. Brother Feng.
Her voice was soft yet with a hint of confusion.
Qin Feng didn't say anything.
His gaze fell on Lu Qinghuan's small hand, which was tightly clutching the corner of his clothes, with the knuckles slightly white due to nervousness. Then he smiled. He slowly stretched out his right hand. Generous, warm, and full of power.
Lu Qinghuan's heart skipped a beat.
She instantly understood what Qin Feng meant. A scalding hot current rushed from the bottom of her heart to her cheeks, staining her entire pretty face with a touching blush. Her breathing became a little rapid. My heartbeat is like the beating of a drum. In front of so many guards.
Holding hands. This is too. So embarrassing.
But. She looked at Qin Feng's eyes, which were as deep as the starry sky. There was a hint of unspoken encouragement and a domineering attitude that she could not resist.
As if to say, only I can hold your hand.
Lu Qinghuan bit her beautiful red lips. The pearly teeth left a shallow, tempting mark on it. Her little hand that was clutching the corner of her clothes slowly loosened. Then, with a hint of shyness and trembling unique to young girls.
Tentatively. Carefully.
He stretched out his broad hand towards Qin Feng. Her movements were slow.
It seemed as if every inch of movement required all the strength in my body.
Her fingertips gently touched his palm. The warm touch, like an electric current, instantly spread throughout her body. Her delicate body trembled slightly uncontrollably. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth curled up in a satisfied arc.
He didn't give Lu Qingyu any chance to hesitate.
With a flip of his hand, he then completely wrapped her soft and boneless hand in his palm.
Tightly.
Hold.
Ah.
Lu Qinghuan let out a slight cry of surprise. She subconsciously wanted to break free. However, Qin Feng's hand was like a pair of pliers, motionless.
Domineering, yet unyielding. Lu Qinghuan struggled for a few times and then gave up. An unprecedented, strange feeling surged into her heart. Shy. Sweet. There is also an indescribable sense of security of being completely possessed. Her heart was completely at peace.
It was as if this was the only hand that would hold her like this forever. Even if it means going to the end of the world, she is willing. Qin Feng took her hand and started walking. Step onto the white marble pier leading to the island in the middle of the lake.
Lu Qinghuan lowered his head and followed him.
Her face was as red as a ripe apple, almost bleeding. She didn't even dare to look at the looks of the guards around her. I could only focus all my attention on the two people's tightly clasped hands. She felt the warmth and power coming from his palm, which made her feel at ease and intoxicated.
The pier is not long.
The two of them quickly reached the island in the middle of the lake. The island is covered with green trees, birds singing, and flowers blooming. An antique octagonal pavilion stands quietly in the shade of greenery.
Moonlawn Pavilion. Qin Feng took Lu Qinghuan's hand and walked into the pavilion.
Inside the pavilion, the stone tables and stone benches are spotless. Obviously, it was cleaned regularly. Qin Feng let go of his hand.
An inexplicable sense of loss suddenly welled up in Lu Qinghuan's heart.
It feels like I have lost something most important. She subconsciously clenched her hands, as if she wanted to savor the warm touch just now.
Qin Feng walked to the railing beside the pavilion and stood there, looking out at the sparkling lake.
A breeze blew by, ruffling the corners of his clothes and the strands of hair on his forehead. It makes his whole person exude an indescribable sense of elegance and freedom.
Lu Qinghuan stared at his back in a daze. This moment.
She felt that the man in front of her was her whole world.
She could no longer accommodate anyone else.
Even the one who once made her think about him so much that she even contradicted her mother Yifan. At this moment, everything in her mind had become blurry.
I can hardly even remember what he looks like. Come over.
Qin Feng's voice sounded faintly.
Lu Qinghuan came back to his senses. She quickly took small steps and walked to his side.
I followed his example and leaned against the railing.
Brother Feng.
Her voice was as thin as a mosquito. Qin Feng turned his head and looked at her. Looking at her pretty face, which looked even more charming and attractive because of her shyness. He suddenly stretched out his hand.
Gently, he lifted her chin.
Force her to look at him.
Ah! Lu Qinghuan's breathing stopped instantly.
Her pupils suddenly dilated.
Qin Feng's handsome, almost enchanting face continued to enlarge in her field of vision.
She could clearly see his long eyelashes. I could feel the hot breath he exhaled.
Her mind was blank.
The body became extremely stiff.
I don't even have the strength to move a finger.
You.
What were you thinking about just now?
Qin Feng's voice was low and magnetic, as if he was whispering softly in her ear.
I didn't. Lu Qinghuan's eyes began to avoid and his speech became incoherent. Nothing.
The corner of Qin Feng's mouth curled up in a playful arc. Are you thinking about the feeling of holding hands just now?
Boom. Lu Qinghuan felt as if his face was about to burn. How did he know?
Or.
Qin Feng's body moved forward again and got a little closer.
The distance between the two of them was so close that it was almost negligible.
Thinking about what I will do to you next.
His voice held a fatal allure.
Like a devil, he is luring the ignorant girl into the abyss. Lu Qinghuan's heart was completely confused.
She closed her eyes, and her long eyelashes trembled violently like the wings of a frightened butterfly.
She didn't dare look again. I dare not think about it anymore.
She only knew that she was finished. She completely fell into the love web that this man had woven for her.
Look at her shy look, ready to be picked by anyone.
A smile flashed in Qin Feng's eyes.
This Lu Qinghuan. It's really interesting.
Outside, she is the eldest daughter of the Lu family who has the final say and is domineering. But in front of me, it was like a kitten that couldn't be more docile.
In fact, it's easier to coax than a kitten.
All it takes is a look, a gesture, or a few words of love. It will make her obediently give up everything she has. This sense of contrast greatly satisfied Qin Feng's desire to conquer.
He didn't continue teasing her.
Instead, he slowly loosened his hand.
Lu Qinghuan waited for a long time, but didn't get the kiss he expected.
She cautiously opened her eyes a little.
But he saw that Qin Feng had turned around and was leaning on the railing to look into the distance again.
It was as if the extremely aggressive man just now was just her illusion.
A huge sense of loss instantly swept over her whole body. Why? Why don't you continue? Could it be? Is it that I haven't done well enough? Or he actually doesn't like himself that much? In an instant, all kinds of random thoughts flooded into Lu Qinghuan's mind.
Her beautiful eyes were covered with a layer of mist. My nose also started to feel sore. Just when she was about to burst into tears,
Qin Feng's voice sounded again. Silly girl. What are you still standing there for? Lu Qinghuan raised his head and looked at him blankly.
Qin Feng opened his arms. On his face, there was a smile that was extremely doting.
Come over. Let me hug you.
Just 4 simple words. But it was like a ray of warm sunshine, instantly dispelling all the haze in Lu Qinghuan's heart. Qin Feng grabbed her little hand. Then, he lowered his head.
This time, he didn't give her any time to react. Directly, kissed her.
Accurately, it was imprinted on her delicate and tempting cherry lips.
Lu Qinghuan's eyes widened instantly.
The brain crashes again.
She could feel it.
There was only the soft and warm touch on my lips.
And the masculine aura in him that made her extremely fascinated. This kiss is light and soft.
Like a dragonfly skimming the water, it separates as soon as it touches the water.
Qin Feng let her go. Looking at her cute silly look, I couldn't help laughing again. Now, do you still think I don't want you? Lu Qinghuan's face was so red that it was about to explode.
Subconsciously, she stuck out her tongue and licked her lips. It seemed that he was still savoring the taste of the kiss just now.
Sweet.
With his breath. It made her feel like she was about to melt.
She was so embarrassed that she couldn't even speak.
I could only shake my head vigorously. Then, she buried her face deeply in Qin Feng's arms.
Never lifted it up again.
Qin Feng was in a very good mood as he held the beautiful woman in his arms.
He discovered.
I seem to like this process more and more, which is to train a proud girl who was originally high and mighty into a well-behaved little cat that belongs only to me.
This feeling. It's really, really wonderful. Chapter 92 Rejection. Night. Deep as ink. The manor by the Qinshin Lake has shed the hustle and bustle of the day and is immersed in tranquility.
Only a few dim courtyard lights cast a lonely halo in the night wind. In Qin Feng's bedroom,
the lights are on.
He sat cross-legged on the soft carpet with his eyes closed. All around his body, powerful energy and blood flowed slowly like boiling magma. Every breath has a peculiar rhythm. There seemed to be invisible energy in the air, which was absorbed into his body and tempered his internal organs. The 4th level, tempering the internal organs. After the bridge of the 5 internal organs is connected, the 5 internal organs will be tempered to be as tough as magic weapons. This is a slow and steady process. Don't be impatient. But Qin Feng has the help of the system. Every time he practices, his efficiency is far beyond that of ordinary people. Just as he was immersed in the pleasure of this growing power.
Boom. Boom. Boom.
A very light but rhythmic knock on the door broke the silence of the room. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. He slowly opened his eyes. In his eyes, a flash of golden light flashed by. He gathered the boiling energy and blood in his body and stood up. At this point in time, who could it be? Lu Qinghuan, that girl, was tormented enough by him in the afternoon, and he coaxed her to go to bed early.
Well, why cigarettes? Not like that.
That woman is probably still in her room, feeling so worried that she's almost going crazy.
So,
the corner of Qin Feng's mouth curled up in a playful arc. He walked to the door. Without the slightest hesitation.
Click.
The door lock was gently opened.
Outside the door,
A tall and graceful figure stood quietly under the dim light.
Wang Lan.
She changed into a smart housekeeper uniform.
She was wearing only a silky black suspender nightgown.
The thin fabric fits tightly against her mature and plump curves. It outlines a thrilling arc that is enough to drive any man crazy.
Under the light,
Her snow-white skin seemed to have an ivory luster.
the slender and straight legs are faintly visible under the skirt,
Exuding a fatal temptation. Her face still had that icy cold expression. But, in those blue eyes that were usually calm. At this moment, there was a hint of nervousness and anticipation in her heart, which she herself was not even aware of.
Onar.
Her voice was as cold and clear as moonlight. Yet there was a slight, barely perceptible tremor. Qin Feng leaned against the doorframe.
Cross your arms across your chest.
His eyes swept back and forth over her hot body unscrupulously.
It's like appreciating a perfect work of art that belongs to you. What's up? He asked even though he knew the answer.
There was a hint of teasing in his voice.
Wang Lan's breathing paused slightly.
Being stared at by his extremely aggressive gaze. She felt as if her body was on fire. A boiling hot current flowed madly through every part of his body. It made her feel weak all over. She opened her mouth. But he found that at this moment, he couldn't utter a single word of the speech he had carefully prepared.
What can she say? Say you can't sleep? Say that you miss him? No. No. She, Wang Lan, is the Lu family's housekeeper. She is the ice beauty who is always calm and rational. She couldn't. You can't behave so badly. I am here to report to you about tomorrow's itinerary. Finally. She found an excuse that even she thought was extremely lame. Oh. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows even higher. Report on the itinerary. Do you need to dress like this?
His eyes fell on her deep, almost engulfing career line.
Boom.
In an instant, two touching blushes appeared on Wang Lan's cheeks. Subconsciously, she stretched out her hand to cover her chest. But when his hand was halfway raised, it stopped. She bit her red lips. The pearly teeth left a shallow, tempting mark on it.
I think.
This way, I can better demonstrate my respect for the master. She spoke haltingly.
Even she herself didn't know what she was saying. Qin Feng smiled. The smile was somewhat meaningful. Yeah. Then your respect is truly unique.
He took a step forward. The distance between the two was instantly shortened.
A strong, masculine aura that belongs only to Qin Feng.
It covered Wang Lan completely like an overwhelming force.
Wang Lan's body trembled slightly uncontrollably.
Her heartbeat was like a drum.
Breathing became extremely rapid.
She could even clearly feel the burning heat coming from him.
Onar.
Her voice was filled with a hint of pleading and longing that she herself hadn't even noticed. She raised her head,
looking up at Qin Feng's handsome and almost enchanting face.
Those deep eyes were like a black hole, to completely absorb her soul.
She's finished. She knows.
It started when he said to himself in the tea room, "You are mine too."
She had completely fallen. This man. It's poison. It's the abyss.
It was her destiny, a calamity she could not escape. She closed her eyes. Her long eyelashes trembled violently like the wings of a frightened butterfly.
She gave up all resistance. Abandoned all reserve. She just wanted to. Sinking.
Just when she thought that something she had been waiting for a long time would happen next. Qin Feng's voice sounded faintly.
We'll talk about the itinerary tomorrow. Now, I'm going to practice.
You, go back.
What? Wang Lan suddenly opened his eyes.
His pupils were filled with disbelief.
Go back? He actually asked me to go back? Why? I have already made it so obvious. I have already put myself in front of him. Why did he don't want? Could it be? Is it me, not beautiful enough? Or, in fact, he has no interest in himself at all?
A huge, indescribable feeling of humiliation and loss.
In an instant, it swept over Wang Lan's whole body.
Her ice-blue eyes were covered with a layer of crystal mist.
Oh no. She wanted to say something else.
However, Qin Feng did not give her another chance.
Close the door.
His voice remained calm. But it carried a kind of command that could not be questioned.
Wang Lan's heart sank suddenly. It's like falling into a bottomless abyss. She looked at Qin Feng. Look at his expressionless face.
That face that once made her extremely fascinated. At this moment, he seemed so indifferent.
So ruthless. She opened her mouth. In the end, nothing was said. Just silently, took a step back. Then,
he stretched out his slightly trembling hand.
Closed the door gently. Click. The door is closed. It also isolated her from all her hopes. Outside the door, Wang Lan leaned against the cold wall. The body slowly slid down.
She hugged her knees and buried her face deeply in them. The shoulders began to shake violently and uncontrollably.
Suppressed, subtle, whimpering sounds. It sounded quietly in the silent corridor. With endless grievances and heartbreak. And inside the door,
a cold, mechanical prompt sounded in Qin Feng's ears.
Bite.
Special plot character Wang Lan detected, desire value has reached 95.
Trigger special mission, playing hard to get.
Mission requirements: at the moment the target's desire value reaches 100, perform a critical hit on them to receive a special reward.
Current desire value, 95 out of 100. Task tip: rejection is the best catalyst. Inside the door,
the corners of Qin Feng's mouth slowly curled up into a cold and playful arc.
He didn't even look back at the closed door.
He just quietly felt the whole process of the figure outside the door, from stiffness, to trembling, and then to complete collapse. Listen to the whimpering suppressed deep in the throat, like that of a wounded little animal. There was no mercy in his heart. There is only one pleasure, the feeling of being in control of everything.
Catalyst. He murmured softly.
His eyes fell on the bright red number 95/100 on the system panel.
Just a little bit more. Just a little bit. He's not in a hurry. Not at all, no rush. The best hunter always has the best patience.
What he wants is not a simple physical conquest. Instead, he completely crushed this icy beauty from the depths of his soul, and then reshaped her according to his own preferences. Let her completely become a plaything that belongs only to him.
The next 2 days, the manor fell into an eerie silence.
Qin Feng is like a real, good student. Apart from occasionally accompanying Lu Qinghuan, taking walks in the manor, reading books, and talking sweet words.
The rest of the time, he locked himself in the room. Practice.
Consolidating the realm that had just been broken through to the middle stage of the 4th level. The qi and blood in his body were like rushing rivers. Every time the meridians circulate, they constantly flush his internal organs.
Remove those tiny impurities one by one.
Let his foundation become more stable and solid.
And Wang Lan.
Then she completely disappeared from his sight. She is still the Lu family's decisive and meticulous housekeeper. All matters inside and outside the manor are handled in an orderly manner. She would show up at the restaurant.
Will appear in the garden.
She will appear wherever she is needed. But, it will not appear in front of Qin Feng.
Chapter 93. The time is ripe.
Every time, when Qin Feng's eyes inadvertently swept over her, she would lower her head quickly like a frightened rabbit.
Then, turn around and walk away quickly. It seemed as if Qin Feng was a monster.
There was no longer a trace of blood on that pretty face as cold as an iceberg. There was only one, almost sickly, paleness.
Those ice blue eyes also lost their former brilliance, become dull and dim. There is even a faint bluish-black color under the eye sockets. Obviously,
she hasn't had a good time these past 2 days.
It can even be said that it is a torment. Lu Qinghuan also noticed that something was wrong with Wang Lan. Sister Wang Lan, what happened to her? Xin Lake.
Lu Qinghuan leaned in Qin Feng's arms, looking at the lonely figure who was hurriedly leaving in the distance, and asked with some concern. It seems that she has been absent-minded these past 2 days. Qin Feng reached out and gently scratched her delicate nose.
How?
My little Qinghuan, do you still have the mind to care about others?
Lu Qinghuan's cheeks flushed slightly.
She turned around and buried her face in Qin Feng's chest, her voice as soft as a mosquito.
I just feel like she seems very unhappy. Qin Feng smiled. The smile is meaningful.
Rest assured.
She'll be happy soon. Day 3. Night.
It was even darker than the previous 2 nights.
Dark clouds blocked the moonlight. The entire manor was shrouded in pitch-black darkness.
There was only the howling wind outside the window,
like a ghost, roaring.
In Qin Feng's bedroom.
Still, the lights are bright. He ended his practice for the day.
The boiling energy and blood in the body has completely calmed down.
Restrained, yet profound. Like a dormant volcano. He didn't sleep. Just sitting quietly on the sofa.
In his hand, he held a cup of freshly brewed black tea. Curls of hot air rise up. His handsome, almost weird face was blurred.
He is waiting. Waiting for someone he knew would come. Time. Time passes by minute by minute.
On the wall, the old clock made a tick, tick sound.
In this quiet night,
it appears exceptionally clear.
It's also particularly annoying. Finally,
when the pointer points to 12 o'clock midnight.
Boom. Boom. Boom.
There was a knock on the door, lighter, more hesitant, and more suppressed than the knock 2 days ago.
It rang. The corners of Qin Feng's mouth slowly rose. Fish. Took the bait.
He put down his teacup. He walked to the door slowly. His eyes swept across the system panel.
Wang Lan, desire value, 99 out of 100. Just one last point.
The finishing touch. A cruel smile flashed across Qin Feng's eyes.
He didn't open the door immediately. Instead, leaning against the door, he asked in a faint voice, almost silently. Who? Outside the door. Deathly silent. A long time passed.
Then a voice was heard, with a heavy nasal tone, so hoarse that it was almost unrecognizable.
I. Just one word.
But it seemed as if she had used up all her strength.
And the last bit of dignity. I slept. Qin Feng's voice remained calm. But it looks like the sharpest ice pick. It pierced Wang Lan's heart fiercely. Outside the door, Wang Lan's body trembled violently.
Her face was so pale, without a trace of blood.
In an instant, the blood color faded away. All that's left is dead ashes. Asleep? He actually said he was asleep?
The lights in the room were still on.
How could he possibly? This is rejection. It was a rejection that was more direct, colder, and more ruthless than 2 days ago. An indescribable, huge, cold despair. Like a tide, it submerged her in an instant. She felt like she was about to be unable to breathe.
My heart seemed to be tightly grasped by an invisible hand. The pain was so severe that she almost suffocated.
Why? Why is this happening?
These 2 days. She didn't close her eyes once. In my mind, his cold face kept turning over and over. It was always him saying, "You, go back." She couldn't figure it out.
She really couldn't figure it out. Where did I go wrong? Is it me who is not proactive enough? Or am I not beautiful enough?
She looked at herself in the mirror, over and over again.
The woman in the mirror. Still beautiful. Still tall.
Still possesses the capital that drives countless men crazy.
But why? Why does it become worthless when it comes to him? Could it be? Is he really just playing a trick on himself? He has no interest in me at all? This thought is like a poisonous snake, madly gnawing at her sanity.
Make her suffer terribly.
She was unwilling to accept it. She really wasn't willing to accept it.
She, Wang Lan, has been a favored girl since she was a child.
He is the object of pursuit by countless people. When had she ever suffered such humiliation? Have you ever experienced this feeling of being ignored and trampled upon? No. She couldn't just give up like that. Absolutely not. Even if it means kneeling down and begging him. Even if it means giving up all your dignity. She also wants an answer.
She stretched out her hand. That hand, with its knuckles white and trembling slightly due to the force.
Once again, it landed on the door. This time, no more knocking.
Instead, he used his fingernails to gently scratch the cold door panel.
There was a series of teeth-grinding hissing sounds. Oh no.
Her voice drifted in faintly from the crack in the door. With a hint of humility, almost pleading.
Please. Open the door. I really have something very important to report to you. She didn't even bother to change that lame excuse. Because she knows.
In front of the absolute controller. Any disguise seems so ridiculous.
Inside the door.
Qin Feng still had that playful smile on his face.
He could imagine it.
How humble the woman outside the door is at this moment.
How pitiful. But he still had no intention of opening the door. Heat. Just one last bit, just a little bit more. Something important.
His voice came through the door. With a hint of sarcasm.
More important than my sleep. Boom. This sentence was like the last straw.
It completely crushed Wang Lan's nerves, which were stretched to the limit.
She couldn't bear it anymore. A sound of wow.
The grievance, unwillingness, and despair that had been suppressed for 2 days and 2 nights. At this moment, it erupted like a flood breaking through a dam. She leaned against the door.
The body slowly slid down. Finally, he collapsed powerlessly on the cold floor.
She hugged her knees.
Bury your face deeply. Cry loudly.
Crying so hard that it breaks my heart. I cried so hard that my heart was broken.
Like a child abandoned by the whole world. There is no longer the calmness and rationality of the Liu family's butler. There is no more pride and reserve of the ice beauty.
All that remains is the most primitive, fragile collapse. And at that moment, she started crying.
Qin Feng's ear.
That cold, mechanical prompt tone.
Finally, it rang again. Bite.
Special plot character Wang Lan detected. Due to intense emotional fluctuations, the desire value has reached 100.
Special mission, playing hard to get, trigger conditions met. Host, please immediately perform a critical hit on the target. Here we come.
In Qin Feng's eyes, golden light suddenly became brighter. He didn't hesitate at all.
Click. A soft sound. That door separated Wang Lan from all hope. He suddenly pulled it open from the inside. Outside the door, Wang Lan collapsed on the ground, crying bitterly. I haven't reacted yet.
I just raised my head subconsciously. That beautiful face covered with tear marks.
Full of confusion and astonishment. Then,
she saw the face that haunted her dreams and made her hate it to the core. I saw his eyes, which were as deep as the abyss. And, deep in his eyes, there was a burning flame that made her heart palpitate.
Next second, an irresistible, huge force.
Suddenly, he grabbed her arm. He pulled her up roughly from the ground.
Then, throw it hard into the room. Chapter 94 Reward again. Bang! He closed the heavy door with his backhand. There was a dull thud. It also completely cut off Wang Lan's last chance of retreat. The light in the room was not very bright. There was only a dim floor lamp emitting an ambiguous glow in the corner. Wang Lan was thrown onto the carpet, her body curled up due to the huge impact. She raised her head and looked at the man standing at the door with tears in her eyes. His figure was stretched very long in the dim light. Like a demon walking out of the abyss. Cold and full of oppression. Qin Feng didn't say anything. He just looked down at her. There wasn't a trace of warmth in that look. It's like admiring a piece of art that is about to be completely destroyed. At this moment, Wang Lan's heart sank to the bottom. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something. But I found that my throat seemed to be blocked by something. I can't utter a single word. All it could make was a ho-ho sound, panting like an old bellows. Why aren't you crying anymore? Qin Feng finally spoke. His voice was very soft and gentle. But it was like an ice-hardened blade, accurately cutting through her last disguise. Weren't you crying loudly outside the door just now? Aren't you crying out of grievance? Why aren't you crying now? He walked towards her step by step. The shag carpet beneath my feet absorbed all sound. Make him like a silent ghost. Wang Lan's body shrank back uncontrollably. Until my back touched the cold leg of the sofa. There is no way to retreat. She finally found her voice. But his voice was extremely hoarse. Master, I was wrong. Oh. Qin Feng squatted down in front of her. He stretched out a finger and gently lifted her tear-stained chin. Force her to look at him. What's wrong? His fingertips were cold. Yet it seemed to carry a burning electric current. Wang Lan's body trembled. I shouldn't have disturbed you when you were resting. Her voice was trembling. His eyes were also avoiding. I dare not look into those deep eyes that seemed to see through everything. That's it. Qin Feng's mouth curled up into a cruel arc. You think I spent 3 days setting up this scheme? Just to hear you say this. Wang Lan's pupils suddenly shrank. Set up a trap? Did he do all this on purpose? Since the first cold rejection 2 days ago. I have been deliberately ignoring it for the past 2 days. Then came the fatal blow of I slept. It's all him. Did he design all of this? This realization was like a thunderclap. It exploded in her mind. She felt that her worldview had been completely overturned at this moment. This man. Just how terrifying and scheming is this man? How could he play with people's hearts to this extent? An indescribable chill instantly shot up from her tailbone to the top of her head. It made her feel like she was falling into an icy cave. It seems that you understand. Qin Feng was very satisfied with the fear and horror on her face. He liked to watch these proud women peel off their outer shells bit by bit in front of him, revealing their softest and most fragile inner selves. That feeling of being in control. It fascinated him immensely. Now, tell me. His voice dropped even lower. With a kind of bewitching magic. Why did you insist on coming in? What on earth do you want to do by coming to see me? Wang Lan's lips trembled violently. She knows. She could no longer use the ridiculous excuse of reporting work. In front of this man. Any lies seemed pale and powerless. Her dignity. Her pride. At the moment when I burst into tears, I was completely crushed. The rest. Only the most primitive and true instincts. Her tears welled up again. This time, it is no longer about grievance and unwillingness. But it is complete and unreserved submission. I miss you. She used all her strength to say these 3 words. It seemed as if the last bit of her strength had been drained away. I want to see you. I can't see you, I feel like I'm going crazy. Oh nar.
She stretched out her trembling hands and grabbed the corner of Qin Feng's clothes.
It was like grabbing the last straw. Please. Don't do this to me anymore. I can't stand it anymore. I really can't stand it anymore.
Her words were incoherent. Only the most humble plea remains.
Qin Feng smiled.
The smile was wanton and flamboyant.
This is exactly the effect he wants. What he wanted was the once cold and arrogant head steward of the Liu family.
Kneel at his feet like a dog wagging its tail for mercy. Pray for his mercy. Wouldn't it be better if you said so earlier?
He released her jaw.
Instead, he used his palm to gently stroke her soft black hair. The movements were gentle, as if treating the most precious treasure. The words he spoke were still as cold as a knife.
Remember what you look like now, Wang Lan. Remember this feeling.
From now on, without my permission.
Don't you dare have any inappropriate thoughts about me again. Do you understand? Wang Lan's body suddenly stiffened. She looked up in disbelief. What does he mean?
He had put so much effort into pushing himself to this point. Just for the sake of.
Reject yourself again? No. It shouldn't be like this.
A despair even greater than before instantly gripped her heart.
No, don't.
She completely broke down. She threw herself into Qin Feng's arms regardless of everything. She hugged his waist tightly.
Master. Don't chase me away. I'd do anything for you. Anything. Please, please don't push me away anymore.
She buried her face in his chest,
crying until I was hoarse.
It was as if he wanted to vent all the suffering he had endured in the past 2 days at once. A satisfied smile finally appeared on Qin Feng's face. He lowered his head. He blew gently into the ear of the woman who was crying bitterly, in a voice that only the two of them could hear.
Yeah. Anything.
The wind outside the window is howling.
The raindrops as big as beans were hitting the glass windows frantically. It makes a dense crackling sound.
It seemed to swallow up the whole world.
In the room, the dim floor lamp had gone out at some point.
All that was left was the occasional flash of lightning outside the window.
When the wind and rain stopped, the clouds dispersed.
A ray of golden sunlight playfully came in through the gap in the curtains.
It was already the afternoon of the next day.
The heavy curtains still blocked out most of the light.
Makes the room seem a little dim.
Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes. There was no trace of fatigue in his eyes.
Instead, the divine light is bright.
The powerful qi and blood and recovery ability of a 4th-grade warrior make him full of energy.
He lowered his head,
looking at the woman who was still sleeping in his arms.
Wang Lan turned sideways and curled up in his arms like a docile cat.
Her long hair cascaded down onto the pillow. A few knotty strands of hair stuck to her smooth forehead.
On that pretty face that was once as cold as ice.
At this moment, there is no trace of any edges or corners. Only endless tenderness and satisfaction remain. There were even traces of tears in the corners of her eyes. But the corners of his mouth were slightly raised.
Outline a happy and sweet arc. Even in my dream, I seem to be still recalling something wonderful.
Qin Feng stretched out his hand. His fingertips gently stroked her smooth cheek.
Just then,
a cold mechanical prompt sounded quietly in his mind.
Bite.
Congratulations to the host for completing the special mission, Playing Hard to Get. It has been detected that the special plot character Wang Lan has been completely conquered by the host. Loyalty is locked at 100, and the desire value has been converted to happiness value, which has reached 100. Task evaluation, perfect. Task rewards are being distributed.
Here we come.
A gleam of light flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. The system panel slowly unfolded before his eyes.
Lines of golden text began to emerge.
Mission completion analysis. Through sophisticated psychological maneuvering and powerful personal charm, the host successfully overcame the target character, Wanlan's psychological defenses, causing her to completely surrender in an outburst of desire. This behavior pattern has been determined to be a critical strike victory. Rewards are being distributed. Next second, Qin Feng felt that two things appeared out of thin air in his system space. A thought came to his mind. The detailed information of the two things appeared clearly in his mind. The first one. It is a pill that is made entirely of red gold and is the size of a longan. Above the pill, 9 thin threads of purple elixir energy were swirling. A majestic and vast life force rushed towards me. Just by looking at it, Qin Feng felt that the blood in his body began to boil. Reward 1, 9 Transformation Golden Body Pill, Top Grade Elixir. Introduction. This supreme elixir, crafted from an ancient recipe, contains a vast source of life and pure energy. Upon ingestion, it thoroughly refines and elevates a warrior's internal organs, reshapes their meridians, and lays the perfect foundation for reaching the 5th rank, the 6 internal organs realm. It has a high probability of helping a peak 4th rank warrior break through and reach the 5th rank. Hiss. Even with Qin Feng's temperament, he couldn't help but gasp when he saw the introduction of this pill. Breakthrough in 1 step. Entering the 5th level. This is simply an incredible reward. You know, going from the 4th rank to the 5th rank is a huge threshold. It is only the 4th grade to build a bridge connecting the 5 internal organs and temper the internal organs. As for the 5th level, one must begin to temper the 6 internal organs and reshape the meridians throughout the body. This is a qualitative change from the inside out. Its difficulty is several times greater than all the previous realms combined. Countless talented warriors have been stuck at the peak of the 4th rank throughout their entire lives, unable to make any progress. And this 9-turn golden body pill actually has a very high probability of helping warriors break through directly. Its value is simply inestimable. If it were released to the outside world, it would be enough to cause countless masters to scramble for it. Nice one. There was a scorching light flashing in Qin Feng's eyes. He is now in the middle stage of the 4th rank, and is still some distance away from the peak of the 4th rank. But this pill undoubtedly paved the way for him to reach the 5th level. He suppressed his inner excitement. Turn your attention to the second reward. It was a short blade that was pitch black and about 1 foot and 2 inches long. The blade is long and narrow, like the tongue of a poisonous snake. It is engraved with strange and complex blood-colored divine patterns. A cold, bloodthirsty aura emanated from the blade, as if to devour all souls. Just perceive it with your mind. Qin Feng felt as if his mental power was about to be sucked in. Reward 2, Soul-Devouring Blade, High-Level Spiritual Treasure. Introduction. Created by an ancient divine mind master, this blade was forged by fusing countless resentful souls with meteorite iron from outer space, then refined with his own divine essence and blood for 49 days. This blade ignores physical defenses and can directly attack the target's soul and sea of divine consciousness. It has a fatal restraining effect on divine mind masters. Special Effect 1, Soul Devouring. Each attack will devour a trace of the target's soul essence, feeding it back to the host, slowly increasing the host's divine power. Special Effect 2, Soul Lock. Once wounded by this blade, an irremovable ghost mark will be attached to the wound, allowing the host to sense the target's location at any time. Special Effect 3, Soul Explosion. Unlocked, requires the host to reach the 6th rank Grandmaster level to unlock. Hiss. Qin Feng took another breath of cold air. His heart began to beat violently and uncontrollably. If the 9-turn golden body pill is against the will of heaven, then this soul-eating blade is simply a bug. Ignore physical defense. Directly attack the soul. Restrain the divine mind master. Each of these words represents unparalleled horror. For a warrior to practice, qi and blood are the foundation, supplemented by spirit. The later the stage, the greater the effect of divine consciousness. And the mind master is someone that no warrior wants to provoke. Their elusive and hard to defend against mental attacks are enough to give any opponent a headache. But now, This soul-eating blade is actually the nemesis of the Divine Mind Master.
Not to mention, it also has two extremely perverted special effects, soul-devouring and soul-locking.
This is simply a peerless and deadly weapon tailor-made for him as a villain.
Chapter 95 Lie Down.
Qin Feng's eyes were as deep as a bottomless abyss. He slowly regained his composure. His gaze returned to the sleeping face of the woman in his arms.
Wang Lan was sleeping soundly. It's also very sweet.
There were even crystal tears hanging on her long eyelashes.
This woman has been completely conquered. From body to soul. They are all branded with Qin Feng's exclusive mark. But that's not enough. Qin Feng's ambition goes far beyond this. One Wang Lan is just the beginning.
The Lu family, Jiangcheng, and even the entire world.
What he wants is everything. The most fundamental thing to get all of this is strength. Absolute, overwhelming strength.
His gaze fell on the red gold pill surrounded by 9 elixir auras in the system space.
9 transformation golden body pill. Break through in 1 step and enter the 5th level. We can't wait any longer. Qin Feng's eyes suddenly became sharp.
The protagonist Yifan's luck has been partially plundered by him, and his growth rate will inevitably be affected.
But this does not mean that he can rest easy.
When a lion fights a rabbit, it uses all its strength. He must nip any possible variables in the bud as quickly as possible.
Now is the best time. The Lu family manor is heavily guarded. Lu Pingfeng is in seclusion.
Wu Huaiyan was played around in his hands.
The right time, the right place, and the right people. Just think of this.
Qin Feng no longer had any hesitation. He carefully moved Wang Lan's head from his arms and gently placed it on the soft pillow.
Then he sat up slowly. Sit cross-legged. Close your eyes. A thought came to my mind. Buzz.
A pill the size of a longan, made entirely of red gold, appeared out of thin air in his palm.
It was the 9 transformation golden body pill. The moment the pill appeared, an indescribable amount of life energy instantly filled the entire room. The air in the room seemed to become sticky. Every breath is like inhaling and exhaling the purest spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Even the precious purple magnolia on the bedside table bloomed with unprecedented brilliant colors at a speed visible to the naked eye. Gudong.
Qin Feng didn't hesitate at all. He opened his mouth and swallowed the pill into his stomach. The pill melts in your mouth.
It turned into an extremely hot golden torrent. Boom! It was as if a volcano that had been dormant for billions of years suddenly erupted in his Dantianqi Sea. Well, Qin Feng's body trembled violently. Veins popped up on his forehead instantly. An indescribable pain swept through his limbs like a landslide or tsunami. That golden torrent is too overbearing. Too violent. It was like an awakened ancient beast, madly crashing, tearing, and roaring in his meridians.
Qin Feng felt as if his body was about to be completely blown apart from the inside by this force. Every inch of the meridians is breaking. Every cell is wailing.
Severe pain. Unparalleled pain.
Even with Qin Feng's tenacious character, having lived 2 lives, he couldn't help but let out a muffled groan at this moment. His skin turned red in an instant.
It's like a red-hot iron.
Wisps of white steam rose from his head and instantly filled the room.
But in this extreme pain, an even more powerful life force also burst out.
The broken meridians, at the moment they were destroyed by the golden torrent, were repaired and reshaped at a faster speed by this life essence.
Every reinvention.
All of these made his meridians wider and tougher. The qi and blood in his body had already reached the middle stage of the 4th grade. At this moment, it was as if it had been injected with hormones and began to grow wildly.
1,800 calories. 1,900 calories. 2,000 calories. Boom! An invisible shackle was violently broken through in his body. The peak of the 4th level. It only takes a few breaths.
He had crossed a distance that countless warriors needed to practice hard for several years or even decades. Directly from the middle stage of the fourth rank to the peak of the fourth rank. But this is far from over. After breaking through the barrier of the fourth grade peak, the power of that golden torrent did not weaken in the slightest. Instead, it became even more turbulent. It roared and galloped, gathered into an even more terrifying force. He launched the most violent attack towards the indestructible natural barrier representing the fifth level realm. Rumble. It seemed as if thunder was ringing inside Qin Feng's body. That's the roar of qi and blood. It's the energy that's impacting. If we say that the process from the first rank to the fourth rank is the process of laying the foundation, then, to go from the fourth grade to the fifth grade, one must build the first floor of a towering building on this foundation. This is a qualitative leap. The difficulty cannot be measured in miles. That natural barrier was as solid as if it were made of divine gold. No matter how hard the golden torrent hit, it only trembled slightly and there was no sign of breaking. Break it for me. Qin Feng suddenly opened his eyes. There were no whites or pupils in his eyes. Only a dazzling golden color remains. He frantically activated the internal skills in his body, guiding the overbearing medicinal power, and time and again, launched a desperate charge towards the natural barrier. Once. Twice. 10 times. 100 times. Snap. Finally. After a crisp sound that seemed to come from the depths of the soul, an imperceptible crack appeared on that indestructible natural barrier. It works. Qin Feng was greatly encouraged. He could feel it. The powerful medicinal power of the 9 Revolutions golden body pill is being consumed rapidly. He must completely break through this level before the effect of the medicine runs out. Otherwise, all his efforts will be wasted. They may even suffer severe backlash due to a failed impact. Qin Feng looked up to the sky and let out a silent roar. He integrated his spirit, will, and even soul into that golden torrent. Unsuccessful. Then die for righteousness. Boom. 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 A more violent attack has begun. The crack began to expand rapidly under repeated impacts. Snap. Click, click. The crack spread across the entire chasm like a spider web in an instant. Wan Lan let out a moan while she was sleeping. She felt as if the whole room was shaking violently. An indescribable heat and pressure filled the air. It made her feel a little breathless. She slowly opened her sleepy eyes. Next second, her pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle tip. The whole person felt like being struck by lightning. What did she see? Only the center of the room. Her master, Qin Feng, sitting cross-legged and floating in the air. He was not wearing any clothes. That body was as perfect as an ancient Greek sculpture, and every inch of muscle line was full of explosive power. And what shocked her the most was, it was his body, which was now emitting a layer of dazzling golden light. That light is sacred and majestic. It's like the sun descending to the earth. An aura so terrifying that it made her soul tremble emanated from him. She was almost crawling on the ground. That was no ordinary pressure from qi and blood. That's a kind of absolute crushing at the level of life. It's like a mortal looking up to God. Master, master. Wang Lan's red lips opened slightly, and a dry sound came from her throat. Although she is not a top-level expert, as the housekeeper of the Liu family, she still has some vision. Of course she could see it. Her master is currently in an extremely critical and dangerous stage. Breakthrough. And it is. A breakthrough across a great realm. Oh my God. How old is he? Wasn't he only a 4th-rank warrior yesterday? No, early this morning? Although she couldn't see which stage of the 4th rank it was. But there is no doubt that kind of aura is right. But now, he's actually trying to reach the 5th level? That terrifying threshold known as the foundation of the master has blocked countless geniuses. How is this possible? Wang Lan felt his brain was blank. At this moment, all the common sense she knew was shattered by the miraculous scene before her. She didn't dare move. I didn't even dare to breathe loudly. He could only stare at the figure floating in the air with eyes filled with shock and admiration. My heart was beating wildly. It seemed as if it was about to jump out of my throat. She is nervous. She was excited. She was even more looking forward to it than Qin Feng himself. Looking forward to witnessing the birth of a miracle. Boom! Right now! A loud bang, louder than any previous one, exploded inside Qin Feng's body. That fifth-grade natural chasm covered with cracks. Finally, it was completely defeated. The endless golden torrent, like a flood that broke through a dam, instantly poured into a new world at a higher level. Temper the 6 internal organs. Reshape the meridians. An unprecedented feeling of comfort spread throughout Qin Feng's body. If the previous process was hell, now, it's heaven. He could feel it clearly. His internal organs were being baptized, tempered, and sublimated over and over again by the pure golden energy. Every one of his meridians was being widened and strengthened. The total amount of his energy and blood is surging upwards exponentially. 2,200 calories. 2,500 calories. 2,800 calories. In the end, this number remained firmly at the 3,000 calorie mark. The early stage of the 5th grade. And it is. The early stage of the 5th rank with an extremely solid foundation. Call. Qin Feng slowly exhaled a long breath of foul air. The moment the foul air left his mouth and nose, it turned into a solid golden arrow and shot out. Laugh. A soft sound. The valuable mural on the opposite wall, which was worth millions, was instantly pierced with a fist-sized hole. The cut is as smooth as a mirror. Just a breath exhaled has such terrifying power. The power of a 5th-grade warrior can be seen from this. Next second. The brilliant golden light that enveloped him receded like the tide. All of it was absorbed back into his body. Qin Feng's figure slowly fell from mid-air onto the soft big bed. He opened his eyes. In an instant, 2 golden rays of light flashed in the depths of his eyes. His eyes became deeper and more majestic than before. It seems to contain the starry universe. Every gesture and movement exudes a natural sense of nobility and oppression. His body also underwent earth-shaking changes. The skin became whiter and more delicate than before, like the finest mutton fat jade, and even had a faint glow of precious light flowing through it. The body proportions also become more perfect. 1 more point makes you strong, 1 less point makes you thin. It seems like the most perfect masterpiece of God. Qin Feng slowly raised his right hand. Open your 5 fingers, and then hold it tight suddenly. Crackle! A series of dense sonic booms sounded in the air. A force so powerful that even he himself was frightened gathered in his palm. He has a strong self-confidence. Now, if he were to face the 3rd-grade peak iron-backed gray bear again, there is no need to use any martial arts at all. Just 1 punch. Just a simple punch. It can be instantly blasted into a ball of blood mist. Is this the power of the 5th rank? Qin Feng muttered to himself in a low voice. A smile of extreme satisfaction appeared on his face. This feeling of having complete control over powerful forces in your own hands. It really is so wonderful. Just then, a cry with a crying tone and trembling voice came from the bedside. Master, master. Qin Feng turned his head when he heard the voice. I saw that Wang Lan had already knelt on the carpet beside the bed without knowing when. The thin silk nightgown she was wearing was already soaked with sweat. It clings tightly to her exquisite curves. Outline a thrilling arc. Her pretty face was flushed with excitement. A pair of beautiful eyes, sparkling with tears, staring at Qin Feng infatuatedly.
That look was no longer the one of submission and obedience from before, but fanaticism. It is as fanatical as the most devout believer, looking up to his only true God. She witnessed a miracle with her own eyes. I witnessed with my own eyes how this man completed the mythical leap from the 4th rank to the 5th rank in less than an hour. This impact. It's 10,000 times more intense than the deep communication we had all night last night. Her heart, her soul, her faith. At this moment, they completely and unreservedly sacrificed themselves to the man in front of them. Stand up. Qin Feng spoke lightly. His voice seemed to become more magnetic because of the breakthrough in his realm. With an unquestionable majesty. No.
Wang Lan shook her head, tears streaming down her face. Master, please let Wang Lan just kneel like this.
Only in this way.
Only then can I express my admiration for you, which is as vast as a surging river, no, as boundless as the universe. Her words were already incoherent. But it comes from the heart.
Qin Feng couldn't help but laugh when he heard this.
He reached out and gently lifted Wang Lan's chin. What comes from the fingertips is the touch of a woman's hot and delicate skin.
Silly woman.
He stared into her tear-washed, sparkling eyes. To me, your most valuable form is not when you're kneeling here.
Wang Lan's body stiffened.
She looked at Qin Feng with some confusion. The corners of Qin Feng's mouth rose slightly.
But he leaned over.
In the woman's eyes filled with admiration and fanaticism. He spoke softly in a voice that only the two of them could hear.
Lie down. Chapter 96, please. Wang Lan's pupils contracted violently. Lie down.
These two words.
Dull. Random. But it seems to contain some kind of magical power that makes words come true.
It is more like an oracle from a god to his most humble believers.
Her body instantly lost all strength. My brain is blank.
Only absolute, unconditional obedience remains. She didn't even think about the real meaning behind this sentence. Her body reacted instinctively, ahead of her will. She slowly and obediently fell onto the big bed that was completely soaked in the scent of men. The soft mattress supported her trembling body. The silk nightgown outlined her breathtaking curves that were tense due to nervousness. She closed her eyes.
The long eyelashes fluttered gently like butterfly wings. It's like waiting for God's gift or judgment. Qin Feng smiled. He likes this feeling. This feeling of completely taming a proud ice beauty into a docile lamb.
Especially after she witnessed the miracle of her own breakthrough with her own eyes. This kind of conquest has gone beyond the mere flesh. Reached the soul level. He slowly leaned down. After breaking through to the 5th level, his perception became sharper than ever before.
He can see clearly. In Wang Lan's body, the blood and energy were surging uncontrollably.
The heartbeat speed has exceeded the limit.
The temperature of the skin was incredibly hot. She, looking forward to it. In desire. Using your entire life to welcome everything that is coming. Qin Feng's fingertips gently stroked her sweaty cheek. From the center of the eyebrows, to the tip of the nose, and then to the slightly opened red lips that seemed to be in silent invitation. Wang Lan. He called softly. Slave is.
Wang Lan's voice was as thin as a mosquito's, with a strong nasal tone and a crying tone. From today on, you are no longer the steward of the Lu family. Qin Feng's voice carried a hint of unquestionable dominance.
Wang Lan's body suddenly stiffened. A huge panic instantly gripped her heart. Oh no. Master doesn't want me anymore? Is it because my behavior just now wasn't pious enough? Or
tears, like a flood bursting through a dam, instantly slid down from the corners of her tightly closed eyes.
No, don't. Master. Please. Don't send me away. Wang Lan can do anything. Anything. Please.
She suddenly opened her eyes, tried to struggle to get up, knelt down again, and begged her master for forgiveness.
But
A warm big hand gently pressed on her forehead.
Stopped all her movements. When did I say I was going to kick you out? There was a hint of amusement in Qin Feng's voice. Wang Lan's crying stopped abruptly.
She looked at the man in front of her with tears in her eyes and didn't react for a moment. Qin Feng stared at her. Those deep eyes seemed to be able to absorb people's souls.
I mean, from now on, you belong only to me, Qin Feng. Do you understand? Boom!
Wang Lan felt as if billions of fireworks were exploding brilliantly in his mind at the same time. The huge sense of happiness and ecstasy, like a tsunami, instantly overwhelmed her. She is no longer the housekeeper of the Lu family.
She just the master alone. Thing. Is there any title in this world that sounds more beautiful and makes her feel more honored than this? There is none left. No more. Understood. I understand.
This slave belongs to the master.
He will always belong to the master.
She was so excited that she was incoherent and her body was shaking violently with extreme happiness.
Very good.
Qin Feng nodded with satisfaction.
So now, as my exclusive property,
let me see what the difference is between you and other ordinary people.
The words fell. He no longer had any hesitation.
The heavy rain outside the window stopped at some point. But there was a storm in the room.
It's just the beginning. The night is getting darker.
The moonlight was like water, shining through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows and onto the carpet in the room. Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes. There was no trace of fatigue in his eyes. Instead, they were full of light and energy to the extreme.
The physique of a fifth-grade warrior is indeed extraordinary. Communicate for several hours in a row.
For him, it was just a warm-up exercise. He turned his head.
Glancing to the side, Wang Lan had fallen into a deep sleep.
There are traces of crystal tears in the corners of her eyes. There was a satisfied and happy smile on the corner of his mouth.
This woman. It's completely useless. Or rather, gained a new life.
Qin Feng slowly sat up and casually took out a set of clean casual clothes from the closet and put them on.
The fifth-level realm brings about an all-round transformation. His figure is taller and more slender than before. Skin, smooth as jade.
Every gesture and movement exudes a natural nobility. It was like the Son of God walking on earth. He got out of bed, his footsteps soundless.
Without disturbing the sleeping Wang Lan, opened the door.
A fresh air mixed with the fragrance of soil and grass blew towards me. The Lu family manor seemed particularly quiet after the rain.
Qin Feng walked in the empty corridor.
The precious carpet absorbed all the sounds.
His shadow was very long under the wall lamp. Now,
there was no ripple in his heart. Whether it was the joy of just breaking through the fifth level, or the satisfaction of completely conquering Wang Lan, all have settled down. His goal is always clear.
Plunder the protagonist's luck.
Become the only supreme being in this world.
Wang Lan is just the beginning. Wu Huayan, Sun Yurong, Sun Yuwei.
And all the outstanding, proud and powerful women in this world. They will all become the stepping stones for him to reach the top.
And spoils of war. While thinking,
his footsteps paused slightly. His keen five senses allowed him to detect a hint of something unusual.
That is,
there was a faint sigh filled with resentment. It came from downstairs, from the direction of the back garden. The corners of Qin Feng's mouth curled up slightly.
He changed direction.
He walked slowly down the magnificent spiral staircase.
Lu family manor, back garden. An antique pavilion sits in the center of the artificial lake. Inside the pavilion, next to the stone table,
two beautiful figures sat opposite each other.
One of them,
she was wearing a luxurious and elegant purple cheongsam, with a plump figure and exaggerated curves like a ripe peach.
She sat there,
Just a side profile exudes a graceful and powerful aura like that of a mother of the world. It was the current mistress of the Lu family, Wu Huaiyan.
And opposite her, sitting there, is a girl in a white dress. The girl has a beautiful face and a pure temperament. Chapter 97. Of course it's true. But at this moment, that little face that was enough to make any man's heart beat was full of unhappiness. She held her cheeks with her hands, looked at the waning moon reflected on the lake, and let out an inaudible sigh from time to time. It was the eldest daughter of the Lu family, Lu Qinghuan. Still sighing for that man. Wu Huaiyan picked up the teacup in front of her and took a sip. Her voice was cold and contained a hint of undisguised disgust.
Lu Qinghuan pouted. "Mom, are you saying that Qin Feng is he avoiding me? It's been 3 whole days. I sent him a message, but he didn't reply. Go find him in his room. Wang Lan always says he's in seclusion practicing. He's never been like this before." The girl's voice was full of grievance. Wu Huaiyan felt a surge of anger when she saw her daughter, trapped in love and without dignity. "Qinghuan." Her voice suddenly became stern. "You are my daughter, Wu Huaiyan. You are the eldest daughter of the Lu family, the first family in Jiangcheng. Your status is so noble. Are you going to humiliate yourself like this for a man? Where's your pride? Where's your reserve?" Lu Qinghuan's eyes turned red after being scolded by her mother. I just like him. I don't care about my status or pride, I just want to be with him all the time." Bang! Wu Huaiyan placed the white jade teacup in her hand heavily on the stone table. There was a loud crisp sound. Confused, she glared at her daughter, her chest heaving violently. "What kind of magic potion did Qin Feng give you? You turned into the horrible state you are in now." "I'm telling you, Lu Qinghuan, there's absolutely no chance of you and him being together. I will never allow my daughter to marry a scheming henchman of unknown status." Wu Huaiyan's voice was firm and resolute. The Qingxin jade pendant she wore on her chest emitted a faint fluorescence that was invisible to the naked eye, allowing her to stay rational at all times. Although she also admitted that the boy named Qin Feng was indeed the most handsome man she had ever seen in her life. Even she herself would occasionally have her heartbeat speed up uncontrollably when facing him. But reason told her, this man is extremely dangerous. I absolutely cannot let my daughter continue to sink into despair. I don't want it. Lu Qinghuan's stubborn temper also came out. She stood up suddenly, tears welling up in her eyes. "In this life, I will not marry anyone other than Qin Feng. Mom, why are you doing this to him? What's wrong with him? He is so good, so gentle, and so good to me." "That's enough." Wu Huaiyan also stood up, shaking with anger. "What do you know? You have no idea how terrifying that man is." The mother and daughter were confronting each other fiercely in this quiet pavilion. The atmosphere is tense. Just then, a magnetic male voice with a hint of laughter came slowly from outside the pavilion. "Oh, I'd really like to hear it. What kind of horrible person am I in Aunt Huaiyan's eyes?" This sound. Lu Qinghuan and Wu Huaiyan's bodies shook at the same time. The two of them turned their heads suddenly at the same time. Just see. The entrance to the pavilion. A tall and slender figure is bathing in the moonlight, walking slowly. The man was wearing simple white casual clothes. Yet, it exudes a kind of dignity and elegance, like a god walking in the clouds. His black hair fluttered slightly in the night breeze. His face was so handsome that it seemed extraordinary, as if it was the most perfect work of art carved by divine craftsmanship. His eyes are as deep as the sea of stars. There was a faint smile at the corner of his mouth that made his heart beat faster. If it's not Qin Feng, then who else could it be? Qin Feng. The moment Lu Qinghuan saw him, all of his grievances and unhappiness disappeared instantly. Her eyes sparkled with dazzling brilliance. It seemed as if the whole world became brighter because of the appearance of this man. She is like a happy little deer,
Holding up her skirt, she ran towards Qin Feng without hesitation. Asshole! Stop right there! Seeing this, Wu Huaiyan was so angry that he let out a roar. But it's too late. Lu Qinghuan threw herself directly into Qin Feng's arms. Hold him tightly and firmly. It was as if she wanted to rub her entire being into his body. Qin Feng, I thought you didn't want me anymore. The girl's voice was filled with tears. Full of joy and fear of regaining what was lost. Silly girl. A doting smile appeared on Qin Feng's face. He gently stroked the girl's soft long hair, his voice so gentle that it could drip water. How could I not want you? I've been in seclusion these past few days, training to reach a very important level, so I haven't contacted you. Look, didn't I come to you as soon as I got out of isolation? His voice seemed to carry some strange magic. It instantly soothed all the girl's anxieties. Lu Qinghuan raised her head and looked at him with tearful eyes. Really? Of course it's true. Qin Feng lowered his head and gently kissed her forehead. Chapter 98. She can't tell. The warm touch on the forehead felt like a sacred brand. Lu Qinghuan was completely rescued from the abyss of endless panic and suspicion. Her world. It's perfect. All the anxieties and grievances disappeared in this gentle kiss. She tilted her beautiful face, which was as red as a pear blossom in the rain, and looked at the man in front of her infatuatedly. In his eyes, there is unbreakable love and admiration. It was as if he was her god. It's the center of her world. However, this scene, which seemed extremely heartwarming to Lu Qinghuan, fell into the eyes of another woman not far away. But it was like a red-hot iron, burning her heart. Stinging. Humiliation. As well as raging anger. Lu Qing Huan. Wu Huaiyan's voice was almost squeezed out from between her teeth, word by word. Every word seemed to carry a cold current from Siberia. Ice cold. Her phoenix eyes, which were well maintained and showed no trace of time, were fixed on her good-for-nothing daughter. In his eyes, there was a rage burning that was enough to melt steel. You. Come. Over. To. Me. She ordered word by word. The majesty of the superior, the mistress of the Lu family, was fully displayed at this moment. If it were any other time, Lu Qinghuan had already shrunk his neck out of fear. But at this moment, snuggling in the arms that can bring her infinite sense of security. But she had unprecedented courage. She didn't let go. Instead, she hugged Qin Feng's waist even tighter. She buried her little face deeply in the man's chest, giving the most decisive answer with her actions. Shame on you. Wu Hui was trembling with smoke. The luxurious purple cheongsam outlined her breathtaking curves that were violently undulating due to anger. She felt her blood pressure soaring wildly. The daughter I have carefully raised for 20 years. The daughter of the Lu family, the dream of countless young talents in Jiangcheng. It turns out, she was so humble in front of a man. It's a complete disgrace to the Lu family and Wu Huaiyan. Qin Feng finally took action. He gently patted the girl's back, signaling her to be at ease. Then, he raised his head, looked over Lu Qinghuan's head, and calmly met Wu Huaiyan's gaze that was almost spitting fire. There was no trace of tension or fear on his face. Instead, he wore a polite yet distant smile. Aunt Huaiyan, why are you so angry? His voice is warm and magnetic. It's like a spring breeze blowing across the lake, carrying a soothing power. Qinghuan just missed me too much. It's normal for a little girl to have a little temper. Aunt Huaiyan? Hearing this name, Wu Huaiyan's pupils suddenly contracted. What a great Aunt Huaiyan! What an understatement of a little upset. This man. He is provocative. He was using this seemingly intimate, but actually contemptuous, name to openly challenge her authority as Lu Qinghuan's mother. The smile on Qin Feng's lips became even more pronounced. His eyes were unscrupulously sizing up the elegant and noble lady in front of him. I have to admit it.
The Lu family's genes are really good.
Wu Huaiyan in front of him, and Lu Qinghuan beside her.
Like a ripe, plump and juicy peach, she is full of charm and exudes fatal temptation in every gesture. The other is a white rose in bud, covered with morning dew, a perfect combination of purity and charm. Both mother and daughter have their own strengths. It is truly the most beautiful woman in the world.
But
Qin Feng's eyes swept across their beautiful faces and exaggerated figures.
Final. It fell on their charm. It really looks like it.
Qin Feng let out an almost inaudible chuckle in his heart.
The Wu Huaiyan in front of me.
At this moment, she looked so high and mighty, with cold eyes, as if the whole world should bow down to her.
And then
Lu Qinghuan, who had not yet been completely tamed by the succubus aura, was simply cast in the same mold. That kind of pride that comes from the bones. That innate sense of superiority that comes from being a direct descendant of a top family. The kind of indifference that regards all those who are inferior to oneself as ants.
They are truly mother and daughter. All the same, hard to tame.
They are all the same, and they think highly of themselves.
Only.
Qin Feng lowered his head and glanced at Lu Qinghuan, who was in his arms and was giving him whatever he wanted and was as docile as a kitten. The curve of the mouth corners becomes more interesting. A proud white swan had its wings broken by his own hands and was pulled down from the clouds, becoming a thing in his hands alone.
And the other one. The one that is more mature, more gorgeous, and more arrogant. Old Swan.
Still flapping her self-righteous wings in vain.
Little did they know.
In front of the hunter in front of her. All her struggles seemed so ridiculous.
Qin Feng. Wu Huaiyan's voice suddenly rose a few notches.
Put away your hypocritical rhetoric. I don't care what the hell you've been doing these past 3 days.
Now, immediately, right now. Let Qinghuan go.
And then disappear from our sight. She was too lazy to maintain appearances anymore. Now she just wanted this man, who made her feel disgusted and dangerous from the bottom of her heart, to get out immediately. Qin Feng heard this, but did not let go. Instead, he tightened his arms around Lu Qinghuan's slender waist a little more.
This possessive action made Lu Qinghuan let out a satisfied moan, and also made Wu Huaiyan's face turn ashen in an instant. Aunt Huaiyan.
The smile on Qin Feng's face slowly faded. His eyes became deeper.
I think you may have misunderstood something.
Qinghuan and I are in love with each other.
There's no question of who lets go. We are one. Boom. This sentence is like a thunder. It struck Wu Huaiyan's mind fiercely.
She staggered back a step, holding onto the pillar of the pavilion, and barely managed to steady herself. She looked at Qin Feng in disbelief. He looked at his daughter, who had buried her face in the other's arms and was unwilling to even raise her head. A huge, unprecedented feeling of powerlessness and frustration instantly swept over her whole body. It's over. Her daughter. It's completely over. I was completely controlled by this man using some unknown evil magic. Her heart is bleeding. You bastard. Her voice was trembling. What on earth did you do to Qinghuan? She wasn't like this before. Absolutely not. Qin Feng looked at her. She was in a state of despair, but she was still trying to maintain her dignity. However, a strange feeling of pleasure arose in my heart. He liked to see these high-ranking women lose control of their emotions because of him. That would give him an extreme desire to conquer, to pull the gods down from the altar. His eyes swept inconspicuously across the emerald-green jade pendant worn on the snow-white skin under the collar of Wu Huaiyan's cheongsam. Pure heart jade pendant. High-level spiritual treasure. Able to resist and even rebound all divine thoughts attacks. It's because of this thing. Wu Huaiyan was able to maintain the last bit of clarity under the pervasive passive influence of succubus aura. Although the index has unknowingly climbed to 74 points. 100 points away from complete collapse. Only the last stretch of distance remains. Qin Feng thought to himself.
Wu Huaiyan, Wu Huaiyan.
Do you think you can resist me with just a dead object like this?
How naive.
The corner of his mouth curled up in an icy arc that no one noticed. If I wanted to, I could mobilize all my strength right now to forcibly break through the defense of this jade pendant and completely destroy your will. I want you to become like your daughter, like Wanglan, and become someone who only knows how to wag her tail and beg for mercy from me. This thought flashed through his mind.
But he immediately rejected it. So boring.
The kind of method that directly uses force to crush and force brainwash.
It's like eating fast food.
Although it can fill your stomach, there is no joy in tasting delicious food. For prey of Wu Huaiyan's level, this kind of mature, proud, and inner strong lady is of the highest quality.
Qin Feng prefers to take things step by step. He wants to be like the most patient hunter. Slowly, setting the trap. Slowly, tighten the net.
He wanted to see with his own eyes how she went from being contemptuous, disdainful, and angry at him from the very beginning. Doubts, hesitations, and struggles midway.
And then to the final sinking, degradation, and fanaticism.
He wanted to strip off the gorgeous coat of dignity and reason from her body bit by bit. Completely seduce her deepest and most primitive desires.
Let her struggle painfully on the edge of clarity and depravity.
In the end, willingly and proactively, kneel down to me. Giving her everything.
That kind of conquest. That kind of process. It can be called art.
Thinking of this, Qin Feng's eyes became a little hotter. The way he looked at Wu Huaiyan was no longer just looking at an elder who was hostile to him.
It's more like
an artist is examining a most perfect work of art that is about to be carved by his own hands.
This look is full of aggression and possessiveness. Wu Huaiyan felt an inexplicable chill rising from the soles of her feet to the top of her head.
She subconsciously clenched the pure heart jade pendant on her chest. The cool feeling coming from the jade pendant calmed her mind, which was a little confused due to anger. She took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down.
She knows.
You won't gain any advantage by confronting this stubborn and eloquent guy head-on. Instead, it will make you look more like an unreasonable shrew in front of your daughter.
We must change our strategy. Good. Wu Huaiyan spoke slowly.
Her voice returned to its usual coolness and composure. Qin Feng, I won't argue with you about this.
I just want to ask you one question.
Her phoenix eyes were like a pair of sharp swords, piercing Qin Feng's heart.
You, a warrior living under someone else's roof and with an unknown identity. Why are you standing next to my daughter? What can you give her? Is this the status given to you by the Lu family?
Or are these the cultivation resources given to you by the Lu family?
After all, you are just a pet of my Lu family.
She hadn't finished speaking yet.
Mom!
A sharp female voice filled with anger and disappointment suddenly rang out. Lu Qinghuan finally raised her head from Qin Feng's arms. Her little face, with traces of tears, was now filled with disappointment towards her mother.
How can you say that about Qin Feng?
How could you insult him with such vicious words?
He's not. He's not what you said he was.
In my heart, he is the best and most powerful man in the world. What Lu family status, what Lu family resources? He doesn't care about those things at all. Even without the Lu family, he can still become a dragon among men.
I won't let you talk about him like that. No.
Every word the girl said was like a knife.
It stabbed Wu Huaiyan's heart fiercely.
She looked at her daughter who was being so harsh to her for an outsider.
I just felt dizzy. My heart hurts so much that I can't breathe. And Qin Feng.
At this moment, he showed a faint smile like a winner.
This is exactly the effect he wants. Let the mother and daughter be completely alienated. He lowered his head.
Gently, he wiped away the tears from the corners of Lu Qinghuan's eyes with his fingers. The voice was full of pampering.
Okay, Qinghuan. Stop arguing with Auntie.
She also cares about you and is afraid that you will be cheated by bad people.
We must understand her. His pretentious attitude. In Lu Qinghuan's eyes, it was so gentle and considerate. But in Wu Huaiyan's eyes, it was so dazzling. How disgusting. Qin Feng. Lu Qinghuan was so moved that his voice was choked with sobs. It's so kind of you. Silly girl.
Qin Feng scratched her upturned little nose.
It's late at night, and the wind is cool. I'll take you back to your room to rest, okay? Lu Qinghuan nodded obediently, like a docile little lamb.
Qin Feng smiled with satisfaction. He hugged Lu Qinghuan, turned around, and prepared to leave the pavilion where he had watched such a good show.
When passing by Wu Huaiyan,
his footsteps paused slightly. He didn't turn his head. He just whispered in Wu Huaiyan's ear in a voice that only the two of them could hear.
Aunt Huaiyan.
You're right. I really can't give Qinghuan too much right now.
But soon, it won't be.
By then, don't even mention the small Lu family.
Even if it's the entire Jiangcheng, the entire China. Everyone will crawl at my feet.
Finished.
He no longer lingered.
Holding the girl who now belonged to him completely, he walked slowly towards the main building of the manor, bathed in the moonlight.
Just stay. Wu Huaiyan was alone. Standing alone in the cold, deserted pavilion.
The night wind blows.
Roll up the hem of her cheongsam.
It also confused her heart. Qin Feng's last words were still echoing wildly in her mind.
Arrogant. Arrogant. It's simply too crazy.
A fourth-grade warrior dares to say something that would make the entire Chinese nation crawl at his feet? Why does he do that?
But I don't know why.
When those words came out of that man's mouth, she didn't find it funny or ridiculous at all.
Instead,
there was something that made her feel frightened.
Sense of conviction. As if he's not bragging. It is a statement of what is bound to come.
Future. This realization made her feel a fear from the depths of her soul. She lowered her head sharply.
He tightly grasped the pure heart jade pendant in front of his chest.
The cold touch kept coming. But she couldn't suppress her heart, which was beating like a drum.
This man. Qin Feng. What kind of monster is this?
What surprised her even more was that she actually had feelings for a boy who was about the same age as her daughter.
How ridiculous is this? Shouldn't I just feel disgust and hatred towards him? Shouldn't I just hate this guy who is totally unworthy of my daughter? Why do you still think this guy is handsome? This is not right, this is totally wrong.
Wu Huaiyan felt her heart beating faster and faster.
Absolutely, something went wrong.
But she couldn't tell the difference.
Chapter 99. A sudden phone call. Night. Deep or.
The wind in the pavilion, with a biting chill, blew Wu Huaiyan's thin cheongsam. But she seemed not to feel the slightest bit of coldness.
Because
her heart was colder and chillier than the chill wind in the middle of the night.
Qin Feng's last few words were understated yet extremely arrogant.
Like the most vicious curse.
Over and over, it echoed madly in her mind. The entire Jiangcheng, the entire Chinese nation will all prostrate themselves at my feet.
This thought is like an invisible big hand. He strangled her heart tightly. It almost made her unable to breathe. Fear. An unprecedented fear, coming from the depths of her soul, completely overwhelmed her. She didn't know how long she had been standing in this pavilion.
Until a hint of paleness appeared on the horizon.
She returned to her room with stiff steps, like a walking corpse, in a daze. And the other side. Qin Feng's world, however, was full of passion.
The next few days,
Qin Feng did not take another step out of the Lu family manor. He locked himself in the extremely luxurious bedroom, which was comparable to the presidential suite of a 7-star hotel.
And Wang Lan. This was the Lu family's chief steward who was once high and mighty and cold as ice.
He became his most loyal.
Forbidden food.
Inside the room, the large carved rosewood bed was covered with the finest silk bedding. The air was filled with a strange and decadent fragrance. It was the smell of countless natural treasures mixed with the fragrance of elixirs. Qin Feng sat cross-legged. His upper body was naked. A faint golden halo flows on the bronze skin. Every inch of muscle seems to be the most perfect work of art in the world, full of explosive power. His breathing was steady and long. Every time he breathed in and out, it seemed to attract the vital energy of heaven and earth around him, forming a tiny vortex. And in front of him, Wang Lan was kneeling on the ground in an extremely humble posture. She was wearing only a black lace nightgown as thin as a cicada's wing. That beautiful face, originally as cold as ice, filled with arrogance and alienation, now only contained the most devout and fanatical worship. Her forehead was pressed tightly against the cold floor. I didn't even have the courage to look up at the man. It was as if he was a god who came to earth. And she was the humblest believer at his feet. Oh nar. Her voice was filled with a hint of uncontrollable trembling and excitement. Are you going to break through again? Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes. A golden light flashed in the depths of his pupils. Boom! A terrifying aura that was several times stronger than before suddenly burst out from his body. At this moment, all the air in the room seemed to be sucked out. Heavy. Depressed. Magnificent. Vast. Wang Lan felt as if an invisible mountain was pressing down on him. Even breathing became extremely difficult for her. But there was no trace of pain on her face. Instead, a sickly, fanatical blush emerged. The master's aura has become even stronger. Wow, so amazing. She muttered to herself, her eyes blurry. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth curled up in a satisfied arc. His mind moved. A light blue screen of light that only he could see appeared before his eyes. Bite. Congratulations to the host for deeply cultivating with the Maid of Destiny Wang Lan and triggering a 100-fold critical strike. Reward: 9 Transformation Golden Body Pill, Incomplete, X3. Reward: 5 drops of Soul Origin Liquid. Reward: 1 Enlightenment of the 5th rank Martial Art Great Sun Burning Heaven Palm. Bite. It is detected that the host's chi and blood are full, and the conditions for promotion have been met. The realm begins to break through. Boom! Qin Feng only felt that his limbs, bones, internal organs, at this moment, seemed to be thrown into a huge furnace. Streams of extremely pure energy rushed through his meridians and bones frantically. 3,000 calories. 3,200 calories. 3,500 calories. 3,900 calories. 4,000 calories. The values of chi and blood power were jumping wildly on the light screen. Final. Steadily, it stopped at the 4,000 calorie mark. The middle stage of 5th grade. Done. Call. Qin Feng let out a long breath. This foul air condensed and did not dissipate. It turned into a white streak and shot out like a sharp arrow. Laugh. A soft sound. On the wall not far away, the famous calligraphy and painting worth millions was pierced through in an instant. It left behind a hole the size of a finger with extremely smooth edges. See this scene. Wang Lan, who was kneeling on the ground, was shaking even more violently. The look in her eyes when she looked at Qin Feng could no longer be described as fanatical. That is miracle. In her eyes, the power Qin Feng displayed at this moment was nothing short of a miracle. Long live the Master. She could no longer control her inner excitement, and prostrated herself on the ground, offering her loyalty to her god in the most humble manner. Qin Feng ignored her. His brows furrowed slightly. System: bring up Wang Lan's personal dashboard. Name: Wang Lan. Identity: Destiny Maid. Loyalty: 100, locked. Happiness value: 100, locked. Desire value: 100, locked. Luck that can be plundered: 12 out of 1,000. Looking at the pitifully small amount of plunderable luck, A hint of understanding flashed across Qin Feng's eyes.
Really? He thought to himself. I've already squeezed out most of Wang Lan's potential. In the past few days, he attacked and trained on Wang Lan almost day and night.
The benefits gained are also huge. Various elixirs, magical treasures, and insights into martial arts techniques emerge one after another. He forcibly raised his cultivation level from the early 5th stage, which he had just broken through, to the middle 5th stage. If this kind of cultivation speed were to be spread out, it would be enough to shock the entire Chinese martial arts world.
But Qin Feng knew such good things cannot last forever. Although Wang Lan is also an important female supporting role in the original novel, her luck is ultimately limited.
Now, Qin Feng has already discovered 80% of her value. The remaining scraps were nothing to Qin Feng, who had already reached the middle stage of the 5th rank. It's just a drop in the bucket, but better than nothing.
It seems. It's time to look for the next batch of prey.
A cold, predator-like light flashed in Qin Feng's eyes.
Whether it is Lu Qinghuan's mother or the arrogant noble lady Wu Huayan,
it's still Qin Feng's cheap mentor, Sun Yuron. Or her daughter, Sun Yue, who also has a hot body and extraordinary talents.
Even
it was the hot and heroic elite captain of the warrior division, Hong Nishang. The figures of these women flashed through his mind one by one.
Each of them is a person with great luck. Each one is worth his time and effort to taste carefully. Top prey. Think of this.
Qin Feng's mood improved a little. He slowly stood up from the bed. He picked up a bathrobe and put it on.
Get up. He spoke lightly.
The voice was not loud, but it carried an unquestionable majesty.
Yes, master. Wang Lan responded respectfully, then slowly stood up from the ground. She lowered her head, not daring to look directly at Qin Feng. That gentle and humble look. Where is the trace of the icy beauty from the past?
Qin Feng walked to the wine cabinet and poured himself a glass of scarlet wine that looked like blood. He swirled the glass gently. His eyes, through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, looked out at the bright lights of the Lu family manor, which were as bright as daylight.
Eyes, deep and distant. It was as if he had penetrated the manor and saw a wider world.
The room fell into extreme silence. There was only the sound of the man's steady, almost imperceptible breathing.
Wang Lan just stood quietly behind him.
Like the most perfect and least self-conscious sculpture. Her entire world consists of the man in front of her.
As long as I can just watch his back quietly like this.
She felt something she had never felt before.
Satisfaction and happiness. Buzz. Buzz. Just then, a slight vibration of a cell phone broke the silence in the room.
Qin Feng raised his brows slightly.
He put down his glass. He walked to the bed and picked up the vibrating phone. On the screen, a note is displayed. Charming sister-in-law.
Qin Feng couldn't help but curl up the corner of his mouth into a playful smile.
Su Wanqing? What does she want to do with me at this time? Could it be missing yourself?
As he thought about it, he swiped the screen.
Next second, a series of messages filled with anxiety and panic came out frantically. Qin Feng. Are you there? See the message, please, reply to me quickly. Something happened. Something big happened. My sister is missing. I've been looking for her all day. I can't get through on the phone.
I've searched her home, work, and everywhere she might be.
None at all.
It's like she just disappeared from the face of the earth. Qin Feng, I'm so scared I don't know what to do. Please help me, please.
Now the only person I can think of who I can rely on is you. After a series of text messages. There are also reminders of several missed calls. Obviously. This stunning beauty is usually charming and alluring. At this moment, I am completely confused. Chapter 100 Opportunity.
The night wind still blows. But there seemed to be a hint of the sweet smell of blood in this wind. Qin Feng quietly looked at the series of words filled with panic and confusion on the phone screen.
There was no emotion on his face. There wasn't even the slightest bit of surprise.
Instead, the corners of his mouth slowly curled up into a cold and playful arc.
Su Wanqiu. Missing? Interesting. It's so interesting.
As a time traveler of this book, Qin Feng knows the plot of the original work very well. He remembered it clearly. Around this time point in the original work, a major event did happen. That is, the protagonist Yifan's mother, Su Wanqiu, was kidnapped by a cult witch. Yifan, on the other hand, went through untold hardships and finally became a hero and successfully rescued his mother from the clutches of the devil.
It is precisely because of this incident.
Yifan obtained a great opportunity, his strength skyrocketed, and from then on he began his life like Long Outyan.
You can say that.
Saving Su Wanqiu is a crucial turning point in Yifan's life trajectory. It established his status as the son of destiny.
The first and most important cornerstone. But now,
there was a faint light called greed in Qin Feng's eyes.
Things seem to be getting more interesting. My appearance is like a butterfly flapping its wings.
Let the plot that was supposed to happen a few years later.
Ahead of schedule.
He whispered to himself, his voice filled with a hint of barely suppressed excitement. So, this great opportunity should have originally belonged to Yifan. Now, is it going to fall on my head, Qin Feng?
This thought is like a lit bomb. With a loud bang, it completely exploded in his mind. And just at this moment,
a cold, emotionless mechanical prompt tone arrived as expected.
Bite. A major plot node deviation has been detected.
The core opportunity of the Destiny Child Yifan, swallowing blood to save mother, has been triggered in advance.
System task released. Qin Feng's eyes instantly became as sharp as an eagle. Here we come. A thought came to his mind.
The light blue screen appeared before his eyes again. Lines of golden characters filled with supreme majesty slowly appeared.
Mission name, Intercept Destiny.
Save the protagonist's mother. Mission background, the saintess of the cult Blood Lotus, Heroine, seeks a tiny body as a sacrifice in the cauldron to cultivate the forbidden magic technique Blood Nerve. After a long search, she has successfully identified her target, Su Wanqiu, and abducted her to the abandoned third chemical plant in the western suburbs of Jiangcheng, where she plans to perform a blood sacrifice tonight at midnight, on the night of the full moon. Mission details: the Taiyin body, rare in a century, is the perfect cauldron for cultivating in-cold cultivation techniques. Once the blood sacrifice is successful, the red lotus will be broken and then reborn, its strength skyrocketing to the peak of the 5th rank, bringing endless troubles. Meanwhile, Su Wanqiu will be completely annihilated, becoming a mindless blood slave.
Mission countdown, 2 hours, 15 minutes, and 32 seconds. Mission Objective 1, successfully rescue Su Wanqiu before the blood sacrifice ceremony is completed. Mission Objective 2, completely kill the evil cult witch Heroine.
Task rewards: 1. Plunder 5,000 points of luck from the Son of Destiny Yifan.
2. Get a chance to win a God-level lottery X1.
3. Obtain the exclusive title, Destiny Plunderer. Wearing this title increases the suppression effect on the son/daughter of fortune by 200%.
Penalty for mission failure: host's luck is reset to 0, and he dies instantly.
Looking at the light screen, there is a series of exciting rewards. And that last line, the shocking punishment for failure.
Qin Feng's breathing became slightly rapid. 5,000 points of luck. God-level lottery opportunity.
And there's also that exclusive title with an effect that's simply insane. This
is simply a feast that is delivered to your mouth. Yifan, Yifan.
Qin Feng's mouth curled up into a cruel arc.
You really are my lucky star.
Don't worry, your mother, I will take good care of you.
As for you,
just be a good boy and be my experience baby, my stepping stone. There was a flash of undisguised, cold murderous intent in his eyes. He collected his thoughts and stopped hesitating. He picked up the phone and dialed Su Wanqing directly.
The phone was connected almost the moment it rang. Qin Feng? Did you see my message? You finally called me back. Su Wanqing's crying voice, full of helplessness and panic, came from the receiver.
It was like a drowning person who lost his way in the dark and finally grabbed a life-saving straw.
Don't be afraid.
Qin Feng's voice was very light and soft.
But it seems to have a strange magic. Through the electric current, it was clearly transmitted to Su Wanqing's ears. I'm here.
Just 2 words. But it was like a powerful sedative, instantly injected into Su Wanqing's heart that was almost torn apart by fear. The crying on the other end of the phone stopped abruptly. Instead, there was an almost dependent whimper with a strong nasal tone. Qin Feng, I am so scared. My sister, she's really missing.
What should I do? I really don't know what to do. Calm down.
Qin Feng's voice was still steady, carrying a power that made people involuntarily convinced.
Now is not the time to be afraid.
Tell me everything that happened today after you discovered your sister was missing, exactly as it happened.
Don't miss any details. Well.
Su Wanqing seemed to have found her backbone. She nodded quickly and recounted the whole incident in detail at the fastest speed.
Turn out to be.
Today was the day the 2 sisters had agreed to go shopping and have a SPA together. But Su Wanqing waited and waited, but there was no call from Su Wanqiu. She took the initiative to call, but found that the other party's phone was turned off. At first, she didn't care too much. I thought my sister's phone was out of battery, or she was delayed by something.
Until the afternoon. Su Wanqiu's phone was still turned off. Only then did Su Wanqing feel that something was wrong.
She immediately rushed to Su Wanqiu's villa, but found that the house was deserted. The car in the garage is still there. She went to the company headed by Su Wanqiu again. However, the company's employees told her that President Su had never come to the company today.
This time, Su Wanqing was completely panicked.
She mobilized all her connections and searched almost the entire Jiangcheng.
Even the Warrior Bureau reported the case. The responses you get are all the same. Not found.
Su Wanqiu seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth, leaving no trace.
With nowhere else to go.
The first and only figure that appeared in Su Wanqing's mind.
It's Qin Feng.
That domineering, strong man who gave her an unprecedented sense of security.
After listening to Su Wanqing's narration, Qin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly.
Western Suburbs, 3rd Chemical Plant.
He whispered the address. What? Su Wanqing on the other end of the phone obviously didn't hear clearly. Nothing.
Qin Feng said lightly.
Stay home and don't go anywhere. Wait for my news. I promise to bring your sister back to you safe and sound.
His words were full of unquestionable confidence and dominance.
Qin Feng. Su Wanqing's voice was filled with deep emotion and sobs. Do you really have a solution? Believe me.
Qin Feng did not explain too much. After saying that, he hung up the phone.
He slowly stood up.
Those deep eyes looked out the window, towards the western suburbs of Jiangcheng shrouded in darkness.
The eyes are as cold as a knife. Wang Lan. He spoke lightly. Onar.
Wan Lan, who had been standing quietly behind him like the most perfect sculpture, immediately bowed respectfully.
I am here.
Prepare the car.
Qin Feng's voice was calm.
Go to the western suburbs.
Yes, master. Wang Lan didn't ask any reason.
Without the slightest hesitation. She just turned around and left quickly, like a machine that had been fed with the most precise instructions. For her.
The master's order is heaven. It's the ground. She exists. The only meaning. Qin Feng walked to the wardrobe. He casually took out a well-tailored black handmade suit. He changed his clothes slowly and methodically. The white shirt was ironed without a single wrinkle. Black trousers, straight as a knife.
paired with that Patek Philippe starry skywatch worth tens of millions. Qin Feng at this moment. He doesn't look like a warrior who was about to fight on a bloody battlefield. Instead, he looked more like someone who was about to attend a top-notch dinner.
Elegant gentleman. Only.
The smile that appeared on his handsome and enchanting face.
But it's like that. Cold. And cruel. Red Lotus. A peak 5th grade cauldron furnace. Your great gift.
Qin Feng, would be disrespectful to refuse.
Woo. The black Rolls-Royce Phantom is like a ghost in the dark night, speeding along the empty city avenue. Outside the car window, the neon lights of the city rapidly receded, pulling out brilliant yet blurry bands of light.
Qin Feng leaned back on the soft leather seat,
with eyes closed. Seems to be dozing off.
But his brain was working rapidly.
Information about Red Lotus emerged one by one in his memory. The Blood Lotus sect is a notorious cult organization in China, acting in secret and using cruel methods. And Honlian is the most outstanding saint in this generation of the Blood Lotus sect. Gifted and ruthless.
At such a young age, he has already reached the peak of the 4th level. It's only one step away from the 5th level.
In the original book,
it was because she had been unable to break through the bottleneck that she took a risk and set her sights on Su Wanqiu, who possessed the Taiyin body.
What a pity.
She planned everything, but she didn't expect this. Su Wanqiu's son, Yifan, is a man with cheats.
Ultimately, not only did the breakthrough fail.
Instead, he was killed on the spot by Yifan, who arrived in time. All her cultivation, together with some of the original energy of her Taiyin body that was stimulated during the blood sacrifice ceremony, all became Yifan's.
Wedding dress. Chapter 101. I'm here. Hentaying Mountain.
The Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly stopped in front of the villa.
The car lights went out. The world seemed to have fallen into absolute silence at this moment.
Only the light from the villa seemed a little
sad and desperate.
Qin Feng pushed open the car door and stepped out. Expensive custom-made leather shoes stepped on the smooth cobblestone road without making any sound. He did not go towards the heavy iron door with carvings,
just standing quietly in front of the door,
as if waiting for something.
Next second,
squeak! The heavy wooden door of the villa was suddenly pulled open from the inside. A graceful figure, carrying a scent of fragrance and despair, staggered out.
It's Su Wanqiu. At this moment, where was she from, the bright and charming girl she usually was?
She was still wearing a soft home nightgown, with her long, shiny black hair draped messily over her shoulders. The face that usually looked as delicate as a porcelain doll was now covered with traces of tears. A pair of charming peach blossom eyes, red and swollen, like a frightened little rabbit. When she saw Qin Feng standing outside the door with his posture as straight as a pine tree, those eyes that were originally filled with fear and despair suddenly burst out.
Unparalleled brilliance.
It's like a drowning man grabbing the last piece of driftwood.
It's like a lost person has seen a lighthouse pointing the way. Qin Feng.
Her voice was hoarse, with a strong crying tone, and almost out of tune. She didn't say another word. He just used up all his strength to rush towards Qin Feng.
Pounced upon me.
The soft and hot body slammed heavily into Qin Feng's arms without reservation.
Woo woo.
Su Wanqiu wrapped her arms tightly around Qin Feng's waist and buried her face deeply in his chest. The fear, helplessness, hesitation and despair that had been suppressed for a whole day suddenly burst out at this moment like a flood breaking through a dam.
She burst into tears, crying heart-wrenchingly, crying my heart out.
The warm tears soon soaked the expensive handmade suit fabric on Qin Feng's chest.
Qin Feng didn't say anything. He just stood there quietly.
Let the beauty in my arms vent her emotions. He raised his hand gently and placed it on Su Wanqiu's slightly trembling back, patting it rhythmically and gently.
It was like comforting a wounded cub.
His eyes passed over Su Wanqiu's shoulder and looked into the open door of the villa.
under the dazzling crystal chandelier in the living room.
A young man stood there. The young man has a tall and straight figure, sharp eyebrows, and bright eyes. Although his face is a little immature, there is a firmness and arrogance between his eyebrows that is inconsistent with his age.
This is the destined child of this world. Yi Fan. Now. Yi Fan's expression.
It's so gloomy that water almost drips out. His fists were clenched tightly at his sides. The knuckles turned white from being pinched too hard. Blue veins stood out on his arms and forehead like a dragon. His chest was heaving violently. A pair of eyes burning with rage stared at the man and woman hugging each other at the door. Especially the man who held his aunt in his arms.
My aunt cried. Crying so sadly and helplessly.
Yi Fan's heart seemed to be grabbed by an invisible hand, and the pain was so severe that he could hardly breathe. From childhood to adulthood, my mother has been kind and my aunt has been pretty. In his memory, his Aunt Su Wanqing will always be the girl who loves to laugh and make fun, and is as bright as the sunshine. When had he ever seen her so vulnerable and desperate?
And now, she actually cried in a man's arms. Let go my aunt.
A low roar filled with suppressed anger squeezed out from the depths of Yi Fan's throat.
He moved.
Like a cheetah ready to pounce, he took a sudden step forward. All the energy and blood in his body began to circulate at this moment. The aura of a second-grade warrior burst out without reservation. He is going to rush over. He wanted to tear that damn man away from his aunt. He's going to tell that man with his fists. This is the Su family.
He, Yi Fan, is the one here. Man.
However, just as he was about to take the second step, a cold, indifferent gaze, seemingly devoid of any human emotion, it fell on him.
Qin Feng.
Finally, I withdrew my gaze from the endless void. For the first time, he looked straight at this so-called child of destiny. Boom! Just a glance. Just one glance. Yi Fan felt as if he was struck by lightning. His brain went blank at this moment. What kind of look is that? Not contempt. It's not disdain. Not even anger. That's a kind of the look of a god looking down upon ants. It is the look of the creator staring at the dust. Under that gaze, Yi Fan felt as if he was stripped of his clothes and thrown into an ice cave made of 10,000 years of black ice. From soul to body, everything was completely frozen. The insignificant second-grade warrior's energy that he had just released was like a candle flame in a gust of wind. Without even a chance to struggle, he was instantly blow it out. An unimaginable, tangible and terrifying pressure came crashing down like the sky collapsing and Mount Tai falling down. Plop! Yi Fan's legs softened uncontrollably. He couldn't even muster the thought of resisting. The whole person was actually standing straight. Kneel down. No. Wrong. He used all his strength to hold on to the ground with both hands. His knees were less than a centimeter away from the cold marble floor. His entire arm was shaking violently. His teeth were chattering, and there was even a trace of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were red and bloodshot. He stared at Qin Feng intently, his eyes filled with horror and incredible. This. What's this? What the hell is this? This is Qi and blood pressure? No. Impossible. Even if he was a third-rank warrior, or even a fourth-rank warrior, it would be impossible for him to suppress himself to such an extent with just a look. This man. The blood in his body. How terrifying is it? Yi Fan frantically used his perception to try to explore Qin Feng's depth. However, his mental power and perception are like a drop of water merging into the vast ocean. It didn't cause any waves at all. He can't sense anything. I can only feel a deep, vast, magnificent, and dead silence. It was as if he was not facing a single person, but a real
Starry sky. An all-consuming abyss. Fear.
Unprecedented fear, like a cold poisonous snake, instantly crawled all over Yifan's spine.
He is scared.
He was a fearless, self-proclaimed prodigy who was invincible among his peers.
For the first time, I felt what it meant to despair. A talent he was proud of. The strength he is proud of. In front of this man. It's a joke. A huge joke. Qin Feng.
In his arms, Su Wanqing's crying gradually subsided, leaving only intermittent sobs. She slowly raised her head, and her peach blossom eyes, washed by tears, looked particularly pitiful at this moment.
My sister. I know.
Qin Feng's voice was still so gentle. He retracted the gaze that was enough to make Yifan lose his mind.
It seemed as if everything that happened just now was just an insignificant episode.
As his eyes moved away,
the terrifying pressure that seemed to be tangible disappeared in an instant.
As if it had never appeared.
Call. Call. Call.
Yifan looked like he had just been pulled out of the water, gasping for breath. Cold sweat had already soaked the back of his clothes. His body was still shaking slightly uncontrollably. He slowly and with difficulty stood up from the ground. When he looked at Qin Feng again, his eyes had completely changed.
Anger, jealousy, resentment. Those emotions still exist. But deep within these emotions, there was something he was unwilling to admit. And fear. This man who was only a few years older than me. The strength is really terrifying. Chapter 102 Situation. No.
The word horrible can no longer be used to describe it.
That is. Crush. It's the difference between heaven and earth. It's the difference between a dragon and an ant.
Yifan's heart was bleeding. He has been a favored child since he was young. No one among his peers has ever made him feel such a huge sense of oppression. But the man in front of me.
Qin Feng.
He just used a look.
A look.
It almost crushed all my pride and dignity.
How can we catch up with this? How can this be surpassed?
For the first time, a shadow of powerlessness enveloped the heart of this man of destiny.
Okay, stop crying.
Qin Feng finally spoke. His voice was soft and gentle. Like a warm spring breeze, it brushed across Su Wanqing's heart that was frozen by fear and despair. His big hand, which had been patting her back, slid down slightly and gently embraced her slender waist, which was so thin that it could be held in one hand. Use a little force. The soft and hot body in his arms fit more closely against him.
I'm here, he said. Just 3 simple words. But it seems to contain some kind of magical power that makes words come true.
It was like a dose of tranquilizer that could calm the soul, and it was instantly injected into Su Wanqing's limbs and bones. Su Wanqing's crying stopped abruptly. She just nodded heavily in his arms. The heart that was panicked, frightened, and at a loss because of her sister's disappearance, at this moment, miraculously
settled down. It seems that as long as this man is around, the sky will not fall.
It was as if I just wanted to snuggle in his arms. Even if it is the end of the world, there is no need to be afraid. She slowly raised her head, and her peach blossom eyes, which were washed by tears and looked even more moist and blurry, stared at Qin Feng's handsome and flawless face. In his eyes, there is undisguised dependence, trust, and
admiration. Qin Feng.
Her voice was still hoarse, with a hint of endearing nasal sound. My sister, really.
I know.
Qin Feng interrupted her. He raised his fingers slightly and gently wiped away the last tear that was about to fall from the corner of her eye.
The warm touch from the fingertips made Su Wanqing's delicate body tremble slightly.
A strange tingling sensation started from the corner of the eye and instantly spread throughout the body. Her cheeks flushed uncontrollably.
Tell me.
Qin Feng's movements were still gentle. But his gaze had already moved away from Su Wanqing's face and once again fell on Yi Fan not far away.
That moment,
the tenderness and compassion in his eyes disappeared without a trace. Instead, it was the previous.
Indifferent. Cold. With unquestionable majesty.
Tell me everything that happened, from beginning to end, without leaving out any detail.
This is no longer an inquiry. But order.
Yi Fan's body subconsciously tensed up. The knees that had just barely stood up seemed to be showing signs of weakness again.
He clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms.
The stinging sensation allowed him to barely maintain his final dignity.
Humiliation. Endless humiliation. He is the man of this family.
His mother is missing, and he is more anxious than anyone else.
But now,
he had to be treated like a prisoner by this man who was hugging his aunt.
Interrogation. He wants to resist. He wanted to roar.
He wanted this man to get out of his house.
But he doesn't dare.
That godlike gaze was like an invisible mountain, pressing down heavily on his soul.
He couldn't even think of resisting.
Yes, this afternoon. Yi Fan spoke with difficulty. His voice was dry and hoarse. He has completely lost the clarity and bright mind that a young person should have. I haven't seen my mother since I came back from training at Wuhan University. I thought she was playing cards at a friend's house as usual, so I didn't pay much attention to it. It wasn't until that evening when my aunt came back that I realized something was wrong.
My mother's phone, wallet, car keys, everything was at home. The person is gone.
He spoke slowly. Every word seemed to be spoken with all the strength in my body.
Qin Feng listened quietly.
There was no expression on his face. He just held Su Wanqing, who was as docile as a kitten, in his arms and walked slowly into the living room of the villa step by step.
Expensive Italian handmade leather shoes, stepping on the mirror-like marble floor.
Clatter. 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 Every step seemed to be stepping on Yi Fan's heart. It made him feel suffocated. Qin Feng walked to the luxurious leather sofa and sat down naturally. And Su Wanqing was also very obediently led by him to sit beside him.
From beginning to end,
Qin Feng didn't even let go of his hand around her waist.
Su Wanqing had no intention of breaking free.
She clung to Qin Feng so tightly, as if she didn't want to separate for even a moment.
This scene. Yi Fan's eyes turned red.
That's his place. When my aunt was most helpless, it should have been him who sat there and comforted her.
But now.
But he stood there humbly, like an outsider.
Go on.
Qin Feng leaned on the soft sofa, crossed his legs, and gave orders in an indifferent tone.
We checked all the surveillance cameras in the villa area.
Yi Fan took a deep breath, forced himself to suppress the blood surging in his heart, and continued. Surveillance footage showed that around 3 p.m., a black commercial vehicle stopped at the entrance of the villa.
2 men in work clothes got out of the car and said they were here to perform pipeline maintenance.
The security guard had no suspicion and let him go. About half an hour later, the car drove away.
Since then, my mother has never appeared again.
Have you called the police?
Qin Feng asked. I've reported it.
Yi Fan's voice rose uncontrollably.
People from the warrior department are here too. They checked the license plate of that car and it was a fake.
The appearance of those two people is also very likely a disguise. They said this was most likely a vicious kidnapping case targeting the family of a high-ranking warrior.
Let's wait for news.
When Yi Fan said the last 4 words, his teeth were almost broken.
Waiting for news? What news are you waiting for? Waiting for the ransom call from the kidnappers?
Or wait for the mother's cold? He didn't dare to think about it anymore.
Martial Artist Division.
A hint of barely perceptible sarcasm appeared at the corner of Qin Feng's mouth.
Just a bunch of trash.
His voice was not loud. But it was filled with extreme contempt. Yi Fan suddenly raised his head, a hint of anger flashing in his eyes.
The warrior department is one of the most powerful violent organizations in China. It is the sacred temple in the hearts of all warriors. It is also the place he aspires to join in the future. He would never allow anyone to do this. Insult. However,
when his eyes met Qin Feng's eyes as deep as the abyss, the anger that had just risen in his heart was like being poured with a basin of ice water, completely washing away from head to toe.
He couldn't see anything in those eyes. No anger. No disdain. Only one piece. Nothingness.
It seemed as if the warrior division was really just a group of people in his eyes.
Can be crushed to death. Waste. Besides waiting for news, what else did you do? Qin Feng's tone remained calm.
It was as if he was asking something that had nothing to do with him.
I called all the uncles I knew. Yi Fan's voice lowered again.
They all said they would help. But until now, there is no news at all. That deep feeling of powerlessness appeared on his face again.
Only then did he discover it.
His so-called connections, the relationships his mother had established in the business world.
In the face of a real crisis. It's so vulnerable. Oh. Qin Feng chuckled. That laughter was full of mockery. A bunch of trash who are not even as good as the warrior division. He commented mercilessly.
Yi Fan's face turned red in an instant.
This sentence is not only a curse on those so-called uncles. He was even scolding him. Scold him for not knowing people. Scold him. Inability. You. Yi Fan couldn't bear it anymore, took a step forward and glared at Qin Feng. However, he uttered only one word. Qin Feng's eyes suddenly turned cold. Boom!
The terrifying pressure that had just dissipated, like a physical entity, reappeared once again.
Coming with a bang. Moreover, compared to before. Even more terrifying. Even more magnificent. More. It's despairing. Plop. This time, Yi Fan could no longer hold on.
His legs seemed to have lost all their strength, and he knelt heavily on the cold, hard marble floor.
There was a dull, loud noise.
Ah! A painful groan came from Yi Fan's throat.
His kneecap seemed to be breaking.
But what was even more painful for him was the trembling and
surrender.
He felt like a small boat in a storm. And Qin Feng is the one who controls the storm and controls the thunder.
God. God cannot be insulted. Qin Feng, don't.
Seeing this, Su Wanqing's pretty face turned pale and she subconsciously grabbed Qin Feng's arm, her voice filled with pleading.
No matter what, Yi Fan is her nephew.
Qin Feng glanced at her indifferently. Then, he withdrew his pressure.
Call. Call. Call.
Once again, Yi Fan lay on the ground like a dehydrated fish, gasping for breath. His whole body was completely soaked in cold sweat. The whole person was in a very miserable state. When he looked at Qin Feng, there was no longer any trace of anger or unwillingness in his eyes.
Only pure terror. He finally understood. In front of this man, I don't even have the qualifications to be angry. None of them.
Qin Feng didn't look at Yi Fan on the ground again. It was as if he was really just an ant that could be easily stepped on and killed. His fingers tapped lightly on his knees.
Lost in thought.
Blood Lotus Sect.
Holy Lady Red Lotus.
In the western suburbs of Zhangcheng, the abandoned third chemical plant.
Blood sacrifice. The information provided by the system is very clear. Su Wanqiu is definitely right there at this moment.
The so-called blood sacrifice is an extremely vicious cult secret method. It requires a specific time, a specific place, and
specific offerings.
Now, it should still be some time before the blood sacrifice begins. Therefore, Su Wanqiu is safe for the time being. It is understandable that the kidnappers did not make a ransom call.
Because they are not in it for the money at all.
Their target, from the very beginning, was Su Wanqiu.
Or rather, it's that special thing in her. The body of Tyene. This is a setting in the original book.
Su Wanqiu has a unique Tyene body, and his blood is an invaluable treasure for martial artists who practice evil skills.
The holy maiden Honglian of the Blood Lotus sect practices the blood nerves, which requires the blood of Tyene as a catalyst.
That's why she planned the kidnapping. The purpose is to hold a blood sacrifice at midnight tonight, when the moonlight is at its brightest, to suck Su Wanqiu's blood dry and help himself
break through the bottleneck. All of this. Qin Feng understood it all. However, he couldn't say it directly. He needs a reasonable reason. Get up. A long time.
Qin Feng finally spoke again. His voice returned to calm.
Yi Fan struggled and got up from the ground.
He lowered his head and didn't dare to look at Qin Feng again. Like a student who has done something wrong and is waiting to be punished by the teacher. Your mother's disappearance is not an ordinary kidnapping case, Qin Feng said slowly. His voice was filled with wisdom that seemed to see through everything. The other party's target, from the very beginning, was your mother herself.
They aren't in it for the money.
Yi Fan and Su Wanqing were both stunned.
No, not for money. Su Wanqing asked in a trembling voice, then what is that for?
For the sacrifice.
Qin Feng uttered two words. Sacrifice?
These two words made Su Wanqing and Yi Fan's faces turn pale in an instant.
What does this mean?
Yi Fan's voice was trembling.
A cult has been active in Jiangcheng recently.
Qin Feng explained slowly and calmly. They act in secret and with cruel methods. They specifically abduct ordinary people with special physical qualities or low-level warriors to perform some kind of evil ritual.
Your mother is very unfortunate. They took a fancy to me. These words are half true and half false. But it is enough to explain everything clearly. Evil cult? Su Wanqing's body shook even more violently.
She is just an ordinary rich girl. These dark things that only exist in news and legends are too far away from her world.
Then my sister, will she be in danger?
She grabbed Qin Feng's arm tightly, her knuckles turning white from the force.
Meeting.
Qin Feng uttered a word that made her feel like she was falling into an icy cave.
But not now.
He added another sentence. This kind of ritual requires a specific time and place. Before the ceremony begins, she, as the sacrifice, is absolutely safe.
Qin Feng stood up.
He looked down at Yi Fan condescendingly.
That look was like he was looking at an unpromising junior.
Asking for help like you is like a headless fly, which is just a waste of time and has no meaning. The people you asked for help simply don't have the ability or the courage to provoke those lunatics. Yi Fan lowered his head even lower. Every word Qin Feng said was like a loud slap in the face, leaving him powerless to refute.
Yes.
He is just a waste. He could do nothing when his mother was in crisis.
I can only call around and cry like a child. Then what should we do?
Su Changqing raised her head and looked at Qin Feng with tears in her eyes. At this moment, she has regarded Qin Feng as her only savior.
Qin Feng didn't answer her.
He just turned around, stretched out his long legs, and walked towards the gate of the villa. His back was stretched out under the dazzling crystal chandelier.
Aloof. Tall and straight. With a kind of unwavering determination. Where are you going? Su Wanqing panicked and quickly stood up from the sofa, trying to catch up. Wait. Qin Feng's footsteps did not pause at all.
He just left behind a voice that was indifferent but full of infinite confidence.
I'll go bring the person back. Chapter 103. I'm already in Zhangchang, western suburbs.
Abandoned third chemical plant. The night, like a huge and heavy curtain, covers this industrial ruin that has long been forgotten by the world. The cold moonlight shines sparsely through the thick clouds. The huge rusty pipes and silent reaction towers are outlined with hideous outlines like ancient beasts. The air was filled with a lingering, pungent smell of rust and chemicals. Here are the scars of the city. It is a dead place where even stray cats and dogs disdain to set foot during the day.
But tonight,
this deadly place welcomed a group of uninvited guests. On the cordon outside the factory, two figures were pacing back and forth bored. They were wearing cheap jackets that had been washed out and their sneakers were covered in mud. From the outside, he is no different from those thugs who hang around at the bottom of the city and make a living by doing odd jobs.
But when they occasionally glanced into the darkness, they revealed a power that ordinary people would never possess. Fierce and violent. And numbness. Damn, there are so many mosquitoes in this damn place.
A man with a scar on his face slapped his neck hard and opened his palm, which was covered in blood. His name is Lu Hu, a newcomer who has just joined the Blood Lotus sect for less than 3 months. The blood and energy value is barely 160 calories. Among the first-grade warriors, he is also the lowest one.
But in the eyes of ordinary people, he is God.
He is the God who can decide their life and death. Scar brother, just bear with it. The skinny, mean-looking man next to him, nicknamed Skinny Monkey, handed over a cigarette in a flattering manner. Once the Saint Lady's ceremony is completed, our brother's good days will come. By then, not to mention mosquitoes, even if a shell hits our body, it will tickle us. Lu Hu took the cigarette, lit it with the help of Shoho, and took a deep breath. Scarlet sparks flickered in the darkness. He exhaled a thick smoke ring, and the irritation on his face eased slightly.
A good day.
He sneered. Just relying on the few blood chi pills awarded by the Saint Lady.
That thing can only fool rookies like you. I'm telling you, if you want to climb up, just being obedient and working hard won't work. It depends on this.
Lu Hu stretched out 2 fingers and gestured in front of the skinny monkey.
The skinny monkey was stunned and didn't react. Money. Fart.
Lu Hu slapped the skinny monkey on the back of the head and cursed.
It's a credit. It's the battle record.
The more lives you have on your hands, the higher your status in the church will be.
Do you understand? Idiot.
The skinny monkey was beaten so hard that he staggered, but he didn't dare to complain at all. He just kept nodding and bowing.
I understand. Scar brother taught me a lesson. Speaking of this, an excited and cruel smile immediately appeared on the skinny monkey's face.
Brother Scar, do you still remember that clueless little martial arts gym in the south of the city last month? That gym owner seems to be at the peak of the first rank, right? Tisk, TSK, TSK. You punched me and broke my sternum. I'm kneeling on the ground, crying miserably. And his daughter is so pretty. When mentioning his glorious deeds, the fat on Lu Hu's face trembled with pride.
Humph. Just a flower stand.
If we really start fighting, I won't be able to last more than 3 moves. As for his daughter. A gleam of lust flashed in Lu Hu's eyes.
It's really good. It just couldn't hold up well. It died after only 3 days. What a shame, what a shame.
His tone was like he was talking about a toy he had broken, without a trace of sympathy or humanity. Brother Scar, you are still the best.
The skinny monkey's flattery was delivered at just the right moment.
Unlike me, who only broke a few fingers of a barbecue vendor at the night market a few days ago.
That guy actually dared to call the police. It's so funny. By the time those losers from the warrior department arrive, I'll be long gone.
He also has to pay me 5,000 yuan in compensation for emotional distress. 2 men, like maggots in a sewer, were standing on the edge of the ruins, brazenly flaunting the atrocities they had committed against ordinary people.
In their eyes, those unarmed civilians are not even human beings.
They just use it for fun, to vent, and in exchange for merit.
Tool.
Just when they were chatting excitedly.
In the shadows not far away. A dark shadow slid past silently. Like a drop of ink blending into the darkness of the night.
Not a ripple was caused. By the way, Scar. The skinny monkey seemed to remember something, lowered his voice and asked mysteriously.
Tonight, it's quite a scene.
Even the saint lady came in person. I heard that the sacrifice inside was a very important person. Lu Hu flicked the ash from his cigarette, a hint of greed flashing in his eyes. It's more than remarkable. I heard from the team leader above that this woman has the 1 in a million Taiyin body. Her blood will be of great benefit to the saint lady in her cultivation of divine power. As long as the ceremony succeeds, the saint lady will most likely break through to the 5th level in one fell swoop.
5th rank? The skinny monkey took a breath of cold air. 5th grade warrior.
That person is considered a real big shot in the whole Jiangchang. If you stomp your feet, the ground will shake 3 times. When the time comes, when the saint lady is happy, something will just slip out from between her fingers.
Lu Hu's breathing also became heavy. It's enough for us brothers to benefit endlessly. He.
The skinny monkey let out an obscene laugh, his eyes full of longing for the future. He seemed to have seen the beautiful scene of himself breaking through to the 2nd level, or even the 3rd level, and becoming the best of the best, ruling the world with all his might.
However, he didn't notice. Just as he was looking forward to the future, Lu Hu, who was beside him, suddenly disappeared. The heavy breathing sound of the previous second was still clearly ringing in his ears. Next second, but
come to an abrupt end. The whole world seemed to have been muted in an instant. All that was left was the humming sound made by the night wind as it blew through the abandoned pipes.
Like a ghost crying. Scar, brother, scar. The skinny monkey's laughter froze on his face.
He turned his head slowly, somewhat puzzled.
Then, his pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip in an instant. Empty. Behind him, there was nothing.
The Lu Hu who had just been smoking with him and imagining the future.
Gone. Just out of thin air. Disappeared.
On the ground, the only thing left was the cigarette he had just handed over. The spark from the cigarette but was still flickering stubbornly in the darkness.
Like a mocking eyes. Scar, brother?
An indescribable chill, like a tide, surged from the soles of the skinny monkey's feet to the top of his head in an instant. His scalp was about to explode. He turned around suddenly and looked around in horror.
Scar. Don't F*King scare me. It's not fun. It's not fun at all.
He raised his voice, but it became sharp and distorted due to extreme fear.
Respond to his.
There was only dead silence. And the increasingly creepy.
The sound of the wind. A living person.
A 1st grade warrior.
How could it be possible? Just disappeared without a trace?
The skinny monkey's body began to tremble violently and uncontrollably.
His teeth were chattering up and down, making a clacking sound. He wants to escape. He wanted to leave this weird place immediately. But his feet seemed to be filled with lead, so heavy that he couldn't move at all. The fear of being targeted by a top predator, which came from biological instinct, gripped his soul tightly. Let him. Can't move. Help.
He opened his mouth, but only a mosquito-like whine could come out of his throat.
Just then. Sand.
A slight sound, like the sound of shoes rubbing against gravel, came from the shadows not far behind him. The skinny monkey's body suddenly stiffened. Every hair on his body stood on end.
He can feel it. There's something right behind him. He didn't dare look back. He didn't even dare to breathe.
At this moment, time seemed to be infinitely stretched.
Every second is like hell. Finally,
he could no longer bear this kind of dead silence and fear that could drive a person crazy.
Aha! He let out a shrill scream and rushed forward desperately like a madman. He wants to escape from here. He wants to escape from the unknown. Fear. However, he just took a step. One hand.
A slender, clean, bony hand, as perfect as a work of art.
But she lightly pressed on his shoulder. That hand didn't use any force. Even with a hint of mild
But the skinny monkey's forward body seemed to hit an invisible wall, and instantly
solidified.
all the strength, all the kinetic energy, at this moment, was casually taken away by that hand.
Dissolved into the invisible.
A bone-chilling chill spread along the hand and instantly spread throughout his limbs and bones. Completely drained the last bit of warmth from his blood. The skinny monkey's body was as stiff as a stone. He slowly, inch by inch, with difficulty,
turned his head. Then he saw a face. A handsome. It doesn't look like a mortal face. Under the moonlight.
The man was wearing a well-tailored black suit and his posture was as straight as a pine tree. His hair was meticulously done. His leather shoes were as shiny as a mirror.
His entire person exuded an aura that was completely out of place in this filthy ruin. Noble. And grace. He just stood there quietly.
There was a faint smile on his face. It didn't seem like a killer would appear in such an ominous place at midnight.
But about to enter a grand dinner. Nobleman.
But there was no smile in the skinny monkey's eyes, which were as deep as the starry sky.
He only saw indifferent. The ultimate indifference. That is the look that gods would have when they look down upon ants. Without a trace of emotion. You, who are you? The skinny monkey's voice was trembling badly. He wanted to struggle.
But he found that the hand pressing on his shoulder, although he could not feel any strength, seemed to contain the weight of a mountain.
He couldn't shake it at all. Shoo! The man gently placed his index finger in front of his perfect lips. Made a silent gesture.
His voice was very light and soft.
Like a lover's whisper in the ear. Don't wake up the distinguished guests inside.
The words were not finished.
Snap!
A crisp sound, like the sound of cracking a walnut, suddenly rang out in the dead silence of the night.
The skinny monkey's eyes suddenly widened. The light in his eyes seemed to be instantly drained away, and he quickly. It dimmed.
He opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something. But his neck was twisted behind him at a strange angle.
Life is cut off.
The man loosened his grip.
The skinny monkey's body collapsed limply to the ground.
Not a single unnecessary sound was made.
From beginning to end. The man's expression didn't change at all.
It was as if the person he had just crushed to death was not a human being,
but annoying flies.
He took out a white silk handkerchief from his suit pocket and carefully wiped his hand that had just touched the skinny monkey.
Every knuckle. Every inch of skin.
They were all wiped meticulously. As if he had been tainted with something that he could not bear.
Filthy. Do all this. He casually threw the silk handkerchief on the skinny monkey's body. Then, raise your head.
His eyes penetrated the heavy darkness and looked towards the deepest part of the factory, the huge factory building with bright lights. The corners of his mouth slowly curled up into a cold arc. Appetizers, over.
Next. It's time for dinner. The black figure blended into the night again. This time.
His speed is even faster.
Like a black lightning. Wherever I go.
In the darkness, the patrolling cultists kept shouting in fear, and the last ho-ho sounds they made when their throats were cut before they died.
Phew! 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 Blood, in the darkness, continues to bloom. Dyed this abandoned land red. This is a massacre. A one-sided, unpredictable massacre.
Qin Feng's figure moved gracefully between those simple sentries and patrol teams, like a butterfly flying through flowers.
He did not use any complicated martial arts techniques. He didn't even use a trace of his energy in blood.
He simply relied on the terrifying physical strength and speed of a fifth-grade warrior that was far beyond the imagination of ordinary people.
Every move. All precise, efficient, and deadly. Break the neck. Pierce the heart. Crushing the larynx. In the eyes of ordinary people, these cultists are ferocious and evil enough to stop children from crying at night. In front of him, as fragile as a paper doll. Even the qualifications for him to take it seriously. None at all. It took less than 3 minutes. There were 32 Blood Lotus cult members wandering around the factory, all of them killed. No one survived. The whole process was extremely clean and efficient. There wasn't even a sound of gunfire or explosion that could alert anyone inside. The entire factory area once again fell into silence. Just this time, the smell of rust and chemicals in the air was now filled with a hint of a faint smell of blood. Qin Feng stopped. He stood beside the last corpse, his expensive leather shoes treading in a pool of sticky blood, yet still spotless. His eyes swept calmly over the land he had created. Hell on earth. In my eyes, there is still that calm nothingness. He was just completing the system's task. Or rather, he was just cleaning up a bunch of rubbish. That's all. At the same time, deep inside the factory, there is a relatively intact 2-story building that has been converted into a temporary command center and lounge. The lights are on. The air was filled with a strong, disgusting smell of cigarettes, alcohol, and hormones. This is where the elites of the Blood Lotus sect. Comfortable home. Different from those cannon fodders out there who are not even of the first rank. The lowest level of warriors who can stay here is the early second-grade warrior. They are the real backbone of the Blood Lotus cult's Jiangcheng branch. In the center of the room, a huge splice screen is displaying real-time images from dozens of surveillance cameras in the factory. Damn it, I lost again. A bald strong man threw the playing cards in his hand onto the table and cursed with spit flying. Brother Leopard, your luck today is really weird. The man called Brother Leopard was a man with a face full of flesh and wearing a flowered shirt and a big gold chain around his neck. He looked to be in his 30s, with bulging temples and a gleam in his eyes. The fluctuations of chi and blood of the middle stage of the third rank emanated from his body without any concealment. In this room, he is absolutely king. Brother Leopard proudly took all the money on the table into his arms, grinning widely, revealing a mouthful of teeth yellowed by cigarettes and alcohol. The quality of a card reveals the character of a person. You're useless, you deserve to lose. Just then, a tall and thin man who was in charge of surveillance suddenly exclaimed, "Ha!" His brows were tightly furrowed. Brother Leopard, something seems a little off. Brother Leopard was counting money. Hearing this, he cursed impatiently without even looking up. What could be wrong? Don't you dare curse me here. If you delay my fortune, I'll cut off your dick and feed it to the dogs. The tall and thin man shrank his neck when he was scolded, but still gritted his teeth and pointed at the large surveillance screen in front of him. No, Brother Leopard, look. Outskirts, number 3, number 7, number 12 and the signal from the patrol to the east. It's all broken. His voice carried a subtle tremble. The noise in the entire room suddenly became quiet. Everyone's eyes were focused on the huge surveillance wall. Really? On the screen, the dozen or so small grids representing the outer sentry posts no longer showed clear night vision images, but a piece of heart-pounding snowflake. Hold. The bald strong man who had just lost money slammed the table and stood up. What's going on? Is the line aging? Impossible. The tall and thin man immediately retorted. These lines were just inspected last week. Besides, even if it's aging, it's impossible for all of them to become ineffective at the same time. The air in the room seemed to freeze. An emotion called uneasiness began to spread quietly. What are you panicking about? Brother Leopard finally finished counting the money. He stuffed the money into his inner pocket unhappily, stood up, and slapped the tall and thin man on the back of the head. A bunch of cowards who have never seen the world. He walked to the surveillance wall and squinted his eyes for a while. The fat on his face forced out a cruel and contemptuous smile. Interesting.
It seems that a foolish rat has sneaked into our rice warehouse. He looked around, saw the nervous expressions on his men's faces, and sneered. Look at what you have accomplished. Where is this place? This is the territory of our Blood Lotus sect. Lady Saint is in the innermost holy hall, presiding over an important ceremony that will determine the future of our religion. Who dares to come here and die? He paused, his tone growing more disdainful. My guess is, he's probably some new recruit from the warrior division who thinks he's discovered some big secret and wants to make a name for himself. At most a second-rank warrior. Those bunch of losers on the periphery couldn't even stop a second-grade cultivator. They deserved to die. Upon hearing the term second-grade warrior, everyone in the room breathed a visibly relieved sigh of relief. Among them, the weakest ones are of the second rank. And Brother Leopard is a strong man in the middle stage of the third rank. Killing a second-grade beast is not much harder than killing an ant. Brother Leopard is right. The bald strong man immediately agreed and flattered him. What a shitty warrior division. They're nothing but a bunch of chickens and dogs in front of you, Brother Leopard. Exactly. Wasn't the vice-captain of that elite team last time also at the peak of the second rank? He was beaten to his knees and begged for mercy by Brother Leopard with 3 punches. Ha 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 ha. The atmosphere in the room became relaxed and arrogant again. It seemed as if the dead silence just now was just an illusion. Brother Leopard really enjoys this kind of flattery. He stuck out his tongue and licked his cracked lips, with a bloodthirsty gleam in his eyes. It just so happens that I won some money tonight, and my hands are itching. You stay here and don't go anywhere. Look, I'm going out. Twist off that little mouse's head and use it as a chamber pot. As he spoke, he took down a machete that gleamed with a cold light from the weapon rack hanging on the wall. The knife was wide, thick, and heavy. In his hand, it was as light as a straw. Wait for my good news, brothers. Brother Leopard carried the knife, turned around, took big steps, and prepared to go out. He seemed to have already seen the bloody scene of himself chopping the ignorant invader into 2 halves with 1 sword. This achievement will be reported to Her Majesty the Saint. Maybe, he could even be rewarded with another one that could help him break through to the late 3rd rank. Blood God Pill. Thinking of this, the smile on his face became even more ferocious. However, just as his hand was about to touch the door handle, a voice. 1. The voice was light and gentle, yet with a hint of playfulness. Without any warning, in this sealed monitoring room. It rang. No need to bother. Already in. This voice was like a cold wind blowing from the depths of the underworld. In an instant, the blood and souls of everyone in the room were completely freeze. Chapter 104 completed. Brother Leopard's burly body suddenly stiffened. The smile on his face froze. Every hair on his body stood on end. A fear that was enough to make his heart and liver burst, like a volcanic eruption, rushed from his tailbone to the top of his head. I couldn't even hear which direction the sound came from. As if. In all directions. Everywhere. The other people in the room were even more frightened. Their eyes widened in horror and they looked around frantically. Try to find out who is talking. However, there was no one in the room except themselves. There is no. The 6th figure. Who is playing tricks? Get out here. Brother Leopard roared fiercely but weakly. His hands gripped the machete so tightly that his knuckles turned white from excessive force. Cold sweat rolled down his forehead. No one answered him. Respond to his. Only one piece. Dead silence. The silence is so oppressive that it makes you breathless. Just then, the tall and thin man in charge of surveillance looked like he had seen the most horrifying scene in the world. He suddenly raised his hand and pointed behind Brother Leopard. His eyes were as big as copper bells. His mouth was wide open. It seemed as if something was blocking his throat, and he could only make meaningless sounds like ha ha. His face was filled with the ultimate
Shocked. Brother Leopard's heart sank suddenly. He can feel it.
A bone-chilling chill came from behind him.
Attack!
Without even thinking, the energy and blood in his body exploded in an instant. The power of a third-grade warrior was poured into the machete in his hand without reservation. He turned around suddenly, and with all his strength, he fiercely
Chop it down. Die for me.
This knife was accompanied by a sharp whistling sound that tore through the air.
Enough to split a car in half. However, next second, Brother Leopard's ferocious roar come to an abrupt stop. His unstoppable blade also frozen in midair. Because there are two fingers. Two
slender, white, clean fingers without a speck of dust.
Just putting it lightly.
Clamped his blade that was powerful enough to split mountains and break rocks.
Bite. A soft sound.
It seemed as if it was not a fine steel sword that had been tempered 100 times,
but a piece of fragile glass. Brother Leopard's pupils shrank to the size of a needle tip in an instant. He saw it. He finally saw the ghost. It was a man in a black suit. An unbelievably handsome man. He just stood there quietly. Standing on less than half a meter behind me. When did he show up? Oh. Why? From the beginning to the end, no one noticed anything?
Time, at this moment, seems to stand still.
Brother Leopard's brain went blank.
All his pride, all his ferocity, all his self-confidence. When I saw those eyes as deep as a cold pond.
Being hit. Crush.
That's a pair of.
What eyes? Indifferent. Cold. Without a trace of human emotion. As if the gods, looking down upon those who don't know how to live or die and try to provoke the power of heaven. Ants. Mid-grade, third grade. The man spoke.
His voice was still so calm and so pleasant. Qi and blood are deficient, and the foundation is unstable. With the strength accumulated through devious means, you think you are worthy enough to draw a knife in front of me. The words fell. The two fingers holding the blade shifted slightly.
Snap. An extremely crisp shattering sound was heard.
That machete made of refined steel.
It actually broke in the middle. The fracture is as smooth as a mirror. Immediately following, without waiting for Brother Leopard to react, the man moved. No. That can't even be called movement. That was the naked eye can't even grasp. After image. Brother Leopard only felt a flash before his eyes. Then, one hand grabbed his throat. That hand is so elegant. The force, yet so irresistible. Like a pair of pliers. Like a mountain.
His proud third-grade warrior's body, before that hand.
As fragile as a baby.
The energy and blood in his body seemed to be completely suppressed by a more domineering and terrifying force.
Not even a little bit can be mobilized. You. Brother Leopard's eyes bulged out. The fear in his eyes was extremely intense. He wants to beg for mercy. He wanted to roar. But he couldn't do anything.
I could only watch helplessly as my life was rapidly extinguished by that hand.
Passing. Too weak. Qin Feng's face even showed a hint of disappointment. He shook his head. As if sighing, this toy is so not worth playing with. Snap.
There was another crisp sound of bones breaking.
This time. Broken. It's Brother Leopard's hyoid bone. Brother Leopard's huge body slid down softly and fell heavily to the ground. He kept his eyes wide open until his death.
His eyes were filled with endless regret and
don't understand. He never understood until his death.
The person I provoked was.
What kind of monster? And all this, from the appearance of Qin Feng to the death of Brother Bao. The whole process. Even less than a second. The other 4 people in the room were completely dumbfounded. Their brains have stopped working. They were like 4 frightened statues, frozen in place, unable to move. I can only watch helplessly as that devil-like man slowly turned around. Qin Feng's gaze swept over them one by one. That look was very calm. It's like watching 4 dead things. It's my turn. It's your turn. 3 words. Like the god of death. Final verdict. Aha! The bald strong man's psychological defenses completely collapsed. He let out a hysterical scream, turned around and wanted to jump out of the window. However, he just turned around. A dark shadow appeared in front of him like a ghost. Phew! A soft sound. Qin Feng's fingers, like a sharp sword, easily pierced his heart. Blood gushed out. It splashed on Qin Feng's flawless face. He frowned slightly. It seems a little dislike. The other 2 were so frightened by this that their legs went weak and they collapsed to the ground. A stream of yellow, smelly liquid flowed out from under their crotches. Don't kill me. Mercy. My lord, please spare me. They cried bitterly and kowtowed madly. The floor was knocked so hard that it made a dong-dong sound. Qin Feng ignored their pleas for mercy. His figure flashed again. Snap. Snap. 2 crisp sounds. The 2 heads drooped at a strange angle. In an instant. Inside the monitoring room, the 5 elite members of the Blood Lotus cult, all killed. The whole room, once again, returned to dead silence. Only the huge surveillance wall was still flashing with strange light. Recording this silent massacre. Qin Feng took out the white silk handkerchief from his pocket. Carefully, he wiped the blood off his face and hands. His movements were still so graceful and meticulous. It was as if what had just been done was not a massacre, but it was a sacred ritual. Throw the blood-stained handkerchief casually on a corpse. Qin Feng finally walked to the huge surveillance wall. His purpose was clear from beginning to end. He stretched out his slender fingers and tapped them quickly on the operating table. He quickly switched and enlarged the surveillance images one by one. He is searching. Looking for the woman marked as mission target by the system. Su Wanqiu. Warehouse number 1 empty. Power plant number 2 there are only a few patrolling scouts. Raw material processing area number 3 same as above. Qin Feng's eyes were focused and cold. His brain, like the most sophisticated supercomputer, rapidly processed the massive amount of information in front of it. At the same time, he quickly constructed a 3-dimensional structural diagram of the entire factory in his mind. Planning. The most perfect and efficient infiltration route. Finally, when he switched to the surveillance screen numbered Core 01, his fingers stopped. In the picture, it is a huge and empty underground space. It looks like the base of a giant reactor. In the center of the space, there is a strange altar made of unknown black rocks. The altar was engraved with twisted runes that were as red as blood. And in the very center of the altar, a woman in a white dress was tied to a cross-shaped stone frame with several thick chains. Her eyes were closed and she seemed to be in a deep coma. The moonlight shone on her through the cracks in the dome, outlining her breathtakingly beautiful face and her mature, full, and curvy body. Like a thing about to be sacrificed to the demon god. Perfect work of art. That's right, Su Wanqiu. And around the altar, a dozen Blood Lotus followers wearing blood-red robes and with powerful auras were sitting cross-legged, seemingly maintaining some kind of formation. Right in front of the altar, a woman wearing a seductive red dress, with an equally hot figure and a half-silver mask on her face, was holding a blood-red dagger and muttering to herself. She is the person in charge of this operation of the Blood Lotus cult. Saint Red Lotus. Found it. The corners of Qin Feng's mouth slowly curled up into an icy arc. His eyes quickly scanned the electronic map of the factory on the screen. Countless red lines intertwined and flashed in his mind. Final. It was fixed on the most hidden and fastest route. Start from here. Go through 3 ventilation ducts. Avoid 2 heavily guarded checkpoints. Time consuming. Estimated time, 1 minute and 27 seconds. The plan is complete. Chapter 105, Probably Dead. Underground. Temple.
The air was filled with a sickening sweet aroma mixed with blood and some strange spices.
The light here is very dim.
Only around the altar, the runes engraved on the ground were emitting a strange, flickering red light. The entire underground space is illuminated like the legendary
demonic realm. Dead silence.
Apart from the extremely suppressed and faint breathing sounds of a dozen Blood Lotus followers, there was no sound at all. There was no other sound. Everyone's eyes, fanatically and devoutly, converged on the center of the altar. They all converged on the woman wearing a seductive red dress and a half-silver mask on her face.
Saint Red Lotus.
At this moment, she was half-kneeling on the cold black rock. She stretched out her long fingers. His fingertips gently reached into a white jade bowl filled with essence and blood in front of him. A warm liquid with a hint of sweetness wrapped around her fingertips. She raised her hand. Scarlet blood beads slowly slid down her jade-white skin, reflecting a strange luster in the dim light. Her gaze fell on the last blank pattern node on the altar. The corners of her mouth, beneath the silver mask, slowly curled up into a cruel and satisfied smile.
The body of Tyene.
This is truly the best gift God has ever given me. She murmured softly, her voice filled with a hint of suppressed excitement and greed. Her gaze slowly moved upwards. Beyond those complex and twisted blood runes. Finally, it fell on the woman who was tied to the cross-shaped stone frame with thick chains in a humiliating posture.
Su Wanqiu. This is the peerless beauty that countless men in Jiangqing dream of.
At this moment, his eyes were closed and he fell into a deep coma. Her pure white dress was stained with many stains and even had a few tears in places.
Revealing the skin underneath, large areas of snow-white and delicate skin that are so dazzling that it makes people dizzy.
The moonlight, shining through the cracks in the dome, transformed into a holy beam of light, just enveloping her.
It seemed as if even the moonlight was lingering on her breathtaking curves.
There was a hint of pain in that breathtakingly beautiful face, which added a sense of pitiful brokenness.
Mature, charming, holy, weak.
These completely different temperaments are perfectly integrated into her. It forms an extreme temptation that is enough to drive any male creature crazy.
However, in Honglian's eyes,
this face, this body, are just about to be squeezed dry of all value.
Skin.
What she really coveted was what was hidden beneath this perfect exterior.
That 1 in a million. Tyene bloodline.
As long as you complete the blood-guided soul exchange array. He drew out all of Su Wanqiu's Tyene blood and poured it into his own body.
She, Honglian.
With the help of this extremely Yin and pure power, you can break the shackles of the peak of the 4th level in one fell swoop. Even, skip directly the initial accumulation of the 5th level. Reach the sky in one step. Entering the highest realm of the middle stage of the 5th grade. By then, the entire Jiangcheng branch, no. Even the entire Blood Lotus sect branch in Jiangnan province will respect her. She will become the youngest in the history of the Blood Lotus cult.
Cardinal.
Think of the supreme glory and the powerful power that is at your fingertips.
Honglian's heart began to beat violently, uncontrollably.
She took a deep breath and forced herself to suppress the excitement in her heart. The ceremony has reached the final step.
Absolutely, there must be no mistakes.
She concentrated and calmed herself. Gather all your energy and spirit onto your fingertips stained with essence and blood.
Then, slowly, towards the last rune node on the altar. Print it.
As long as this last stroke is made.
the Great Formation can be fully activated. Until then, Su Wanqiu will become the fish on her chopping board. Let her do whatever she wants. Getting closer. Closer.
The fingertips felt the icy touch of black rock. The smile on Honglian's face became more and more intense.
However,
just before her fingertips were about to completely touch the rune node,
boom! A dull heartbeat like a drum.
Without any warning, inside her own chest.
Explosion. Honglian's body suddenly stiffened.
The finger that was about to fall suddenly stopped in midair less than a centimeter away from the altar.
Her brows were instantly furrowed.
A trace of surprise and confusion flashed across the pretty face under the mask.
What's going on? That moment just now. Is it an illusion?
She carefully felt her physical condition. The qi and blood flow smoothly, the mental energy is abundant, and there is no discomfort. Perhaps the ritual is about to be completed, and the energy field is too vast, causing a slight resonance.
Honglian found a reasonable explanation for herself in her heart.
She shook her head and put the sudden strange feeling behind her.
It's just a trivial matter, not worth mentioning. She concentrated her mind again and prepared to complete the final stroke. However, just when she was about to strike again, buzz! An indescribable chill.
It was like a biting cold wind coming from the abyss of the underworld. Suddenly, it climbed up her spine madly. In an instant, it spread throughout her limbs and bones.
Her breathing stagnated.
Her other hand, which was holding the bloody dagger, trembled slightly uncontrollably.
Something is wrong. This time. It's definitely not an illusion. Honglian's pupils suddenly contracted.
A warning sign called crisis was like a red-hot iron, deeply imprinted in the depths of her soul.
This is her talent. An innate, super-strong intuition about danger. On a whim.
It is precisely with this ability that is almost like predicting the future that she has been able to escape danger in countless life-and-death crises in the past. Only then could she climb step by step from being a follower at the bottom of the society to the high position of saint today.
And now,
the intensity of this feeling. Even beyond what she had experienced in the past.
Any time. As if
there was a pair of cold and ruthless eyes, quietly watching her in some unknown corner.
As if the god of death's scythe was silently placed on her neck. It will fall at any time. Stop. Honglian stood up suddenly and let out a sharp shout.
Her voice even changed tone due to extreme nervousness. The dozen or so Blood Lotus followers who were maintaining the formation were startled by the sudden shout. They all opened their eyes and looked at their Saint Lady blankly. Saint Lady. The guardian closest to her, who was in the early 4th rank, asked cautiously.
What happened? Honglian didn't answer him.
Her sharp eyes hidden under the mask were like radars, frantically scanning every corner around her.
Left.
It is the entrance to a deep and dark passage, where her most elite guards are guarding.
Right.
It's a storage area where miscellaneous items are piled up, and it's empty.
Behind you.
It was the dozen or so loyal believers, each of whose faces was filled with confusion and bewilderment.
Above your head.
It is a solid rock and concrete structure, with only a crack through which the cold moonlight shines.
No. Nothing. Nothing unusual. There is no signs of enemy invasion. But the sense of crisis that was like a poisonous snake wrapped around her heart did not weaken at all. Instead, more and more. So strong.
It was so strong that it caused goosebumps to appear on her skin. Her breathing began to become rapid.
How is this possible?
This is the Blood Lotus cult's most core stronghold in Jiangcheng. There are 7 checkpoints from the ground entrance to this temple. There are more than 30 believers patrolling the periphery. The inner area is commanded personally by Brother Leopard, who is in the middle stage of the 3rd rank.
Don't say you're alone. Even a fly can't fly here without alerting anyone. Unless Unless it is a 5th-grade strongman from the warrior department, or even a master-level figure, who personally leads the raid. But that's even more impossible. Once there is any unusual movement by a strong person of that level, the senior officials stationed in the warrior department of the sect will definitely report the news immediately. But she didn't receive any warning until the ceremony started. So, this sense of crisis was enough to make her soul tremble. After all, where did it come from? Lady Saint, your expression.
The guardian looked at Honglian's face, which was covered by a mask but still showed a pale and bloody color, and spoke again with concern.
Shut up. Honglian scolded irritably.
Her heart was in turmoil.
Unprecedented chaos.
She looked around again. His eyes slowly swept across the faces of every believer. Their eyes were clear and enthusiastic, without a trace of disguise.
It can't be a mole.
These are all loyal warriors who have followed her for many years, and they will never betray her. Her gaze fell on the altar, on the still unconscious sacrifice.
An ordinary woman who is not even a warrior. It is even less likely to pose any threat. So, what exactly is the problem? Honglian felt like she was going crazy.
This kind of unknown fear, knowing that there is a deadly danger approaching, but not being able to find the source of the danger. Even more so than facing a 6th-rank grandmaster directly. Despair. Everyone, please pay close attention to me. Check everything around carefully. Any disturbance must be reported immediately. Honglian's voice already carried a hint of something that could not be concealed.
Tremble. Yes. Saint Lady.
Although they didn't understand what was happening, the believers immediately followed the order and began to observe their surroundings vigilantly.
However, everything is still so peaceful. So peaceful. It's so frightening.
The guardian looked at the Saint Lady's abnormal behavior and hesitated for a moment, but still mustered up the courage to step forward.
Sir, are you too nervous?
The ceremony has reached its final stage and must not be interrupted. Brother Bao and the others are outside.
They are impregnable. Nothing will happen to them. Look, isn't it? He hasn't finished speaking yet. Honglian turned her head suddenly.
The eyes that shot out through the mask were as cold as a knife.
Are you questioning my judgment? I dare not.
The guardian was so frightened that he trembled all over and knelt down quickly.
Snort. Honglian snorted coldly and ignored him.
She knew that she had lost her composure.
But she couldn't control it.
That sense of crisis has gone from being a warning at the beginning to becoming a reality now.
Shadow of death. It enveloped her entire mind.
It was like an invisible mountain was falling from the sky, pressing down on her.
Let her. I can't breathe. No. Wrong. Honglian's expression became increasingly ugly.
Beads of cold sweat had even begun to form on her forehead. She stared intently at the only dark passage leading to the outside world.
My heart is pounding. It seems like it is about to jump out of my throat. Something happened outside.
A thought that made her shudder, madly, from the bottom of her heart.
Breathe out. Brother Leopard and the others. Possible. They're all dead. Once this thought appeared, it could no longer be suppressed. In an instant, it devoured all her sanity.
At this moment, Honglian's face turned as pale as paper.
No trace of blood anymore. Chapter 106 Strong Combat Power. Dead. All dead.
This thought, icy, sticky, and tinged with a venomous despair, crawled like an ice snake from an endlessly cold prison, following the grooves of Honglian's spine, inch by inch, slowly and persistently climbing upward. Wherever it passed, it felt more than a simple chill, it felt a dead silence that could completely freeze the soul, as if even the very nerve endings were instantly stripped of life, leaving only numb fear. Finally, it suddenly burrowed deep into her brain and exploded. It made her whole body, every nerve, every muscle fiber, tremble madly and uncontrollably. It was a cry of fear from the most instinctive part of life, a cry of absolute death.
No! This is absolutely impossible. This must be a nightmare. A most absurd and bizarre nightmare. That's Brother Bao. He's a mid-level third-rank warrior.
In Jiangchang, he's a formidable figure capable of dominating the region. He possesses a brutal temperament and immense combat experience, a formidable warrior who has emerged from the bloody battles of sectarian conflict. Under his command are 32 elite followers, trained over the years, absolutely loyal and ruthless. Among them are several who have reached the pinnacle of the second rank, only a single step away from reaching the third rank. Furthermore, for this crucial ritual, headquarters had specifically allocated resources, establishing 7 outposts, both visible and hidden, along the perimeter. Each one boasted advantageous terrain, equipped with powerful bows, crossbows, and even prohibited firearms. The coordinated defenses were so tight that even a well-trained night owl would struggle to slip through silently. Huolian had confidently assessed this combined power as sufficient to withstand a head-on attack from an elite squad of warriors from the warrior division, led by a 4th-rank warrior and composed entirely of 2nd-rank warriors and above, for at least an incense stick of time. And an incense stick of time was enough for them to devour the sacrifice completely and then calmly retreat through the preset secret passage, leaving behind an empty nest and an enraged enemy. How could it be possible? In such a short time from the moment she first sensed the unease that something was amiss to the moment that cold, desperate premonition came true, how long had it been? Less than 100 breaths. Silently, no alarm. No explosion. No shouts of battle. Not even a brief scream or the crisp sound of weapons clashing. It was as if the 30-odd elite soldiers on the periphery, including a fierce, mid-level third-grade expert like Brother Leopard, were mere dewdrops in the sun, silently evaporated by some incomprehensible force. Total annihilation? This word was like a huge mountain, crushing the last bit of hope in her heart. Lady Saint Yu, what's wrong with you? The sole 4th-rank guardian remaining within the temple, responsible for relaying messages and assisting with the formation, had been kneeling respectfully to report that everything was normal outside. Suddenly, he looked up. He saw Huolian's face, hidden beneath an exquisite blood-red lotus mask. Though most of her features were obscured, the exposed jawline was taut as stone, drained of all color, leaving it a frighteningly pale. Her lips trembled slightly, and those eyes, which always shone with wisdom, calmness, and cruelty, were now extremely wide, their pupils shrunken to 2 tiny black dots filled with utter horror, even slightly contorted by unspeakable fear. The guardian's voice trembled uncontrollably. He had served the saint for a long time, witnessing bloody intersectarian conflicts and carrying out numerous brutal purges. He had seen the saint's calm devastation of enemies with a simple smile, her composure in the face of dire straits, and her ruthless execution of traitors with her own hands. He had never seen it. They had never seen their Lady Saint, who was known for her wisdom, ruthlessness, and cruelty, show such an inappropriate and horrified expression. That look in her eyes seemed not to behold a formidable enemy, but rather something indescribable and irresistible from the depths of the abyss of hell, the ultimate terrifying demon. An existence beyond all her cognition and imagination. Enemy. Huolian's lips trembled uncontrollably, her teeth clenched tightly, yet she couldn't suppress the chill emanating from the depths of her soul. She exhausted all her strength, practically draining all the air from her chest, before finally squeezing out a dry, hoarse, and distorted syllable from the depths of her throat, one that barely resembled a human voice. Enemy attack. Form of formation. Defense. The last 3 words she uttered were no longer commands, but a complete, heart-wrenching roar. The voice was sharp and shrill, shattering the previously eerie silence of the sanctuary. It was filled with a despair that even she herself hadn't yet grasped, a despair on the verge of collapse, like the final wail of a drowned person. Boom! Like a huge rock thrown into stagnant water, or like ice suddenly breaking. Following her order filled with endless fear. Inside the sanctuary, the dozen or so Blood Lotus followers, who had been sitting cross-legged in various locations, channeling their chi and blood energy into the central altar to maintain the operation of the massive blood-colored rune formation, were stunned for a moment, a look of confusion and disbelief crossing their faces. An enemy attack? Here? How could this be possible? But the instincts cultivated by long, rigorous training and bloody battles overwhelmed all doubts at this moment. Their bodies were like a fatal switch being pressed simultaneously, and bursts of blood-red arrogance of varying strength, but equally fierce and violent, erupted. It was the manifestation of the Blood Lotus cult's secret techniques pushed to the extreme.
Their reactions were incredibly quick. Their training was incredibly sophisticated. Almost at the same moment when Honglian's shrill ending tone had not yet completely fallen,
the four closest, strongest, and most powerful third-rank early-stage cultists, tasked with protecting the saint, leaped forward like cheetahs. Their movements were perfectly coordinated, carrying a powerful force. Instantly, they formed a small, yet solid, defensive formation, firmly securing the pale-faced Honglian and Su Wanqiu, who remained unconscious on the altar, enveloped in blood-colored energy, in the center. Their standard blood-red long swords were unsheathed in unison, with a clanging sound that made one's teeth ache. The blood-red runes engraved with secret techniques on the blades seemed to come alive, rapidly flowing, emitting a heart-pounding, inextricably rich aura of bloodlust and ominousness. Four pairs of eyes, sharp as hawks, instantly scanned the direction of any possible attack. The rest of the cultists immediately and without hesitation abandoned their efforts to maintain the formation. The blood-colored rune formation's light suddenly flickered violently due to the sudden decrease in its energy supply, becoming extremely unstable. But they had no time to spare. Teams of 2, teams of 3, quickly formed small, seemingly loose, but in fact capable of both offense and defense, following the plan they had practiced countless times. Their gazes, like those of wolves that had starved for countless winters and finally spotted their prey, were filled with frenzy and vigilance. They fiercely locked onto the only entrance to the outside world, a dark and deep passage as deep as the throat of a giant beast. The atmosphere of the entire underground temple. At this moment, suddenly, from the strange frenzy during the sacrifice to the ominous silence afterwards, it became extremely solemn and tense. The situation is tense and ready to explode. The air seemed to be drained dry by this sudden and intense tension. It was heavy, sticky, and almost suffocating. Every breath carried the smell of rust, a mixture of fear and murderous intent. However, time passed by second in the heart-pounding silence. They waited for a second, their bodies tense. The passage was completely empty, with only the faint sound of wind coming from afar. They waited for 2 seconds with their pupils constricted. The passage was still as dead silent as ever. Even the sound of the wind had vanished. They waited for 3 seconds with cold sweat on their foreheads. Nothing. There was no sign of any enemy. There were no signs of an attack. It was as if Honglian's hysterical and desperate scream just now, and their current posture of facing a formidable enemy and being on high alert, were all just a ridiculous, self-intimidating illusion. The fourth-rank guardian slowly rose from the ground. He glanced around with extreme caution, especially at the unusually quiet passage. Then, cautiously, he returned his gaze to their saint, who remained tense, like a fully drawn bowstring. His eyes, after their initial absolute obedience, inevitably became strange and suspicious. Grown-ups. He swallowed, moistening his dry, tight throat. He lowered his voice, afraid of alarming anything, and with a hint of unconcealable confusion, "Am I really too nervous? Or perhaps you're just sensing it wrong? Perhaps the outposts on the periphery have simply gone silent as per custom? Perhaps Brother Leopard and the others have discovered something that requires concealment." His words were very tactful, even with a hint of comfort. But the implication was so obvious that it almost overflowed from his flickering eyes. "Are you overly sensitive, or even crazy, because of the pressure of being a priest and the heavy trust placed in you by the leader?" Honglian ignored him completely and didn't even glance at him out of the corner of her eye. She didn't look at the passage. Because, the sense of crisis in her heart that was so deadly that it made her soul tremble, the shadow of death that was clinging to her like a maggot on her tarsal bones, did not come from that direction at all. Her entire mind, her every sense, was gripped by an indescribable terror. Her gaze, like 2 sharp, cold icicles, pierced through the flickering blood-red light within the cathedral and fixed firmly on. Above your head. That piece of land, made of a mixture of extremely solid natural rock and modern high-grade concrete, is several meters thick and theoretically strong enough to withstand a direct hit from a heavy bunker-buster bomb. Above the dome. That shadow of death, pure to the extreme, that made her soul wail and every cell in her body scream to escape.
From there, like an invisible tide, it spreads down. There. In the end. What? How could the enemy penetrate through impenetrable rock and concrete? This defies all common sense.
The believers around her, who had been staring at the entrance to the passage, could not help but look up doubtfully and hesitantly, following her frozen gaze filled with extreme fear. Their eyes searched upwards in the dim light. There was nothing but the cold, hard, uneven rock dome, and a faint and cold beam of moonlight, like a stage spotlight, that managed to filter through a crack from somewhere.
Empty. Nothing.
Sir, up there. The guardian looked at the normal dome, his doubts deepened, and he was about to speak again to persuade.
However, right now. Mutation. Suddenly born. There are no signs. There was no sound. No rocks falling, no dust rising, no energy fluctuations.
Right above the bleak moonlight, the dark void that was originally empty was like the thickest ink being dropped into clear water, rippling slightly. A black shadow appeared so suddenly, violating all the laws of physics, as if it had seeped out directly from another dimension, another space. Silently, he appeared out of thin air in the center of the moonlight column. Right above. It was as if he had always been there, but no one had been able to see him before.
That was a people.
A tall young man wearing a black knee-length windbreaker. He just hung there, quietly and indifferently, in midair, in a strange posture that completely defied common sense of gravity. The moonlight, like a stage spotlight, clearly outlined his tall, agile, and nearly perfect figure, but was reluctant to illuminate his face. The darkness greedily devoured most of his face, allowing the people below to only vaguely see his jawline, which was as perfect and almost bewildering as if it were carved by the most outstanding artist, and the well-defined, thin corners of his mouth, and that almost imperceptible, yet cold and cruel enough to freeze the soul a playful arc.
Time.
At this moment, it was as if an invisible hand had roughly pressed the pause button.
Space.
At this moment, it seemed to be completely solidified and turned into amber, sealing the horror, fear, and disbelief of everyone below. Everyone in the temple, including Honglian, who has the highest cultivation and the broadest knowledge.
Everything went blank. Thought stopped, breathing stopped.
Their eyes widened uncontrollably, their eyeballs almost popping out of their sockets. The pupils, out of extreme shock and fear, shrank wildly to the most dangerous size of a needle tip. His mouth opened unconsciously, his jaw seemed dislocated, but he couldn't make any sound.
Even the most instinctive exclamation was strangled in his throat.
Their faces were stiff, their blood color fading at a visible speed, turning as pale as paper, covered with the same extreme.
Absurd.
And, incomprehensible, creepy.
Unbelievable.
This.
What's this? Who is he? A ghost? A spirit? Or some kind of incomprehensible, strange existence? How did he appeared there? Floating? Appeared out of thin air? Hallucination? Collective hallucination? Still. The real one from the netherworld. A murderous evil spirit? Careful. Honglian struggled to squeeze out a dry, hoarse whine from her throat, like a dreamy whisper.
Those two words nearly drained all the air from her lungs, carrying a sense of despair that even she couldn't comprehend.
However, already, it's too late.
As she uttered these two words, her voice was still as weak as a mosquito.
The man who was suspended in midair, looking down at ants like a demon, moved.
He did not make any exaggerated, murderous prelude. It's just like a fallen leaf that has truly lost all its weight, or like a ghost without substance. Gently and lightly, it fell from a suspended state. His movements appeared very slow and clear to the people below, whose perception had become extremely sharp due to extreme fear. It was so slow that they could almost clearly capture every subtle movement of his, the slight arc of the hem of his windbreaker as it fell, the subtle angle of his fingertips naturally drooping, and even the faint glance of the cold gaze in his eyes. His posture was characterized by an indescribable elegance that was ingrained in him. So elegant, he doesn't look like a cold-blooded Grim Reaper about to start a bloody massacre. More like someone about to take the stage and begin a carefully choreographed, cruel yet beautiful art of death.
Performing artist. However,
it is this seemingly slow, unworldly movement that even carries a certain strange beauty. But it hurts Honglian's scalp.
Exploding.
Every strand of hair seemed to stand on end. A chilling fear 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times stronger than all the previous premonitions combined. It's like a volcano that has been accumulating for thousands of years, or like a devastating flood that has burst its dam. In an instant, with an unstoppable force, it completely overwhelmed her entire soul. All her reason, all her courage, all her luck, were shattered to pieces.
Run! Run! Get away from here! Get away from this existence!
Every cell in her body was sending her the most shrill, craziest, and most primitive warning.
However,
her body seemed to be filled with billions of tons of cold and sticky mercury.
It's so heavy that I can't even lift a finger.
Even moving my eyeballs became extremely difficult. She could only watch helplessly, hopelessly, like a sacrifice nailed to the spot. Watching the dark, elegant, and deadly figure getting closer and closer to the cold ground. Watching him, gently and without alarm, he landed on the 4 elite cultists who had just rushed out and protected her closely behind them, whose strength had reached the early stage of the 3rd rank.
Right in the center. It happened to be the core weakness of that small defensive formation. The moment of landing.
Not a single sound was made.
It was as if he was not standing on hard, dusty rocky ground.
Rather, it is a mass of nothingness, non-existence.
Air.
This kind of extremely exquisite control of power is beyond Honglian's comprehension. The 4 third-grade believers were finally brought back to their senses from their extreme shock and blank minds by the fact that the enemy had fallen into the formation. Their utter fear was instantly overshadowed by the fanaticism engendered by duty and long-term brainwashing. Their eyes were instantly replaced by endless ferocity, rage, and a twisted zeal to defend their faith.
Kill!
The nearest man, a man as burly as a bear, let out a deafening roar, enough to rupture the eardrums of an ordinary person.
The sound echoed throughout the sealed sanctuary.
The blood-colored rune-marked long sword in his hand and his bulging muscles pushed his strength to the peak, bringing up a blinding, rich, and indissoluble bloody swordlight.
With the momentum of splitting mountains and splitting rocks, moving forward unstoppably.
He fiercely, with all his anger and blood, aimed at the neck of the man who had just landed and seemed to be struggling to stand.
Slashing across.
The blade tore through the air, emitting an extremely sharp whistle. In this single strike, he had exhausted all his life's knowledge, infusing all his faith and strength into it. His chi and blood, stimulated by the secret technique, boiled to the extreme. The bloody evil spirit condensed on the blade even caused the air to distort slightly, bringing a sharp feeling that made the skin sting.
He is confident. Crazy belief.
Even a strong warrior at the early stage of the 4th rank would be unable to face his angry, thunderous, cunning, and ruthless self-sacrificing attack.
Don't dare to underestimate it.
You must block or dodge with all your strength.
However, the man didn't even glance at him.
It was as if the blow that could have killed a tiger was just an insignificant falling leaf. He simply raised his right hand slowly and with an almost lazy casualness. Then, he extended 2 fingers.
Index finger and middle finger.
It is white, slender, with distinct joints, and even looks a little delicate. It looks better than the hands of many well-maintained women. Just like that, casually and nonchalantly, he faced the unstoppable, violent force. The blood-red blade seemed to be reaching to catch a falling petal.
Bite.
A sound, crisp and extremely pleasant, like the gentle collision of the highest quality crystal glasses, or the sound of jade beads falling on a silver plate, suddenly rang out. It was so clear that it even drowned out the strong man's violent sword whistling and roar. The sturdy man's face, a ferocious expression of rage and bloodlust, froze instantly. It was as if it had been frozen in an instant. The crazy murderous light in his eyes was also completely swallowed up in an instant by the boundless, cognition-shattering horror and disbelief.
What did he see? He saw
his precious sword, powerful enough to cut through fine steel and sever hair with a single blow.
This was a fatal blow condensed from all his energy and strength.
Surprisingly, that man used two white, slender fingers that looked like they would break if bent lightly.
Just so casually and precisely. Clamped. It was less than 3 inches away from the skin of his neck.
The blade vibrated violently, making an unwilling humming sound, but it was as if it was cast in the hardest alloy and could no longer move forward even a millimeter.
How is this possible? What kind of monster is this? What level of power is this?
What kind of ghostly skills are these?
Chapter 107 Kill them all. Snap.
Before he could recover from the extreme fear that overturned all his common sense and martial arts and completely made him lose his mind, he couldn't react.
Then, a crisper, teeth-grinding, metal-breaking explosion sounded.
The man, holding the fine steel blade with 2 fingers, just lightly and seemingly effortlessly, twisted it.
No, impossible.
The sturdy man's pupils suddenly contracted to the extreme. A desperate roar just squeezed out of his throat. But it was too late.
Phew!
A broken blade tip that was flashing with cold light and covered with scarlet blood. At a speed that could not be grasped by the naked eye, it shot from the back of the strong man. It burst out from his body, leaving behind a shower of warm, sad, and gorgeous blood. That man actually used 2 fingers to easily break the long sword made of refined steel mixed with special metals, just like breaking a dead branch. Moreover, using the instantaneous bouncing force, the broken blade was moved at a speed that completely violated the principles of mechanics and was so fast that it was impossible to track with the naked eye.
Bounced back.
With incredible precision, it pierced directly through the madly beating heart inside the sturdy body of the strong man.
Ha ha!
A thick stream of blood, mixed with fragments of shattered internal organs, suddenly gushed from the burly man's mouth. The fury and horror on his face vanished completely, leaving only a look of utter bewilderment and incomprehension. He instinctively lowered his head, staring in disbelief at the fist-sized hole in his chest, from which the heat of life was constantly gushing. The vitality in his eyes quickly dissipated and dimmed, like a candle flame blown out by a strong wind. Finally, with endless unwillingness and the deepest fear frozen on his face, his massive body, like a mountain of gold or a pillar of jade, crashed heavily to the ground with a thud, stirring up a cloud of dust.
The entire process happened in a flash. It was so fast that it was impossible for people to keep up.
It was almost time, and the other 3 third-grade believers who were on high alert didn't even have time to recover from the situation of their companions launching the attack first, let alone make any effective coordinated response. Until, that huge corpse, still warm and even twitching slightly, with a strong smell of blood, fell heavily at their feet. Warm blood splattered on their trouser legs. They suddenly woke up from their extreme shock as if ice water was splashed on their faces.
Third brother. You bastard! How dare you! I'll kill you. Let's go together. No matter the cost. Kill him.
Avenge the third brother. The eyes of the remaining 3 instantly turned blood red. Their eyes were piercing with rage. Far from causing them to retreat, the tragic death of their companions had completely unleashed the ferocity and madness unique to the Blood Lotus cultists. They let out bestial, irrational roars. The blood-red aura within his body burned even more fiercely. 3 standard blood-red longswords hummed, striking from 3 different, extremely tricky and ruthless angles, blocking all escape space. At the same time, he used all his strength to chop at the man in black, who still had his back to them and seemed to be focusing on the fallen strong man. The flash of swords and the blood-red air intertwined into an impenetrable web filled with the breath of death. They vowed to completely tear apart this demon that had intruded into the Holy Land. However, facing this crazy siege from behind that is almost certain to kill him, that man still didn't turn around. Even his posture didn't change in the slightest. It seemed as if the attack behind him, which was powerful enough to shred steel into pieces, was just a breeze on his face. However, his left hand, which had been hanging naturally at his side, was slowly raised with a strange sense of rhythm. Then, amidst the violent whistling of swords and crazy roars, he snapped his fingers. Pop! A soft sound. Faint, clear, and even a little lazy. In this extremely murderous environment filled with the shrieking sounds of metal clashing and the crazy roars.
It seemed so abrupt, so uncoordinated, so weird to the extreme. Immediately following.
Let Honlian, let that fourth-rank guardian, let all those who were still alive and able to think present here, experience this extremely horrifying scene that they would never forget for the rest of their lives, a scene that would become their eternal nightmare.
Appeared.
The three, with fierce momentum, looked like crazy, and their blood and energy were burning as they rushed towards the third-grade believers who were charging forward to kill them. Their bodies rushed forward, suddenly, in midair.
A sudden pause. It was as if he had hit an invisible yet indestructible wall.
Or as if he had been grasped tightly by countless cold and ruthless hands reaching out from the void.
He was firmly fixed in the air. The furious expressions on their faces froze instantly, and then, at a speed visible to the naked eye, turned into extreme pain.
The distortion was beyond words. It was as if he was enduring the cruelest punishment in the world.
Ah!
From their throats came intermittent, inhuman howls that were so miserable they made one's scalp tingle. The sound was filled with incomprehensible pain and despair. Their bodies began to move at an extremely strange angle that completely violated common sense of human anatomy.
Forced to fold. Twisted by an invisible force. Transform. Snap. Snap. Snap.
That was the teeth-grinding sound of bones being crushed and exploded inch by inch, bit by bit, by an irresistible, terrifying force coming from all directions.
It was as dense as a rainstorm hitting a banana leaf. Puff. Puff. Puff.
That was the dull sound of flesh, internal organs, and meridians being torn, squeezed, and crushed by that invisible force.
Just a short time, less than 2 seconds.
3 living, powerful third-grade warriors who had burst out with astonishing momentum just a second ago.
Under everyone's dull gaze.
Being attacked by a strange force that is invisible and intangible, yet terrifying beyond imagination. Cruelly and brutally, it was squeezed, folded, and twisted into 3 balls. Bloody and mangled, bones shattered, no trace of any human form left.
Mud.
Like 3 poor creatures crushed by a huge wheel.
Bang. Bang. Bang.
3 lumps, completely devoid of life and reduced to horrible shapes, fell heavily and limply to the ground like broken dolls.
The sound was dull and sickening.
Blood flowed freely like a burst water bag, mixing with broken internal organs, white bone fragments and brain matter, emitting a strong and disgusting fishy smell. These filthy things quickly spread around the altar, covering the runes that were originally flashing with a strange red light.
Completely died into something even more shocking, even more sinister and ominous. Dark red.
Almost solidified scarlet.
Dead silence. Deathly silence.
A silence 1,000 times heavier than any previous moment. At that moment, the entire underground sanctuary seemed to have truly transformed into an eternally unchanging ancient cemetery, completely ruled by death.
Even the air had stopped flowing. You could hear a pin drop.
No, even the sound of your heartbeat seemed to be swallowed up by this terrifying silence.
All surviving Blood Lotus followers.
All of them seemed to be frozen in time by the most advanced immobilization technique.
Frozen in place.
Maintaining the same posture as before, either forming a formation or being alert, motionless. The last trace of blood color on their faces completely faded, and they were as pale as if they were covered with a layer of chalk. His eyes were empty, dull, and scattered. They had lost all their spirit, leaving only endless confusion and horror. His body was shaking violently and uncontrollably, trembling like a sieve. As if he was suffering from the invasion of extreme cold. Their brains had completely stopped functioning, unable to process the horrifying scene before them that was far beyond their ability to comprehend. Their minds were completely overwhelmed by the extremely cruel, bizarre, and bloody scene before them, which was beyond their comprehension.
Completely destroyed. Crush. This. What the hell is this? What is it? Is it a martial art? Some lost secret technique? No. Impossible. What kind of martial arts, what kind of secret technique, could have such an incredible, strange, and terrifying effect? Just a snap of fingers.
There was no flash of light, no burst of energy, no sign at all.
They just let three powerful third-grade warriors turn into three horrible pools of flesh without any resistance? This is simply the devil. Magic tricks. They are only possessed by the most terrifying demons in the depths of hell. What a method! This has completely exceeded the scope of martial arts.
That fourth-rank protector who had previously doubted Honglian's judgment and even secretly felt that she had lost her composure. At this moment, his legs went limp and his knees felt as if all the bones and muscles had been pulled out.
With a plop sound, he just collapsed to the ground, his whole body limp as mud. A warm liquid with a strong, foul smell. It flowed uncontrollably down his trouser leg, leaving a small wet mark on the ground. He, a fourth-rank Dharma protector with a high status in the sect and blood on his hands, was actually killed alive. I was scared to death. But he didn't care about his own gaffe and shame. He just looked at the Supreme God with a look that was filled with endless despair and fear, as if he was looking at a murderous evil spirit crawling out from the bottom of the underworld. With his eyes almost popping out of their sockets, he stared at that. From beginning to end. They just turned around slowly, as if they had just finished a trivial task. The young man. The elegant, cold, cruel god of death. Until now. When the man's gaze seemed to sweep across the entire place, they finally had a chance to see clearly the intruder who was like a demon descending from the earth. The whole picture. It was a face so handsome it was almost unreal, a face that made the very world pale in comparison. Sword-like eyebrows slanted down to his temples, eyes deep as if they held countless stars, yet icy cold as a pool of ice frozen for eternity. A nose as high as a peak, lips as thin as a blade. Together, they formed a striking, chilling perfection. His skin was so fair that it was almost too white, with an almost sickly, inhuman sheen. He emanated not a single wave of chi or blood, nor any sign of energy dissipation. He was as calm as an ancient well, bottomless. He looked like an ordinary, handsome young man, completely unaware of cultivation, powerless, and living a life of luxury. However, this is the kind of young man who looks harmless, even a little frail, and excessively handsome. But just now, in less than 10 seconds. In a way that is almost playful, light-hearted, yet cruel to the point of being outrageous. He slaughtered these four battle-hardened, fierce, and exceptionally fierce third-rank companions with ease. It was like crushing 4 insects. And on his body, the black windbreaker was still straight and neat. Even a drop of blood. It was as if the splattered blood and pieces of flesh had avoided him. He just walked on the blood, corpses, and internal organs all over the ground. Walking slowly, leisurely, and gracefully, as if taking a stroll in your own back garden. Step by step. Towards the remaining ones, who had completely lost all will to fight, whose minds were blank, and who were left with only instinctive fear. Blood Lotus cultists, come here. There was still that faint, gentle, mask-like smile on his face. His eyes were calm and indifferent. It was so calm that it was chilling and terrifying. It was as if he had just casually crushed a few stronger ants. He just casually brushed away the few unsightly particles on his sleeves. Dust. An extreme disregard for life. It's your turn. He spoke. His voice, warm, magnetic, deep and charming, carried through the dead air, as beautiful as the sound of a musical instrument. But this voice fell into the ears of the Blood Lotus followers whose spirits were on the verge of collapse. But it is nothing less than the cold and ruthless one from the bottom of the 9 nether hell. Death sentence. The final moment has arrived. Devil, devil. You are not a human. You are a devil. Finally, a peak-level, second-grade disciple with a slightly weaker mental state had his taut nerves snap completely. He let out a shrill, inhuman howl that was completely out of tune. Extreme fear overwhelmed all religious rules and fanaticism, and the instinct for survival took over. He turned around abruptly, desperately trying to escape towards the dark passage. He just wanted to get as far away from this demon as possible. However, he had just lifted his foot. His body hadn't even had time to turn completely around. Puff! There was a sound so soft that it was almost inaudible, like a needle-piercing cotton cloth. A black shadow, so fast that it almost blended into the darkness, suddenly appeared out of thin air, pierced through the back of his head with incredible precision, and then drilled out from between his eyebrows, bringing out a little red and white mixture. That's a. It was formed from a highly concentrated, outrageously pure, yet strangely black energy, or rather, Qin blood. A long, thin needle. It appeared and disappeared so fast that it was beyond the limit of visual capture. The cultist's frantic run froze. The terror and madness on his face were frozen in that moment forever. Then, his pupils dilated, and his body, like a rag doll with all its bones removed, tumbled forward softly and silently, sending up a cloud of dust. Another unpredictable and understated flash sale. This completely shattered the last bit of pitiful hope in the hearts of all the remaining people. There's no way you can escape. In front of this demon, running away will only lead to a faster death. Fight him. Kill one and you'll break even. Kill two and you'll make a profit. For the holy religion. The blood lotus is eternal. The holy religion is immortal. Despair ultimately gave rise to a final, hysterical frenzy. Even a cornered rabbit bites, let alone these already fearless cultists. The remaining 8 cultists, under the ultimate stimulus of death, erupted in a twisted, reckless ferocity. They roared, howled, and repeated the sex slogans like moths to a flame. Fearless and fearless, burning all his energy, blood, and life. Brandishing the weapon in his hand. From different directions, they simultaneously rushed madly towards the person who was still walking slowly, as if to greet them. Grim Reaper. However, in the eyes of that man, all these heroic or crazy actions were just futile and ridiculous struggles. Facing the oncoming, seemingly violent and chaotic attack, the man just shook his head imperceptibly. The gentle smile on his face remained, but in his deep eyes, there was even a hint of undisguised disappointment and boredom, as if complaining about the opponent's weakness. Too weak. He sighed softly. The sigh was light, yet it was clearly heard by everyone, carrying a kind of condescending pity and mockery. Then, his figure moved. This time, it was no longer a leisurely stroll like before. Instead, it turned into a real, black, space-tearing lightning. A lightning of death. TSK. 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 No one could see his movements clearly. Even Honglian, the most powerful cultivator present, could only catch a blurry, ghostly, flickering black shadow. No one can catch his terrifying speed. All the people could hear was the dull sound of sharp blades cutting through flesh and slitting throats, which made their scalps numb. All you can see are streams of scarlet blood rising into the sky, sad and beautiful, like fountains. All I could smell was a rapidly growing, stomach-churning, sweet, and sickening aroma. The smell of blood. The breath of death is everywhere. When the black lightning of death finally stopped without any warning, he was already standing at the other end of the church. Standing in front of the 4th-rank guardian who had completely collapsed to the ground, his crotch soaked, his face pale, his eyes vacant, unable to even hold his weapon. In front of him, his back was to the corpses and broken limbs scattered all over the ground. And behind him, those 8 Blood Lotus cultists were the ones who had just charged forward with ferocious looks and roars. At this moment, everyone is in a forward or attacking posture. Motionless. It was as if time had been frozen again, and they had become lifelike figures filled with the breath of death. The bloody statue. The madness, fear, and hideousness on its face were frozen. Next second. Plop. 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 A series of dull thuds of heavy objects falling to the ground. 8 heads, their expressions frozen in extreme fear and unwillingness. All at once, from their necks. It broke smoothly and rolled down. The fracture was as smooth as a mirror. Gurgle.
Several heads even rolled all the way to Honglian's feet, who was still standing stiffly beside the altar, unable to move, and stopped, their lifeless eyes looking up at her. Warm, sticky blood gushed out wildly from the headless neck, splashing all over her luxurious skirt and leaving large, rapidly darkening scarlet marks. Honglian stared blankly with empty eyes at the heads at her feet that were once familiar but now looked extremely terrifying and hideous. Then he raised his head stupidly and stiffly. Looking at the man with his back to her, looking down at her last subordinate with a calm and unwavering gaze. That man. That elegant devil. In her mind. All the thinking ability, all the strategies, all the calmness, all the ruthlessness, all disappeared without a trace. All that is left is an endless expanse of cold despair. Blank. And, deep into the bone marrow, freezing the soul. Icy and incomprehensible. Dead. Died again. This time. There are 8 of them, the weakest one is at the peak of the 2nd rank, and among them there is also a 3rd rank elite in the sect. Less than 3 seconds. Total destruction. He didn't even touch the other person's clothes. He couldn't even take it seriously. This is no longer a battle. This is simply a one-sided, complete massacre. Crush. An absolute, despairing, dimensionality reduction attack that transcends dimensions. Who is this person? What realm is he at? Peak 4th rank? No. Absolutely impossible. Even if she were at the peak of 4th rank, there was no way she could achieve such a feat, such a crushing victory. 5th rank? Or even 6th rank? When did such a young, yet terrifying person appear in this small city of Jiancheng? A powerful person of the 5th rank or even higher? Moreover, looking at his decisive killing style, his disregard for human life, and his strange and cruel methods. Absolutely not. In the official martial arts department, those guys, though powerful, usually stick to the rules and leave room for maneuver. Could it be? Were they sent by other powerful and secretive cult organizations to disrupt the place and snatch the sacrifices? Or it was a certain, reclusive, ancient family or sect with a terrifying background, who came out to gain experience, deliberately pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. A demonic genius? Countless chaotic thoughts flashed through Honglian's almost frozen mind, madly and disorganized. Yet, she rejected each of them with her remaining sanity. No matter what she speculated, it seemed unable to fully explain the horror and strangeness of the existence before her. She couldn't figure it out. She couldn't understand it at all. She couldn't even guess the other party's origin and purpose. This kind of extreme fear of the unknown and incomprehensible powerful existence. Even more than death itself, it made her feel suffocating collapse and helplessness. And at this time, the man seemed to have lost interest in the 4th grade guardian at his feet, who had completely collapsed mentally and was trembling unconsciously. Slowly and gracefully he turned around. Those eyes were as deep as the stars in the universe, yet as cold as the black ice that had been there for thousands of years. Finally, for the first time. Really, clearly, and bring all eyes into focus. It fell on her, the saintess of the Blood Lotus sect, Red Lotus. On the body. That gaze seemed to penetrate her mask, her clothes, her flesh, and directly see into the depths of her trembling soul. Now. The playful smile on Qin Feng's lips seemed to deepen a little, with a kind of cat-and-mouse playfulness. There are only 2 of us left. His voice was still as gentle and magnetic as ever, like a whisper between lovers. But every word was like a poisoned, icy cold awl. It fiercely chiseled into the deepest part of Honglian's defenseless soul. It made her whole body tremble violently. It was as if she had been stared at by the most deadly and cunning venomous snake. A cold, desperate feeling of suffocation instantly gripped her heart. Chapter 108 Red Lotus. Honglian's thoughts, like rusted gears, began to turn again with immense difficulty and a clattering sound. Those 2 words seemed to carry a tremendous weight, weighing her down, making it almost impossible to breathe. Subconsciously, almost numbly, she looked around. What she saw was no longer the familiar temple that symbolized the power and mystery of the Holy Church. Instead, it had become a bloody slaughterhouse, a place of despair filled with the corpses of her most loyal subordinates, emitting a strong odor of rust and death. The ground was littered with limbs and arms in twisted, broken, and extremely unnatural positions. Some fingers still retained the spastic state of gripping weapons in life, while others were spread out helplessly, soaked in a sticky dark red liquid. It was a horizontal flow of blood that had not yet completely solidified and was still spreading slowly, gathering into small streams, and the more glaring, white brain matter and broken internal organs. They stained the ancient runes engraved on the ground and turned the area around the sacred altar into a huge, ugly swamp of flesh and blood. It was those faces, familiar or merely familiar. Once, they were filled with fervor for the Holy Church, a thirst for power, and reverence for her, the saint. But now, without exception, they all bore the lingering traces of the ultimate fear, the deep-seated resentment, and the incomprehensible horror of their final moments. These expressions, frozen in death, formed into horrifying masks. They are her most loyal and fearless guards, and the sharp knives she has cultivated with countless efforts and resources. They are the most elite and powerful team under her command, and the absolute core force for her to carry out her grand plan in Zhangcheng. They are her greatest support and confidence in order to gain a foothold in the Blood Lotus sect, which is full of powerful people and has serious internal strife, and to compete with other saints and holy women for the throne of the future leader. Just now, in this short, perhaps even less than a minute, ridiculously short time. All her capital, all her power, all her ambitious blueprints. They were all stunned by this man in front of them, wearing a black windbreaker, standing tall and straight, not even a trace of blood on the corner of his clothes, as if he was just strolling around in the garden. In an incomprehensible, irresistible way, so easily. Slaughter them all. Destroy them all. No. This can't even be called a massacre. Massacre at least means resistance, struggle, and even the slightest bit of resistance. And what just happened was. It was just a completely one-sided, no suspense, even lazy. Massacre. A cold performance art showcasing the absolute disparity in power. It was like a calm adult carelessly stepped on a bunch of harmless creatures that didn't even have time to scatter. Ant. Easy, carefree, and incredibly efficient. In fact, the whole process has an indescribable feeling, as if completing a work of art. Cruel elegance. And now. This sudden and extremely bloody feast seems to have reached its final stage. This final main course. Finally, it was her turn. As well as. Beside her, the man was completely terrified, his spirit completely broken, limp on the ground, filthy things flowing out from under him. He couldn't even stand up, and could only twitch unconsciously. A fourth-rank Dharma protector. He was once a fierce warrior within the sect, but now he was like a lamb to be slaughtered. Fear. Unprecedented, bone-chilling fear that is enough to freeze the soul. Like an endless tide of despair surging with black foam. It surged in from all directions, from every inch of air, and from every corpse. He brutally and frantically attacked her last psychological defenses, trying to destroy her remaining sanity, her struggling will, her trembling soul. Completely swallow, drown, and crush into powder. She wanted to scream. Let all the fear and despair in her chest be roared out. She wanted to turn around and run away, even if it meant surviving just one more second. She wanted to tear the space apart, immediately, right away from this place, as if she had crawled out from the deepest depths of hell, from the source of all nightmares. The cold devil. However, her body seemed to be nailed to the spot by countless cold, invisible nails. She couldn't move. Her feet seemed to be deeply sunk into solidified cement, or as if they were filled with billions of tons of cold and sticky mercury. It was so heavy that even lifting a toe or moving even the slightest bit became a luxury. A hopeless delusion. She could only watch helplessly. Desperately, like a lamb tied to the altar, he watched. Looking at the man, who seemed to have admired her fear enough, he slowly turned around. Those boots of sin that looked clean but were undoubtedly stained with countless blood and death. One step. Steadily and precisely. She stepped on the still warm corpses of her men, stepped on the sticky blood, and made an extremely slight sound, but it was like a thunder exploding in her heart.
He walked slowly towards her at a constant, breathtaking pace. At this moment, time seemed to be infinitely stretched by a malicious force, and every second seemed as long as a century. At this moment, space was compressed to the extreme, as if the entire vast underground temple was left with only this blood-stained path as he walked towards her. Honglian could no longer hear any other sound. The sizzling of the altar's unstable energy, the sound of the wind in the distance, even the sound of her own breathing had vanished. All he could hear was his own voice, beating furiously against his chest and eardrums like an out-of-control war drum. Heartbeat. Boom. It's like a heavy hammer hitting rotten wood. Boom. It also sounds like the last wail of a dying beast. Boom. Every heavy beat. It seemed as if it would break her bones and tear her chest apart. Every desperate beat. It was as if the cold god of death was slowly and steadily knocking for her. The final death knell. Counting down to the end of life. Here we come. He's coming. That elegant devil. That cold god of death. Finally, he crossed the last distance and stood in front of her. His eyes, as deep as the starry sky, yet cold and devoid of any human emotion, as if they could see through the soul. He threw himself at her without reservation. He completely locked her in his sight. And it was at this moment, when the distance is shortened to the extreme, when all escape and ambiguity no longer exist. Honglian, finally, for the first time. Completely, clearly, without any obstruction, I saw this man's face. Boom. It was as if there was a world-destroying divine thunder coming from beyond the 9 heavens, composed purely of ultimate light and destructive will. Without any warning, he struck her on the top of her head fiercely and with incredible precision. In a moment, a powerful electric current seemed to run through every nerve ending of hers. Honglian's brain. It became a piece of absolute, impurity-free, and had lost all its functions. Blank. Pure blank. All the fear. All the despair. All the murderous intent. All the calculation. All the rationality. The moment I saw that face clearly. Like ice and snow in the sun, like a sandcastle in the wind. It crumbled. It vanished into thin air. It disappeared without a trace. Her world seemed to have been suddenly muted by an invisible hand, and everything was silent. The entire real world in her eyes faded and peeled off madly, and its structure began to collapse and shatter, eventually turning into a void of ashes. Only the image before her eyes remained, occupying her entire vision, her entire mind, her entire existence. It was so handsome that even gods and Buddhas would scream in envy, and even the sun, moon, and stars would pale in comparison. Peerless beauty. What a face that is! This appearance is simply not something that mortals can achieve. It is simply the most biased, meticulous, and painstaking masterpiece of the Creator. It is the crystallization of all the spirit and brilliance in the world. His sword-like eyebrows slanted into his temples, with lines as sharp as if they were cut by a knife. He had an innate, deep-rooted arrogance and domineering attitude that looked down on the world, but strangely, he did not appear rough, but instead seemed more heroic. Starry eyes, as deep as the abyss of the universe, containing billions of stars and endless mysteries, yet as clear and pure as the coldest pool on the mountaintop. Just one glance is enough to make one's soul lose itself in them, sinking into eternal damnation, yet still willingly accepting it. His nose bridge, as tall as a mountain ridge, perfectly outlines the sharp yet graceful contours of his profile. Every line seems to be a work of art carefully carved by a god holding the most precise chisel. One more line would make him look tough, and one less line would make him look feminine. The lips are thin but with distinct lip lines. When they are pursed, there is a hint of unquestionable cold determination. However, the slightly upturned corners of the mouth, with a hint of a smile, exudes a fatal, evil charm, and an ultimate temptation that can almost capture everyone's soul. This is no longer a face that a mortal can possess. This is a miracle that only exists in fantasy and myth. Yes, accidentally fell into the mortal world and walked in the human world. The supreme god. No. Wrong.
In the deepest part of the soul, at the bottom of the consciousness that was almost shattered by the ultimate beauty, suddenly, a faint but extremely shrill scream broke out.
Something is wrong. Something is very wrong.
This face.
Poisonous. Highly poisonous.
It is like a terrifying soul black hole that emits endless and irresistible suction.
To take away her consciousness. Her soul. Her joys, sorrows, anger, and happiness. Everything about her.
Give it all, rudely, thoroughly, suck it in.
Then, it ruthlessly crushed it. Devoured it. Digested it.
It became just another tiny ray of nourishment beneath its radiance.
Well.
Honglian let out an extremely dry, painful groan from her throat, and her body swayed slightly. Before her eyes, the world was spinning. The entire underground sanctuary began to twist and deform violently and absurdly, and the walls and dome flowed down like melting wax figures. She felt as if her soul was being violently dragged out of her body by an invisible but powerful hand.
This feeling.
This kind of feeling of being unable to control even one's own soul and thoughts, an extreme sense of loss of control and detachment. Compared to just now, the pure fear brought about by facing death and physical destruction.
Even more, 100 times. 1,000 times. Even more despairing. Is she going to be finished?
Is it going to be like this, without any clear explanation, without even knowing who the other party is or why they came, and just like that, will I die here with my soul destroyed?
The cause of death was actually just a glance at the other person's face? What an absurd and tragic ending. No. I can't accept it. I, Honglian, am a daughter of destiny. I am gifted with extraordinary talent and wisdom.
The Blood Lotus sect, the noble saint.
The future helmsman.
Destined to stand at the top of the world, overlooking all living things.
How could I die in?
To die at the hands of someone whose origins were unknown, who only had a face that brought disaster to the country and the people.
Pretty boy. In your hand? This is such a shame. A strong, almost burning desire to survive. And overwhelming resentment and anger that is enough to drown everything.
Let her be swallowed by the black hole of beauty at the last moment when her soul is about to sink completely.
An unprecedented willpower erupted, originating from the most fundamental source of life.
Wake up for me, she roared madly and hoarsely in the deepest part of her heart.
However, it's useless.
In the face of that strange beauty power that is as powerful as the might of heaven, irresistible, brutal and unreasonable. Her pitiful willpower was like a small boat in the midst of a storm and raging waves.
So fragile, so vulnerable. In an instant, it was overturned and submerged by the bigger waves.
It looked like her consciousness was about to completely dissipate, and she was assimilated and swallowed up by the invisible force field emitted by that incomparably handsome face, becoming another pitiful record of being killed by handsomeness. Right here, at this critical moment, life and death are at stake.
Buzz.
A sound, so slight and subtle that it is almost impossible to be detected by the ears, but the energy buzzing can be clearly sensed. Suddenly, a sound came from the place close to her skin, inside her towering chest.
Right after. A strange energy that is as cool as water, as warm as jade, and as pure and bright as the bright moon in the sky.
It was activated instantly and surged out from the chest where the jade pendant was located at an astonishing speed. Like the most efficient fire brigade, it quickly spread to her limbs and bones, nourishing the meridians that were almost withered. Finally, this energy was unstoppable and rushed straight into her spiritual sea of consciousness.
Boom!
Honglian only felt that in her chaotic and frozen mind, there seemed to be a bright, flawless, and huge moon rising up. The moonlight is cold, holy, gentle, yet carries an inviolable majesty. In an instant, it filled every corner of her soul and every inch of her consciousness. Those strange, pink auras that were frantically eroding her will, carrying with them the ultimate allure and twisted power. It was like darkness had met its nemesis, and was instantly melted, purified, and dispelled completely by the moonlight.
Call. Hoo-hoo.
Honglian suddenly came back to her senses from the terrifying state of having her soul torn away. She gasped violently and greedily, her chest rising and falling violently, like a fish out of water finally returning to the water. He breathed in big gulps of the cold, foul air filled with the strong smell of blood and death. At this moment, this air seemed so precious. Her back had already been completely soaked with cold sweat without her noticing, and the cold sweat stuck to her skin, bringing waves of chills. That pretty face hidden under the exquisite blood-red lotus mask was frighteningly pale, without a trace of blood, and even her lips were trembling slightly. Just now. What on earth just happened? Is it an extremely sophisticated, invisible and intangible illusion? Or some kind of unprecedented spiritual attack that directly targets the essence of the soul? So scary. Such a weird method. Soundless and invisible. There wasn't even the slightest sign of blood and chi fluctuations or the release of mental power. But, just by taking a look at his face? It almost caused his soul to completely collapse and disintegrate? This is simply horrifying. If not. Honglian subconsciously and with difficulty lowered her head. He stretched out his slightly trembling hand and reached into his chest, which was rising and falling due to his heavy breathing and seemed even more magnificent. Her fingertips touched something warm. Carefully, she took one out. It was a soft, milky white, emitting a faint moonlight halo. Crescent-shaped jade pendant. The jade pendant is of excellent quality, cool to the touch, but at this moment it is slightly warm. The mysterious and complex silver divine patterns carefully engraved on it, which contained mysterious power, were slowly flowing, but the light was much dimmer than usual, as if it was over-consumed. Obviously. Just now, in order to resist the strange and powerful enchanting and distorted force and protect the host's soul, it was instantly overloaded and consumed a large amount of accumulated spiritual energy. Pure heart moon soul. Honglian looked at the jade pendant lying quietly in her palm, radiating a redemptive glow. Uncontrollably, a flicker of extreme fear and relief at having survived the ordeal flashed across her eyes. The warm touch of her palm calmed her nearly collapsed heart a little. This was before she was about to leave the Holy Church headquarters and come to Jiangqing to carry out this secret and important mission. The elder Yu, who has an extraordinary status in the sect and is elusive, has personally given her a protective magic treasure. Elder Yu is the only remaining 6th grade peak spiritual master in the sect, who holds an extremely respected status. He is a truly terrifying existence at the half-step grandmaster level. His strength is unfathomable, especially in the spiritual realm. This Qin Yuepa was made for her by her own hands after she spent a lot of effort and collected countless precious materials. It is an extremely precious high-level defensive spiritual treasure. Its greatest effect. That is, it can automatically protect the master and resist all enchantment, hypnosis, illusion, and mental pollution targeting the soul. Even when there is enough energy and the opponent's mental strength is not absolutely overwhelming. It can also rebound some of the mental shock to a certain extent, causing the caster to suffer backlash. This is the most precious and important treasure on her, except for the ultimate life-saving trump card that must not be used unless it is absolutely necessary. It was she who had the greatest confidence to go alone into the dangerous Jiangqing and deal with various forces. She thought, the greatest use of this extremely precious spiritual treasure is to guard against those cunning and treacherous masters of mind who are also proficient in spiritual power in the warrior department, or some alien races who are good at illusion. But I never expected it. Today, here. In this extremely secret underground temple. Surprisingly, she was attacked by a man who appeared out of nowhere, who was too young and too powerful. Forced to activate automatically, protecting the master with all its might. And it looks like the consumption is huge. This man, who seems to be weak and harmless, is actually a man of extraordinary means, has killed countless people, and is extremely weird and unpredictable. Who is he? Where did he come from? Is he the heir of some hidden ancient power? A lucky individual who has inherited the legacy of an ancient evil god? Or is he not even human? A huge wave was set off in Honglian's heart, and countless questions and speculations surged wildly, but he could not find any answer that could perfectly explain everything in front of him. She bit the tip of her tongue hard, and the intense stinging sensation helped her concentrate and suppress the horror and fear in her heart. She slowly raised her head again. Although there was still a trace of shock in his eyes, they had regained their focus of scrutiny and vigilance. This time, the cool energy continuously emitted by Qin Yuepa protects her sea of consciousness. Her mind was clear, as if washed by moonlight. There was no longer that terrifying feeling of having one's soul pulled out and one's consciousness swallowed up. She could finally manage to adopt a relatively calm, scrutinizing, and analytical gaze. To observe, this brought her unprecedented death threats and mental shock. Terrible enemy. However, the moment her eyes, once again, inevitably met that face so close to her, so handsome that it was impossible to describe it in words. Her brain, which had just regained clarity thanks to the spiritual treasure and started to function again, was trying to analyze the enemy. Again. Without any warning. With a buzz sound. My computer completely froze. My computer crashed instantly. My mind completely stopped thinking. Because Qin Yuepa can dispel inner demons, stabilize the soul, and resist external mental attacks and enchanting illusions. However, it cannot change an objective, physical fact. That is, the man in front of me. He is really real. So handsome. So handsome, so tragic. People are willing to die for him. So handsome, it's intolerable. Even the rules of heaven and earth will change. Handsome. In itself, it is the most powerful and undefended dimensionality reduction attack. It is the most unreasonable and tyrannical. Honlian discovered in despair. I am simply unable to engage in any effective thinking. All were forcibly formatted. It was completely cleared, covered, and replaced. In her mind. In her mind. Her entire cognitive world. There was only one thing left, one that left her completely baffled, completely illogical, and even felt incredibly absurd and hopeless. The ultimate question. This question was like a demonic sound filling my ears, echoing over and over again, crowding out all my thinking space. The boy in front of me. Why? Okay, so handsome? Chapter 109 Information. Dead silence. The suffocating silence, like sticky ink, permeated the warehouse space filled with blood and despair. The air was thick with the sickening smell of rust, the scent of dried, congealed blood, mingled with the stench of ruptured viscera and the cold, nihilistic aroma of death itself. On the ground, severed limbs lay scattered in a twisted and profane manner, like an improvisation by an absurdist artist, using materials from once living beings. On the walls, splattered dark red blood, still not yet fully solidified, slowly slid down, leaving a horrifying trail. Honlian, the saint of the Blood Lotus cult, stood in the center of the slaughterhouse she had created. Her eerie, blood-red dress, soaked with sticky blood, had become heavy and dull, clinging tightly to her breathtakingly curvaceous form, adding a touch of eerie beauty. The hideous, demonic mask on her face, originally intended to intimidate her enemies and obscure her features, now seemed to serve as a final barrier separating her from the real world. However, this barrier is being dismantled from within by a more terrifying and fundamental force. That question. The man asked the question casually, even with a hint of playfulness. Am I not handsome? Absurd! Those two words were like a boulder dropped into an ancient well, stirring up an unprecedented wave of turmoil in her mind, already swirling with the turmoil of slaughter and mystical magic. What kind of question was that? Amidst a sea of blood and corpses, with life and death imminent, to ask such a superficial, ridiculous, and inappropriate question? Handsome? A superficial appearance? A projection of lowly desires? How did this connect to the terrifying power he had just displayed, which was almost at the level of rules? Yet, this absurd question was like a seed forcefully implanted into the core of her soul. A seed that contained the ultimate secret of the universe, a seed she could neither understand nor resist. This seed, right in the center of her chaotic, broken sea of consciousness filled with bloody murderous thoughts and spiritual residue, touched something deeper. Then, it took root. It was not a gentle sprout, but a brutal and unquestionable force that penetrated its roots into every inch of soil and every corner of her soul.
It sprouted.
The moment the bud broke through the soil, it brought not vitality, but a sense of collapse on a cognitive level. Her spiritual world seemed to be forcibly stretched and torn apart by this seedling. Then, there was an incomprehensible, extremely crazy speed. It transcended time, space, and even her understanding of the concept of growth. The seedling madly absorbed some unknown energy from the bottom of her consciousness, growing wildly,
expanding.
In a gesture that blasphemed the laws of nature, in the blink of an eye. It grew into a tree that blocked out the sun. World Tree. Its roots no longer pierced, but completely devoured and absorbed every inch of her soul, merging with her most fundamental consciousness, becoming one and the same. Its branches no longer supported, but violently tore apart her old sky, constructed from common sense and martial arts cognition. Then, using it as nourishment, it reconstructed a new, bizarre, and cognitive sky that followed a different kind of absolute law. She seemed to understand.
No. Not seems. It was her who finally had an epiphany.
The old worldview, like a weathered sandcastle, collapsed under the sway of this cognitive world tree. New truths, along with the wild growth of its branches and leaves, were forcibly infused into every unit of her thinking.
The man in front of me. His existence itself is the answer.
His handsomeness wasn't just a superficial visual concept.
It wasn't about his appearance, his temperament, or his demeanor.
Those were the most insignificant appearances, the clumsy projection of this supreme essence into a lower dimensional world.
That is a kind of law. It is a way of heaven that is above all things in the world, unquestionable and cannot be violated.
It is an origin that is powerful enough to reshape the world, define the truth, distort reality, and make all living beings crawl.
He was the light.
The absolute light that tore through all the fog and illuminated all her previous ignorance.
He is electricity.
It is the primordial electricity that penetrates the soul and brings ultimate trembling and submission.
He is the only myth.
He is the only certain and supreme truth in this absurd universe.
Before, he had actually dared to go against the laws? To fight against heaven's way?
To fight against God's.
How ridiculous! How foolish! How truly, utterly culpable! This realization brought not joy, but the deepest fear and the ensuing, boundless remorse. She actually swung a knife at such a being? This was simply the most unforgivable blasphemy in the universe. I was wrong. Holian's lips moved subconsciously.
From her dry throat, a faint, almost imperceptible sound emerged, a whisper and confession from the deepest depths of her soul, inaudible even to herself. Her body trembled slightly, not from fear, but from the uncontrollable thrill of being so close to the Supreme Being. The world in her eyes, at this moment, was completely reorganized, colored, and sublimated. The strewn limbs and arms were no longer bloody and terrifying. They were no longer symbols of death, but the inevitable sight of a god descending to cleanse the filthy world. They were the most pious and fervent offerings made by those humble believers. Their gestures seemed filled with the glory of devotion.
The pungent, sickening smell of blood was no longer repulsive.
It seemed to have been purified, sublimated, transformed into the most holy and fragrant baptism bestowed by the gods on this filthy world. Every breath was like absorbing divine grace, making her feel dizzy and intoxicated. She was the most humble, insignificant one among them, the blasphemer. And now the Supreme God did not immediately crush this ant trying to shake the tree, but instead gave her a chance to listen to the oracle and even to atone for her sins. What a grace this is! Buzz. At the moment when her soul was about to sink completely and fully embrace this truth, the pure heart-moon soul she wore close to her chest felt the will of its master that had been completely twisted, collapsed, and sliding into the abyss, and uttered a last unwilling, shrill, yet extremely weak cry. This high-level spiritual treasure, personally refined by her master, a peak-level 6th-grade spiritualist, imbued with the power of pure moonlight and the principles of tranquility, had exhausted every last ounce of its remaining spiritual energy. It blossomed with an unprecedented, almost self-inflicting, brilliant moonlight. The cool, bright, and soft light tried to penetrate the blood-red dress, like the last pure stream, stubbornly rushing to her heart, trying to dispel the crazy fanaticism, and pull the sinking soul back from the edge of the endless abyss to the other side of reason. However, it's too late. Everything is too late. For Honglian, whose cognition has been completely overturned and who regards Qin Feng as the only truth, the cold moonlight power that once protected her mind and helped her resist thousands of inner demons is no longer her life-saving straw. But it was the last hateful shackle that prevented her from running towards the arms of God. It's the devil's dying whisper. It's the most vicious incitement of heresy. It's a blatant challenge to the authority of God. Get out of here. From the deepest part of Honglian's soul, a hysterical roar filled with disgust and determination erupted. She didn't even need to tear off the jade pendant herself. Her fanatical will, completely assimilated, eroded, and transformed by the law of the succubus aura. The pure and overbearing spiritual power generated by her absolute faith in Qin Feng transformed into an invisible yet immensely powerful giant hand. A hand filled with devout rage. This hand of thought fiercely and precisely strangled the bright moon that had just risen in the lake of her heart and was trying to turn the tide. Then, without any mercy, with a pure determination to defend faith, he pinched it hard. Snap! A crisp sound, like the sudden explosion of the finest glass, echoed not in the material world, but directly in the core of Honglian's soul space, a detonation that shook the world. The bright moon, representing reason, tranquility, and protection, shattered. It broke into pieces, shattering into countless glittering yet lifeless fragments. Then it disintegrated into scattered, flickering specks of light, like countless tears of despair, ultimately returning to eternity and the absolute. Dead silence. In the real world. Within Honglian's chest, the crescent-shaped jade pendant rested against her soft skin. The moonlight, once flowing gently and imbued with the rhythm of the Tao, had completely dimmed and extinguished, becoming as gray and bleak as the eyeballs of a dead fish. Visible cracks, as if possessing life, crazily and rapidly covered the entire surface of the jade pendant, densely packed and shocking. Click! There was a crisp sound so slight that it was almost inaudible. This priceless, high-level defensive spiritual treasure, pure heart-moon soul, crafted by a peak-level 6th-grade spiritualist, enough to make countless warriors envious and crazy, had lost all its spiritual power, its Tao patterns crumbling, and transformed into a pile of delicate, soulless jade powder. It slipped quietly from the slit of her blood-red dress and fell into the bloodstains on the ground, where it was instantly swallowed up, leaving no trace. And Honglian himself. Those beautiful eyes hidden behind the evil ghost mask may have retained a hint of coldness, cunningness, cruelty, or confusion. The last trace of human, independent reason and clarity, was also completely shattered along with the protective jade pendant. Completely, it vanished into thin air, washed away completely. Instead, it was a kind of fanaticism that was almost crazy and pure to the extreme. It was as if the eyes could burn with real flames. It is a kind of absolute piety that is enough to burn all the old self and all obstacles, just to illuminate the figure of God. It's a kind of relationship where one regards the other person as the center of one's entire universe, the source of all meaning, and where there is no room for impurities. The ultimate belief. Qin Feng watched all this unfold quietly. His expression was indifferent, his eyes deep as an ancient well, as if what was happening before his eyes wasn't the complete surrender of a powerful warrior's mind, but merely a trivial matter. Only the corners of his mouth curved upwards, a barely perceptible arc of satisfaction, a hint of complete control. Done. Bite. The target person, Honglian, has had his soul completely eroded by the succubus aura. His mental defenses have completely collapsed. The energy of his protective spiritual treasure, Xingxin Yuepa, is exhausted, and his spirituality collapses. Loyalty locked at 100%, diehard, cognitive foundation has been reshaped, absolute obedience, never betrayal. Target information panel is being generated. Next second. A translucent virtual light screen with a faint blue glow that only Qin Feng could see popped up silently and accurately in front of his retina. Name, Honglian. Identity, current saint of the Blood Lotus sect, controlled by the host. Realm, Peak 4th Rank Warrior, Health, 988 cards, Status, Slightly damaged, can be quickly restored.
Exercise.
1. Blood Lotus Burning Heaven Scripture, Lower Grade, Earth Rank. The core inheritance of the Blood Lotus sect. When practiced to perfection, one can condense the fire of the Blood Lotus, burn mountains, and boil seas. It has extremely strong evil spirit and can easily affect one's mind. Note, it has no effect on the host. 2. Boundless Body in the Sea of Blood, Xuanjie, upper grade. A body refining technique that makes the qi and blood surge like a surging sea of blood, strengthening defense and recovery.
Martial arts.
1. Red Lotus Karma Fire Slash, a fragment of a low-grade earth-level martial arts skill. It condenses the power of karmic fire into the blade, with great lethality and a mind-burning effect. 2. Blood Shadow Mysterious Step, a top-grade Shin-level step. The body moves like a blood shadow, unpredictable, suitable for short-distance maneuvers and attacks.
3. Heart-eroding demonic sound, a top-grade Shin-level musical attack that uses sound to confuse the mind. Those with insufficient cultivation can be easily manipulated or suffer a mental breakdown.
Special Physique, Tao Lotus Holy Body, Fake, created by the previous Holy Lord of the Blood Lotus sect, Xianyu, through a secret initiation. It contains a trace of the original energy of the Great Tao, which can be plundered and supplemented through special methods. Note, it is currently in the container state, and the Tao essence is continuously being generated.
Loyalty, 100%, diehard, absolute cognitive anchor. The host is the embodiment of the supreme law.
Status, has come to regard the host as their sole faith and purpose of existence, unconditionally dedicating their soul, body, and life to it. Pleasing the host and carrying out their will are their highest principles of action.
Their old identity has been completely shed.
He's at the peak of the 4th rank and only one step away from the 5th rank innate realm. In this Jiangcheng area, he's truly considered a top figure.
Dalian Holy Body, Fake? Plunder and completion? Interesting.
Qin Feng's eyes slowly swept across the information panel, emitting a faint blue light. When he saw the words Special Constitution and the notes following it, a hint of aggressive amusement flashed in his eyes.
Original.
In his plan, after squeezing out the last bit of value from this so-called saint, he would then completely wipe out the source of this trouble, along with her subordinates who had already turned into corpses, from this world and send them to hell to reunite.
If you cut grass, you must remove the roots. If you kill someone, you must scatter the ashes.
This was his most basic quality and operating procedure as a qualified villain determined to make it to the end.
Leaving someone alive, especially one with a special identity, was equivalent to burying unknown hidden dangers for himself. But now,
look at the 100% in the loyalty column, which is as red as blood and seems to have flames burning on it, and the label diehard behind it.
Qin Feng changed his mind. A powerful subordinate at the peak of the 4th rank and at the level of a thug.
A cult saint who seems to be involved in even greater secrets and opportunities. Moreover, she is a beautiful woman who, judging from the known information, must be good-looking, has a perfect figure, and is absolutely obedient to him at this moment.
Just killed it so easily. It's too wasteful and not cost-effective. The villain's virtue is to utilize waste. Maximizing its value is in his best interest. Stay.
Be a close-range, sharp dagger that can hit wherever you point it, or a perfect tool to handle dirty work.
It seems to be a very good choice. After all, in the future, he couldn't just let himself, destined to be the big boss behind the scenes, roll up his sleeves and do everything himself, right? He would always need people to run errands, clean up the mess, take the blame and, of course, warm the bed. Think of this.
Qin Feng's gaze fell again on Honglian, who was still immersed in the world of self-improvement and faith sublimation, exuding a fanatical aura and waiting for his next instructions. His voice was indifferent yet majestic, like a deity from the 9th heaven, delivering a decree to the mortal world, carrying an unquestionable and absolute power.
Look up. Boom. This voice. For Honglian, whose cognition has been completely transformed at this moment. No less than the god of creation, the first law issued in the chaos. Calling for his most devout and most eager believers to respond to the call. Her body trembled violently. Her slender, graceful figure with amazing curves instantly straightened. It was as if every nerve and every muscle was responding to this sacred call. There was no hesitation. No hesitation. There was even a sense of honor and grace. She slowly raised her head, her movements filled with a strange sense of ritual. Then, with an attitude of utmost piety, almost like a pilgrimage, she stretched out her delicate, jade-like hands, now trembling slightly, and carefully, as if touching not her own mask but something sacred, she grasped the hideous and bloody demonic mask that represented the Blood Lotus cult saint's identity. Gently, took it off. A beautiful face that is enough to make 99% of women feel ashamed and hold their breath after seeing it. Just like that, she was exposed completely and unreservedly in the dim light of the warehouse and in Qin Feng's indifferent and scrutinizing gaze. Her skin was whiter than snow. Against the backdrop of the blood-red surroundings, it appeared even more white and translucent, like a piece of fine mutton fat jade meticulously carved. Her eyes were picturesque. A pair of slender, slightly raised eyebrows, which should have conveyed a touch of heroism and allure, now expressed only gentleness and admiration. Her eyes, as they moved, seemed to contain a myriad of stars, though these stars now reflected only the figure of one person. The nose is straight and upturned, and the lines are as perfect as if by a miracle, outlining the breathtaking profile of the face. The lips were red and gorgeous. The lips were plump and moist, like the most delicate petals with dew in the morning, exuding a scorching breath as they opened and closed slightly. This was a face, truly perfect, enough to captivate a nation. It possessed the innocent outlines of a young girl, yet hinted at the alluring grace of a mature woman. This inherently aggressive beauty was softened by a sense of absolute submission, revealing a unique, heart-pounding allure. Just now. On this face, there is not a trace of the charm, cruelty, cunning or indifference that a cult saint should have. It's just endless, almost overflowing enthusiasm. Endless, almost blind worship. And, the emotion that was about to overflow from those beautiful eyes and become tangible. Obsession and love. She just stared up at Qin Feng, fascinated. It was as if she wasn't looking up at just one person, but her entire universe, the source of all light and meaning. Everything in the world had faded and disappeared, leaving only the figure before her as the only reality. Next second. Under Qin Feng's still indifferent gaze, she did something that would make anyone who saw it drop their jaw in shock and disbelief. Plop! The blood-red, gorgeous hem of her long skirt spread out on the ground like petals, like a flower suddenly blooming amidst a sea of corpses and blood, something strange and pious. Red spider lily. This saintess of the Blood Lotus sect, who was of extremely noble status, powerful and terrifying, was enough to stir up the underground world of the entire Jiangcheng and even the surrounding provinces, and made countless people tremble in fear. Just like that, without any psychological barriers, he knelt on his knees, prostrating themselves before Qin Feng. With her smooth and full forehead, which had never been lowered to anyone, she gently but firmly knocked on the cold, dirty ground stained with the blood and filth of her hands. Her voice was trembling, yet it was high-pitched and passionate with extreme excitement. Every word she spoke seemed to be burning with her soul, chanting and swearing an oath. Sinner Red Lotus. Welcome. My lord, come. The sound echoed in the empty warehouse, with the solemnity of a religious ceremony, yet full of the ultimate release of personal emotions. Qin Feng, looking down at her from above, swept his gaze over her graceful back, which was trembling slightly with excitement and piety. The undulating curves of her waist and hips looked particularly breathtaking in her kneeling posture. His face was completely calm. No surprise, no joy, no pity, no disgust. It was as if accepting the utter submission of a peak-level fourth-grade expert, accepting the adoration of a stunning beauty, was as natural as breathing. He spoke slowly. His voice remained steady, without a trace of emotion, yet it carried with it the absolute power to decide someone's life or death. You, this time, are tasked with sneaking into Jiangcheng. What is it? There was not the slightest pause, as if she had been waiting for this question for a long time, as if it was her greatest honor to be able to report to her master. Honglian, still maintaining her humble demeanor, replied without hesitation in an eager yet clear tone, almost like pouring beans from a bamboo tube. Chapter 110 Honglian's Master. Report to my lord. Honglian, under the orders of the sect's blood slaughter elder, led his blood lotus guards to infiltrate Jiangcheng. There are 2 missions. First, we will use our sect's most precious treasure, the blood sacrifice compass, to search for the remaining dragon vein energy beneath Jiangcheng and locate the precise location of its core dragon vein node. Secondly, once the location is successfully located, we will immediately activate the blood sacrifice compass. Using it as the core array, we will lay out the great blood stains of all souls array. Using the life essence and souls of millions of Jiangcheng citizens as a guide, we will pollute the dragon veins, reverse the earth's energy, overturn the foundation of the city's fortune, and transform it into a place of death. This will be the most generous initial sacrifice for our sect's long-planned blood god's arrival plan. Her voice was clear, fluent, and even carried the air of a completed mission. There was not a trace of concealment, deception, or hesitation. It was as if she were simply reporting a predetermined process to her deity. It was incredibly detailed. Even the most cruel and inhumane parts sounded incredibly natural, because in her current understanding, if all this was divine will, it was natural. Blood sacrifice compass. Filthy dragon vein. The blood god is coming? Sacrificing the city to the god. Qin Feng's brows twitched slightly. Even with his villainous mentality, he couldn't help but say, good fellow, as expected, they were a cult organization that caused so much trouble for the official martial arts department and was constantly cracking down on them. This was truly massive, venomous, and insane. From the outset, they were plotting a bloody sacrifice of an entire city, millions of lives. This wasn't just ordinary evil, it was a near trampling and desecration of civilization itself. But he didn't really care about any of this. The fate of Jiangcheng, the lives and deaths of millions of people, had no direct impact on him. The world was a world of the jungle, and he had his own path to follow. He was more concerned with something else that had just piqued his interest. Your physique. Qin Feng's voice sounded again, becoming deeper and carrying a sense of inquiry. Very special. Honglian, kneeling on the ground, trembled violently. Not out of fear, but out of extreme excitement and honor. My lord! My lord! He actually saw through it with a single glance. He saw through the deepest secrets of my body, secrets that even many of the elders of the sect might not know? No! This shouldn't be called a secret. In front of our Lord who knows everything and sees through everything, there shouldn't be any secrets in this world. My lord, asking this now, must have known everything already. Perhaps this is a test? A test of my loyalty? A test of whether I am worthy of this special status? In an instant, these thoughts raced through Honglian's mind. Far from panicking, she felt an indescribable surge of ecstasy and supreme glory at being noticed by the gods. Being questioned by the Lord himself. What a blessing! What an honor! Report to my lord. Her voice, because of this excitement, became more respectful, high-pitched, and enthusiastic. It was as if she wanted to reveal all her worth to prove that she was worthy of attention. Honglian was born with a mortal body. Her talent is dull. Without the right opportunity, she may not even reach the level of a third-grade warrior in this lifetime. The reason I possess this seemingly extraordinary Tao Lotus holy body is all thanks to my master. It was she who gave the red lotus a new life. Oh! Finally, a hint of genuine interest appeared in Qin Feng's eyes. Sure enough, there was something going on. Your master. Who is she? Tell me about it. His tone was flat, but it carried the meaning of allowing the other party to continue to demonstrate his value. Yes. My lord. Honglian, as if receiving a great blessing and encouragement from heaven, felt incredibly happy. Her entire soul leaped for joy. Being able to tell this to the Lord seemed to bring her immense happiness. Without any hesitation, she sold out all the secrets of her noble and mysterious master. My master is the saintess of the Blood Lotus sect, a previous generation. She is also one of the most supreme saints within the sect. Down number, Xian Yu. Master, she is truly the daughter of heaven. Born with great fortune.
she possesses the complete and intact, legendary Tao Lotus holy body.
This kind of holy body is rare in 1,000 years. It is infinitely profound.
According to ancient texts, once a holy body is fully developed, it can transform into a furnace of the great Tao. Its dantian is like a lotus heart, and its meridians are like lotus veins. It can absorb and refine myriad energies and smelt the essence of all laws and principles. It is one of the legendary supreme physiques with the greatest potential to impact the elusive divine realm. And Holian's so-called Daolian holy body, her voice held a hint of complexity, but it was quickly overshadowed by her enthusiasm. It's nothing more than a crude imitation of what our master, out of pity for my years of service, spent a drop of her incomparably precious essence and blood, combining it with several rare treasures, and using the sect's supreme secrets, transformed for me. It's just a container used to temporarily store and nurture her Tao essence.
Container. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly.
This word was very interesting, revealing a naked sense of exploitation.
He seemed to see something deeper. Go on.
His voice carried a subtle hint of guidance.
Yes. My lord.
Holian's voice was still filled with enthusiasm, but with a hint of solemnity, explaining a mystery, and even a kind of morbid worship. Because, Master's complete version of the Daolian holy body is too domineering.
The devouring power is too strong.
Before it is completely perfected and flawless, every time you cultivate on your own, the energy of heaven and earth you absorb and devour is too vast and complex. Although it can quickly improve your realm, it can easily lead to an unstable foundation and impure Tao essence, which may affect your future potential and even lead to the backlash of the great Tao. So, our incredibly talented master came up with a brilliant solution that can be said to be the best of both worlds. That is, I, the vessel, will train on her behalf.
Fight. Comprehend the world.
Experience the mundane world.
The evil spirit of the blood lotus burning heaven scripture? This pseudo-saint body of mine will bear the backlash. Various energy impurities?
This vessel of mine will initially filter and purify them.
The difficult comprehension of the Tao's laws? This vessel of mine will also first attempt to understand and carry them. Then. Speaking of this, a complex blush involuntarily appeared on Holian's beautiful face.
Her voice also became a little awkward and strange, as if that experience was mixed with indescribable feelings. Then, every once in a while, about a year or two, or when I feel that the Tao essence in my body has accumulated to a certain level and is about to overflow, I need to put aside all my affairs and return to the Holy Land where my master is. With her, sleeping in the same room, feet touching, talking all night long, experiencing the deepest level of fusion of spirit, soul, and chi. With her, I can communicate with her without reservation and deeply exchange life and realize the great truth.
In this process,
Master, through the special resonance between her and my shared holy body, she can, in a mysterious way, transfer the most refined Tao essence and part of my cultivation, which I have refined through my hard training, battles, and insights.
Without any loss, perfectly completely plundered and absorbed.
Thus, it is directly transformed into her own purest and most stable cultivation foundation and avenue power, perfectly avoiding the hidden dangers of direct swallowing.
And I.
During this process, I can also passively receive a trace of Master's feedback, that incomparably pure origin of the great Tao energy, which far surpasses what I can obtain through my own cultivation.
This serves as a reward and nourishment to keep this container from collapsing.
Thanks to this reward, my realm cultivation was able to rise so quickly to the peak of the 4th rank. Otherwise, with my original aptitude, it would have been wishful thinking.
Boom! Holian's words. It was like a thunderbolt of chaos that split the world apart.
Carrying an unimaginable amount of information, it fiercely struck Qin Feng's mind.
It set off a huge wave. Plundering Tao essence? Transferring risk? Perfect absorption? Improve your cultivation? This fucking.
Isn't it the legendary, the most top-notch, the most demanding, and the most vicious
dual cultivation furnace? No.
This was even more overbearing than those dual cultivation furnaces that required gathering and replenishing energy, harming others for their own benefit.
even more unreasonable, and even more efficient and concealed. That, the so-called Master Xianyu. He could actually use this method to create a living, self-cultivating Tao essence purification filter and backup battery. He could directly plunder his own disciples' cultivation achievements. He could transform everything his disciples had painstakingly cultivated, comprehended, and even fought for into the purest nourishment for his own cultivation? What kind of divine physique is this Daolian holy body? What kind of heaven-defying thinking is behind this operation? Even with his calm demeanor, Qin Feng's heart began to beat wildly and uncontrollably. His breathing became heavy. An unprecedented brilliance shone in his eyes. An unprecedentedly bold, crazy, and extremely tempting idea. Like a wildfire, it instantly ignited all his ambitions and greed. Burning fiercely in his heart. No longer able to be contained. If I could find a way to get my master, Xianyu, who possessed the complete Daolian holy body. Will he also be completely brainwashed and controlled by the succubus aura, becoming a diehard fan like Honglian? If only he could replace Honglian as the container, or in other words, become the master enjoying the container's services. Go and meet that so-called, brilliant master, Xianyu. How about that kind of in-depth practice of communication about life? Then, can't I? She is the Tao furnace that can devour all laws and melt all paths. It becomes your own, has no side effects, and is ridiculously efficient. A cultivation ATM? No. More than just an ATM. It could very well be. Cultivation, perpetual motion machine. Just thinking about that wonderful scene where I don't have to practice hard, but just communicate a little, and my cultivation level will soar like a rocket, and breaking through the bottleneck will be as easy as drinking water. Qin Feng felt as if his blood was about to boil. An extreme excitement and desire seized him. This is the grand vision and correct way to act as a villain. That so-called protagonist, Yi Fan? Was he still painstakingly cultivating his qi and blood, tempering his bones? Was he still running around, fighting for a few pitiful cultivation resources, and feeling complacent? Too low. Too low level. Pattern. The pattern must be opened. Qin Feng forcibly suppressed the excitement and passion in his heart, trying to calm his expression. However, his voice still inevitably took on a subtle, possessive hoarseness. Your master. Her name. Now, where are you? Honglian remained kneeling devoutly. She was completely oblivious to Qin Feng's suddenly aggressive and greedy gaze. Or, even if she did, she would have considered it the proper dignity of a god. She could sense the master's interest in her master, which made her answer even more diligently, hoping to help the master. Her voice was filled with supreme respect for her master, a mixture of complex emotions. Report to my lord. Master, his Taoist name is Xianyu. His true name has long been disused and no one knows it. Everyone in the sect respectfully addresses him as Xianyu Shengzhu or Yuzunda. She is the most brilliant and gifted genius of the Blood Lotus cult in the past 500 years. She is hailed as the one most likely to lead the holy cult back to its ancient glory. Now, our master is only a little over 20 years old. But her cultivation has already reached the terrifying peak of the 6th rank. She is only one step away from the legendary Grandmaster realm, where one can establish a sect and dominate a region. Now, Master, she is currently at our sect's headquarters, the Blood Lotus Secret Realm, located deep within the 10,000 demon caves in the southwest. Retreat and cultivate in seclusion. Accumulate your foundation. The goal is to mobilize the entire Holy Church's resources and make a full effort to reach the Supreme Grandmaster realm. Peak of the 6th rank. Half-step Grandmaster. Only in his 20s. The 10,000 Demons Cave. The Holy Land of the Main Altar. The Secret Realm of Blood Lotus. Keywords, like the most moving musical notes, kept flashing and colliding in Qin Feng's mind. Every piece of information made the desire in his heart even more intense. The curve at the corner of his mouth could no longer be suppressed, becoming more evil and dangerous, full of a possessive desire. Very good. Very good.
Originally, I just wanted to solve a small trouble from the dark world and eliminate the potential threat.
But I never expected. I unexpectedly caught a fish. Unprecedented and inestimable. A truly magnificent fish.
One, with an incredible physique, profound cultivation, youthful beauty, and the ability to be used as a perpetual motion machine for cultivation.
Perfect big fish.
Qin Feng's eyes gleamed with the fiery light of greed, possession, and ambition. He seemed to have seen a future where he would control the Shenhua Saint Lord and his cultivation would soar.
He was already a little impatient. He couldn't wait to see this unrivaled genius of the Blood Lotus sect. This person is the future master.
This person was destined to become his possession and help him reach the top. The perfect cauldron. He slowly stretched out his hand, his fingers long and slender, with distinct joints. Gently, with a dominant casualness, he lifted Holian's chin, which was as smooth as jade and had beautiful lines.
The touch from your fingertips is warm and delicate.
Forcing her to raise her head, her beautiful eyes filled with endless fanaticism and obsession reflected his figure completely and clearly.
Looking at these eyes that belong to me completely and that I am willing to give everything for. Qin Feng smiled.
The smile is like a spring breeze, as if it can dispel all the haze in the world. His smile made the sea of corpses and blood seem to pale in comparison and become the background.
Red Lotus.
You did a great job. His voice was gentle, but with unquestionable certainty.
From now on. You are mine now.
These words, like a final brand, etched themselves deeply into Holian's soul. Her eyes instantly shone with a light brighter than the stars, the ultimate happiness and glory of receiving final recognition.
Chapter 111 My Lord. A cold, silent, abandoned warehouse.
The air was as thick as congealed plasma, and the nauseatingly rich smell of rust permeated the air, permeating every inch of the walls and every speck of dust. On the ground, a mixture of dark red and pale white mingled, broken limbs and twisted organs lay frozen in bizarre angles, speaking of the ultimate fear and despair of death. This place was no longer a simple crime scene, but an abstract art museum called Death, frozen in an instant. Every detail screamed, yet was swallowed by absolute silence. In the center of this bloody Shura field that he created with his own hands, Qin Feng stood with his hands behind his back. His aura was completely concealed, like the deepest cosmic black hole, ruthlessly devouring all light, heat, sound, and even the vibrations of life. His exquisitely tailored, expensive suit, spotless, formed a stark contrast against the filth and blood surrounding him, enough to pierce the retina. It wasn't that he was detached from the world, but all this filth had no right to even approach the edge of his clothes. His eyes dropped calmly. Falling on that stunning figure, who was crawling at his feet, her body trembling violently, but not because of fear, but from a kind of ecstasy and piety that was almost collapsing.
Red Lotus.
Just now, she was the almighty saint of the Blood Lotus sect, the one who controlled life and death, a peak-level 4th-rank expert who treated human life like grass. Now, she was like the humblest worm, wishing to be completely crushed and melt into the shadow beneath her master's feet, begging for even the slightest mercy. Her soul, utterly crushed to its most primitive particles by the incomprehensible, irresistible divine might, had then been utterly crushed. Then, a radiant divine fire called Qin Feng reshaped, forged, and branded her shattered soul with an irresistible will, endowing it with a new, unique meaning, absolute submission, absolute fanaticism, and absolute faith.
Sinner Red Lotus.
Her voice was hoarse and trembling, as if her soul had been torn apart and then forcibly pieced together. Every syllable was soaked in supreme awe and the frenzy of self-sacrifice.
Welcome.
She knocked her head down deeper, her smooth forehead pressed tightly against the cold and dirty ground, stained with dark red blood, but she felt as if she had received the most sacred baptism in the world.
My lord, come.
That final groan was no longer a sound uttered by a human throat, it was the purest, most frantic scream of faith, emanating from a soul burning in divine fire, reaching nirvana. It pierced through the constraints of the flesh, echoing in the deadly silent warehouse, even causing the pervasive stench of blood to retreat. Qin Feng, still looking down from above, gazed at the graceful body at his feet that was trembling with excitement. In his eyes, as deep as the sea of stars, there was not a single ripple of the joy of having subdued a peak-level 4th-grade warrior without a single bloodshed. There was no pride, no satisfaction, not even the slightest emotional fluctuation. They were as calm as an eternal, unchanging abyss, swallowing up all light and color, leaving only a soul-freezing absolute nothingness. He slowly raised his hand, his long, slender fingers, each with distinct joints, imbued with an indescribable sense of power. With the casualness of one examining a novel toy, his fingertips gently lifted Hong Lian's smooth, delicate chin, forcing her to lift up her captivatingly beautiful face. The fingertips, with a hint of playful and nonchalant strength, gently stroked the delicate skin that was slightly tense due to tension and excitement, like an artist stroking a piece of fine porcelain, or like a master teasing a pet. The action was so frivolous that it was almost insulting. His eyes were as indifferent as ice. These two extremely contradictory qualities were perfectly integrated in him, forming a sense of absolute control that was so mind-bending that it was enough to drive any sane person completely insane. The sense of absolute control that belonged to the supreme god over a tiny plaything. Hong Lian's delicate body trembled violently again, uncontrollably due to this seemingly insignificant touch. The amplitude was so great that it seemed as if every bone was colliding and every inch of muscle was cramping. That is not fear, nor is it resistance. It was a kind of she couldn't describe it, even a 10,000th of it, even with all her words. Being touched and branded by the supreme god himself, the supreme glory. An indescribable, almost painful, strange electric current erupted from the point of skin touched on her jaw. It instantly spread throughout her limbs and bones, surging into the deepest depths of her soul. Her entire being, from body to soul, seemed to completely melt, evaporate, and sublime under this sudden divine grace. Her beautiful eyes, already filled with fervent obsession, were now shrouded in a thick, indissoluble mist. Her gaze shone with a desire to give herself completely. Her breathing became rapid and intense, a white mist-like breath escaping from her slightly parted red lips, carrying a startling heat. It seemed that if the master's sacred fingers stayed for a moment longer, and bestowed a little more blessing, she would immediately faint because she could not bear this ultimate happiness, or even die at this moment, which would be the greatest honor. Very good. Qin Feng finally spoke. His voice was calm and without any deliberate authority, but it was like the rhythm of the laws that flowed from the very origin of the world, carrying the meaning of final judgment, setting the unchangeable tone for all her previous struggles, all her offenses, and all her values. Your loyalty, I receive. Boom. This sentence, like the first divine thunderbolt since the creation of the world, it struck directly into the depths of Hong Lian's soul. It was more than any of the most beautiful love words in the world, more than any of the most precious rewards, more than any breakthrough in realm. It could make her ecstatic and her soul soar to the sky. Thank you, Lord. Her voice, choked with extreme emotion and sobs, completely changed its pitch, carrying a strong sob. Tears finally burst out of her eyes, unable to be suppressed, but not with sadness, but with a tide of joy. Crystal tears slid across her delicate cheeks, washing away the blood stains on her forehead, leaving a clear mark. To be able to serve my Lord is the highest honor that Hong Lian pursues in this life. No. For all of Hong Lian's lives, even if it means eternal reincarnation and the collapse of the universe. Everything about Hong Lian, soul, body, will, life, even the mark of the true spirit, everything will be your most humble and loyal property, my Lord. Please use it as you please. Trample upon it as you please. Even if I have to refine Hong Lian into a puppet and burn it to ashes, as long as it can bring you the slightest convenience, that is the whole meaning of Hong Lian's existence. Her attitude was so humble that she was in the dust, but from the dust a crazy and fervent flower of faith blossomed. Her words were fanatical to the extreme, completely distorting the cult saint who had just been ruthless and slaughtered dozens of people into an absolute vassal who only longed to be favored and used by her master. This extreme contrast not only did not move Qin Feng in the slightest, but instead made the amusement and indifference hidden in his eyes even more intense. A perfect tool should have such a perfect consciousness. It should clearly recognize its own tool attributes and feel supreme honor for it. And now, it's time to make this new tool show its greatest value. Your master. Qin Feng's voice, without any warm-up or emotion, cut straight to the point. It was as if the praise from the previous moment and the coldness at this moment were two sides of the same coin, a natural transition. That Xianyu who possesses the complete Dao Lian holy body. I want her. He said these three words lightly and naturally. It was like saying, "Bring me a glass of water," or "Bring me a book," simple, direct, and natural. It was as if that so-called peerless demon, who had reached the peak of the 6th rank, half-step grandmaster, at just over 20 years old, that saint lord who ruled a region and was hailed as the most brilliant saint in the Blood Lotus cult's 500 years, was nothing more than a thing in his eyes, something he could freely use, disassemble, and study at will. Item. Or rather, a rather special collection. However, to anyone who heard it, these words sounded insane and arrogant enough to bring about fatal disaster. To Honglian, whose soul had been thoroughly cleansed and reshaped, these words became undeniable the decree of heaven. The inevitable operation of the laws. The truth long written by the universe. My lord, do you want a master? No. This is not a want at all. This is our Lord, announcing an established fact that is about to happen according to his will. This was a tremendous blessing that Master, after hundreds of lifetimes of practice, could never achieve. It was the ultimate redemption she had finally received in her benighted life, the ultimate salvation she had finally achieved, the favor of the Supreme God. Before this, I actually thought that my master was a genius, extremely talented, and awe-inspiring. How ridiculous! How narrow-minded! In front of my Lord, a supreme being whose words are laws, who overlooks the universe and regards everything in heaven and earth as his possession. What does Master's tiny achievements mean? It's just a prettier, brighter firefly. And now, the bright and glorious moon has taken the initiative to show its favor and wants to include this firefly in its own brilliance. This is a gift. It's enlightenment. It is God's salvation for her ignorant life. In an instant, the last vestiges of respect and distance that Honglian had for her master, whom she once regarded as a god, revered and even felt a little jealous of, were completely washed away by this torrent of absolute faith, leaving nothing behind. Instead, there is a. From the depths of my soul, I feel for Master's imminent opportunity to serve the gods. Indescribable ecstasy. And, as a guide and messenger of Oracle, I can offer this special sacrifice to the Supreme Lord. Supreme pride and sense of superiority. My Lord is wise. Honglian's voice suddenly became high-pitched, filled with irrepressible excitement, as if she had heard the most beautiful news in the world. Master is so fortunate. To be favored by our Lord, to have the opportunity to serve by his side and listen to divine oracles, that would be the greatest good fortune in her ignorant life. It is the blessing earned through countless calamities. Honglian is extremely honored and is willing to pave all the roads for my Lord. Clear all obstacles. I will offer everything to help my Lord achieve his wish. Explain. Qin Feng's tone remained calm, with only one word. He didn't need this meaningless fanaticism, he only needed the most effective, direct, and core intelligence. Efficiency was the virtue of a ruler. Yes. My Lord. Honglian immediately restrained her overly overflowing emotions and entered the most efficient and precise reporting state, as if she was a machine that had been input with the highest instructions. Master, although she is in seclusion in the main altar deep in the southwest 10,000 Demons Cave, she seems to be under heavy protection and out of reach. But a perfect opportunity, a chance that seems like fate, no, a perfect opportunity that seems to be guided by the will of our Lord, is about to arrive. Oh. Qin Feng's eyebrows finally twitched slightly, almost imperceptibly. This subtle movement, in Honglian's eyes, excited her more than any reward. Honglian was silently encouraged by this and spoke faster, but her logic became clearer. Because, what Master lacked in her pursuit of the Grandmaster realm, the realm that countless warriors dream of, was not immense cultivation accumulation, nor a profound understanding of the laws of heaven and earth. But, this is the most crucial and dangerous step. Holy body, perfect. Her Tao Lotus holy body is a top-level physique inherited from ancient times. It is complete and flawless, with infinite power, capable of devouring and refining all things to nourish itself. However, precisely because it is so overbearing, it absorbs all rivers and streams, inevitably mixing good and bad. As a result, deep within its origin, it always contains a trace of extremely difficult to eliminate mixed turbid energy drawn from all things in heaven and earth. This trace of turbid energy is usually suppressed by her with her unparalleled magical power.
It remains hidden and harmless, and instead highlights the power of her holy body.
But to reach the Grandmaster level, one must achieve the deepest possible resonance between soul, spirit, and body with the profound Tao of heaven and earth, achieving the ultimate leap in life. This tiny bit of turbid energy will then be infinitely magnified, becoming the most fatal flaw in the mind. It is the trigger of original sin that can ignite her inner demons, bring her lifelong cultivation to naught, and even destroy her foundation and lead to her death. So, at the final moment of her retreat, when she is most vulnerable, she must find a place that contains the pure, original innate pure chi of the time when the world was first created. Using this as a guide, she can cleanse her holy body, purge away the dust, and completely expel and purify the last trace of stubborn turbid chi. Only then can her holy body be perfect and flawless, her soul be transparent and clear, and she can break through the heavenly barrier in one fell swoop and ascend to heaven in one step. Hear this. In the deepest depths of Qin Feng's eyes, a glimmer of understanding slowly flowed, like the birth and death of stars. The subtle anomalies he had previously sensed suddenly became clear. Really? Next second. Holian's words completely confirmed his guess and perception. Looking across the entire land of China, and even the surrounding regions, those blessed places that could satisfy the demanding requirements of a peerless demon like Master have long been occupied by great sects and powerful forces with millennia of history. They are considered forbidden treasures, and outsiders are strictly prohibited from tampering. Or, their spiritual energy has dissipated, completely vanishing in the long river of history, leaving only legends behind. There is only one place. Although the grade is not high and the spiritual vein has already declined, the bit of original energy nurtured deep within its core has been preserved due to a certain special terrain pattern. It is pure and clean to the extreme. It perfectly meets the requirements of Master's holy body cleansing. That is, in Jiangchang, deep underground, there's a spiritual vein that's long been forgotten by the world, its spirit veins dried up and nearly cut off, yet a breath of vitality still lingers. Dragon Vein. Holian's voice was filled with excitement at having the final answer revealed, as well as excitement at being able to dedicate such a secret to his master. This time, we, under the orders of Elder Shui Tu, have come to the filthy Dragon Vein node with great fanfare to create panic. But in reality it's just a facade. A malicious and destructive illusion for the other factions within the cult and those fools who claim to be righteous. Its true, hidden core purpose. This is for Master, scout the way. Clear the area. We're using the strangely powerful searching and contamination power of the blood sacrifice compass to go in reverse and precisely locate the dragon eye at the core, purest, and most uncontaminated part of the dragon vein. We're also laying out measures in advance to ensure foolproof results. The corners of Qin Feng's mouth slowly curved up. All the clues are now perfectly connected. I see. The so-called coming of the blood god and the so-called blood sacrifice of the whole city are nothing but smokescreens to confuse the outside world and a carefully designed drama. The Blood Lotus cult's true plan is far more personal than that, and more sophisticated and deadly. When will she come? Qin Feng asked the most core and critical question. A sickly, fanatical blush appeared on Holian's face, and her voice trembled slightly because of the upcoming sacrifice, full of seduction and flattery. Almost there. My lord. It's at the end of this month. The moonlight is at its brightest, the Yin energy is at its heaviest, and the Earth's energy is at its most active. According to the original plan, once we successfully locate the dragon eye here using the power of the blood sacrifice, we will use the sect's secret method to transmit the message across the void. Then, our master will personally take action, tearing through the void and crossing thousands of miles to come here. And at that time, Holian's voice suddenly lowered, filled with a certain kind of immoral pleasure and absolute piety, like a devil whispering in the ear of a god. This will be the weakest, most critical, and most unprepared moment in Master's decades of arduous cultivation. Why? Qin Feng asked, hitting the key points with every word. Because, when refining the holy body, one seeks the ultimate pure fusion. She must actively dissipate the profound art that protects her body, allowing her soul and body to completely open up, accepting the pure energy of the dragon vein into her body without reservation. During that process, there cannot be any energy protection or external interference. Otherwise, the energy will not communicate smoothly, and all previous efforts will be wasted, and she may even be attacked by the pure energy. Furthermore, in order to precisely guide the pure energy and completely expel the deeply embedded turbid energy, she needs to focus her entire mind, will, and even 99% of her cultivation on the interior of her sacred body, performing the most subtle and dangerous manipulation. Her perception of the outside world will be reduced to a minimum, almost to a defenseless state.
More importantly, Holian's eyes flickered with an excitement that bordered on sacrifice.
Shattering one's most noble beliefs and offering them to the new god with one's own hands, this process itself could bring an immense and morbid sense of satisfaction. Only 2 people are publicly responsible for protecting her. This is top secret, and no more than 5 people in the sect know about it. One is Elder Shuetu, who is in the public eye. He is mainly responsible for the outer perimeter security to prevent large-scale attacks, but he will never approach the core area to prevent his own aura from interfering with the purity of the clear energy.
And the other one is me.
At that time, Holian, as her most trusted and closest disciple, will be able to stay right next to her. She will be responsible for monitoring the formation and responding to any minor changes. As long as, my lord, the oracle comes, Holian can instantly transform from her most trusted guardian into the most accurate and deadly dagger that can pierce all her defenses. For your will, my lord, I offer you the most perfect token of allegiance. Her words were powerful, and every word was saturated with determination and enthusiasm with no way out. Filled with an extreme pleasure of crushing the old beliefs with one's own hands and placing them on the altar.
Qin Feng smiled.
A genuine smile, one that came from the heart, tinged with a hint of playfulness and mockery, slowly spread across the corners of his lips. Originally, based on preliminary intelligence, he thought that controlling the so-called Xian Yusain Lord would require careful planning, a considerable amount of time and effort, and might even require the use of some unconventional tactics to find an opportunity to exploit.
But I never expected.
After searching for it everywhere, I finally found it without any effort. Fate, or rather, his absolute luck as the destined villain, actually delivered such a perfect gift so exquisitely packaged directly to him.
The other party not only has to come to you on his own, and it must be delivered to you in a posture that is the weakest, most defenseless, and most in need of trust. Even the most critical insider had been prepared for him in advance, and was so willing and fanatically devout. This luck. No. This is beyond the scope of luck. This is what you, as a patron of the dark side of the world, and as the villain of destiny, deserve: the active compliance and flattery of the world's laws. The so-called son of destiny, Yifan, is probably still feeling complacent about the slight increase of a few hundred calories of qi in blood, and fighting with others for a small opportunity? It's ridiculous. A true hunter would never bother to chase the hares running around on the ground. Instead, he sits leisurely on the throne in the clouds, waiting for the strongest and most beautiful prey to adjust the angle and actively and precisely crash into the gorgeous trap he has prepared for the world. Very good. Qin Feng released the hand that was lifting Holian's chin, and instead, with a gesture of approval and marking his possession, he gently patted her beautiful cheek, which was as delicate as a baby's and hot with excitement. You didn't let me down. This simple sentence is an action that almost praises the pet. Yet, Holian felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction and bliss. It was as if her entire soul was bathed in divine light and leaping for joy, having received the ultimate affirmation. Everything she had done before, everything she had endured, now held supreme meaning. To share my lord's worries. This is the only value of Holian's existence. Her voice trembled with excitement, and she almost melted again. Remember. Qin Feng's voice regained its previous indifference and majesty, like ice water poured down, instantly freezing all unnecessary emotions. From now on, forget everything you've seen here, and forget my existence. Hide the concept of my lord deep within your soul. Never let it emerge unless I summon it. Return to your team and continue your original mission. Complete the blood sacrifice and locate the dragon eye. Find it, then wait in silence. Before I issue my next order, you must remain loyal to the Blood Lotus cult, revering and worshipping your master Xian Yu, a good disciple, a good saint. Play your role perfectly. Do you understand? Honglian, I understand. Honglian cowed out heavily, and her forehead hit the ground again, making a dull sound, but she didn't feel any pain at all. Honglian will perfectly fit into the gears of fate and will never betray my lord's trust. I await the arrival of my lord's final oracle. Go ahead.
Qin Feng waved his hand lightly, as if to dispel a wisp of insignificant green smoke.
Yes. My lord. Honglian cowed out deeply once more, then slowly stood up with an extremely humble backward gesture. She looked up at Qin Feng's figure deeply and greedily for the last time, with her eyes filled with endless obsession and fanaticism. It was as if she wanted to imprint this god's gesture forever in the deepest part of her soul, as the only source of light in her future dark journey. Then, she turned around abruptly and put on the hideous and cold demon mask again, covering up her stunningly beautiful face that was only shown fanatically for one person, and also sealing the faith that was enough to burn mortals. The bloody figure blended into the night like a ghost, silently and fleetingly, completely merging into the boundless darkness outside the warehouse. When she came, she was murderous, high and mighty, and in control of life and death. When she left, she was humble, but she had a divine heart and was willing to be a hidden chess piece. Chapter 112. Dead Dog Yifan. With the departure of Honglian, the suffocating silence in the warehouse descended again, becoming even purer and heavier. Qin Feng slowly turned around. His eyes calmly swept over the Shura field of cruelty and death that he had created. The smell of blood was still strong, and the breath of death froze the air. His face was calm, expressionless, as if the horrific scene before him was no different from the abstract paintings hanging in his study, just a combination of lines, colors, and concepts. His gaze passed over the piles of corpses and penetrated the pool of coagulated black blood. Finally, it landed in the center of the blood-colored magic circle, which had completely collapsed. Its spiritual light had dissipated, and only a faint burnt smell remained. There, a graceful, voluptuous figure with breathtakingly exaggerated curves was lying quietly on the cold ground. It was as if it was the only thing that God had accidentally left behind in this filthy, bloody, and hopeless hell of death. A glimmer of fragile and holy light. Su Wanqiu, the mother of the protagonist Yifan. At this moment, her eyes were tightly closed, her long eyelashes drooping like butterfly wings, trembling with a hint of anxiety. It seemed that even in her coma, the maternal instinct from the depths of her soul was still worrying about the child she cared about. Her once elegant, intellectual lavender dress had become somewhat disheveled after the previous struggle and the impact of the magic circle's energy. The hem even had a few tiny tears, revealing skin as delicate as white jade beneath. A few strands of her jet-black hair, damp with sweat, lay scattered on her incredibly beautiful face, especially blessed by time. Far from appearing disheveled, it only added to her fragile beauty, a touch that captivated one. Her brows were slightly furrowed, forming a beautiful, pitiful arc. It's like a piece of art that was carefully crafted but unfortunately fell into the mortal world and was stained by dust. Waiting for a master who was powerful enough to dominate her destiny to pick up, clean up, and redefine her belonging and value. Qin Feng's gaze lingered on her for a moment. There was no surprise, no desire, and not even much scrutiny in that look. There is only one. It was as if he was examining the calmness and indifference of a rather interesting prop that was about to be acquired. Different from the fanatical and humble Honglian before. Su Wanqiu, this collection has a completely different value. She is the mother of the protagonist Yifan. It is his only weakness and the untouchable reverse scale in his heart. More so, the best lever to leverage his so-called protagonist's luck. In Qin Feng's mind, the system's cold prompt sound rang quietly. Key plot character detected, Su Wanqiu. Status, severe coma. Negative effect 1, soul shock, caused by the backlash of the blood sacrifice array's energy, causing persistent mental damage. Negative effect 2, Qi and blood stagnation, due to the forced extraction of vital energy, meridians are blocked and physical activity is reduced. Negative effect 3, psychic residue, a small amount of evil psychic energy invades the body. If not removed in time, it will leave permanent damage.
System recommendation: use pure and powerful external qi and blood energy, supplemented by professional massage techniques, to dredge the body's 360 acupoints, open blocked meridians, and disperse residual spiritual energy.
Estimated duration 3 hours. Massage? The corners of Qin Feng's mouth curled up in a meaningful arc. The system is always like this. Intimate. He no longer hesitated.
Take a step forward. The steady sound of footsteps, without a trace of worldly affairs, slowly rang out in this dead silent warehouse filled with blood and corpses.
Despair. Despair. Despair.
Every step feels like stepping on the drumbeat of death.
He walked past twisted bodies, stepping over the sticky pool of blood. Finally, it stopped in front of the collapsed magic circle and stopped beside Su Wanqiu. He slowly squatted down. Reach out your hand.
Slender, bony fingers, as perfect as works of art, gently brushed away the strand of hair that was stuck to her beautiful cheek. At the fingertips, I felt the delicate and warm touch of skin. There was a slight chill, a characteristic of a comatose human body. The succubus's halo, that invisible and intangible yet omnipresent power, was like the gentlest spring breeze, silently brushing across her furrowed brows. It seemed as if I felt some kind of comfort coming from the depths of my soul.
Su Wanqiu's tightly furrowed brows relaxed unconsciously while she was unconscious.
The original fear and anxiety were replaced by an inexplicable tranquility and peace.
Her breathing seemed to have become much calmer.
Qin Feng's face still had that indifferent expression. It seems that all this is just natural. One of his arms, gently yet forcefully, passed through her slender neck and supported her back. The other arm firmly embraced her slender waist, which was so thin that it could be grasped with one hand, and her two slender legs with amazing curves wrapped in the dress.
Then,
use slight force. With a standard princess hug that would make any woman's heart beat faster, he easily held this plump and delicate body that exuded amazing charm in his arms.
Very soft. Very fragrant. Warm and soft jade, full of fragrance.
It was an extremely moving scent, a mixture of her own body fragrance and the scent of high-end perfume, lingering around Qin Feng's nose. The woman in his arms seemed to have found an extremely comfortable and safe harbor. Her sleeping body subconsciously moved a little closer to Qin Feng's broad and warm chest. That incredibly beautiful face rested gently on the back of his shoulder.
Red lips, slightly parted. Exhaling, a wisp of warm breath like orchid and musk. This is an absolute trust that comes from the instinct of life.
Qin Feng lowered his head and glanced at the beautiful woman sleeping peacefully in his arms. There was a glint of amusement in his eyes, like a hunter admiring his prey. He hugged her.
Stand up slowly. Turn around.
He didn't even take another look at this hell on earth that he had created with his own hands. Step by step, he calmly walked out of the murder scene that was destined to shock the entire Jiangcheng. The moonlight, once again, fell on him. He and the sleeping beauty in his arms were coated with a layer of mythical, holy silver light.
At the same time,
in Jiangcheng, Liudia district, a single-family villa with strict security.
The atmosphere was depressing to the extreme.
Su Wanqiu, like a lioness trapped in a cage, paced back and forth in the living room restlessly. She was wearing a homely silk nightgown, which showed off her hot body, identical to that of her sister Su Wanqiu. But at this moment, her pretty face, which was 70% similar to her sister's, but more charming and heroic, was filled with anxiety and panic that was difficult to conceal.
What's going on? Why haven't you come back yet? Phone. Why can't I get through to the phone?
She dialed her sister's cell phone number again and again. But every time, what came from the receiver was that cold, mechanical prompt tone that was like a death warrant.
The number you dialed cannot be connected at the moment. Bang!
Su Wanqiu finally couldn't help it and threw her phone hard onto the soft wool carpet.
Damn it! Damn it! Damn it!
She grabbed her hair with both hands, and beneath her delicate makeup was a face that was almost broken.
Sister, you must not be in any trouble. You promised me that you would stay with me forever. You can't let anything happen to you.
There was a cry in her voice.
My eyes turned red instantly. And on the other side of the living room, on the sofa, Yi Fan was keeping his head down. His hands were clenched into fists. The knuckles had turned white from being pinched too hard, and even the sharp nails had pierced deeply into the flesh of the palm. Drops of blood seeped out from between the fingers and dripped onto the expensive carpet, forming small, shocking red plum blossoms. But he seemed to feel no pain at all. Because this little bit of physical pain was nothing compared to the torment and regret deep in his heart, which was like being eaten by thousands of ants and boiling in a raging fire. Not worth mentioning at all. Powerless. Anger. Also, to the deep-rooted love in my bones. Hate. It's all my fault. It's all my fault for being too weak. If only I wasn't just at the second level. If I could have the strength of the fourth rank, no. Even if it's just the strength of the third rank. I can stay with my mother. I can protect her. Not like now. Like a piece of trash. I could only sit here and watch my aunt running around in panic, but I couldn't do anything. Mother. In his mind, there emerged his mother's ever-gentle and encouraging smile. From childhood to adulthood, no matter how much trouble he got into or how much injustice he suffered, his mother would always be the one who would open her arms and hug him in her arms at the first moment. It was she who raised me up alone with all the hardship. It was she who used her not-so-broad shoulders to hold up a sky that protected her from wind and rain. But now, she is in danger. She lost contact. But as her son, I don't even know where she is. Aha! Yi Fan's heart was roaring crazily and shouting silently. A violent, bloodthirsty hatred grew and spread crazily from the deepest part of his heart. Hate those unknown enemies who may have hurt my mother. I hate this person even more, who is so weak that he can't even protect the person most important to him. Oh! Yi Fan. Su Wanqing's stern voice with a tearful tone pulled him back from the abyss of self-hatred. Cheer up. Now is not the time for you to be feeling sorry for yourself. Think of a solution. Think of a solution quickly. You know a lot of people. Do you have any friends who work at the warrior department? Or do you have any well-informed channels? Yi Fan suddenly raised his head. Those eyes, which should have been filled with the youthful spirit, were now filled with horrifying bloodshot. His voice was hoarse, like two pieces of sandpaper rubbing against each other. Auntie. Aye. He wanted to say that his so-called friends were just a bunch of bad friends and had no power at all. He wanted to say that the most powerful person he knew was probably Sun Yurong, his mentor at Wuhan University. But, it's so late, will the tutor answer the phone? Even if they accepted it, for a missing persons case like this, with no evidence or clues, the Warrior Bureau might not be able to file a case immediately. So what else could she, the mentor, do? Looking at Yi Fan's face full of dejection and helplessness, Su Wanqing's heart sank bit by bit. The last glimmer of hope in her eyes seemed to be completely extinguished by this cruel reality. Despair. Ice-cold, bone-chilling despair, like a tide, completely submerged her and the entire living room. It's over. Elder sister. Is something really going to happen? The living room fell into a deathly silence. All that was left was the monotonous yet clear sound of the European retro wall clock on the wall. Tick-tock. 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 That sound is no longer the passage of time. And it's like a countdown for a certain life. Su Wanqing could no longer hold on, her body softened, and she fell onto the carpet. She buried her face deeply between her knees. The choked cry that had been suppressed for a long time finally leaked out from the depths of the throat, unable to be suppressed any longer. Wu's sister. Yi Fan looked at his aunt, who was usually charming and attractive, but now was as fragile as a little girl. His heart seemed to be grabbed tightly by an invisible hand, and then torn apart with all its strength. Pain. It's so painful. He stood up suddenly. I'll go out and look for it. Even if I have to turn the whole Jiangcheng upside down, I will find my mother. As he spoke, he rushed towards the door like an angry beast. However,
just when his hand was about to touch the door handle. Click! An extremely slight sound of the key turning the lock cylinder reached the ears of both of them clearly. This sound. In this dead silent living room, it seemed so out of place. That kind of thrilling. Su Wanqing's crying stopped abruptly. She suddenly raised her head, and her pretty face, which was as tearful as a pear blossom in the rain, was full of disbelief. Yi Fan